Welcome back to the Six Invitational. We're here on the B stream.
Yes, sir.
It's Dev and Pengu, Devgu, Pengmata.
There it is.
We haven't figured it out yet.
We're working on it.
Come back to us on that one. But we
Yep.
do have some big games coming up, of course. We're into the second day of the playoffs here in Boston. And Pengu, we're actually going to eliminate a lot of teams today.
We are. The losers are basically going home, and it's quite kind of sad because, you know, we've been with these teams for so long at this point at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And also some spicy games. If you were watching yesterday, you know it was probably the most drama-filled day of Rainbow Six Esports that we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
This is how the brackets panned out. Of course, last week we had the group stage. 5 days to narrow us down to knock out the first 4 teams of the tournament. And now we're going to start knocking out a hell of a lot more. 8 more teams going home today. We're going to halve the teams that are remaining, of course. In the upper bracket, that's what we played out yesterday. Some pretty crazy games and a couple of upsets even. Particularly, I'm looking at FaZe SSG and then SSG taking on G2. That was a wild run for the North Americans.
Yeah, Unwanted beating W7M, Shopify losing to Rasa Academy, Unwanted almost beating BDS. Like, yesterday was basically a full day of upsets until, like, Fury Dark Zero, quick 2-0 for Fury, right? Like, the world champs are back in form, basically. And SI, so far from the prediction side of things, has been incredibly hard to call from the very beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another one, you mentioned Raza taking down Shopify Rebellion, but how about Raza taking down Virtus Pro as well?
That too.
We actually both went to sleep before that match was over.
It was a late one.
It was a really late day, and we had the early shift this morning, so we went to bed, and not together or anything, but
No,
like
separate
separately,
rooms.
just to clarify on that one. But VP, of course, went down there in the lower bracket. They're going to be playing today, and of course, we've qualified 4 teams already to be going to the finals. No matter the results of the BDS SSG and the Raza Academy and Furia games, those teams will make it to the top 6 at Six Invitational, and that means playing on the main stage at the MGM Music Hall in Fenway Park. So huge stakes here, a lot of upsets, and for us in particular, the games that we're casting today, we're on the B stream, so that's your right-hand side. CAG versus M80. Wow, where to begin? Let's touch on that in a second, but any other matches today that you're particularly excited for?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of domestic matchups right now. Like, on H stream, you got NA, OXT versus Shopify Rebellion, into FaZe, Liquid, so Brazil. I'm not a domestic matchup kind of guy. Then later on, based off the results, we'll start seeing those international matches later on. But, of course, that G2 match later on, that could be a spicy one.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see, especially if it is Rebellion, because we followed them quite a bit.
We did, yeah.
And we're really excited to see what they can cook up. G2 also have now been bloodied for the first time. They've lost a game to Space Station. Could it be that North America is the secret sauce that is needed to take down G2? I don't know. We don't have any undefeated teams at SI anymore. It was just FaZe, who had dropped a few maps, but had remained undefeated. And G2, who hadn't even dropped a map coming into yesterday. Both are now in the lower bracket.
Yeah, meanwhile, you got stuff like Furia came in losing to CAG early on, where I was like, okay, reigning world champions lose to CAG. G2 goes undefeated. They were looking terrible the entire year. What's going on?
CAG are going to be playing in our first match, but their opponents, well, it's been quite a wild ride for M80. Now, if you were watching yesterday, you would know that there's a lot of drama went down. We saw it all explode on Twitter, and it all started with basically the coach of this roster, Bodega. He was warned twice across the tournament so far in the M80 versus Joel game for communicating with his players during a round, and then the same thing happened in the Unwanted game, trying to communicate with players during the round. During the Dark Zero game yesterday, the tactical timeout had ended, and Bodega continued to try to communicate with his players. Therefore, the admins, after warning Bodega several times, decided that the ruling was that M80 would lose not that round, but the following round. They would have to forfeit a round. Bodega then requested to forfeit the map in protest of the ruling. So he actually wanted M80 to forfeit the whole map because he thought... And the players decided, no, we don't want. We want to keep playing. Even if we forfeited a round, we want to keep playing. After the match, Bodega's conduct and threats both on and off broadcasts led to him being ejected from the event, as well as the team's manager, Vivus. So that means M80, the youngest team at Six Invitational, is now playing with no support staff standing behind them.
Yeah, and I want to say to all the players, they handled it so well today. They're saying on Twitter, guys, we're going to keep our head down, focus on this. We want to make main stage. We want to stay in this tournament. And I saw Kino made a tweet this morning. We see their coach stomp in the background on that tiny chair, the jersey, with a nice little drawing and a headset. And they're going to be the supportive work today for M80.
Yeah, I really love that. I have a huge amount of respect for these young players and what they're going to be able to do. Being their own leaders, right? They don't have anyone standing behind them. You can see Packers already all about it. Of course, another thing to remember is tactical timeouts in this game are typically called by the coach.
Yes.
On LAN events like what we're doing right now. Now, these guys are able to call a tactical timeout, but they will be calling it themselves. They'll just have to turn around and talk to the admin, and then they'll get time to talk just between the 5 of them with no additional support staff input.
Yeah, so of course, leadership more important than ever. Packer, the guy on your screen right now, he's not had a phenomenal tournament statistically on paper. He's one of the lowest rated players, especially for his team. But today, if there ever was a moment to stand up and lead the team forward, that's the time for him.
So, their opposition needs almost no introduction. The beasts from Japan, CAG. Quite a few upsets, but it's been a really weird tournament for these guys. The first time ever these guys have made it out of groups at a 6 Invitational after years of coming to these international events, storming through Japan and struggling when they go global. They've taken down the world champions of Furia. They took a map off of the world finalists in FaZe. These guys are looking really solid, and yet they barely scraped into the playoffs.
It's a lot of question marks around this roster right now. The performance consistency is what we're missing from CAG, but we know they're capable, and going up against M80 today will be a great showcasing what they might be able to achieve at this event. For the map Vito, going all the way to Lair for this first opening map, picked by M80, followed by Labs by CAG, actually. Okay, a lot of structured maps right now so far. If you think of old CAG, you're thinking execution, explosion, craziness, but Skyscraper is also the third map. This means we're gonna go to maps that, if you know CAG from 8 months ago, you're thinking, this is a bad idea, CAG, what are you doing? But the current, present CAG, they do like the structure, they do like to execute, so these maps aren't gonna be all that bad for them.
Yeah, Lair is a good map for M80, and even though CAG like it, they're on a 2-match loss streak on it, losing to both Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan. But the big one for me, Pengu, is actually Nighthaven Labs. Not only is that CAG's favorite map, it's M80's 3rd least favorite map. And what's more, CAG have a 9-map win streak on Labs. So that's our second map. First up, of course, we go to Lair. This is M80's map pick. With no coach standing behind them, with all the drama of Twitter fueling them, these guys, young players, are standing tall and looking to prove themselves in their own right. On the other hand, the Japanese, after failing to make it to playoffs time and time again at these international events, have a chance to take down one of the largest organizations in Rainbow Six. It's CAG versus M80, kicking it off here on Lair.
Oh, and after we see that Deimos ban going out, CAG up next in their attacking side, so that means at least 2 of the 3 shields will be up and available for grabs. Make it all 3. Maverick follows through, so that hard breach destruction will be very difficult. Now we gotta think about, will Kaid and Truebarrow survive the operator ban phase? Because with that Maverick being removed, it can be so tricky to deal with the wall deny operators. So it's very common to see that follow up. CAG, they did Maverick, do the Echo. Very interesting, actually.
Yeah, unusual to see an Echo ban. We've seen quite a bit of a reprisal of the Echo in recent times. At the 6 Invitational, we've seen a lot of him. Even when he's not outright winning rounds, there's a lot of versatility there. You can play him as an anchor for late round plat style. You can play him quite aggressively and look to assist roamers and look for early picks. But if the Tubarão and the Kaid don't get banned, which is what's going to happen, this is going to be a real defender's game.
Yeah.
Those walls are staying closed. That Maverick being banned out with the Tubarão and Kaid in is going to make this a nightmare for M80 to start on the attacking side.
Now, over in APAC, we have seen teams like Fearix, PSG Talon, CAG, and Damwon Kia all do a really good job at actually just breaking this map apart by forcing double, triple shields, like playing the Blitz, playing the Blackbeard, playing the Monty, and both of these 2 squads can't do that. We actually saw Packer have a very hard first match at the 6 Invitationals 2025. He was like 2-18 or 2-16, couldn't get a kill. But in his second series, he started IGLing on a shield operator like the Blitz, and he was getting kills, He was working out all the angles, he was moving his team around him, they were executing, looking so much better. So I can totally see Packer and M80 really play around both the clash and defense and any sort of shield on the attack just to enable the leadership of this roster to get them in the right positions.
Yeah, a young up-and-coming player is Packer, his first ever SI, making it to the Montreal Major, not having a great performance there, and then getting an upgrade, joining this M80 roster, which is still a very new roster. I think I said the number of how many days they'd officially been together, and you pointed out they've been practicing for a few months longer than that.
About 2 months total at this point.
Still not a lot of time.
No.
Of course, it's just Spoit and Kino from the old M80 roster, Diffuser and Gunner from that old Cloud9 Beast Coast roster that's become unwanted, and Packer, formerly of CL4L. It's quite a concoction. And M80 has traditionally been a team that's somehow less than the sum of its parts. We have like this insane conglomerate of high-level players, and yet M80 struggles to live up to the potential of each and every one of their individual players.
And now they're in lower brackets, so if you disappoint once more, I mean, you're going home, that's it. Of course, the Spoit coach stream can continue, and he will be on his stream himself, but for the players, the organization, that would be it. So, of course, a lot on the line. Here's the first round. And a little quick, brief tech pause just to double-check everything was okay, but we are good to go. And, of course, to no surprise to anybody, we see the two-bro Kaid in the very first round to lock those walls nice and tight, followed by Anitin on the Clash to further say, you want to enter the building? Good luck, have fun with that.
And Anitin is one of the best Clash players, one of the best Shield players, most notorious in the world. He has been for a very long time. Pioneered all kinds of cheese and been a real terror to play against. On that Clash, it's no different. He's also very mechanically gifted, so if he brings out that SMG, he's certainly got to be taking into account that he's got a gun in his hands. He's not just a shield. But for the longest time, Pengu, everyone looked at APAC and teams from Japan and other parts of APAC and said, these guys, they're gunners, sure, but they don't have the strats down pat. And we already set the win condition here. Kaid and Tubrau in, Maverick is out. This is about keeping those walls closed. This is about playing strategically around the map. CAG, they've changed their identity in the last couple of months. They are a strategic team.
They are. They really slowed things down. They play more consistent. They do less cagging, which is storing unlosable rounds. So they are a bit more consistent because of that fact. But for this event, they've been struggling with the entry engagements. Only a single player is positive on entry. Barely anybody is positive on the KD stats. So I think for CAG, holding on to your players and their lives as long as possible and try and work that opening pick, play the 5 versus 4, that's what I'm going to be focusing on. Because they start so many rounds down a player, and right here, almost off that same start.
Cherneko, careful. Hiding in that corner, looking to get on cams. Spotted by Gunner from below, and a hell of a lot of damage done with that skeleton key.
Of course, the Monty countered slightly by the Clash. That Sap's gonna make his life miserable and also mini gut break him as he walks his building. But Pagger's playing very passive, very far back. They're just burning that utility. Cherneko, 2 toxic baits already spent. Reinforcement coming up, but look at this.
Oh, what is that?
He almost blocks it, but not quite enough. Blackray goes down.
The Clash almost saved Blackray there. I'm surprised that Blackray decided to stick it, but regardless, a good pick for Gunner on that vertical play. M80 know how to break this map apart. And with that, the hard breach as well from Ace is going to open that wall. CAG starting to feel a lot of pressure. Players falling. M80 also have control of Ops Room as well. Thanks to Diffuser, this backstab will be deadly if not addressed.
So the Monty is so good. Pagger saying player to the right, player to the left. I'm just going to walk on in, get all the intel. And with this, I mean, Pagger just go for a Penitent possibly. C4 goes out. It hits nothing.
Packer is still committing to that plan. Nobody from CAG seemingly aware of it. Out of nowhere, Shuri does deny. He's managed to found another kill on a gun of the player down below. Immediately, the story flips and CAG are in control.
But look at their health bars. I mean, 3 bullets means 3 kills right now on Spoit. He got an ace in this position just a few games ago. I mean, Diffuser against the world, though, this Clash will make their lives very difficult.
Yeah, Anitin has to be the instrumental player. He's the only one on full HP. Pre-fire from Diffuser as he spots out Shurip on the other side, but he's being toyed with. And the final kill comes through from Chibasu.
Oh boy.
Oh, dude.
That's the first round.
It's 1-0, guys. I love this energy.
Of course, early mornings over here in Boston. We start playing at about 10 a.m. local time. So, you know, hitting the ground running, being energized, ready for the day. Oh yeah, we're so ready.
The energy is so good.
It's very
How
important.
much coffee has that guy injected into
Too
his
much
veins?
coffee, man. Too much. But no, I actually think what Emily were doing last round, it was pretty solid. I mean, they were making good progress. They got the first opening pick. They got the hard breach off. They pretty much checked all the boxes. They got to the bombs that execute. And I think Shuib just swung in and he won 2 separate 1v1s. Took down the Panther of Packer, killed Gunnar downstairs in the vert, and Shiraniku got a 3rd kill shortly after. And that was the entire execute done and dusted for Amedi. And then of course you saw the 2v3 play out, or 2v4 rather, up against the Clash. You just don't have a way in. That's the issue with shield operators on defense. The Clash specifically, you can't just walk in front of the operator, you'll get yellow pin, you'll get slowed, you'll get killed by Clash's teammates. You need to start playing utility. In the second round, it'll be more like dynamic hold for CAG, playing vertically upstairs, playing the solids, knocking down those drones, etc. Just trying to hold the bomb set from above with that Warden. Can see through the smoke grenades and flashbangs. Maybe they're 2v2 in that Monty so far, bringing out a second time.
Don't blame him. It was very close from M80. Unfortunately, we didn't quite see where Shuri managed to deny the plan. I don't know how he managed to kill that Monty, but benefit of that DMR is it really does pack a punch, even if all you can see is the Monty's foot underneath the shield as he's going through a turtle plant. You will be able to shred him very quickly. Another bomb site here chosen by CAG is kind of to my surprise. It's a ground floor bomb site. I feel like we often see the basement picked first.
Yeah, basement top is like the first, second priority. But I mean, got 6 rounds to work through. CAG to start in this order instead. Maybe doing a good job right now, just being inside the middle of the map right now. Diffuser just roaming around, got a call in his pocket, can go for it, and continue this hunt. Anitin has a good read that something is up, but he doesn't know quite where Diffuser is playing from.
It's a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, and Diffuser will have the advantage with that logic bomb going down, poised to tempt the site. Packer as he drones forward. Diffuser still just trying to bait here for roamers to fall into his hands. Meanwhile, Spoit's gone down.
Interesting. It looked like Midi might just try and go for a direct side attack. Sense wall off the angles. Monty goes in. Water can see through it and go for a plant, perhaps.
That was well played from Gunnar with the nades to assist, but Anitin's gone for a big flank. The air jab didn't catch him, and he takes down Packer. That's the Monty shut out, and CAG retain the advantage. Temptation here from Kino to execute onto site, thanks to his projectors, denying some lines of sight, but nothing for it as of yet, as Diffuser is going for a hunt here, looking for Anitin upstairs.
And he's been looking for a kill the entire round for Diffuser. He's not found anything so far. The timing right now, it eludes Anitin. It doesn't get the freebie. Diffuser out of the pocket of Kino. 3 projector walls in pocket. He might be able to make this work.
Flank from Diffuser, but Chibisu spots him. The better SMG-12, it seems, and the gas, as you say, will lock Kino out of sight. Thankfully, Kino is able to remove some of the information gathering that CAG have on the board, taking down that bulletproof camera. Gunnar still outside the breach. He doesn't have Diffuser. It's up to Kino, and he immediately goes to planting the gas. Repositioning. It should have been heard. Jimitsu has a C4. He was still up above. Is he able to go for a flank? He's starting to make his way back towards the site as Black Ray above is just engaging in vert. The question here, is M80 to cover this safely from outside? Kino holding right on top of where that plant position was. Shut out by Black Ray from above. It's all up to the Manchester Major MVP now. And Black Ray quickly gives him a new haircut. 2 rounds straight for the Japanese to kick things off on Lair.
And they're hitting shots. I mean, that was a 1 tap to end the round. The Gunner just got destroyed outside the breach. And M80, it looks good to start things off for a second round, but then nothing really happens. They don't really get inside the bomb site. Sport fell early in the breach. Monty died to just Anitin swinging from upstairs. And I think seeing a Sport there in the player cam saying, guys, let's relax, let's reset kind of vibe. They're not finding what they need. They're also not really executing together. It was Diffuser, middle of the map, roaming for a kill, never quite found it. Hacker and Monty actually quite alone by the bomb site 4, also not getting into the side either. So maybe play closer together, or start playing more aggressive, because they've just been holding angles, maybe expecting CAG to be overly aggressive. And this can be the tricky part. There are 2 types of CAG. There's the old style, which is crazy, unpredictable, I mean, balls to the wall craziness. There's a current CAG, very logical, very sensible, and what they do makes sense. But whatever version M80 prepped for, not quite sure. They gotta fill it out in the server and start adapting in these upcoming rounds.
It's funny, really, because we talked about how much the hard reach was going to be the center of the story here, the CAG and M80, but it's actually not been so much that. It's been CAG playing really loosely and really well. And what's impressed me most, and it's happened in both rounds so far for CAG, they might be at a disadvantage. M80 might be threatening and execute, and CAG aren't throwing bodies.
No, they're not.
They're not
chilling.
stressing out.
Yeah.
They are so chill. Like, I think it was Blackray upstairs. He's holding on to the vert. Like, even in a 3 versus 4, he's not sweating at all.
No, you're so correct in that read. And that's been one of the biggest changes. They're not, like, they actually seem to have a plan in mind now, and they look at the different outcomes that can happen, and they have a solution for it, okay? They attack from this position, that means we can chill out. They attack from that position, okay, now we need to aggress into them because we're losing our advantage. And M80, because they're not getting anything for free, you see them often stuck outside the building, holding angles, waiting, Hacker inside fast on the blitz, fire on the floor, of course, gonna slow him down. But they're working for the opening pick. They Shibisu right behind this wall. If you swing, you might die. You want to limit test this.
He's got that shotgun in hand. He doesn't need to make a move. It's up to M80, but somehow Packer managed to sneak into the side. Immediately taken down. The gas works out. Gunner does win his fight against the shotgun of Chibisu. An impressive feat. That's the only pick found so far for M80. Bloodying up CAG, but CAG do hold firm, at least briefly. The 1v2, Shiraneko. C4 in pocket. And critically Diffuser here on the Jackal. He might be able to track down the position. Gunner is on the ground. As a Vulcan canister detonated. I'm not sure if Shiraneko saw that cross. Gunner's going to be able to be picked up. A stun grenade still to work with. C4 goes a begging. Kino, low HP. Same for Gunner. It's just Diffuser who needs to be instrumental here. And the Diffuser itself has not been picked up.
They can find the feed and go for a scan here. It would be the easiest way to win the round. But Shiraneko's been the anchor player. Not sure any feeds have been found. He gets the first entrance of Kino. Run at 20 HP. This is so winnable.
Gunner is also vulnerable to a quick spray. He went upstairs to try and find the line of sight, but Gunner wins it. R4C in hand. And finally, the first round on the board for M80.
It's a bit of a tense one. Again, M80 trying to simplify the attacks, thinking, oh, CAG, they got these gaps. They don't know what we're going to do. They walk in the third time, try and plant out of nowhere. And while I did like it, you know, it didn't look like M80 were going to be ready for a plant attempt, so it might have caught CG by surprise. But guess what? No, they were ready. They had the Toxic Babe go out, they had a double crossfire set up, they shut down Packer, but then Kino stepped up massive, finding that 2K with the DMR of Twitch, and that really gave them way back into the bomb side because they had manpower advantage to actually throw bodies at the problem. Maybe they finally get around. Now CAG, you get that full bomb set rotation. Back upstairs, back on the Clash, Kaid, the Tuberao, just like that very first round. You know, they actually lost a player to reinforcing that wall in the middle of the round to Gunner downstairs. They could have played that round 5 versus 5 if they figure out that small issue for this time around. And maybe they are the ones that need to try and take control and shut down CAG's approach to these rounds.
Yeah. It ends up being a bit of a brawl in the late round for a lot of these. M80 had a good read last time on this top floor bomb site. My concern for CAG was their inability to deny the walls despite having the Kaid and the Tuberao. Interesting choice there, going for the Kaid in the floor. What's the purpose of that?
It looks really cool.
It does look really cool.
So when you're expecting a Twitch drone, it's really great because the Twitch drone has to get all the way up to the floor and the wall itself to then sap down, down. If it's on the top of the walls, switching to sap it from across the map, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing it for. It's very prone to an EMP, however, because it's in the middle of the floor, in the middle of the wall.
And also to buck.
Also the buck, yeah.
Or an ash, like anything vertical.
There's a choice. What do you think is going to be the one way they deal with it? They played Twitch in the previous round. That could be the reason why.
They played buck as well, and funnily enough, they actually haven't brought either of those operators this time around.
It also does make the Tuberao trick easier because the Kite Claw is bottom middle. You can just like Tuberao freeze the top right, top left wall, and the freeze won't reach the Kite Claw, but just the wall itself. But maybe they haven't been working the hard breach all that often. This might not even matter because their eyes are going to be around the Blitz, Definga, and Dokkaebi. They're trying to play for bomb site execute and roam clear more so than verticality. Gunner's no longer on buck this time around, so he's downstairs. They can't do much from this position.
Like the early usage of the gas from Shuneko. Half the round gone. 2 gases already utilized. It's trying to prevent M80 from getting this headway, and that's all of the gas gone. Are they going to suffer from this in the late round, or have they got enough value out of it?
Also because the finger boost is going out, and you take more damage in the smoke when that is active. They try and breach up you into 2 rounds, the kite triggers that gets shut down again. Hole came out from Dokkaebi. 1 more in pocket, however. So maybe they spent half of what they got, but look at the map control. They are right by the bomb site door. The only issue for them now, the Clash is still alive.
Yeah, and they need to keep doing this chip damage to CAG onto that the Blitz, rather. They've already done a lot of it thanks to a C4 early and feet shots. Kana goes down to Black Ray, and here comes Packer. He's held at bay, though, by the Zoto canister from the tuber out here. Diffuser really needs an entry, but Chibisu finds him. Does a lot of damage to Packer, will likely lose his life. Here comes the shotgun. Packer almost dies, but M80 restabilizes. Shurip and Anaton the last 2 left, and so Anaton brings out the SMG, finds a kill onto Kino. Packer is so low, and the Clash can easily kill this Blitz. As a diffuser starts to go down, it's up to Spoit now to cover. A C4 hasn't gone out as of yet, but the plant is now down. Spoit, his position revealed. There's chip damage. Won't kill him, but it will make things very awkward. Anaton looking to take the fight! He 180s him! It's classic Anaton! And now it's a 1 versus 1. All Anaton needs to do is stun Packer, and the round is done. And that's why Packer is going to retreat. He's gone so far behind. Anaton has to try and hide here. He goes for the shots. Packer cannot afford to lose this. Anaton, once again, dancing with death. The 180s. He's already taken down Spoit. Can he land enough shots onto Packer? He's going to have to commit to it now. Packer is just tempting fate. Is Anaton going to be able to stick it? Packer, no! You've got to kill him! I can't believe it! Anaton is a god amongst men on the Clash!
Shield on the back. Turtle counter defuse. 7 seconds. It takes 7 seconds past. And CAG, they steal the round away from M80.
Dude, what the hell?
I've not seen that in my life ever. It's a Blitz Clash standoff is such an awkward because Packer can't go near him.
No.
He's 1 HP. He's gonna get guard broken. He'll die. So you have to go for a pistol kill against a Clash. Where's his shield on their back?
How did he not hit him, though? I mean, Anaton was obviously put the shield on his back, but you can see his feet. You can see the top of his head.
That's the thing. I think because he was on the desk and the angle of his shield, it might make it very difficult. In my mind, I think if Packer prones as Blitz, which sounds kind of crazy, I think it's an easy shot. But I mean, he's panicking, right? We heard the shots, bam, 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 bam. And then we see him actually melee Anaton at the very end. So I think Packer was stressed, panicking.
He ran out of bullets.
Forward and ran out of bullets, yeah.
Yeah, he was going to try and bait out Anaton by like going for a swing, shooting a few bullets, hiding. Right? And he almost made the time go away. Like by the last time that he picked, I think there was 12 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Which means that Anaton has less than 5 seconds to get that kill and then stick the defuse. And there was just no way that that was going to happen. Anaton makes the balls of steel commitment to hold on, and Packer looks a little bit silly for it. Also, we didn't see this, but Anaton styled on Spoit.
Yeah, he did the 180, flipped the shield, 180 again, kills Spoit. Phenomenal play.
That's dirty. This is some ranked stuff right here, but in the best way possible.
I mean, M80 are struggling. One is the executes haven't been super clean, but individually, a player like Spoit not getting a kill yet in the first 4 rounds can be a bit of a concern. I mean, he's had 2 aces so far this event. He's been great in the entry, and on this map of Lair, he does play ace, the heart-breaching operator, but once those walls gets opened up, he becomes essentially the post-plant master, holding those angles, locking things down, but because the bomb hasn't been planted successfully in a clean round, Spoit isn't allowed to play out his position that he excels at.
Alright. You'll get there. It's been a long week.
Been a long week.
Week and a half. Same for these players as well. These guys have all played through group stage. All 4 BO3s through that. M80 already played another BO3 yesterday. This is their 6th in the tournament so far. Rome going Upstairs for CAG, here comes a bit of an execute from M80 as they start to take control of this top floor. Diffuser finds the opening kill, silences Shuri, who's been very loud and proud on the cameras so far in this game.
Ooh.
But here's this from Shiraneko. He's just missed it. Oh, he still finds Diffuser, takes a hell of a lot of damage for his trouble. Oh, and this should be a freebie for Packer. Unless Chibasu's able to do something deadly, he does go down. And this looks to be a very solid lock-in for M80 on that top floor.
It's not the usual roam clear, but damn was it effective. Having Blitz walk in, Glass behind him, and how are you gonna beat that? Blackray takes down Gunner downstairs, Panga low on HP, half or so in the Blitz, but there's a C4 in pocket of Aniton. If the C4 of course can find the target, you're back to an even 2v2.
Aniton's gun's not great to try and fight the Blitz though. Doesn't pack a lot of punch, and it doesn't have a high fire rate, so shooting the feet here is gonna be really challenging. Spots another drone, he's continuing to just put the pressure on. Here's that pulse, and as you said, C4 is still available. Should he go for a vertical play?
No top 4 is clear. The issue is 2 smoke grenades and a Blitz and a Glass. And how are you gonna stop this? C4 has to go huge here.
Drop's already happened. I don't think Blackray heard it. Oh, has managed to take one down. Bit of a spray through the smoke, but doesn't find Packer as of yet. Aniton, C4 goes out, doesn't find anything, but Blackray is farming. And it's all up to Spoit now in a 1 versus 2. Aniton, guess what? He's on that pulse. He can scan out. He can find out where Spoit is hiding. But Spoit hears it. They're going to go together. They don't know. He sees them both. Can he find the first and the second? Aniton now pushing for a refrag. Spoit holding down the line with the superior weapon, the AK, as he's just waiting.
Gotta go now, Aniton, there's no time.
He has to go for the swing. Spoit finds both. Perfect post-plant cover from the Swede. And M80 look to restabilize. One last chance to push for another round in this half.
There's the whole win con, right? If Spoit is alive in post-plant, that's how I made it always win out in those dire moments. He was alive for the first time, gets the 1v2, gets the kills. And so far, we've had a 2v3, we've had a 1v1, and we've had a 1v2 clutch. If this is gonna show us what this best of 3 has to offer, it's gonna be a long and wild series.
Always catching EVs, bro.
I gotta say, credit to M80. They look in high spirits, despite this being perhaps a little bit more of a challenging game than they expected. I really do think that this is going to be a tough series for M80 when we get to Nighthaven. Like, this is CAG's best map. So Lair is where M80 have to have a splash. They've been pretty solid on the map. They beat Joel here. It was kind of close. And
That's not a good look.
Well, yeah. But they also almost pushed G2 to overtime. It was a 5-7 loss.
Okay, that's a good look.
I feel like that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
In contrast, like, maybe M80 looked at CAG losing this map twice, wants to Shopify, Rebellion wants to FaZe Clan, and thought, okay, we can sort this out. Like, that's 2 losses. CAG didn't push overtime in either of those games. We should have this here. But yeah, at least to me, CAG is finding a lot more success than I expected. I actually do have a question, because we're talking about like map veto and M80 have a choice here. Usually map veto is primarily spearheaded by the support staff.
Yeah.
Of course, M80's coach and manager have been ejected from the tournament. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can't still assist these players
Before the game.
before the veto. Do you think that Bodega would be having a hand in the map veto?
I definitely think they would have had an indirect hand because, you know, you got your big stat sheet that you've been preparing for not just the game yesterday, but also today's matchup. I'm sure they've been saying, guys, this is what we would do. This is the game plan we would have followed if things hadn't changed. And then players, I'm pretty sure they've been having their own opinion saying, okay, if our support staff, which can help us directly, has said, okay, you have 2 options. You have map A and map B. The players then have final say. And so, okay, we feel more comfortable on this particular map, maybe Lair, we're going to pick that.
Yeah. I know a lot of players don't even listen to the map veto. They just
some don't care.
Yeah, they're just like, you tell me what we're playing and I'll play it. But here with M80, like, I can only presume that the players would also be having to conduct the map veto with the admins before the match because the support staff has been ejected from the tournament. So M80, can they push for a third here on their attacking side of Lair?
And if they can't, 2-4 isn't the end of all on attack Lair, but of course you're gonna try and close things up with getting popped attack or month this time around. Much more solid for the space and bomb side. Long lines of sight, crossfires, can be so hard to pick apart if you're a blitz. And again, the win condition now. They have 4 smoke grenades and Kino on the glass. That's how they're gonna try and break this apart. If we see those smokes go out, that's gonna mean action. for CAG, they only have 2 C4s and a Warden to really deal with the glass in a very quick fashion. If they can join out where the Warden is and attack elsewhere, that could be a good way to bomb side.
Gunner on this vert, he's been looking to try and put some pressure on and cover his own flank. Now Shiraneko seemingly aware of that position, and he's baiting Shurip to come from the other side. He's going to be able to watch both of these at once. The plan's denied from Shurip above. And Gunner says, well, wasn't that my job? I was meant to be covering off this. He's managed to cover his own flank, but not that of his teammates. And now Shurip, still alive, will finish off Gunner and retake vertical dominance over the bomb site. M80 left floundering, as thankfully Spoit can find a kill onto Annie and pick up Kino, the Glaz. With no smokes left to play, it's going to be challenging. Spoit, perhaps, might be able to conjure something magical with this AK. Never mind. He will go down. A valiant 2 kills, but Diffuser and Kino now in this 2v2. 18 seconds to go. Almost a good shot there from Diffuser. Again, Spoit getting picked up by Kino. Shurip still above, finds his 3rd of the round. Kino does make this a 2 versus 1. Shurip just has to deny the plant. Diffuser picks up that Diffuser. Living up to the name. Now it's up to Shurip as Kino is body blocking both these attackers, becoming the defenders. Low HP as Shurip makes it back to side. An ace will be required from him. The CAG to win it. He spots the first one. The quad. It's Kino watching. Kino's got him. Dead to rights. Way too close for comfort. But not a sweat on his brow for Kino. Valiant effort from Shuri. He'll just take a sip of his coffee and get back to work.
He was 20 HP from the revive earlier. You're playing Glass DMR close quarter. He has to hit the first shot headshot to win that 1v1. And again, another close round. CAG, that's a khaki moment for me right there. They had vert control, which was great. Their flank worked for the double kill. That was phenomenal. They took down the Monty effortlessly. That's literally all the magic that you could wish for in a round. And then they bottle it. Black Ray, the anchor player on the smoke, getting a little bit too aggressive and dying when Shuri was stuck upstairs. The issue is, well, if the anchor player dies, the attacker sprint to bomb site, pick up the diffuser, you don't have intel, you don't get those yellow pings, you don't know where they're planting. The verticality up above doesn't matter any longer, and Shuri had to run back down to the bomb site with all the hatches reinforced still. Disaster.
I got to admit though, looking at the M80 cams there, I'm really impressed with their demeanor. They look so chill.
Yeah,
like, they almost threw that round, but they almost lost it. Kino wins it in a 1v1. I would expect that the reaction would be like sigh of relief, you know, wiping the sweat from your brow, but they were just like, it wasn't even like a big laugh, it was just a light chuckle. Like I feel like maybe for M80, anything that they can achieve from here on out at SI is just a gift.
They're just trying to hold on maintenance, say, head down, focus on the game. I mean, these guys, they want main stage, and
they do.
For M80s, all their iterations of rosters since the exit, change up, they haven't really accomplished all that much on the international stage. They've been great domestically in North America, but then they fall apart often in groups. So making it to phase 2 alone, pretty good. But finding yourself in lower bracket this early on is a dangerous time, because before you know it, one best of 3, and you can be going home.
That's right.
Oh, he missed. Ooh, he misdroned him. He didn't see them all, I don't think. Not that it matters. I mean, he's stuck inside. A good drone work right now from CAG. No one's gonna swing it. They're AFK. Second drone for the flank as well. This is, again, new style CAG. Flying drones, early map control right now. The only issue is the timing right there between the drone and Gunner pushing up. It, basically kills Shuri, unfortunately.
As we have switched sides, it will change the momentum a little bit, and I think Gunner is going to flourish, playing a little bit of a loose roam, being able to rat around those drones a bit. This is where CAG get punished if they're not thorough. And they're trying to be thorough, but it's hard, because players like Gunner are slippery little snakes.
That he is. That guy will keep making hero plays a hero play if you let him.
Ying shoddy.
I was gonna say anything classic. Ying shoddy up against the Warden, close quarter engagement on the portable shield. I mean, this could very well work.
Kino still has his glasses available on the Warden though. Candela goes out. Doesn't find anything as of yet, and Kino is able to easily find that kill. A good trade though. CAG within touching distance of each other. Make sure that they will not fall without at least finding something back as a result. However, still trying to kill Diffuser. He's in an awkward spot. He's now jumped up and playing passively. Doesn't need to overcommit here as CAG have taken control of Mezzanine.
They may just play the crossfires. Let CAG walk into those doors, then take them out. Thing is, with the Ying dead and the Bog, there's no verticality, none of those flash grenades. You got smokes and twigs, that's all you got to work with. Maybe might get reactivated. The nearsightedness is going to make life very difficult. And with 35 seconds left, they gotta stop pushing the side doors.
And Diffuser's found Chibisu. Like, this is nigh impossible. Sploit might be on the ground, but M80 are back on the offensive, swinging these doorways, holding their crossfires. Black Ray in a 1v3. Diffuser available. Might be able to go for a plant here, but he's caught on camera, and there should be an easy gas from Packer. Nothing for it. Easy as you like for M80 in their first round of defense.
This very well could be defender favorite. I wouldn't be surprised, but as I say, APAC, the way they can play layers, they can just break everything apart and just stop playing logic, and they can play double shield, they can play the glass. We saw the Ying shotgun. CAG didn't fully commit to that playstyle of chaos just yet, only having one of the possible many operators that can make it very chaotic. And immediately right now, we see the player camps are looking through their strat saying, which bomb site do we go to next? What makes the most sense for us? And Sport actually doing a lot of the calling so far from what I'm noticing in the player camps. Staying active. When they were down 0-2, also Sport with his hands up, saying like, guys, guys, guys. You know, that classic kind of, let's reel back in, stabilize, reset mentally.
Yeah. I do like that. Packer is technically the IGL, but he is by far the least experienced player at this on this team. The only one yet to play a 6 Invitational aside from Diffuser, and he's only ever played at one major.
I also want to point out that when you have an IGL, it doesn't mean it's the only person that will talk. It's more of like, who has the final say? You need the four other players to feed him information to make the right decisions, essentially. And that's very much an attacker side of thing. Defense, you need everyone to talk together because you got 5 very different spots on the map. Hacker can't have, no one can have the overview of all of those decisions. So we do want to see Gunner, Sport, you know, everyone else just speak more on defense.
Maybe a young roster, but a lot of experience on these players of M80. Packer's the only one that hasn't actually played on a main stage before. Packer and Kino are the only ones that haven't raised a trophy before. Sploit, of course, winning the Berlin Major in his very first season with Rogue.
Yeah.
It's been a hell of a long time since he's raised anything since then. Back again with the Ying Shoddy.
It's awkward because like if you don't get the one fight that you desire in a close quarter engagements, you are practically useless. I mean, you got the pistol, don't get me wrong, but not necessarily ideal.
A Shoddy can really pack a punch in close range, but it's so situational. It can fire very fast. That's the thing.
That is the thing, yeah.
High damage and fires very fast. Most shotties in this game are either high damage, but you know they're one pumps, or low damage, but you can fire them really fast. And those ones are really finicky, like the Ella shotgun, the Pulse shotgun. Like I feel like you never know. You have to like close your eyes and hope.
It is one of those. Beast going out. I mean, we've seen this before. This exact same entry path for CAG, but they need a different result. Anderton didn't get a kill previously. He's got to be good for at least one if he goes in for this.
Nice flash. Oh, is he going to be able to get around it? Anderton goes deep,
one.
finds one with the shotgun, finds a second one with the shoddy. This is why you bring it on the Ying here. Anderton's making M80 look a little bit silly. Shuri finds Sploit retreating.
Oh my god.
Pack has gone down. It's all up to Gunner in a 1 versus 5. Chibisu might be on the ground, but he's not out as of yet. The action going down so far from the site. Gunner is low HP and not long for this world.
CAG, all they need is that entry. They get 2 of them this time.
He's dead.
It's a flawless. There it is. Beautiful. CAG classic, I guess. In through window, bang, bang, 2 kills, follow up, lock down the ankles, get the rotators, and then, of course, 5 versus 1. I mean, it's completely over.
Yeah.
Timeout being taken, actually.
By CAG, funnily enough.
Interesting.
Now, of course, CAG do have their coach that they can talk to.
They look so happy.
They do.
4-4.
I love how chill they are.
I mean, one of the things about being a team like CAG who's made so many events but always go out extremely early is you need to learn how to deal with loss, how to underperform and not meet expectations. And the same thing is for a player like Troy Canadian, who's currently on Shopify Rebellion, former Dark Zero, or previously was in Dark Zero. he's lost more grand finals than most players has played. And it's one of those, like, he knows how to deal with big losses. CAG knows how it means to go into a tournament and try and expect the bare minimum and still be excited to achieve more.
Anderson and Blackray have played 11 international events together with CAG.
Okay.
And up until this point, their peak at 6 Invitational was top 17.
That says a lot, right?
Top 17. Well, they've made top 16 now.
Yeah, way pushing the bar.
And if they win today, then they'll make top 12.
Nice.
But yeah, they've had a chance now to talk to their coach, Didi, former player from way back in the day in the Japanese region. I thought it used to be Suzu C that was standing behind the CAG players, but from what I could tell, that was Didi.
I think the jersey said it too.
Yeah, nice.
Did not say CCC.
Not sure what Suzu's been up to recently. I think maybe on the Japanese broadcast a little bit.
You know who I saw? I think it was at the previous major in Montreal. I saw Walkout.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
No way.
He was there. He was,
really?
Yeah, because some of the content creators, we did like this season's like the Blackbeard reveal.
Yeah,
so we tested it for content.
Yeah.
And I'm in the lobby, and Walker walks by. He's like, "Long time no see."
That's unreal.
I'm like, what do you mean long time? It's been like 6 years.
Dude, okay, for those who haven't been a bit out of the loop, like, Walker was like the best Japanese player ever.
APAC player.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has come close to being like Walker level in APAC.
Yeah.
Even on the global stage, there's a small number of names of players that have been like unreal next levels, like Kanta Raketti in his prime, like, I don't know, maybe Spoit in his prime.
Yeah, exactly.
Walker, he's actually up there in form, and he left after SI 2019 with Nora Rengo after a bit of drama with the org. And yeah, that team was never the same after he left, but he was insane.
He went to go play a different game, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And he also made so much from being a content creator that I think he just realized it's
not worth the sweat.
Easier to just be a content creator.
Yeah, it was one of those cases where a great player left way too early and the potential was there, but we never got to see it.
Oh, he could have been next level.
I know.
Almost beat Empire, by the way, the year that you guys beat them.
Yeah, they took down, I think, the French Vitality in like the quarters of it.
Yeah.
Maybe the same one.
I think it was groups even. They knocked out. Oh, they knocked out Penta in groups. I remember that much.
Not us.
No, not you. Not you, Penta. The bad Penta.
Whoa! You're taking a bad amount of damage from upstairs. Half HP now. Sure, picks up out that floor. And it's in the Blackbeard can be dangerous. You see the arm right there. Little tap, tap, tap.
Oh! Does take a bit of damage from the fire, though. That's a lot done to Packer, though.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta say, that Scar does do a lot of damage now. It didn't used to. They nerfed it, and they've buffed it back again. They've made Blackbeard very powerful with that shield as well. Shiraneko finishes off what's left of Packer. That chip damage from the Blackbeard coming in. Clutch. Diffuser's gone down too. So
what's happening?
Everyone from M80 is falling. Spoit might get one. But now he's faced with a Blackbeard, and he's caught in a crossfire. Easy for Blackray. All up to Gunner. Desperately spraying with the Vector. Blackray finds him. These guys are in peak form, and they're having fun. I love Shurip, dude. He's so funny.
So animated. We're at the point in the game now where if CAG didn't like really bottle up one or two of the rounds that they arguably should have won, that's map 1 done.
Yeah.
So of course it's not. It's 5-4 in favor of CAG, but it's such a curious tactical timeout. They tie up the round score to 4-4
with a flawless round.
With a flawless round.
And then take a tap.
And then they call it tactical timeout, and they win the following round almost flawlessly again. And it's like, what is happening?
Yeah, good question.
But I mean, I like this. I mean, CAG are not. They're not overthinking the problems on the attacking side. It almost looks like they're just trying to take a very simple approach to things, but it has this extremely effective outcome. And I'm curious, and maybe NCT, when they're defending, we're not really seeing as much wall and hatch deny as we might have expected. We did see both Tubro and Kai being played when CT were defending, but the heart breaching was never the main story of this game.
Yeah.
It came down to those crazy executes, and maybe kind of brute force the bomb side, CAG finding the gaps of the Ying of the Blackbeard.
It also feels to me like M80, when they use that shield, that was the whole intent of the push, was focused around Packer on that shield. CAG have a few different cheeky ingredients. You know, Anderson running Blackbeard, Anderson running Ying. But at the end of the day, they want it a little bit messy. And it's not like trying to be hyper-structured around that single operator.
It's almost more like they have the Blackbeard who takes up so much pressure. I think there's 2 or 3 separate defenders looking towards his location.
And died to someone else.
Exactly. And then they die from other players and they just explode in the bomb site. And Anderton, if you don't ADS with the Blackbeard, you can always just look at one defender and have a staring contest, and you're locking somebody else down in their position.
I'm really loving what we were talking about yesterday, saying Blackbeard's like the weeping angel.
Yeah.
you just have to look at him. As soon as you look away, you're dead.
Big enough. In the
So
middle
he goes in.
And M80, they're not really fighting for a lot of map control. I know Lair, the bomb set is so strong, good crossfires, but I do think M80 they thrive the most when someone like Gunnar can be allowed to run around. That's not been the case. The Packer dies again so early. At least this time he's on mute, not the smoke. But CAG, when they get the opening kill, that's when they're so scary because they can just push the bombs with manpower.
M80 are really learning a lesson that they can't just contest everything, because these CAG players are feeling really hot on the mechanics today. Inching closer to that bomb site, and yet not executing as of yet. This patience is really getting in the head of M80.
Early strike, reset, hold ankles, see if M80 may make an aggressive swing, do the utility game, then strike once more. For M80, it does look like they're just kind of waiting around, waiting for the next thing to happen, more so than them having a proactive play. This can mean 2 things. Either they're perfectly comfortable in this 4v5 and they think they're going to be, quite alright for this round. Or it means they don't know what to do next, therefore they're doing nothing. So when CAG they push that go, go, go button, if they don't have a clean answer, it means they don't have the right read.
CAG are being thorough. They're taking control of a lot of different places on the map. We already know they were poised on our 6th room. Now the pressure comes through on operations. Anderton just waiting for someone to come his way. And on the back of the E1D, he will erupt onto the site. He spots out a player and takes him down. A second one for Anderton. Diffuser falling quickly to Chibisu. It's all up to Kino now. He might have it down. Finished off with the gas before too long. Anderton and Chibisu left to pick up the pieces. As Kino spots out a drone behind him, finishes it off. Diffuser not planted as of yet. Anderton almost caught on his rotation. The bees making things awkward for Kino as he tries to make his way forward. Chibisu not going to move. Anderton's just going to plan safe. And Chibisu, all he has to do is cover the cross.
He missed the gas.
Kino, you can't find it. He can't make his way forward. He can't find Chibisu, and he certainly won't get anywhere near Anderton. Map point for the Japanese.
And again, it's such a clean take. I don't think M80 they have the right ideas of what they want to accomplish in the round. They let Anderton walk in and kill 2 defenders without any response. No one's watching the entry. Defender mine wasn't enabled. Things are falling apart. They finally called the tactical timeout for M80, but they're down 4-6. And again, it's the same 5 players that can talk together, just like in the live server. They don't have the support staff to help them figure out the problems.
No perspective to be given from the coach.
No
Even if it's just a little bit of a reset. Sounds like he's talking about contesting a little bit more, using the smokes to make sure they can't take ground as fast.
Yeah.
I can only assume they're going to go down to the basement. But they could even go back up to bunks and briefing on the ground floor. They could go to master office as well. It's 3 rounds in a row that M80 have fumbled on this defensive side. You thought this might be a defender-sided game. I was inclined to agree with you after M80 won their first defense. It went 3-3 in the first half. But CAG are looking so good on this attacking side.
And this is the thing. APAC don't have a ton of strengths. You have, weaker practice partners. You're slow at figuring out the meta, yada, yada. You have less talent to work with, like player-wise. There's less people in general. But you also get used to playing maps in a less than optimal fashion, which means when you do need to do this funky stuff, it's the norm for you. And for M80, I mean, they're probably used to being dealt with in a very logical manner that's very predictable, that they can have answers to. CAG right now are making it look so easy. They just seem to walk in the building, they walk in the bomb site, and we heard Packer say we want to contest more, and they absolutely should. You and I both said it, when Gunnar can run around and get those kind of gaps, that's when they look their strongest. On this basement bomb site, they've clearly gone for a roam setup where they got the visual scanner, the Elec Griswold mines to both deal with the Blackbeard, deal with the roam game, and contest the map. But now we gotta see M80 shine in the individual 50-50 gunfights, which, if you look at these names, Gunnar, Diffuser, Sport, Kino, as individual players, they can totally do it, but CAG have looked sharper as a team, not taking 1v1s, but forcing 2v1 gunfights.
That's right, and they brought an optimal lineup for it as well. Like, not only is the Blackbeard going to make it so there aren't 50-50 fights, but you've got the Dokkaebi and the Lion to contain those roamers, to get information, to erupt onto site, or executing on various parts of the map. Here comes the Lion. Anaton is just going to rush into the objective.
Oh.
C4 does find him. Kino finds a second. Packet joins the fray. And a good read from M80 on the back of their tactical timeout. They caught an inkling of a rush. They got suspicious, and CAG fell. Maybe a kill or two for Black Ray as he snuck onto site, and these roamers try to come back. Chibisu's also snuck forward. I don't think there's going to be enough here, especially because M80 have that diffuser available. Yeah. We've got a player prone looking through these feet holes. Chibisu is not going to be able to contest. Gunner should find him. Cheeky little rat angle.
Oh, Paradise. This prone spot though, Gunner, I mean, that's got to be a freebie shot onto Chibisu. There's a flash in pocket if you want to use it. If they don't figure this position out, I mean, it should be free.
I mean, this should be unlosable for M80. It was a 5v2 rather. Down to a 3v2. Still, the positions are so good. But CAG are reading it well. Gunner does a little damage, and Spoit can claim the last 2 kills from playing on that doorway with the LR. And M80 have recomposed and look to bring it back and push overtime. One more round required.
CAG, I mean, that base and bomb side, if you don't think you can crack it, just full send it, see what happens, bring the chaos, but you lose that initial gunfight to a C4 from Anaton, dies in the Blackbeard. I mean, that's your most of your push. Kino did a great job just proning on the floor, tossing the C4, getting the kill, and just getting out of there for as long as possible.
Yeah, Kino really saved that round.
He's been great this tournament, actually, like across the board.
Gabe or Davide that said that he's like in his best
Davide.
Davide. I call him Davide because we're tight like that.
Tight like that?
Yeah.
And you call me Pingu? Slander.
Yeah, we're not tight.
Absolute
Actually,
slander.
I've been calling you Nick, and then we were talking about it the other day, and you're saying like no one calls you Nick. I feel like Nicholas is more appropriate.
We would sit in the green room like a couple feet or meters from each other,
You're like,
and
Nick.
you would say Nick, and I just wouldn't respond.
Nick.
And then like, whoa,
Pengu.
whoa, hey. Because no one, like, out of 100 people, 2 people call me Nick.
Yeah.
And my real name is Nicholas.
Yeah.
So Nick isn't even my original reaction name either. It's like become it.
I think that it was Parker when you were casting with him. He would always call you Nick,
Yeah, he would.
and that I think has kind of trained me that way. But I don't know. I reckon Nicholas suits you well. I think I can move.
Do I look like a Nicholas?
yeah,
Is that it?
yeah, you do. Well, you look like a pengu as well.
I look like a penguin as well?
You do.
I waddle like a... I used to waddle like a penguin when I walk.
Well, you're actually wearing like a shirt with ducks on it today, which I feel like all the
Birds
penguin
fly.
shirts out there are dying inside, thinking he could have been wearing me.
I do need to get like a nice penguin, like nicer. Because I have like t-shirts, but they're not like broadcast appropriate.
No,
you
like
know,
a
we gotta
proper.
swag it
This
up.
is like a nice knit sweater kind of thing with a
yeah,
collar.
but it's got the wrong bird.
Yeah.
I gotta
Oh, well,
talk to
fix
someone
your
about
birds,
that.
bro.
Fix my birds. Do you think Lair as a map has any birds, or are they scared away because of Deimos' presence when he took over the Seraph map?
Good question. I feel like Deimos would have like a really evil-looking parrot, kind of like a pirate parrot.
What about a vulture?
Oh, vulture.
Vulture.
Yes.
That's the
But
vibe
he's
it's
like
giving
taught
me.
the vulture to talk like a parrot.
Oh my
would.
god.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a huge talking bird. That'd actually be scary.
I bet you Deimos has like,
Oh, that's the same way Gunnar killed Shuri
No
many
way.
rounds ago, yeah.
ironic.
Yeah.
Good kill there from Shuri. Anaton flexing off of the Blackbeard and onto the Montaigne in what could be the final round of this game. An early exchange. I would say favors CAG.
Yeah.
Shurape is still down below, and it doesn't look like anyone from M80 is dropping to contest him. They're just going to try and fight him through the floor and keep dancing around.
It's funny, we've seen this exact round play out in reverse, or CAG had the clash, or Gunnar was blocked downstairs getting the opening kill, and then M80, they just walked in with Monty, tried to plant, Shurape got a 2-kill, and the round was over. But gotta see CAG, they're just gonna walk in and make it very simple, easy. They're gonna rotate around, apply that split pressure, they are right now. Where does the counter fire get spent later? Because it's Monty completely alone, and then the other 3 players rotating around the map, maybe looking for a kill or something like that.
Shuri has a lot of options as well if he wants to keep playing the vertical game. Oh, they're going to breach the wall, are they? Black Ray waiting with his Selmas.
Oh, no.
Good flank from Spoit. You said that Anderson was all alone. M80 identified that as well.
Too quiet. They figured Monty, nobody behind him, nobody's firing any bullets.
Shurip's surely going to die here. Spoit should win
This
this.
is risky.
He's got Diffuser as well. He knows he can continue holding on to this position. This is likely the way to unlock overtime for M80. Spoit, a quad. Shiraneko, the last alive for CAG. Spoit will not find an ace. Shiraneko is going to have to find a 4K of his own to push this the distance. M80 just need to hold on.
Messy round for CAG. Couldn't again problem solve around it. They had the breach actually outside, so they had the right things going for them, but then Sport showed up, got 4 kills, round was over. I mean, yeah, good luck with this.
Yeah, well, nice EMP and a bit of damage on the Kino, but not going to matter in the end. Kino able to spray down Spoit MVP for that round, no question. M80 have pushed us into OT and are still holding on to Lair.
Holding on to defense as well. That's where M80 will start in overtime. Look at how this is playing out. It's been even halves. 3-3 in the first half, now 3-3 in the second. So there's no decisive, okay, attacker favorite, defender favorite. It comes down to the bump side, how you play it out. Of course, who gets the kills. Without Sports 4K, I don't know how that round's going to play out.
Yeah.
I mean, taking down the Monty, Diffuser, forcing CG into an even worse spot than that.
It was a really good play, and it was well coordinated as well.
Yeah,
I
Clash
don't
was
know,
there.
where did Spoit go? Did he drop downstairs to rotate around?
He must have dropped down the hatch and then flanked the staircase. While that happened, you had the Clash and someone else push directly into the Monty, forcing him
Push him
backwards.
back.
The whole good old pinch.
Well played. It was a bit of a gamble though. Spoit didn't know that the Monty was necessarily all of alone.
If there was a flank watcher or a drone, that could have been dire.
Even, who was it playing down below? Shurip, I believe, on the buck.
Yeah.
Even if Shurip had just caught him because he was roaming below or lurking below with the buck, then that would have spelled death for Spoit. But a good read nonetheless. M80 looked solid in that round. They're going to go back down to the basement. Now, this was where they started their trek of defensive success on the back of CAG failing to rush and Kino holding onto the side. Again, very much just Kino and Packer on site. The rest of M80 going for this extended roam.
I'm expecting a different take from CG. I mean, they got IQ, they got the RAM, they can do vertical destruction. I think the IQ might have been solely picked just finding Gunner on the Vigil. When Vigil scanner device is or cloaking device is active, IQ can track him and see, you know, where he is in the map. Other than that, you can't really track a lot of things. I mean, mute jammers, that's really it. Pretty low impact.
Yeah.
But if Gunner can find just one singular kill or burn enough time or kill enough drones, I mean, that'll be value worth for his roaming game.
Gunner's had some good moments in this map, but also some quiet rounds. Yeah. Logic Bomb reveals his position. Drone spotted. Shiraneko looking for Gunner now.
Reeves above him, I think, actually, but we see Gunner running away in the silhouette, so he's out of there. A very slow roam clip from CAG. I mean, Gunner's doing a great job just biding down the time. Drops.
Down again.
Scored it there.
Oh, Spoit supports. Shibisu goes down. No more logic bombs for CAG. M80 already finding good value on this roam, but meanwhile, Black Ray is sneaking into the site. Anderson's also found a goo mine in his foot on this roam clear upstairs. Still trying to contest this roam as CAG can't seem to decide if they want to commit to a roam clear or commit to site. Meanwhile, M80, the two roamers have gone back to the top floor.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory. I love this from M80 because they keep applying pressure onto CAG. I think they were hoping Blackberry finds a gap on the side they can work off of that, or they hope that the roam clear works out. Neither has found the right angle as of yet. Yeah, Gunner's low on HP, but he's alive. They're going to drop the side here.
Shurip! That's huge. He finds his one and then falls back, but Kino is still alive. Packer as well. It's desperate for CAG as Anaton's the last one left. In a 1 versus 4, M80, from having 2 match points against them, are about to clinch their own. Anaton desperately looking for something, and Gunner will come back from the roam to take him down. Beautiful read from M80, played to perfection.
You actually narrated that entire thing.
Guys, I really need to pee, bro. Can we please win this round, bro?
That's why Spot's been so locked in. He's got to go.
Dude's got 13 kills, and he's just trying to end the game as quickly as possible.
He
so can
started
go to the bathroom.
0-4, 0-5. He's now 13-6 or something? 13-7?
M80 have impressed me. I love how chill they are. I actually can't believe it. I would have thought they'd be a little bit stressed out. This is their map pick. They would expect to win. They are playing like it doesn't really matter, which is the best way to play. Like, they're playing like there's no pressure whatsoever on their shoulders. That's not at all what I expect to see from M80. A lot of time, I feel like these guys are hyper serious. There's a lot of expectation from this organization.
Yeah.
Another organization that's owned by a celebrity, Daniil Medvedev, very famous tennis player.
Got a skin in the game.
He does have a skin in the game. It looks nothing like him.
I mean, he's an operator, you know? But fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a tennis fan, so I do like Daniil Medvedev. He's quite known for raging when he loses.
Oh, yeah?
I would love to watch him play a ranked game.
That'd be funny. Starts trash talking.
Yeah. Oh, I have no doubt. He talks back to the umpires all the time.
Okay.
If you Google like Daniil Medvedev umpire, you'll just be like compilations of him smashing his racket and like talking back to the umpires. He's such a character. It's hilarious. But yeah, I'd expected M80, like with all that pressure of, you know, celebrity investment and a roster that's been around for a long time and struggled to really make main stage. Of course, they made main stage in Manchester, but it was the first time in a long time they did so.
Yeah.
I would have thought that we would continue seeing this like high pressure, high intensity vibe out of the team, but we're not. And it's so impressive to me that the fact that these guys can chill despite the terrible hand they've been dealt.
Time for chilling might come to an end. Attacking time. A place where maybe they were struggling more often than not. And again, mind you, back on the attack, it was when Spot was having that really poor start, 0-4, 0-5. So they were playing without their main fragger. He's now been super hot in the previous rounds. I do expect a little bit more firepower behind the Monty. We see the mirror windows in his response here.
Oh, this is good. Ghana on the buck. He's had a huge impact already. Almost a refrag, and Shuri hunts him down. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Shuri will not fall for the same trick a second time. Oh, the C4 misses, but he picks it back up, so he still has that in the back pocket. Worried about the vertical from below if another player is to go and retake the position.
There's a glass. This smoke is not safe. Silver Beach goes out, limiting Shuri's position. Do you fall back? Do you fight to stay? Nope. Fall back to side. He's out 5v4.
Thanks to the clash from CHE, they do have some form of cover to hide behind, even as the site gets peeled back.
I mean, this could be the same thing as we've seen before. Hacker walks in, try and goes for a plant. There's only one smoking pocket off Kino, though. It's a limited utility.
Rotation.
Yeah, they gotta rotate right now. Trying to catch the clash off guard by flanking instead, but the guy gets an initial pick here. He's not gonna be free.
I think there's a read here. Shirenako's relocated. He's got his gas as well. He's going to lock out the position. The smoke goes in.
Good smoke.
He's actually backed on out again. What's Kino's play here with the Glaz? To try and peer through the smoke, try and find something. Diffuser being met with the electrification of the clash as Spoit, who has been instrumental to the success of M80, starts to march on forward. Kino finds his shot. Chibisu with a C4 and then a swing to put to death that flank from M80. There's nothing left in it. CAG have locked down the site and pushed us to a 15th round on Lair.
7-7 in CAG. They know they gotta go on the attack now to finish things off. And they've had this really possibly two different ways of playing it. Either they're very decisive, they go for the same play, or they're very indecisive and they have all these 5 isolated players doing their own thing. And it has not been working out. Matey, what better way to test yourself than your first match here without support staff, go the distance from the mental perspective, the round count, and the back and forth 1v1s, 2v1s. There's been so many clutch moments in this map so far. They're gonna go top floor, they're gonna pick up the clash, Kaid, Bandit, try and lock down those walls, and just try and catch CAG off guard and say, hey, you're gonna expect the bomb site to be breachable? It's not. We're gonna force you in through 2 or 3 separate doorways. That's it. You need to come out so clutch. And I love this attacker repick so far. Anything from Monty onto Ying, it gives him this wow execute factor. Whereas in the Monty, he's loud. You can hear him. He can't quite fight back. And he gets countered by so many of those defending operators. At least with the Ying, he might find an injury.
Yeah, my concern here for CAG is they're going up against a lineup with Kaid, Bandit, and Clash. That means walls are going to be solid, and the choke points that you want to funnel are going to be adequately defended by that Clash. More so the Wamai as well. If you're trying to counter Clash with baby EMPs, with flashbangs, with even air jabs, you've got to go up against that Wamai as well. So this is going to be really hard for CAG to break in. This defensive lineup is so solid for M80.
A lot of, pressure upon Anderton's shoulders. He can squat it though. He can bench press it.
Oh, dude,
he's massive.
A tank.
He really is. Saw him at breakfast this morning. I was like, whoa, dude's a whole unit.
Damn, look at those quads. Look at this from Shuri.
I like this. On it.
Vertical game has been a big impact.
It
was won by the defensive last time. Shuri took down Gunner. Now the fight going the other direction. Shuri playing that vertical game.
Spoit taking any gunfight that is presented. Look at this, the diffuser.
Does he know?
Line.
Blackray
No,
knows.
they have no clue.
No? Oh, no.
Gonna breach the wall, going cams. Diffuser gonna stick it out. I mean, if Blackray walked in there, he's as good as dead. But now, they have a drone in the hallway, so they think it's still clear. They're gonna walk in at some point in this round later on and just die. Diffuser's got a freebie. If that's Blackray with Diffuser and the ace, he's trying to bait it out here for Spoit. He might be overselling it though. Let's see.
I have a feeling.
Oh,
he spotted him!
Oh, he saw him. Yeah.
He double checked it, and now been spotted. Is he gonna be able to get him on the retreat? Oh, what is that? Diffuser. He's just going to hide again? Damn.
Yeah. Spoit might have oversold it there, forcing more drone work than necessary for Blackray. Because it was clear. Nobody's died yet. Opening kill, of course, so important. If a defender dies and you got the clash, you got way less guns that you would like. If CAG dies before they get inside the bomb site, they don't have the execute factor that they need. Candela's Beast is what they need to go out right now. Anderton, third time on this window, has to make a huge play.
Is he going to entry on the back of it, or is it a bait? Another Candela to go out, and in he goes, the shotgun finding one! Anderton again! He always does it for CAG. Now desperately Packer tries to hold on, Spoit's the last one! He's been unreal, but not good enough! A perfect finish for CAG as they steal M80's map pick and go 1-0 up in the series.
All they need is one silly boy on the young shotgun in the same window to find success time after time after time. Made it such a good job at adapting, fixing their problems, but in the end, CAG, maybe they will be inevitable.
It seems like it may be so. An unbelievable performance from the Japanese adds to what has been quite a tumultuous SI so far, but now they're just one map away from knocking M80 out of the lower bracket. We'll bring it back to you after this break.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, you know, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
I brought it all the way back!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, play tests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into, you know, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see like why things are being done, you know, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game. We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. Like the new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of like apparent drive of like, yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these like last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow, Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
from Lair to Nighthaven Labs between CAG and M80. We're practicing our model poses here. What are we doing? We're doing a little bit.
A little back to back.
One of these.
Closer. There we go.
There we go. Yeah. M80 already struggling. Nick, CAG 8-7 on the first map, and it was M80's map pick. Not a great look for them, but I have to admit, I don't feel like M80 played particularly bad. I feel like that was a really good competitive series with a lot of good siege from both sides.
It was a lot of back and forth, clutch moments. If anything, I think M80 started a bit slow. I mean, Sport ended up 13-2, the second highest rated player for his team. He was 0-4 or 0-5 at a certain point. If he started off the way he finished, I could see this being done maybe in regulation for M80, but this is the thing. It's a team game, so you need everyone to show up. When you look at CAG, look at that. 12 kills up top, 10 at the bottom. Every single player was present.
Dude, that's so even across the board.
Even the cost is almost dead even.
Yeah, that's unreal, actually.
Intrigue is all like, they're literally, EPS is 6 points from top to bottom. This is insane.
That's so crazy. The most well-rounded roster. I think that might be one of the most well-rounded scoreboards I've ever seen, especially out of a 15-round game with a lot of room for error. And clutches, of course. Let's not forget about those. Anderton had an unreal 1v1.
Yeah.
We heard that there was also a Clash 1 versus 1 counter defuse on the A stream, which we haven't had a chance to see yet. Spoiler alert for the A stream. Apparently, Oxygen has won the first map against Shopify Rebellion. Ooh. That essentially means we got upsets on both streams.
Yeah, I would certainly say so. I mean, we only had one phase to judge these teams, so I feel like we had a pretty good idea of who was going to make, top 6 and, what's the expectations going to be for top 12. But maybe we weren't all that accurate because all of a sudden things are changing.
That's right. I mean, at the moment, these teams are both made it to the top 16 by not being eliminated first round in the group stage. And if you win this game, you guarantee top 12. That's a huge glow up in prize money. It's a huge glow up in standings. And, of course, an opportunity to continue fighting through the tournament. You lose this game and you are out. Every single one of the matches being played at 6 Invitational today is an elimination match in the lower bracket. And at the moment, M80 are staring down the verge of elimination as we go to Nighthaven Labs next, which is CAG's map pick.
A lot of mental testing now for M80, both in the problem-solving department, staying cool, calm, and collected. And, they were kind of nerved on Lair because Sport said halfway through, I really need to pee. Let's finish this map.
And then it went 15 rounds.
And then it went 15 rounds. I mean, CT might have heard him scream that out and say, you know what, we'll make you miserable for as long as we possibly can. We gotta see M80 stay in this, not give up, and keep adapting to what CAG are doing because they brought many different things when they were attacking.
And as we get into Nighthaven Labs, CAG look to extend their win streak. 9 maps in a row have they won Nighthaven, including victories over Packers' old team, CL4L, at the Montreal Major. The last time CAG lost this map was all the way back in Manchester against Beast Coast. Gunner and Diffuser's old team. Wow. So a rematch of all sorts between several players of M80 and this CAG roster as the Japanese look to continue their run through this lower bracket. M80 try and find their first map of the series.
Demos. Always banned, never played. So sad, man.
We were talking about Deimos a bunch. You reckon he would have a vulture as his pet, right?
Yep. And you reckon he could talk like a parrot?
I think so. Like, I'm imagining like a pirate. Speaking of pirates, Blackbeard is gone out.
I get that.
I feel like he would have like a big raven on his shoulder. Like something really intimidating. Maybe like blind in one eye kind of vibes.
Okay.
Maybe a little eye patch on the raven.
Oh, on the raven. Okay.
What do you reckon Clash's spirit animal is? I think like a lioness.
Lioness? I feel like something that just like talks way too much because she's such a vocal operator.
She does. She's a yapper.
Yeah, she's a yapper. It's true. Different operator bands here for starters. I mean, Clash, Blackbeard, Deimos, and Tuberal.
Yeah, I mean, the Blackbeard Clash, you don't have to be a genius to figure that one out.
No.
M80 banning both of those operators for very good reason. The Blackbeard and Clash were instrumental for Anderton last game. It wasn't like he one-tricked them, though, particularly on the attacking side. We saw, especially in the final round, a lot of phenomenal Ying play out of the infamous Japanese player as well. Just a reminder, by the way, the operator bans as it currently looks on the UI are actually flipped. So M80 banned Blackbeard and Clash, CAG banned Tuberal and Deimos.
That makes a lot more sense that way, doesn't it?
It does.
CAG banning their own operators? Are they trolling?
Are
they stupid?
Well, do you know who we're talking about here? It is CAG.
Totally possible.
They have their own word to describe their specific flavor of trolling.
There was a point in time where I was working the NAL as a caster, and I was commentating Kino playing Monty every week, and I was losing my mind.
Yep, don't
And it
blame
got
ya.
so bad that him and I had a discussion on Twitter about
It
whether
was
or
not
not
a
it was the right
discussion.
play.
That was like dad like telling off the child that he's disappointed in.
Yeah, he tried to argue back. I shut it down. He said, "Okay, fair, you're right, whatever." And then a few days later, they play again, and M80 they banned Monty, and we made a joke about how like they're taking it away from Kino by saying you cannot play this up anymore. We're banning it because that's how bad it was.
Yeah.
Kino has since then really grown as a player.
Oh yeah.
He's always been good, but this event he's been great. He's been consistent, he's been the backbone, he's been finding value in so many different rounds, and also playing a good amount of different operators, but he's always fulfilling his job. And I love the fact that he's not just a Monty-Crutch player in the current present time, and his Packer is the more vocal IGL, taking up that responsibility both in Blitz and of course the Monty.
Kino's really found his form in recent history. As we've said a few times, some of the guys from the analyst team have really highlighted Kino and said he's actually looking like the best player on M80 right now, which is wild when you've got, you know, $1 million man Spoit as part of that conversation. EMP goes out. The juggle is successful.
He got both the Selma and the exothermic.
Both sides. What can this man not do? He'll play Blackbeard, he'll play Clash, he'll play Ying, he'll clutch up, and then he can bandit juggle on the next map as well. Anderton looking fiery today.
And I mean, M80 here going for the lazy approach, EMP double heartbreach. What about a Sophia Ash downstairs? Even floor banging with a regular gun to apply some pressure onto Anderton. This is them kind of saying, oh, you know, this is CAG, they're from Japan, they probably don't know how to bandage you correctly. Anderton, though, goes off the wall, kind of costing him this wall to get opened up. Blackbeard tries with the C-phone to diffuser.
Dude.
What's happening?
Dude, nothing. There's nothing in it. M80 now desperately looking for something. Packer's found his first kill. Blackray is on the ground. Gun is locked out of sight. Takes a hell of a lot of damage.
God.
C4 adds insult to injury. Packer is left all alone and locked out of rafters thanks to the fire from the Goyo. He can start making his way forward past the keeper barriers and inch his way towards the site. Will take a few gnarly shots, but the smoke will force him back. The fire as well. The guard break. And Anderton will spray him on down. A fortress of the bomb site from CAG. Untouchable, unsiegeable by M80.
I want to see M80 go back to basics here and say, hey, let's fully commit and focus on step number 1, of course, the heart destruction. Before committing to step number 2, you don't want to lock yourself out because you failed to deal with the bandit first. He went, you know, for broke on that connector window, jumped on in, it got very messy, got very brutal. Speaking to CAG's success on Nighthaven Labs teams, do you by any chance have or can find the attack versus defense win rates if we should be expecting CAG to be great on one side and struggle on the other? Because for M80, they actually have a higher attacker win rate at this event so far than defense, which is very abnormal, and it could just mean that M80 might be fine on this first half.
I can actually tell you the stats for attacker and defensive win rates for both teams on specifically Nighthaven Labs, and this is since September, so this will include Stage 2 and the Montreal Major and any LCQs that have happened since then.
Okay.
So for CAG, it's 58% attacker win rate.
Oh.
80% defensive win rate. 80%. Now keep in mind, some of those games are against really high-level teams like Team Secret, who they beat, or for example, Fear X from Japan, who they beat, and some of them are against Japanese teams that they have played in like their side quals, for example. But for the most part, these are actually really solid teams, like even Kinotrope, who's in the Japan League, Auglis, which is now Team Joel in the APAC Cup, CL4L, Packers' old team at the Montreal Major. And yeah, so that stats 58% attacker win rate, 80% defensive win rate.
Jesus.
On the M80 side, now keep in mind, these guys' Nighthaven history since September is 1 win and 5 losses.
Oh.
1 win and 5 losses. 23% of attack rounds won, 44% of defense rounds won.
Okay.
The most recent game was against Team Liquid at SI. They got 7-1. They did beat Unwanted here, 7-5.
Yeah.
But then they lost to Oxygen in the NA League. They lost to Space Station quite convincingly in the NA League. Like, there's not been a ton of good results out of this map from M80 recently.
Okay, so they have a really poor 23% attacker win rate. They're starting on the attacking side. They won their opening round, and CG have an 80% win rate on defense to match it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. If you run the numbers, it doesn't look good for M80.
It doesn't look good at all.
It really doesn't.
Okay, so M80, I mean, the story today has just been mental fortitude. You know, they're backs against the wall. Poor step is booted from the event. They lose the first map. You're behind from most of Lair as well in terms of round count. to claw it back with clutches. It's a testament to what they can accomplish and just reset mentally, keep going forward, keep problem solving. Yeah.
Can I be 100 with you for a sec?
You can be a hundo.
So, I was never a big fan of M80.
That's such an aggressive statement.
I know.
I was never a fan of these guys.
I think it's because I just love underdog stories.
You
And
do
it's
like
like,
underdog stories.
you see like the huge org, you know, all the top players, they have so much money. That's not a narrative that usually appeals to me.
Fair.
I feel like such an M80 fan right now because I have so much respect for the players on this roster, what they've achieved. You know, Gunner and Diffuser coming from that old Beast Coast roster. I have huge amount of respect for what they achieved in Manchester and their attitudes towards being young players on this great team. Kino, love Kino.
Yeah.
Couldn't say enough good things about him. Packer joining a bigger team and playing without their support staff and still having like this positive attitude and the vibe that we've seen in this match, they've really won me over. So all of my previous biases aside, I'm really loving M80, and I hope they can make this a competitive Nighthaven, even if the numbers dictate that CAG should be looking better.
We have an early struggle. Diffuser struggling on the verge. Focus out. They're sprinting to the other arms. Gunnar finds the kill, though.
It's a good start.
We're not expecting an enemy there, but kind of should have known. Nico had an inkling, but likely did not. Vert being done now, and M80, very good pace. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. Got map control, they got open and kill. Ram doing the vert work, spotting the IQ. Very few things can really go wrong for them right now. A flank could be a problem. A C4 kill could be an issue maybe. But they got Packer on the blitz. He can escort Diffuser into the objective. Go for a planet tip later on. They got such a good setup here for the attack.
Time is still on their side as well. And Packer, like this, dropping down into Exo, Animus rather. Poised to try and move a little bit further forward, but that gas does lock him out. Diffuser, meanwhile, takes down Chibisu, and the Diffuser itself will begin to be planted by Packer. I like the flashes down through the floor, and the cover from Kino and Diffuser together makes it impossible for CAG. This basement attack has been phenomenal from M80. And near flawless rounds. And they start to fire up.
Is CAG, we're going to go back to the side later on. I want to see that roam game. I want to see them fight for map control because when you give M80 all the things they want in a round, you saw the vision there from Packer as the IGL, it was easy. Vertical, lock it down, go for a plan.
Did Kino just fist bump his coach Mannequin? I feel like he did.
It would be such a Kino thing to do.
he like turned around and he was looking that way for quite some time and I saw him reach out. Maybe he was getting his cup of tea or whatever that is.
Dude, stop stomping.
Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, it's stomping, bro.
Oh, it's stomping.
It's stomping. So they made a little sketch and they made an arrow and it says stomping.
I didn't
and then he's
see that.
smiling. Yep.
I love
No,
that.
he made a tweet. I'm gonna find it for you. I saw it right before the game started, and I was like, "That's great." They're involving a 17-year-old content creator, Stompin.
That's so good.
Who's progressing tier 3 of NA right now.
That's legendary. I mean, if the youngest team in the tournament was not already enough, like they're now crediting their 17-year-old content creator. Yeah, you're now showing me a photo for people at home that can't see. Yeah. We might get a little zoom in on the cams later, or we might be able to have a look, but yeah, like Stompin' Go M80 is written with a little smiley face drawn, and the headset on the chair.
The title is, How Can We Lose When King Stompin' Is Our Coach?
I love that. Oh, next time we're back on the cams, see if you can have a look at that through the back. And maybe though, we know that they struggle on attack on this map, and they've already found one, and it was a very clean one. So perhaps a little bit of confidence rejuvenated in their boots as they look to try and poise here for control room.
One of those things where Sport finds himself in support operators. Oh. Is this like in? Okay, they're in. They get the kill to get out. I was gonna say, Sport playing support down the entry, gets the kill.
Oh,
shut
no!
down,
Oh, no! It was such a nice idea to get in and then get out again. Because they didn't bring the diffuser the first time and they still committed to it. CAG managed to reposition and take down a few of the players on the re-entry for M80. That said, M80 still have control of the site. And it's up to CAG to try and deny that plant. The Maverick is making this a hell of a lot of pain for Anaton, and Kino will finish him off. Now a retake that is nigh impossible for CAG. But perhaps there's something in it for the Azami. The DMR is a perfect operator, though, for M80 as he tries to try and get on it. Oh, and they're going to keep on blocking it up, but beautiful work from Gunner. Exactly what's needed. And Diffuser will find the final kill on Ashira and Aiko. Beautiful round from M80.
We said we were going fast.
But I was mapping, and you guys were like, "Oh, we're going," and then the map was fucking horrific. And then I know. But
Good fucking shit, boys. Good fucking shit.
He's like getting roasted for not bringing the diffuser, and Kino's like trying to make excuses for why he didn't have diffuser.
I love it though. I mean, you gotta be a little bit critical and say, guys, we won the round, but this was an issue that made the round so much more difficult than it should have been.
Yeah, I still feel like they were kind of laughing about it
No,
while they were doing that. Like, it was not like serious. Like, this is the worst thing. You win the round and people were just yelling at you. It's like, dude, come on, chill out a little bit.
No, it's all in good spirits. Just saying like, hey, we could fix this next time, but good job, guys. You know.
Yeah.
And it really was. It's simple pickings right now for M80. I mean, they're simplifying their strats. This is a straightening cargo window, get the kill. Had to go back outside, unfortunately. Then they re-entry. Things don't go the right way. Hackers quite both die, but then they just reset, go again, and at 3-3. In CAG, on their defensive sides right now, they're not showing us a ton of different win condition. There was no C4 in the basement. There was no smoke at the Shanka for, a plant deny. No Goyo canister to work the ankle either. It was very much just like they're playing top floor, they're playing bomb side, and that's it. We gotta see a bit more utility usage from CAG to shut down those plants. M80 at this event so far, a very plant-oriented team, and that's exactly what they're focusing. All they want on the attacks right now is step 1, step 2, step 3, and a plant.
It's good to simplify it. This top floor, though, did not pan out well for them last time. And it'll start with hard bridge. I like that they're just bringing Mav now. And I like that they've got the vertical game as well here from Gunner. Hugely impactful on Lair, the bucks from both sides. Here comes the breach from the Ace. Assisted by the Maverick. No wall denial available aside from Anaton. He's now repositioned his claw on the external con. He's looking to juggle it a little bit. Shirineko in a key position here on the rafters. I like the Monty pick here. It's going to make it a lot easier to flush out that rafters spot. It's a lot safer than that blitz we saw previously.
Once again, CAG, we gotta see them read into this correctly. What's their answer gonna be to these various things? The Monty, the hard destruction, C4 goes out, nobody's there. Gonna find here Nico, Shoots trace back to a 4v4. But you're trading the block downstairs for Asami and Catwalk rafters. This is very good for M80, especially as you mentioned, they got the Monty. Nothing's gonna stop them just walking in now.
Yeah, this is looking very solid for M80. High advantage to kick things off. Already poising here on the rafters position thanks to Packer. He's so close to entering the site. CAG have really pulled on back, holding on to that position at top blue, but Shurik's now gone down. M80 have essentially locked CAG out of the site. Trying to retake it now. Black Ray in. C4 goes out, doesn't find anything. Desperately, CAG look for picks to try and even things up, bring things back to their advantage. A flashbang. And the jump in from Kino, perfect for M80. CAG are not even fighting here. Kino's found another one. Chibisu can't stand up. M80 dominate on the top floor.
Hey, where's that 20-odd something percentage win rate right now on attack, huh? 3 out of 4 rounds. 2 of those rounds they planned. Good in the entry was Kino. Previously was Spoit. CAG look a little bit lost right now on towards their approach.
A 3-1 advantage for M80. The vibes are so good.
They're just a bunch of memers.
Yeah.
They really are.
I mean, Pack is quite serious, which is good. But I think it's important to have the contrast in the roster, like a bit of levity from Kino, the seriousness from Pack. A lot of levity from Kino.
Yeah.
Also, there's a phrase, having too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You don't want to have all 5 players in your team be absolute yappers. Sometimes it's good to have people that are just silent and do their job. Or maybe quieter, or only speak up when they really have something to contribute.
Yeah.
And I can kind of see that out of Spoit, Garner, and Diffuser. Packer's really very vocal when it comes to the strategic side of things, the tactical side of things. Kino's very vocal when it comes to the fun side of things.
Everything else.
Yeah.
It was at Foxy who said that, his biggest strength was his weakness.
Yeah.
He would just take the game so unserious at times and throw around and not care
and
about
he would
it.
laugh about it.
Yeah.
And Fox is like,
it's
dude,
like, Kino,
no, listen.
no, this is serious, man.
Yeah. I think it very much is a double-edged sword. It can be a huge benefit when so many teams are over-serious.
Yeah.
You do need a little bit of a jokester on your team.
Thing is, though, for this game, CAG, it's all up to them to show us that they can figure out the problems. They've not called for a tactical timeout just yet. They believe that the players themselves can problem solve. If they don't, and they go down 1-4, I mean, that's defense, Night Haven Labs. You gotta go massive on the attack. They did on Lair. We know they can do it. But it made it seem almost just better prepared for this map than Lair, how they're approaching things. They are rushing bomb shots on Lair, not doing any of the steps. Right now, they're perfect doing all the steps. Slow roam clear, don't throw any bodies, get the opening pick, progress the map, do the vert, hit the side. Nice and slow.
Yeah, it's been a good change of playstyle for M80. CAG are trying to read into it, but they're not over-contesting. You pointed out last time that when we go back to this basement bomb site, you want to see CAG contesting a lot and preventing M80 from finding these really advantageous positions and then just engaging the vert. Now, CAG have not taken your advice. They're playing hyper-passive. Still quite a bit of roam going down on the ground floor, but not an aggressive one. They're just holding on to the safer side of the map. His Valkyrie camera is still active. It's spotted by Spoit on the IQ as the vertical game is established, dominated by Diffuser on the Ram. And look at this, already in a plant position. Tempted to go for it. Packer is going to just start planting. Is there anyone here? The gas does slow him down, and a hell of a lot of damage is done his way. A logic bomb to detonate, and Gunner's made his way down the cargo stairs, looking for a little bit more.
I like that take different Packer. It's risky when it doesn't work out, but it's fine. They can reset now. Flank comes from Blackberry. Spoit finds that. And again, CAG, they got C4s, they got Toxic Babes, they're losing numbers.
And Diffuse has now found a second one on Ashura and Eiko. This vertical game looking very solid for M80. No contest yet. Shureep needs to win his fight. Diffuser takes a lot of damage, but not killed as of yet. Shureep still has a C4 if he wants to toss it up onto Diffuser, or if he wants to save it for the plant. Remains to be seen. Anakin still holding his C4 ready, and that could surely kill Packer. Suddenly, CAG have stolen the advantage away from M80. And the Americans look to try and retake. Dropping down the hatch again. Diffuser finds one, but Anakin, low HP, has stood tall. Him and Shureep now. One C4 between them to try and deny this plant, but Diffuser, he's going to have to desperately drop. The C4 goes out, doesn't find anything. And Kino now has to try and plant. Anakin makes this a 1v2 for Diffuser, and CAG, they pull off an insane comeback in that round.
No celebration though, barely any at all. They did a good job though. I was worried for them for a second. They seemed so hyper-focused on the plant going down. They're down to the vert players up above. But then they realized, hey guys, have one guy prep with the C4 after Toxic Babes expire. So we can have one guy deny the plant, 3 guys focus on the gunfights, and just swap positions as it happens. It's good stuff. We've seen CAG before, APAC in general. They'll throw out a C4, and then they don't change the other C4 player into that position.
Yeah.
So then the player with a C4 is doing nothing, the plant goes down, and the round is over. Them rotating again, showing us the depth of this team, what they've been learning so far, and securing that round. The second C4 wasn't needed, but it was there if they had it. They needed to.
Again, from CAG, we're starting to see what we saw a bit of on Lair, teased out, which is M80 are poising and setting up a really nice execute. CAG is starting to feel that pressure. But instead of taking really high-risk plays that M80 are ready for, like that hyper-aggression, CAG are chilling a little bit. They're taking their time. They're happy to go for a retake. They're happy to be patient and look for these picks, force M80's hand. I really like the way as well they loaded up that C4 to take down Packer on the plant, because they knew that a lot of damage had already been dealt from that gas babe. Like less than half HP, a C4 is going to finish him off. They didn't want to keep gassing.
He's spawning through the mirror window. Oh
that is cheeky from Anaton.
Through the mirror window.
It wasn't even Shureep that found that kill. It was Anaton. Maybe from the con window.
Yeah,
so it was actually a crossfire. Both players shooting off onto that position at the same time. That's really cheeky. Where was it?
Maybe he was standing right behind Shureep on the... Yeah, exactly. And they just both aimed in the same location.
That's worthwhile. That's your Maverick going down, by the way.
That's so silly. That's the silliest way to get a kill, though. You know, it's like, I gotta get the breach! And then just sprints up the staircase.
Nobody expects a spawn peek from there.
Now imagine they had doubled down and also pick up like a Kaid or wall deny.
Yeah.
And then like, Maverick is dead, the Ace can't do anything. The issue is, only have meat jammers, so these walls right now, yes, they are jammed. They should be able to deal with the jammers. I mean, a nade, go downstairs, get the yellow pings to the floor. Yeah, shot to the window with the shield. CAG, they got in the driver's seat.
Oh,
Shoot a second.
Shurip gets aggressive and takes down Diffuser. Good read there. The frost mats are spotted though, so M80 less likely to be subjected to those in the late round. This is a really solid start for CAG.
Gotta go for broke, just send it.
Looks like they're tempted to do that. In he goes. Spoit goes down immediately. Blackray holding onto his position. Every single player from M80 into the meat grinder. And CAG are more than ready for it. Looked rough there for a minute, but an even half is a good position for CAG to move onto their attack.
Just like Lair. It will look one-sided, all of a sudden back to even numbers.
Yeah.
And again, it comes down to the attacking side from CAG, where if they can show up, they have the chance for a massive upset 2-0ing M80.
We saw a 3-1 in the first half in favor of CAG, then M80 brought it back even.
Exactly.
Now it's quite the opposite.
I was hearing the late round call from
Yeah,
late.
he said, just fight them late round, I'm gonna, and then we'll never know.
We'll never know the end of it. The thing about Night Haven Labs, this top of the bomb site, is that it works around like 3 primary areas, right? You got the connector walls, which you saw Bandit reinforce. You got the IT breach in the middle of our screen, right behind the cookies. Then you have Aqua, where you often see a water. Attackers generally need 2 of the 3 areas off the map to attack you successfully. The IT breach gives you catwalk control, basically. That's great. But you can't just attack from one side off the map and get funneled through one door and one rotation. So you gotta see a main push, and you gotta see a backstab. In the round we just saw from M80 on their attack, they were trying to go from connector over with the IT breach. But because they lost Kino on the Maverick so early in the round, they didn't really have a backstab. They funneled through one rotation, and we saw what happened. It's a flawless victory for defenders. So this map, it's all about split pressure from the attackers. Something that CAG were quite good at on Lair.
But one difference between this and Lair is CAG don't have that Blackbeard. In fact, they don't have any shield whatsoever.
Sophia.
Nice work from Zof. Anaton down below. Really putting that pressure onto Gunner. It does a bit of damage as well.
Again, that's step 1.
Really awkward position for Spoit here. A breach outside on Garage. He can't play aggressively like he would want to around that external catwalk doorway. He's already put some barbed wire quite far down, but he's not going to be able to actually capitalize on it because he can't cross because the breach is open.
This is the thing. What does CG want to do next? They've got the IT wall, that's step 1. Then you can either take Garage Catwalk immediately. No one is there, they're not going to. They're going to rotate for the second step, as I mentioned earlier. Connector side. Where Diffuser is, Shurip on the exterior wall, gonna pop that open. That's step number 2. So CAG, if they feel comfortable, they can go for a third step here. That's gonna be either Catwalk, or it's gonna be Aqua Stairs. Then they have all the positions that they worry about and then what they care about. Then the question is, where do they want to get down the Diffuser? Where is the main push gonna come from? Right now, they're super spread apart. We got Finka downstairs, Shuniga outside the building. They have not decided yet. Because they got the breach so quickly in the round, they have plenty of time to make that decision.
Is this so random from some Chibisu downstairs? Shironeko, I get.
He's droning on the... Oh my god.
That's so dangerous. There is someone watching. Anaton there on rappel. Shurip wants to get aggressive. He does swing it. Spoit takes a lot of damage, but not enough to die. Shurip himself also lit up. Spoit's forced back. He goes back into rafters to try and retake the position. Diffusers won that fight onto Shurip. Finally, Shironeko is in downstairs. He might have the vertical angle against Spoit. A lot of damage dealt. Bit of a spray through the floor. Spoit almost hits him.
Here's the decisiveness from CAG again. They had everything they wanted. Now they're falling apart. Chibisu gets one to Packer though, and Spoit 1 HP. Still got a way back into this.
Chibisu! That's why he was loitering downstairs. Just ready to spring into action up blue. Gunner cornered. Behind the bomb, Kino tries to get aggressive. It doesn't work in his favor. Gunner trying to do something, dueling, but Chibisu gets him. A 3K on the round. Kino now cornered. Pressured from below by Shironeko. Chibisu not able to revive himself, but Blackray's there for the cover. CAG explode onto the bomb site. Huge round from Chibisu, and DD knows it.
It's not clean and it's not pretty, but it was clutch. The LMG finger with 100 bullets pre-fires around the entire bomb site, gets 3 kills almost in the round 2 confirmed at a bunch of damage. Right there. He actually went to 0 bullets, had to go for a reload, which took a good 5 seconds.
100 bullets yet.
Yeah.
Used every single one of them.
With great success. So CAG, it looked really good. And then I was thinking to myself, oh no, not like this. You're gonna get Toxic Babe, the barbed wire, the Fenrir mines. Like, you just can't get in the bomb site. But then the hero showed up. Chibisu was his name.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. Like, we were looking at the top down of the whole map, and I was like, okay.
What's happening?
You were saying, oh, there's so many options here. They can go rafters, they can go connector. And then I saw Chibisu in kitchen. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing downstairs?
I was like, are you trolling?
He's on Finca. Like, who's lurking on Finca in the bloody, like, opposite side of the map?
And then he can't grenade cook, especially. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, I get Shiranaka going downstairs with a buck. But yeah, Chibisu up the stairs and supports his teammate at blue. Beautiful. M80 now downstairs to the basement. The first time we've seen it from them. It looks to be quite a bit of a roam game. Castle on the board.
Use a Trigon in kitchen instead of the bomb site downstairs, likely fearing a Maverick. That's often going to happen.
Very weird. Some pressure on kitchen? Why?
If you're going to play on the main breach downstairs and the Maverick align, you might just die immediately as the bandit, right? So if you're saying, I'm not going to risk it, I'll just go upstairs. Sport dies early. He's 2-7 right now. Another slow start for him.
Yeah. Chireko is going to pressure the site a little bit as well. Keep in mind, finally, Anderton's back where he belongs.
On a shield operator?
On a shield operator.
Wow.
This time the Blitz.
Is that all he is to you? A dirty shield operator?
He is so much more.
Right.
So much more.
Right.
He's my goat.
What's Anderton's operator that comes to mind that's not a shield? What's the first other operator?
Well, Ying, but I'm a little bit biased from
fair.
first map.
Yeah, Ying kind of biased. I was going to say, Capital was his most played operator in Stage 2 when we cast him.
Yeah,
They played like, those are top house and stuff.
Dude's gnarly. Honestly, like, give him any, on defense, give him any high fire rate gun.
Yeah.
He'll farm.
Goes on attack, big flex player. Now maybe, you know, don't gotta make any moves right now. They're defending, they got the base and bomb site, they're chilling for now. They still got Diffuser roaming on vending machine, Pack on top floor. It's a castle, so he's already spent all his castle barricades, but he might have not really have a safe passageway to the bomb site. The thing is, I don't think CG have any idea that he's roaming. Oh, he got stairs. He's fine.
Yeah, I like the castle barricades on the external walls. It's a shame Shurip hasn't been able to take him down, and now he's been C4'd. Devastating to lose that. Meanwhile, Packer has managed to rotate over into storage and start opening some vertical lines of sight. Should CHE look to erupt on the site without clearing him, they'll have to worry about vertical. Meanwhile, I think M80 was getting aggressive up Exo stairs. Kino finds a C4.
No can openers from CHE. They can't get the hatches. So they're roaming around downstairs in Exo, applying pressure, walking up staircases, C4s. CHE again, falling apart after getting opening kill and map control, but not having the right operators and the right decisive idea on what they want to do in the round. And again, they gotta go for broke. They gotta just hit the site.
Yeah, and Shuneko is alone in the middle of site and pushing deep. Very weird decision. Kino takes one down and immediately team kills Kino. I'm sorry. Gunnar is not even looking at him. Gunnar won't give him the time of day. Gunner's just tilted. He's like, nah, dude, don't talk to me. Kino's like, I'm sorry, bro. That was a weird round from CAG. Very lackluster. Very disappointing.
Yeah. I want to see them have a decisive plan. And again, you got to pick the right operator composition. You're tagging basement. You got to get either Hibana or can openers for those hatches. Vert destruction, something. The sleds didn't even use the gadget for the cancel barricades or the floor either. So there was no pressure towards M80 for a good half portion of that round. They're running around because, again, they can. You flip it around, when CAG were defending basement, the ramp broke all of the ceiling, they were stuck in corners. 4-4 is tied back up, but CAG, they gotta do better on attack.
We got a few more rounds to play with, just 2 they've played so far. 4 left on their attacking side, and we're even 4 rounds apiece. DD gives his 2 cents to the team. Fist bumps all around. I wouldn't count them out yet. I don't know why they got in their heads too much last round. Something went wrong. I'm sure they'll be able to fix it.
They got to. The great thing about this map, though, of not even laps, there is so much flexibility in how you want to do it. Go for direct takes, bombs that rushes, the verticality, the utility. many different ways to attack from. I don't know if CAG having this many options maybe is their downfall. They don't know which one they should go for. I actually don't know how CAG's in-game leader structure works. I have no idea if it's one person calling the shots, or is it team effort, or whatever they do.
Well, the notes that I've got is that Anaton is the IGL flex player, Blackray is support player, Shiraneko second support, Chibisu entry, Shiri flex entry.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, clearly there is going to be a little bit of a hierarchy in terms of the calling. It won't just be Anaton. A lot of the time, like, the support players do a lot of calling, but like you said before, IGL doesn't mean you're the only one having input. I'm sure Blackray does a lot, being the main support player, but I wouldn't be surprised if even like Shuri, you know, he often gets to see a lot in his positions. Maybe he's supporting the calls. Unfortunately, not a lot of these guys speak English very well, so it's quite hard to talk to them and get an intricate understanding of how they're structured.
Had a meeting a couple of years ago with one of the CAG players, and I forgot who it was, honestly, but we spoke about, like, why is it that Japan isn't doing well? Why is my team, you know, always getting cooked at tournaments and stuff?
Interesting.
It's a very long, heartfelt conversation at the after party, and I gave my advice back from when I was a player about structure, and he was like, thank you so much. He's like, I'll take this to my team, and we'll do better.
Maybe it was Arkuli. He had good English.
Oh, it might have been Arkuli,
Arkuli had really good English, playing for Crest at the moment.
Yeah. Very well might have been. Obviously different player than the current lineup, but they've been trying to work it out for CAG through all their roster iterations and moments in time. Right now, they have such a great opportunity to solidify themselves in a top 12 position, upset M80, and maybe beat their own expectations. Because I'm not sure what they think going into this, but usually they're like, we're happy to be here, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. A lot of criticism was posed Kag's way for a while, saying, guys, like, how long can you be satisfied topping your region, which, funnily enough, they haven't for a while. Like, for the last year and a half, it's been Scars. How satisfied can you be, you know, topping your region and then doing nothing at international events? Well, now Scars has gone home without a fight, and CAG is here and present. Mira pops. Nice work. Unfortunately, not the kill on the gunner that he was hoping for. Oh, but Shurip will take down Paka, and I think that CAG might just go in on this. Jumping straight through the breach is the rest of CAG here. Seemingly not. Anaton goes down, finished off. The Japanese had a nice idea, but it has fallen flat. Desperately, Shiraneko tries to find something from below, but he hasn't exposed the key positions here that are being held by the M80 players. Kill confirmed eventually by Chibisu, but he's taken a hell of a lot of damage. And he's caught in a bit of a crossfire. Spoit's low, but it doesn't matter. C4 from Kino makes it a 3v1. Nice idea from Kag, but just not cooked.
And that buck downstairs, not find Gunner on that corner for as long as it did. I mean, you gotta use the buck better in that situation. He can't hit the kill. Shiraneko, value downstairs not found. The gunfight lost. Immediately, they take the lead for the first time here at Nighthaven Labs since they started on the defensive side.
There's that dark corner inside of the site that you can vert out from below. Yeah, like hard right if you're moving in from electrical.
Yep.
And that's where, I can't remember which player from M80, Gunner, was hiding there for such a long time. Able to do a lot of damage. Like, yes, vaulting through the breach, you might die to the angle from IT, right?
Yeah.
But if you're flooding, you're probably going to win the exchange, right? The key thing here is for the Buck to take down that player, Gunner, close on the doorway into sight. And unfortunately, like, he opened up the mirror window and then kind of didn't really achieve much at all from down below.
You can do so much. You can deny any of the 4 defender positions from swinging out. And instead, it was a very disjointed push where Anaton just all-sent it through the rotate, completely alone, just dies.
Yeah, he thought people were with him, clearly, and they weren't. Like, that's kind of a bit of a disjoint IGL situation where he's clearly made this call.
Yeah. Let's go, guys!
The team wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they weren't primed or what. I don't know why the Buck to Shiraneko didn't find that key position, but yeah, that's going to be a costly round. M80 just one away from map point, pushed to a third.
Just gotta look at M80's attack and say, what can we learn from them? Well, step by step. If they get the map control, get the breach open, and then let Buck clear out corner by corner, then we can go, okay, guys, we've cleared everything. Now the entry is actually pretty free.
Yeah.
that's what MAD were doing. Very clean, very precise attacks. CAG are like, what should we do next? Let's rush.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the idea of going for a quick push.
No.
But it has to be coordinated. It has to be synced. And it wasn't.
They didn't even have anybody by the IT breach to deny those swings either. So they were just coming from one specific angle. And like I said earlier, you need to attack Nighthaven top floor from as many spots as possible and overwhelm the bomb site.
Well, now we're down in control and storage for M80. But a lot of the map plays out the same on this bomb site because there's so much contested upstairs.
Oh,
wow!
From the roof?
What an angle from Anaton onto Kino down inside of storage. That's your smoke player taken out, a large amount of your Plantinile. Now we're just looking at vertical angles and 1 C4 from Gunner because Diffuser on the Capcans actually elected to bring barbed wire.
Diffuser, Capcan actually kind of on the radar, lost the C4.
He did lose his C4 recently, didn't he?
Got barbed wire, a bit of a cam now instead, so
Thank
passive
God,
util.
by the way.
Low-key above, because now Capcan won't die with util in pocket. You'll just spend all that stuff in prep phase, you're good to go. Gunner falls next from TB soon. CAG, you want range from that previous round.
2-player advantage. Shurip on for a lurk. He needs to make sure not to lose his life alone. Diffuser pushes for 1. Plus 7 KD at the moment, thanks to his 11 kills. Anaton forces him back. Shurip on for the backstab, slow and steady. Needs to coordinate this with the rest of his team. If he dies without an impact, that is the way back into the round for M80, but he's sneaking up the blue stairs at the moment, and he's surely going to catch Spoit unawares. Takes a few more bullets than he would have hoped, but Shurip's doubled down. Diffuser 1v5. He's got some info, and Shiraneko's been injured now by Capcan traps. Diffuser needs to take matters into his own hands. He's being covered off by Shurip. Flawless. The CAG back into it on the attack. 5 rounds apiece.
CAG have this really odd way of getting these flawless victories. It comes off just 1 kill, that snowballs into a second, and a third, and a fourth. And when they feel comfortable, and they play on the same page in the server, it looks so clean. But it comes off M80 sacrificing some freebies. Kino dying from the roof. I don't blame him. That's a crazy angle, but still, every single death from M80 was a 1v1, or they got backstabbed, unable to fight back.
M80 have really struggled in the opening engagements in the last couple of rounds. That's 3 in a row where it's been M80, rather CAG, finding that opening kill. M80, credit to them, managed to win 2 rounds despite that, but you can't keep up that momentum forever. It comes down to CAG not keeping up that pace. And what we saw just then was, as you said, M80 finding that early advantage and then just locking things in, especially on a bomb site like that where M80 need to have a lot of map control. It's never going to pan out.
We've seen CAG spread thin on a big map control-oriented bomb site. Now we got to see an attack basement, which can play out of 2 ways. Either hit the bomb site directly, from those external breaches, or you have to deal with the roam. We see the Vigil, the castle, that same similar setup as before. They want to get active for M80 on the map. CAG don't answer with like a Jackal, for example. They got Dokipi showing up, and it can be great, but Dokipi only works when you're inside the building. So this early entry from Shurip saying, I'm going to get in there, apply some pressure, might catch Gunner off guard. If they can get the phone call in 20 seconds time, then Shurip will have info to work with. Oh, good ping.
Oh, wow. Gunner not engaging his disruptor because he doesn't think there are drones on him. He doesn't realize he's been spotted. Another drone sees him. There's actually more than just that. Takes a bit of damage. Actually managed to dodge those bullets. Tries to deal damage out the other direction. Tempted to make a rotate. Back into command center as he falls on back. Looking to poise blue. He falls back. Yeah, Packer's got a punch hole now. This is an old school strat.
There's no catch, though. CAG, they're pushing, they're shoving away the roamers off M80, but there's no... They're gonna find them, they're gonna meet them somewhere. So, sure, this is great, you're getting map control, but you're not gonna get any kills. And Packer is top aqua stairs, 50-50 gunfight.
Is Packer aware of it? I don't think his barrel is exposed around the corner as of yet. Black Ray hyper aware, cautious of that position. Shuri putting a little bit of pressure on. Drone's about to come out. Packer's here with a shotgun. He's not going to swing. He's just going to fall back. Like you said, though, there's no anvil to this hammer from CAG. The only anvil available is Chibisu on this window, and Packer seems seemingly aware of it. Nade goes down. Shotgun in hand. Flash comes through. We need the kill delivered here by CAG.
They don't swing.
Goes for a reload. Shotgun still with Diffuser supporting him. Shuri eventually finds one, but it's not enough because Packer is farming here with the Super Shorty. M80 on this roam have won the exchange, and CAG still desperately trying to find the rats in the walls.
Disaster. They had a nade in pocket, a spare flashbang. I mean, they had so many ways to deal with that corner without swinging for the gunfight. And Packer, he's gotten out. He's gotten away with it. 2K, this can change things massively because CAG's attack is falling apart. They find one, go back to a 3-on-3. This is not going to be clean. This will get messy.
One roamer still at large on the top floor means it's a 2v1 on site.
Another one.
Now a 3v1 on site. Packer rotates back, trying to support. He does have vertical angles. It's all up to Kino, the lone anchor here for M80. As CAG start to put the pressure on. Packer's been red. How do M80 fumble this round? CAG are the ones doing the cagging today. And Kino has to clutch up.
That fire's going to last for the next 10 seconds or so. It's in stock. We want to go for plant for a kill.
Forcing the plant down. C4 in hand. Another flashbang. It won't matter against the warden. C4 doesn't deny the plant. Seemingly shot out of the air. And Chibisu swings him. It's series point for the Japanese against M80.
How does Packer get the 2K with the shotgun, get away from that corner, and survive to be the second last player alive, and still M80 they lose out in the round? It's a 5v3, it's a 4v3, there was a 3-on-3, and the numbers kept favoring CAG afterwards. Ridiculous play. We saw Gunnar with the backup. It was a full commitment from 3 separate defenders to make that play work, and still, they can't finish the round.
Wow. M80 had so much going for them.
They had everything going for them.
I cannot believe CAG first. They fumbled that position. They surely should have had the kill onto Packer.
They had nades and flashbangs.
Gunnar and Diffuser trying to support the position. Credit to M80. They played it well. They baited Packer.
Yeah.
But CAG still had the util to get that done. They lost the exchange on the roam. Packer goes back upstairs, and CAG say, we don't even care.
Yeah. And I got it. Shironiko is hitting the most disgusting shots on all the roamers. He's currently 4-7. He's got a 2 or 3K in that round. The amount of value that each of those individual gunfights had was incredible, because every single one of those flanks from 80, that could have been the round-winning moment that takes them to match point. Now, they're looking against match point, and this might be their final round at this event if they can't make it work.
CAG, in their 4-6 Invitational, finally broke free of the shackles of group stage that they have faced 3 times before. The best they've ever done at an international event was top 12. Sorry, top 12 at the Jönköping Major, which is a hell of a long time ago.
Yeah.
And they're going to get top 12 again if they just win this next round. It's on M80 to push it into overtime on this defensive side, where they have struggled all map long.
What we gotta see from CAG here is look at how M80 are attacking. Step 1, get the breach. That's great. Step 2, get another breach somewhere else. And then they just gotta figure out where is our attack gonna be coming from. Previously, CAG, they relied on Chibisu finding those interkills as the finger. That was the win condition. That's how they won the round. But you can't always rely on winning gunfights. I want to see CAG strategically play this round correctly, because looking at their attacker lineup, they got utility. EMPs, hard destruction, soft destruction. They don't have any cheese operators. There's no Capital, Grim, Ying, Shields. They gotta play together. They need each other. Paul goes out. Gonna give some intel for them. What's gonna happen is just get. We sit in this window, take the 50-50, nobody's there.
Map control taken though. Rafters position established here for CAG. Reinforced off the rotate hole, and the mirror now punched. M80 just peeling back and trying to solidify their positions on site.
I want to see the vision though. The Kite being put down. No EMPs in pocket of Shironiko. Maybe Walt and I will come back to bite them. Because CAG can't find the entry. They'll have to force it. So on one side, reinforced walls. Another, deployable shield, a shotgun behind it. I will say, there is no ADS, there is no 1-my magnet. If Sophia rotates over, they could break the shield, but look at that. Sophia doesn't have any soft destruction left. It was spent earlier to try and deal with the bandit. Now maybe they're reinforcing more walls. So they're limiting how many ways CAG on positions they can attack from. Maybe have a great read on this. And I do fear that the only way for CAG is to just brute force it, catwalk IT, and it's gonna get really bloody very quickly.
Just waiting for their moment. M80 don't want to expose themselves, but they do anyway. Shuri's found the kill onto Kino. Just patience. It's a virtue that is rewarded here for the Japanese as they look for more and sprint into the side. Black Ray has found another. It's now up to the Manchester Major champion, MVP himself, with no C4 to speak of and no hope in this world. On a dangerous day, it's CAG or be CAG'd. And APAC is not out yet. CHE have knocked out the Millionaires and made it to the top 12 at SI.
And in the most CAGing fashion ever. I mean, that round looks lost. It looks doomed. There's no way in. There's no way forward. But CAT, they make their own road to success. And they take down M80 in a massive 2-0 upset.
And a phenomenal game from M80. There's no question about it. A heart-wrenching loss with no coach behind them. With the dramas of yesterday. 2 support staff removed from the tournament, from the premises, and yet these 5 young gunners still stuck it out. It's heartbreaking, especially for Paka at his first 6 Invitational. But these guys have been sent home 2-0 by the Japanese, who are looking better than they ever have in history. That's right, Japan is in the top 12 in the World Championship, and we're going to break it all down after this.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Back it up. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. To the back. To the back. To the back. To the back. Take it back. Take it back. Back it up. 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 Take it back. Take it back. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Back it up. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. To the back. To the back. To the back. To the back.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
I don't think that was on anybody's bingo cards today. CAG have taken out M80. 2-0 the scoreline. And what a banger of a game. Like, M80 played that really well, and yet CAG were a cut above.
It was a classic CAG couple of different rounds that happened. I mean, going back to the first map of Lair, the amount of 1v1s, 2v2s, 2v1s, it felt like half the rounds were clutch moments, but for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of cheeky tech as well. Moment there from CAG where they pre-opened the mirror to get a spawn peek on Kino. Huge flank moments from Shibisu. Just beautiful. Yeah, that was a bad one. But yeah, there was so many good moments. Even M80 in that, penultimate round with that roam from Packer as well. They played that so well, and yet CAG still brought it back. Yeah, I think M80 are going to be kicking themselves after this event. They had high hopes. Now, they did perform well through the group stage, but clearly not well enough because they have just been knocked out by CAG, who were last place in their group of all the teams that made it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a classic M80, big expectations, big star player names, and we all know that they are capable, but they're just not consistent enough at getting it done. Here, the stats on your screen. I mean, there's no massive outliers. Really, CAG continues to surprise as a roster, as a 5-man, well-oiled machine where everyone tends to just keep showing up.
Yeah. 4 20-year-olds on the M80 roster. Kino, the oldest, at 22. But it was Shuri, the loudest man in the server, who was the MVP today. I really enjoyed his energy, especially on the first map, on the face cams.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he was so here for it.
Oh, he was. And I know people are going to say Packer is 9-11, 9-20, etc. But he plays Blitz almost every single attack round of the Monty. He does the IGLing. While it might not be good enough, he did do his best, and it's not his sole reason why immediately fell short.
And sadly, we do have to say goodbye to M80. It's been a bit of a turbulent 6 Invitational. This is how the bracket has panned out. Of course, M80 started in that upper bracket, and it was a crazy game against DZ. They won the first map dominantly, only to be reverse swept. That was when their coach and manager was ejected from the tournament. They dropped down to the lower bracket, and they couldn't even take a map out of the very hungry Cyclops.
Yeah, I mean, it was max overtime on Lair, 7-5 victory for CAG on Night Haven Labs. If 1 or 2 rounds go the other way, we're looking at a 3rd map potential, but you can't change the past, you can only work on the future.
Yeah, and for CAG, the future is going up against the unwanted roster, the players that used to be teammates with Gunner and Diffuser, who are now on that unwanted roster, waiting for them in the bracket. That's coming up later. A whole slew of matches today at SI, here on the B stream, and of course on the A stream, so stay with us. We'll be back with more action shortly.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer, and it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a World Championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in. That's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players basically in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow, Carrie's Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? e ter ficado até hoje. Não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6, ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase. É como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege, e aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha. Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil, ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe e irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
E ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo, que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no Siege, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. E quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaquá. Face de um lado, W7M do outro. É hora do show! Felipox de um lado, rende do outro. Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipox! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey! Vita ainda tenta brigar! Cai! JV e Neide!
E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6, de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar no comigo?
É, mano, eu jogo até contra.
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão!
Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os menores em desenvolvimento nesse mundo, já que o mundo gamer é o futuro, né? O espaço que a gente está aqui hoje, aqui dentro do Complexo do Alemão, que é a nave do conhecimento, existe uma pluralidade de entretenimentos e aulas, né, para as crianças, adolescentes, inclusive adultos e terceira idade, que é onde vem ensinos sobre audiovisual, fotografia, temos também robótica, informática e temos também a área de esportes, né, que é onde temos ali 10 computadores, né, com uma qualidade na qual os jovens que vierem aqui para jogar têm uma experiência que um gamer teria se tivesse esse acesso. Desde a área do streaming, ao criador de conteúdo, ao próprio pro player, ou dentro da área do audiovisual, que são áreas que vêm crescendo muito com o meio digital. Além da gente trazer o mundo e o esporte para eles, a gente também vem com informação, educação e muitas das vezes o trabalho de pedagogia e psicologia. Para quê? Para agregar, além do esporte na vida dessa criança, mas a vida social dela em geral como um cotidiano. Vai lá, cara, daqui a pouco tu volta. Ele... me quebrou, calma aí. Ele é o menor que é o padrinho. É o Felipe. Então, eu ajudo ele tanto a parte social dele quanto a parte familiar, acompanho toda a vida dele. Ou seja, projeto social que ele tiver, eu vou lá, visito. Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar comigo?
É, mano, eu jogo até contra.
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Então, tô muito ansioso pro Six Invitational, porque assim, foi o maior corre pra mim conseguir comprar esse ingresso. Imagina se um evento de Rainbow Six Siege num estádio gigantesco, o maior evento do mundo, aqui no Brasil, em São Paulo. Pô, ver o Iconic, o Vita King, poder, tirar foto com esses caras, ver os times que eu tô torcendo vencer. Fico imaginando aquele estádio cheio, barulho, bateria, gente gritando, tirar minhas fotos, fazer meus vídeos. Pô, é óbvio que eu vou trazer pro projeto, eu vou trazer pros menores pra eles verem a possibilidade de gama que a gente pode chegar
não é só isso, é muito mais.
Agora sim, galerinha! Último mapa dessa grande final! Precisam somente o KDS! Eles vão pro plant, KDS não viu e é finalizado! O que a W7M faz nesse jogo? Estará marcado pra sempre!
Eu encontrei o R6 no espaço, não só social, como terapêutico, onde eu pudesse me concentrar, focar, conhecer outras pessoas, interagir com o jogo, colocar um pouco pra fora aquela minha ansiedade, né, que eu tinha. E devido a todas as circunstâncias, né, dificuldade que a gente passa regional.
Boa! Caraca, pai! Toma!
Muita gente desacredita do mundo dos games como acesso, como ferramenta de mudança de vida para jovens de periferia, mas eu sou o próprio exemplo o quanto isso pode agregar na sua vida. Não te altera apenas quando você está sentado no computador, mas a educação, inclusive, e a comunicação de quando você leva para casa e a influência que você vai causar a partir disso. Quando esse jovem chega em casa e ele, às vezes, ele tem a possibilidade de ir para um mau caminho, ele não vai. Ele escolhe não. O que eu vou perder indo para esse lugar é muita coisa. Ele tem algo positivo na vida dele na qual ele possa se agarrar, sonhar e construir algo. Então, tipo assim, a representatividade que o Rainbow Six tem e trouxe para mim é, inclusive, o que eu tento repassar para todos os jovens que eu trabalho aqui. Se vocês pararem pra ver, tipo assim, várias histórias diferentes, somos de estados diferentes. E assim, o quanto que o Rainbow Six conseguiu unir a gente, trazer a gente pra cá.
Tem uma perspectiva disso. Muita gente fala, é só um joguinho. Quando uma pessoa fala isso, ela não tá falando do jogo, ela tá falando dela. É um joguinho sim, pra ela. O que é pra gente? Pra mim foi a cura da depressão, foi a minha terapia.
É a terapia.
É a minha oportunidade de viver isso,
né? Um lugar seguro pra gente focar, conseguir trocar, descobrir novos amigos, conhecer presencialmente novos amigos, viver relacionamentos, cara, que isso é incrível. Assim, eu acho que não tem nada melhor do que essa experiência. A gente está aqui no Six Invitational 2024, no nosso país. Pegou visão? Rapaziada, vou pedir um abraço pra vocês aqui, meu irmão. Esquece tudo!
Well, day 2 of playoffs already shaping up to give us some very intriguing surprises, Tim. And this also a bit of a surprise. Thank you so much for joining me today. You've given me a lending hand. Unfortunately, of course, my poor guys.
Pleasure's all mine.
My poor guys is still missing, but hey, I appreciate it.
I just hope the microphones can take it. I mean,
yeah,
we're both known as being quite excitable.
We are, and I think that's why it should work a little bit. You know, I can kind of be like your Des for the day. I think that should work.
You don't want to do that to yourself.
Now, some big games, of course, have already transpired, Tim. We've had some big wins on the matchups that we've had over on the A stream and also on the B stream. Of course, CAG taking down M80 and then Shopify Rebellion.
I think it's fair to say both games have been upsets. Both of those teams are capable of a win, obviously. But coming out, if you'd have said to me this morning that it'd be 2-0 both in that direction, I wouldn't have believed you. I'd have thought one of them would have probably gone at least the other way.
Yeah, now we've got, of course, W7M and Falcons taking place here on the B stream. I mean, I was going to say, can the upsets keep happening? But right now, this is a tricky one. Falcons probably go in as the underdog.
Yes.
But ultimately, they're not a super heavy underdog. I still rate this team. They were still very impressive back in Montreal. I think they can go further than the lower bracket.
I'd agree with you. I'll keep saying what I've been saying throughout the tournament. I think it's one of our strongest SIs ever, and that counts from the bottom to the top. The teams that are down there are all capable of a win. That's the fact. Falcons have been a little bit off the pace so far in reality. They rely, or have relied in the past, quite heavily on Robbie's performance. That's not really been coming through. He's been a little bit lower rated, but players like Dovik and Jalad have been stepping up and filling that gap. So one of the key areas to watch out for Falcons here is their attack. Really low rate on the attack. They're down there in the 30%. It's not great so far. So if W7M can put up, good defenses here, it could well be a key area that they can win this one in.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think in recent times, in recent events, the attacking style of Falcons is usually something that springs to mind. And so when they're not getting much out of Robbie, that's not working. There's a lot not clearly working for this Falcons roster. But you still, at least for me, have that seed of hope that if it all strings together, Robbie wakes up on the right side of the bed today.
That's all you need.
He frags out like we know he can. Falcons can attack a little bit better. This W7M roster, as great as they are, of course, taking out Montreal, they too haven't been necessarily all that perfect at this event.
No, they've been off the pace a little bit, and it brings to mind, it evokes the previous W7M to me. And if you look through that killer year that they had where they just won everything, ending with SI last year, a lot of the tournaments were slow starts in reality. And so it's not the end of the world. Look at G2 yesterday. They've come out of the blocks so fast and so good and then really struggled yesterday. And form is so important when you hit it. So yeah, it's been a little bit slow for W7M. They wouldn't have wanted to find themselves in the lower bracket, that much is for sure. Dordes has kind of been head and shoulders above the rest in terms of performance. So again, maybe just need to find that extra 10, extra 20% out of the rest of the team. And I think W7M will be fine. I think if I look at this lower bracket and I pick a team out that are going to have a good run through and have a chance to still get to those live stage matches, W7M would definitely be up there for me.
Yeah, you mentioned Dodez, plus 40
Yeah.
on the kill
Going
differential.
really well so
plus
far.
6 entry as well. I think he's rated as the 7th highest EPS player at the tournament so far. So he's in that pretty much elite bracket, despite the fact that they find themselves in the early portion of the lower bracket. For me, coming into this, W7M really do need to win this series. I think they've got more riding on it than, say, Falcons. I don't think too many would look at Falcons losing here and be ultimately too surprised, only because of their matchup. Not so much the point of which they go out this tournament. I think many would have been surprised to say, wow, this Falcons roster that has been pushing and pushing, they had a good run, arguably should have made top 4 in Montreal, but choked away a couple of winning rounds. To go out this early would not be great, but their opponent, well, it's W7M.
They've definitely got more to prove. You know, they won Montreal. They've sort of set the stall out. If you come here now and sort of fall down before you get to the live stage, you start asking questions and saying, you know, Montreal, maybe it was right team, right place, right time, but they've got more to prove. Let's have a look in talking of places. Where is this one going to play out? Clubhouse is going to be our first pickup, picked up by Falcons. Consulate is going to come in as the pick from W7M. And these maps left us scratching our heads a little bit. That was coming in, didn't they? And I often say teams will either pick the map they really want to play on or pick the map the others really don't want to play on. And I think we're in that latter bracket here with this.
Yeah, when it comes to both Clubhouse and Consulate, for both of these two teams, they are not necessarily maps that they either play or perform really well on. But that goes for both of them. And then Skyscraper as the decider. And of course, if we do get their winning record for W7M and also winning record for Falcons, so then it reverses a little bit. The decider map is something that they're both a little bit comfortable on. But by no means in this map pool that we've got for these two teams are we looking at that usual case where it's like, oh, you know, X team has their map and then the Y team has their map. This is very much, to me, genuine as a 50-50. I think both teams could actually win any of these maps.
I feel like it's one of those. It's like Falcons have gone in and said, look, we know you hate Clubhouse, so we hate it too, but you know what? There you go, there's Clubhouse. And W7M have thought, you want to play it like this? Right, well, we don't like Consulate, but neither do you. And, you know, it's kind of just like, you know, if you want to go down there, if you want to go to the depths, we're going to come down with you. And, you know, they're not above going down there and fighting dirty in the map pick.
Well, this is also where it comes down to the prep work and the workshopping coming into an event such as Six Invitational. Teams have to be aware of their weaknesses just as much as their strengths. And so you've got to do that extra work coming into an event such as this, whereas you look at a Clubhouse, you look at a Consulate for these respective teams, and you think, okay, we ban these. Typically, these are high on our ban priority. We don't necessarily perform well on these maps, but we need to be ready in case we feel like there's a matchup or an opportune time to bring this map out and be ready. And at the end of the day, Tim, I mean, these guys are pros. They can play on all of the maps.
We always say this, the teams that win tournaments are more often than not the ones that have got the best map pools. You know, the ones that can turn up and just throw down anywhere on any given day. Yeah, you can have your preferences. Yeah, you can be better and more prepared on this map rather than that map. But ultimately, you've got to be able to just walk in. At more, you know, quite often, at most you'll get one banning opportunity. So you can have that one map that you don't like playing. But other than that, you've just got to be ready for anything because that's the level that you're at now. It's just a fact of life. You've got to be able to do it.
And to kind of just give a little bit more statistical depth as to the discussion around these maps, right? Just to provide that tiny little bit more depth to it. Like the W7M picking Consulate, and this is again why we're left scratching our head a little bit. Since September last year, they have not won on this map. No. They are 0-2, and in Six Invitational, an elimination game, they've opted to choose it. You don't do that if you don't have good reasoning. Well, the reasoning, of course, is Falcons are 1-4 on that map as well. And when it comes to Clubhouse, well, not the greatest stats for Falcons, but actually far and away better for W7M, despite it being a high-priority ban map for them. Falcons are testing their fortunes, testing their luck by selecting Clubhouse first up in this lower bracket elimination game. I'm excited for this one, Tim, because it's been a day of upsets so far. It has been some really, really good siege, and I hope that continues here, especially on the B stream after, of course, CAG got the win up the APAC.
There were certainly a couple of happy casters in the green room, I will say that. Dev came in with a big smile on his face. You were, of course, ecstatic at CAG. Look, I love Japan as much as anybody else, and absolutely fantastic to see the Cyclops boys going through. They're always a team that are in good spirits, smiling, and clearly enjoying the game. So I think it's a great thing to see them progressing at the tournament. You know, they've got a tough run in that lower bracket. Whether they can continue it on or not, we will see. Whether they can get to those live finals, not going to be easy for for them. But let's have a look at these operator bans. They will be correct because Falcons are starting on the attack. So we have Thatcher. We've got a Kegel, we've got Mirror. It's all pretty standard stuff, really. The Thatcher, I guess, is a little bit more niche. You see a little bit less, but it's Clubhouse. And I'd say the same for Captain. You don't tend to see too many Captain bans until you get to Clubhouse. And then you wanted to protect that catwalk. You wanted to give your man up there a little bit of a chance, at least.
All eyes on Robbie. I think that has to be something
Robbie and Volts. Robbie and Volts for me, because Volts in -10 on entry. Volts has been really, really quiet for W7M, and we know how impactful a player he can be. So, yeah, for everybody at home, it's definitely 2 players to watch out for, 1 on either side. And how are they performing? Their performances could really be a big swing factor in this game.
Alrighty, let's get underway. W7M defense first up on Falcons map pick of Clubhouse. 2 teams that, of course, do not want to go out at this point in the tournament. And that's what makes it so fascinating, is that for both of these two, this is not supposed to be the benchmark. You know, if you have like an APAC team that sneaks through, gets into phase 2, but they go out at this point, no one's surprised, no one's disappointed. You know, maybe it's even a good job you made it this far. That is not the case for either of these 2 teams. Falcons were so close to a top 4 appearance in Montreal only a few months ago. We know how good this roster has continued to improve. Unfortunately, Robbie has had a lackluster tournament, but hey, if there's ever a time to turn it around, it is going to have to be this series. These are my favorite matches, Tim, because if you lose this, you go home.
Interesting use of utility there. We had the Vulcan canister on Blue Stairs window, which is, I think, just, you know, looking towards the potential for a rush coming in from Falcons, and W7M not wanting to suffer that. Lobin does take some damage, as does Robbie along the way. A little bit of a coming together from those 2, but Lobin decided, nope, I'm going to pop that Vulcan canister because there's a bit of pressure coming around this Blue Stairs area, and we know that Falcons are a team that will opportunity spot. If they think something's there available for them, they'll try and get in and take it, and as if right on cue, Xenox Volts, he's been -10 on entry. Make it -11.
Yeah, but it's not Robbie, so it's only one piece of the puzzle. Good opening kill for Jalad. Get rid of the Fenrir. And a good start for Falcons, although not for too long. They will not have that advantage. In fact, it now goes the way of W7M with Dolt and Lobin. And this little roam from W7M so far, not proving to be a negative, but also not a positive. Net neutral status at a 3 versus 3. I don't think Falcons will be too disappointed with the way things are played out just yet, but for W7M, in terms of the operators they've lost, they've already set their utility. It's not a big factor. And still, Top Red, Dash, wanting to continue this roam for W7M, highlighting their early aggression.
Interestingly, from Falcons, if we look at the lineup, they now don't have any option for getting the hatches open. They've lost those R-breach charges, so that's really going to slow them down. They've got 1 minute 15 left to go. They're going to have to push staircases and doorways here, Xenox. Whatever they've got, you know, maybe the Flores, if they find a soft wall somewhere, they can work a little bit of something. I'm thinking maybe Ash Rush spot from down main stairs or something. But other than that, they are really, really on the back foot at this point. They are facing up against a W7M team who have now pretty much got them back into the basement. They're aware of the one on top floor, and all he's doing is just burning more time here.
There is one logic bomb available as well for Hashem if they want the total confirmation of Dash coming down main stairs. But hey, Robbie aware of it, and 2 kills in this round. Timely for Robbie to kickstart things off, and an opportunity for Hashem. Can't find the kill from bot main over towards Moto. 30 seconds, Zoto canister thrown. But I think it's that Nitrocell in the back pocket for Dots that might have more of an impact towards the latter stage of this round.
Just going to take his position in behind the minibar there. See if he can just hold late into the round and have that big impact. Dots takes an awful lot of damage. Zoto canister goes out to prevent the push from bottom main, but no, it's Doverkin. Steps in, manages to get 2. That was good stuff from Falcons. W7M, I feel like they've kind of... I don't want to say they've thrown away the round there. The push down main stairs was just really weak. It was really weak, really lackluster, not really prepared for being... You know, where else do you think you're going to be pushed from? You're going to be attacked from either bar or from kitchen corridor. Not really prepared for it at all. And I just don't think it was necessary at that point. 1 minute 10, your 2 men inside are going to be saying they're not pushing us yet, so you know that they're not heading down. The go time for the flank is they're bottom main, they're in blue, they're pushing us, they're attacking us. That's the go time, because that's when they focused elsewhere. And it was just kind of a, I'm just going to waddle down the main stairs and die. And it left, everybody inside the site without that backup plan.
You're giving them time to be able to look for that flank if they're aware of it by any means. I think Dash just has to be a little bit more patient, really, in his positioning. When he's coming down main stairs, you don't need to take first contact. As you said, force the attacking team to hit site, take those flights. 20, 30 seconds left. It's that mad dash scramble. That's when you want to come in on the backside.
By being on the top floor there, you're forcing Falcons to think. You're forcing them, more importantly, to choose.
Yep.
Do we take the 30, 40 seconds to clear this guy out, or do we just watch flanks? But when you've only got 3 of you, if one has to watch the flank, that then gives you guys in sight the 2v2 rather than the 2v3. So yeah, a little bit of a misstep, I think, from W7M there. We've said it's a map that they don't normally play, so
it's not.
There's a potential for us seeing things like this. Clubhouse, everybody's got to be able to play like, come on, that's not even down to the map, really. That's just general timing. You've got to get that right. But we move on. It's going to be round 2. They've gone to the bedroom and gym side of things, and we're going to have immediate attention paid towards that construction wall. So trying to just make this cash side a lot harder to hold on to.
I mean, the other part of it as well for W7M is I liked at least that they were on the move in the opening round, and they followed that up into the second. That was going to be my point, was now you can't just lose that first round and go into your shell and get too defensive and get too worried. Immediately on the spawn peak, Hashom dead, doesn't even get an opportunity. W7M 2 rounds in a row, showing that early round aggression, and this time it pays dividends by getting that early pick. And again, the extension over towards Red and Cash, pretty much typical when it comes to gym bedroom. Dodes, though, extending it even further by holding this rafters position, but here comes the Montaigne.
This is going to be critical for Falcons. How do they deal with the push of the Monty? They've got a frost mat up at the top of the stairs, so somebody from W7M is going to have to deal with that. Right now, they're trying to play that multiple angle. They want to get this player moving on the catwalk, but the movement is going to come from Volps. I said that they needed more from him, and he does a fantastic job of getting aggressive onto that breach, taking down Jalad, and just leaving them now in a 5 versus 3. This is the point where W7M, it's a little bit tricky for the one on catwalk, but the rest of them can start thinking more about sight than the extension. But you can guess Dodes is not going to be moved here. He's just going to front up this Monty because he knows that there's somebody on Overwatch. So he just keeps himself here for as long as possible, and there's only a minute to go. Yeah,
Dodes is doing really, really well here. The Montaigne can be quite frightening when it's right in your face. He holds on, but it does allow Robbie to eventually make a little entry in towards CCTV and just opens up the round in a pretty timely fashion. Still 40 seconds, so despite being delayed a little bit towards Garage for Falcons, they've found the 2 kills, they've opened things up a little bit, and they've forced the remaining 3 defenders back over towards the site, but guards is low. Robbie and Dov both need to still find some pretty important and impactful kills from here.
This army could be particularly important. No Kiba barricades left to deploy, but it depends just exactly where they are and what cover they're providing. 20 seconds left to go, and there is one in there in Jim. That's the one that I was looking for. It's making it difficult now for Falcons to use that window. The double comes in from Dash and Lobin, and surely with 9 seconds left to go, it's too much to ask of Robbie as Dash puts him down, and that was a better round from W7M. They used the layers of their defense, and ultimately, yes, they lost 2 players out in Cash, out in Catwalk, but it didn't matter because they'd wasted over 2 minutes out there, and there was no softening up of the site, no getting rid of those Kiba barricades, no disrupting the defenders from their positions in there, and Falcons couldn't get it done.
It was a far and away better round of Siege as well, I think, from both teams, because I think the way that W7M continued to play, even after losing the opening round on the roam aggression, they get a spawn peak, then they find a second kill. They're holding far more extensive and powerful positions early on. Rafters extension over is not always quite typical. It'll mainly be that Red and Cash area of the map, maybe a little bit CCTV, but they do commit Dodes over there. But credit to Falcons. I mean, Robbie just comes in, finds 2 big kills, opens back the round. It's a 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds to go, Tim. It's anyone's round at that point. So you can find avenues for both teams there, and you can take positives for both teams there. But it is just W7M, of course, that walk away with the round. And if you do want to take a big positive, it's Robbie 4-1 to start. That's what Falcons need. I know that it's a team game. It is a team game. You want all 5 players. But his performance so far at this event has not matched previous events. And so there is room for improvement to come from him, which is going to help Falcons immensely.
Moving on then into round 3, it will be up to Cash and CCTV. So we're going to have the other top 4 out here from W7M deciding they don't want to go back down to the basement yet. It's kind of we get two different vibes from teams. Sometimes teams will have their preferred sites and they will give them multiple attempts to try and get them won. Other teams like their rotations and they will just go through those 3 sites in that order and they'll see what they win out of them, and they'll just go back when they're on the next rotation. So your first site will be the 4th as well. But this time, we've got W7M deciding that a little bit more top floor action is going to be the key for them. They've got themselves positioned again, trying to use that extension here. They've got the Oryx of Lobin out over in Gym, just trying to force Falcons to solve problems, to go through multiple layers of defense before they can start getting aggressive to site. And it's the right thing to do in this case. They're looking at construction wall. Falcons can't go into construction until they deal with bedroom and Gym.
I'm curious to see for guards as well on that Montang. So far, the influence has been a little bit hit and miss, and it's Lobin over towards Jim. That could, if he does walk on by through Jacuzzi, find a pick onto the Monty. So guards will have to be careful when he does make his entries in. His importance is very much high. If they're going for a con side push in towards Cash, you need that Montang. You can, of course, rotate over towards Rafters, but they've done no work on it. And you've got the Azami there as well. So this is going to limit the options for Falcons in this round.
Utility's been really good from W7M here. They've brought 3 lots of barbed wire, and it's just slowing Falcons down. That Monty particularly, it's like they've kind of predicted that's what they're going to be facing. A missed opportunity for Lobin there to slow things down. But again, we're at that 2-minute mark, and Falcons still haven't been able to deal with this roam.
No, but they have got a kill onto Dots. That's some kind of advantage, but Lobin continues to be the pest, and Dov will eventually fall to dash elsewhere. Lobin has to swing this, but he doesn't think about it. Maybe a chance to get the kill onto the Montang instead, who does end up falling, but so does Lobin and Jim. Volts 2 goes down, and with that, a 2 versus 2 with 50 seconds, a little bit reminiscent to our previous round.
It's all the delay tactics from W7M right now. They're conscious of Falcons' opportunity spotting of them getting in there aggressively, and they're not going to allow that to happen. 35 seconds left to go, and this is the first time that Falcons are touching site.
They got another smoke as well. Jalad with the big pick on to dash, leaves just Dota's top red. Good little angle though. Through that doorway, you will lose your life. Dotas will find an easy kill. The smoke not quite blocking the entirety of the vision. And so therefore, because prone and Hashem, maybe that's a mistake. Gives a very easy shot over to Dotas heading into the final 15 seconds. A tap from Jalad to try and bait out the Azami, but Dotas is too experienced. He's not falling for it. He goes for a new angle. Now should know that he's committing to the plan, and very well, definitely now does know as Jalad gets up, now makes it a proper 1v1, but it's an easy headshot for Dotas. Always knew where Jalad was. W7M with a 2nd round in a row.
At the minute, if anybody's going to win out that situation, we know that it's going to be Dotas. Like we said, one of those top-rated elite players here at Six Invitational 2025 so far, based on his performance. But W7M again, they're trying that game. Falcons are playing into it pretty well. W7M wasting over 2 minutes with their extension. Barbed wire out there to prevent the push coming in. You saw it on both sides of the Jacuzzi breach. They'd predicted really well what Falcons were going to do, that they were going to look for that master side clearance. So there was nowhere in that Falcons could rush, that they could get aggressive, that they could go quickly, because they had to go through that utility. And W7M used that opportunity well to get themselves a couple of kills. The problem for W7M at the minute is whilst that's happening, they're losing the bodies as well. And yes, sometimes, of course, you're going to lose a man or two along the way, but they're just losing a bit too much of W7M. They've done well to hold on to them 2 rounds, but they were certainly winnable for Falcons as well.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's something you could look at. Yes, W7M have won the rounds, but in those 2 rounds, neither of them have been comprehensive. They haven't been dominant defensive wins from W7M. A 3v3 and a 2v2 after a bit of a scrap and a brawl offsite then opens things up to that vulnerability. But credit to W7M for then winning in those 2vx's and 3vx's moments. And so we get to go back to basement now, Church and Arsenal, where, of course, last time out, W7M went for the incredibly heavy roam up above. And we'll see whether or not they will employ that once again. Castle, and that's Dotas, well, who's having an absolute field day at a field tournament. Plus 40 on the KD coming into this matchup, and deals with the Hibana, which is not ideal whatsoever for Falcons to lose the hard breach.
No, I think Falcons should have been prepared for that as well. They've got to ask themselves the question. That was the first area engagement last time, it was Lobin and Robbie that were battling over that window. So to not expect maybe a little bit of attention there from W7M was, I think, a little bit naive of Falcons there, because it was exactly the same as they were set up last time. I think we're going to see less on the roam this time. As I say that, everybody is now down in the basement. And the reason that I say that is look at that utility that they've got on side W7M. 3 nitros. They are looking for those vertical kills if they can find them. You better believe it. So Falcons, they're going to have to be careful once they get themselves into kitchen. What they're already doing is the right way to deal with that. Rip up that floor. They've done it in kitchen corridor. The rammer's gone through there. It makes it very difficult then to play the nitros. We're going to have already explosions from underneath. Already angles being held. W7M want this verticality to be theirs.
3 nitrocells available for W7M, so very much playing into their hands right now. The Falcons, who can't do a whole lot more other than play into their own game plan through Robbie on the ramp, getting boogie auto breaches out onto the floorboards, open them up. Just pray that maybe you can find a pick. Maybe someone from W7M is a little bit displaced. Dash, there is one of the 3 nitrocells to make its first impact by removing Hashon from the server, and another big pick. It's the Blackbeard. So you think about, you lose your Habana, okay, you lose a little bit of Hardbridge. Now you lose the Blackbeard, you lose a bit of that entry.
All that Falcons have got left now, really, for this execution is the sense. Guards, it's going to be really important where they go in, where they use those gadgets. Right now, still opening hatches. They're going to have to try and create a little bit of space to get those gadgets out, and that will then maybe enable them to have a little bit of cover. But what's going to happen when they go down? There's still 2 nitros in hand. They're just going to get launched through that screen and detonated. So W7M playing into their utility game beautifully here, Jake.
Haven't even cleared out dummies either. In guards overstays. He's welcome through the hatch. He will fall as Volps gets himself an easy kill. They don't have the sends anymore, and quite frankly, they don't have a grasp on this round. It's W7M with certainly their most impressive performance so far of the map here on Church Arsenal. After that initial spawn peak, they all run back downstairs and they huddle together to close this one out. Robbie gets the NS from Dots as he's 5-2, and as great as he's been, his team isn't quite matching it right now as W7M with a 3rd consecutive round. And not just words out of the server, Tim, but also inside of the server. Volps with a couple of ZZs in the chat. He's not too excited by Falcons on that attacking round.
Well, you know, maybe Volps, he can talk, but maybe he should, you know, get some kills at SI before. Let's get yourself involved a bit more, Volps, first there. It's like that classic, isn't it? You know, GG easy when you've gone 0-5. Volps has actually had a good round there. He's got himself 3. He's on the board. And I'm sure he'll be bringing a lot more to this tournament before he's done. 3-1 for W7M then. I think a couple of them have been close. It could certainly be 2-2. I think there'd be a strong argument. I don't think Falcons have been good enough to suggest that they should have the lead at this point.
I think they've got to get off this Montang though as well. I mean,
yeah, it's not doing anything
it's not
for them.
working.
It's not doing anything
It
for
also
them.
slows them down. And it's Clubhouse. Clubhouse naturally is going to do that.
And they're leaning into it, W7M. We've seen them play the big barbed wire round. Now they're going to come along with 3 nitros. They know that it's going to come, so they're just going to keep launching explosives at him this time. And I just think W7M are using that utility game really, really well so far.
Yeah, Dash has been quite incredible so far in this game. 6-2. He's been the 2nd best player on the team throughout the tournament. You mentioned, of course, Volps, minus 25 KD, minus 10 on the entry. Versus Robbie, minus 21 and minus 6. They've both actually got the same EPS so far throughout 6 Invitational, but both improving in this match, of course. It's a do-or-die game, elimination. Loser of the series will go home. Winner will move forward and take on Dark Zero later today, which I'm sure will be a fascinating match, whichever of the 2 teams that they will play. Robbie on the Maverick, over towards single con wall. And I think for Falcons right now, they've got to be far more ready for the spawn peaks, and this time they are, Tim. It feels like every round, W7M have been going for some kind of spawn peak, some kind of early advantage. Finally, Falcons ready, and Dash will lose his life.
Yeah, Falcons definitely read into that well, and that's going to be a big loss potentially. With the Bandit gone, if they clear out any of that utility, it's not going to be replaced. We spoke about the nitros. One goes sailing out. Volps continuing that better day, manages to find one onto Hasham, level things up at 4 versus 4. 1 minute 45 left to go, and they're making a little bit of a mess of things here at the minute of Falcons. These walls are not opening quite as cleanly or quite as quickly as they might like. The ace comes over, starts to get that breach done, but we're at 1 minute 30, and they haven't even started playing in towards clearing Lobin yet.
And they've got 3 hard breaches as well. Like, I mean, this is something that should have been able to be dealt with by this point, just on the sheer number of hard breach, but it also shows the power of the Tubarão and those Zoto canisters and its ability to delay. And Guards has gone for a different approach. Now, he does have the diffuser, keep that in mind. Gym Bedroom, so rotating away, despite them finally putting pressure on Jacuzzi. He's going to go the long route here with that diffuser in hand on the Blackbeard to help try and clear out this position towards Cash. 60 seconds, 4 versus 4 again. Everything on the top floor has been this mad brawl, this mad scramble, and this time Falcons find a pick courtesy of Jalad.
Going to be Volps taken down. Dots is there with one of his own, though, and they've not... They were so lucky, Falcons, then. They had not had anybody focusing on the potential for W7M to come out and get aggressive. They managed to shut it down with 35 seconds left to go. It's very similar to the last time they were attacking this side. They haven't softened up side. They haven't disrupted the defender positions. They haven't cleared the utility out. There is still a lot of work for them to do here with 20 seconds.
Now it's a 2v2 because Lobin's done his job over towards Logistics. Dot's also able to stay alive inside a gym, but then eventually overwhelmed by Robbie, who's just putting the power. 8 and 3. 2 versus 1. Lobin, that's one. One more to go. 10 seconds now against Robbie, who is actually in form so far to begin this series. It feels like the Robbie that we know and love, but he's running out of time, and Lobin's in a great position now. No time for Robbie, unfortunately. Some wonderful hide and seek from Lobin, and W7M will claim another round where it's felt that super scrappy, super brawly on club, and Volps has given it to them in the server again in the chat.
Great intelligent play coming out of Lobin there, just showing that he's got that game sense about him. He knows that he just needs to survive. Falcons were a little bit unfortunate there. They still had a player down, and I often talk about downed players. You become a cam, essentially. You're in there, and you can still give that intel. It's kind of like your dying job. If you're down but not out, you can still impact on that round, but I just don't think that he could get the view through to exactly where Lobin was to give that information to Robbie, because with the way Robbie's playing today, he said he's been quiet through the tournament, but coming in 8 and 3, if he'd have got that call, he's in gym, you know he'd have been through there like a heat-seeking missile going for him. But ultimately, Lobin just playing it smart, keeping himself off the radar, keeping himself out of the line of view of that down player, not going for the kill as well. That's something else that a lot of players would be kind of baited into. Get that kill, get that intel away, you know, remove that possibility. But by doing that, it would have given them all the information that they needed. So really smart stuff from Lobin.
Well, it just feels like Falcons continue to also lose a lot of these 50-50s. Like, I mean, with so many of these 2v2s or 2v1s even, and these rounds have not necessarily been super clinical or clean. W7M, I think the aggressors in that, I think they're the ones that are setting that tone by trying to be aggressive early, spawn peeking, roaming, playing off-site, trying to take fights against Falcons, hence why we're getting a lot of the 2v2s and 3v3s, and Falcons have just got to do better in those kind of situations. When you're attacking on Clubhouse as well, and you're not having to go up against a 4-5 man strong defense, you've got to be able to find a better way to break through and win some of those rounds. I think you said it before, Tim, it probably could have been a 2-2 scoreline right now. This could have easily been even maybe in favor of Falcons if you just flip a couple of those fights around. But yet it's 1-4 and only one attacking round into the final round of the first half. They really need to find a second.
I think W7M are showing why they are such a good team. Ultimately, rounds of fine margins, great teams will win them, and more often than not, and that's what W7M are doing right now. So immediate pressure coming in from Falcons to lower garage. Rather than going for that master bedroom-sided push that they did last time, they're going to keep this more default. They want to get themselves onto catwalk, then put a little bit of pressure on construction, open it up, sure, but get yourself the main breach, get yourself catwalk, and then start thinking about moving towards site from there. But saying that, we can see Robbie rotate around behind as well, and I think it is going to be more of a master bedroom sided effort.
Also feels like in terms of lineups for Falcons have been pretty one-dimensional a lot of this half so far. They haven't really changed up too much. It's like the Dockerby, it's the Thermite, it's the Montag, it's the Maverick, you know, and there's not enough variation in their lineups here to really offset W7M and make them second guess. All right, just over a minute left. A bit of a nothing round so far. I mean, Dodes is still just comfortably sitting in rafters as Dash poking away over towards Lounge.
Stop it, Dash! You're going to lose your life for nothing. Joad manages to take down Dodes. But they're not getting any movement, like you're saying. That's the big thing at the minute. Guards has been stood at that door for 2 minutes, unable to get inside, unable to challenge onto Catwalk. Yes, they've got a kill. Yes, Dash is low health, but Falcons don't have any map control, and that's a bit of a problem. I think, I'm not too sure about that.
Where's Logan going?
I was just shouting out his intelligent play in the last round. I'm not sure that was that. He comes out main door, just kind of stood around waiting, and gives himself away very easily. 5 versus 3 now. This is winnable for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, you've got to close this one out. It's the best advantage they've had really all half long, and now just down to Dash, who's down below inside a basement, coming up through Secret in a 5v1. This will very much be a second round acquired for Falcons in a 1v5 post plant with basically 5 HP. Hashem will put this one to bed. The half is done. 2-4. It's a very nice half margin, I think, for both of these two teams. 2 attacking rounds on club is fine.
Yeah.
I don't think Falcons will be too disappointed. They've certainly had their opportunities. They've had their chances. Falcons probably haven't grasped all of those.
I think W7M will be very happy with the way that's gone as well. Like you say, some close rounds there that could have gone either way. They've been able to grab a hold of them. I'm not sure what was going on in round 6 there. I think, you know, overcommitting to things like the run out from Lob in there. There's just no need for it, you know.
I just read in the banter in the chat. In fact, it popped up there very quickly. Volp's referencing the 0-5 score of Guards, who was giving it a little bit back in that round, which, you know, Falcons won a round.
Well,
I think
we expect
if W7M, if Volps is giving it when they're winning rounds, you know, Guards should be able to give it back, but he's also 0-5. So Volps has got the power card there. He's just like
the thing
Uno
is,
reverse.
It's part of the game, isn't it? If you're 0-5 and you go in there like, yeah, easy, like, it riles people up even more. That's like what I was saying about Volps. Like, you know, if you're having a quiet tournament, you're having a quiet game and you're the one getting mouthy, then it just riles people up even more because they just want to come back at you then. So, yeah, definitely. We'll see whether... I don't think that'll have much impact between either of these two teams. They'll be well seasoned to it and they'll get on with things. But we move on to Falcons defense. So let's see what difference we get out of W7M on the attack. It's going to be down to Church and Arsenal to kick things off for Falcons. Looking at their lineup, slightly different approach to W7M, who were bringing a lot of nitros on this site. They were looking for a lot of that verticality. That's not really the case here for Falcons. They've gone more for a delay tactic. They've got the FNATs. They've got the deployable shield, the barbed wire. They've got a lot of stuff that's going to need to be cleared out. That's going to create barriers for W7M. Look at this aggression coming out of W7M, though. They've got the top floor. They're happy to keep pushing towards side. Super aggressive, and they get an opener onto Robbie as well. Falcons are reeling at the minute.
Volps on the blitz, really setting the tone as well over towards main stairs. You get that early pick onto Robbie, who's been performing incredibly well so far. You also get rid of the Warden and what he can be able to help defensively on the site. Great start for W7M, and I actually like to see the aggression that they had on defense being replicated now to begin on their attacking half as well. And that's something Falcons are going to have to be ready for. And now it's a 4-stack in basement. Never mind, make that 3 with that kill from Dodes, who's just lingering towards bot main. Guards will actually get his first kill of the game.
Welcome into things. Look, I like what W7M have done there. They've got aggressive, they've got that entry kill, and then they've pulled back from it. Dodes kept himself down at the bottom of main, but that was a conscious decision. He's on the Ash. He doesn't matter anymore. He's there to get kills, so they're not bothered about losing that operator. He gets a second whilst he's down there. That's perfect. The rest of the team have pulled back. Are they? Yes, they are. I was going to say, are they aware of the bandit upstairs with them? Guards just trying to get something going here for his team. What a beauty! We just said in the last round he was struggling to get on the board, and then he hits a shot like that. Hasham takes down Volps. Dash manages to get W7M back into this.
Yeah, Dash and Dots trying to recover this round for what looked like maybe a winnable moment for W7M to begin on their attacking half as the kit is going down from Dots. It's Dash now that needs to provide that cover and deny Hasham and Guards the ability to get over. Job done from Dash, and Dots is now up with gun in hand. But Hasham and Guards so slow, they never got moving, Tim. There was no pressure on this duo of W7M, now down to Hasham.
Yeah, they're just kind of waiting around, hoping that that the attackers would stray into their lines of sight. Well, I've got news for you, Falcons. They're going nowhere. They've got themselves into a position to hold a line of sight, and that's what they're going to continue doing. And you've just found that out the hard way. I just think, look, there was mistakes on both sides of that there. That round was winnable by both teams. W7M, I like what they did earlier. I was just saying that as Falcons had their little comeback. But W7M got themselves in aggressively, got an entry, left orders at the bottom of main stairs, and then they retreated back and said, you know what? We're not ready for the rush yet. We haven't softened them up. We don't get into sight from here. So we'll start ticking boxes now. We'll start opening up hatches. We'll start the vertical work with the ram. And they retired back in order to do that, having had that advantage. Where W7M failed, where the mistake came, was not dealing with the potential of the flank. They allowed guards to get up there. You know, how often do we say, bring a claymore along and put it at the top of the set. Prevent that oil pit rotate and don't let them get on the backside. You can't always, worry about a shot that guards has hit there. At the end of the day, it's a fantastic shot he's hit. You're not always going to lose that fight. It is what it is. But yeah, I just think they've let them back on, and then that's created this bit of panic. Guards has got one. They're on the. Where are they? And then Falcons, they recognise that blood was in the water, and they went at them and got a good couple of kills. But then the counter mistake, Falcons allowing that diffuser to go down, and then nowhere near aggressive enough in the retake, just led to them losing the round.
Yeah, and it feels like so far in this match, something that W7M seem to try and acquire, or seem that what they want to do is have this early scrap, this early fight, and then it becomes that 3vx or 2vx or whatever, and then there's that second fight at the end of the round. And it seems like to me that W7M backed themselves in to win these 2v2s or 3v3s. When there's less bodies inside of the server, they feel as if they've got a better grasp on winning those fights, and that's when they have been winning the vast majority of their rounds. If you think about the rounds that Falcons have won, they've won them either flawlessly or convincingly, or they've won them because they've won that initial battle too extensively. Otherwise, all of the 2vx's, all of the 3vx's, W7M are winning these clutches. They're winning the late round fights. Falcons are just not getting any kind of hold on the latter rounds when they're fighting down onto the site. 20 seconds left, 2v2. It's W7M every single time, and that's why they've built up this 3-round buffer. 5-2, even though they're on the attack. W7M, they're not too far away from being able to steal this map pick of Falcons.
That's nearly lit the jeans of Volps on fire then, as he went past. Nearly caught the blitz with the blowtorch. But I was just going to comment on Dots, actually. His Maverick work really clean there. We saw from Falcons, I commented on it at the time, the hard breaching was sloppy, and that included the Maverick. It was just kind of a bit of a mess. Whereas look at the great job it shows. It's a skill in itself, is this, and he hasn't been able to drop the reinforcement yet. He's run out of cannons. Just I'm saying that, Dots. What are you doing to me? He was right down to the wire there.
You
as
put
you
the
can
moz
see,
on him.
he really didn't have much left when he started that. It was always going to be a little bit of a gamble, I think, as to whether he managed to get that open or not. But it is going to mean that Jacuzzi Wall will stay close. They can use those lines of sight to cut off rotates, but that's going to be as much as they get out of it. And I feel like W7M, they're just stalling out a little bit here, Jake. They've not got inside the map where they want to, but as I say that,
yeah, big pick. On to Robbie again, who I don't even think has fired a shot so far in the second half on defense, twice losing his life to begin the round. That's 2 opening deaths for Robbie in a row. Gelando, 2 big kills, pistol out, unsuccessful from the blitz of Volps, and now down to a 3v2. Not a lot of time remaining as well for W7M, so Dash and Loban down a player. These are the kind of rounds, though, that they've certainly been able to salvage at various points throughout this map. Falcons must hold strong. They don't have a lot of utility, but they've got numbers, and they've certainly got site possession. Big kill again from Jalad. He went absolutely nuts in that round.
Really well played from him. I like the position that he held in behind the keeper barricade as well. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Just getting aggressive there and holding that position, because as soon as the keeper barricade gets knocked out, bang, you're going to have an opportunity right there in front of you, and he ate it up. Good stuff. So Falcons much better on their second defensive round, managing to lock it down. It was a little bit wobbly on the first down in Church and Arsenal. It could have gone either way, but Falcons, I think, will feel that there's at least something for them here. They'll be looking for
7.
I think God's made a little bit of a mistake there. He said 7-3 incoming. And I think
W7M was like, okay.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. Yeah, that's not really a threat. So then he corrected himself. No, 7-5. It's like, Gods, it's too late. It's gone.
It's one of those games for Guards. He's 2-7. He's also got the prediction wrong as well. Honestly, for Falcons, they're on defense, right? So they have to have that mindset that they can certainly string rounds together. You can do that on Defense Club. It's only 3-5 now, so that 2-round differential, nothing too extraordinary. Of course, they've still got to be largely perfect from here. Otherwise, W7M, they get that 6th round. They've got that little buffer because they got OT at minimum. But I think Falcons on defense, as long as they play a little smarter. And also, Robbie has not been involved here. Like, we've played 2 rounds now in the second half, and he was tremendous in the opening half, 9-3. He was being able to get a lot of kills for Falcons. Dead in the first round, dead in the second round. He hasn't fired a shot. Now he's playing the Capcan at least instead of the Warden, so at least with the EDDs, he can provide some value even if he dies early.
Falcons are going to go back down to Church and Arsenal. It's kind of the opposite of what I was talking about earlier. W7M, they were intent on going through their rotation, whereas Falcons, you know what? They're happy to skip out CCTV cash and head back down to the basement. But how about this? Talking about heading down to the basement, Lobin's walked right in. However, W7M are getting ahead of themselves, Jake.
Well, I mean, the fact is they kept walking through. They got that opening pick, and if they wanted to, they could have maybe called off the rush, went back upstairs. Instead, they just forced the issue into the site to get an LOL from Dov in the chat because they're wondering, what in the hell was that? I mean, I was wondering, how the hell have you got that entry in towards blue 10 seconds into the round? But, like, the response from Falcons was swift immediately. They were ready to answer back to that early aggression from W7M. It feels like a machine that is learning throughout this match. Falcons are starting to understand these guys are aggressive, really, really aggressive, but they're starting to catch on. 4-5, timeout, W7M as Falcons win 2 in a row.
Yeah, Falcons were well prepped to that. I feel like there was maybe... It's a tough one to call. Obviously, hindsight's a wonderful thing, as we always say. You know, is there a point there where W7M maybe need to call off the rush? They're inside of dirt, and the 3v4, I think it was at that point, you've kind of got that opportunity to say, you know what, we've got him onto here. Let's just back out behind that shield. Let's go back to the drawing board for this round. We've got another opportunity, but instead they persisted with the attack. And sometimes, yeah, you've just got to commit to it, and you know, you win it or you lose it, and it's all on that decision. But ultimately, it was this was the big. They've just not dealt with top floor at all. It was like they've not bothered looking. Yeah. You know, rushing is one thing, that's fine. If you're going to rush, you've got to rush to site. You can't just rush in through main door having not droned it. Yeah. What do you think is going to happen? The rush has all got to come at the same point. You've all got to be committed to the same thing. So W7M, I don't know what's gone on with them that round, but it was a weak round.
It felt lustful based on that first kill through blue. You get that first kill and it's like, oh, you know, that light bulb moment.
Yep.
But you're right, they had nothing above it. Even if they had have been able to clear out most of that site, go for the kit, you haven't got kitchen hold, you haven't got main stairs hold. It's an easier retake option as well for Falcons. So I felt like Falcons had more to gain, and they certainly did. 4-5 now.
The thing is, I think if W7M just play a patient game, I don't think Falcons can win this. I think if W7M get themselves into positions, they will get entry kills. Yeah. They will pick Falcons off. Falcons are the sort of team that will have a peek. They will have a look. They will give you the opportunities. And I think W7M just kind of need to let them do that. Rushing into site, that's right in Falcons' wheelhouse. You know, reacting, just taking those fights, getting those kills. That's where they're going to do the best. So for me, take 2 minutes. Take all their utility away. Get a couple of kills. Get them in a 4 versus 2 on site, and all of a sudden it's a different ball game.
Yeah, W7M have had 5 rounds where they've got the opening pick. In 4 of those rounds, it's been before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
So they've been really, really aggressive in the early portion. Falcons in this half have not had an opening kill. Despite that, though, Tim, 2 rounds in a row they've now acquired and won anyway. So there's still room for improvement for the defense of Falcons. 4-5, and suddenly this map is certainly getting interesting. Again, it's the map pick of Falcons, as we kind of discussed preemptively before this match started. Neither of the maps that we have for this series are these teams' best maps, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that, to be completely honest, but it's also making it very fascinating and fun to watch, as Jalad has certainly been impactful. Robbie had a very, very good first half, yet to find a kill in the second half, though. And it all starts to feel a little bit tied up. 90 seconds into the 10th round. A little bit slower pace this time from W7M.
Exactly, and it's what I wanted to see. Go in and soften things up. They're not going to worry about Catwalk here. Monty's on the other side, but now Volps, a minute and a half, can start just bullying a little bit. He's going to see he needs to be careful with his positioning, but he sees his man, he survives, not a major problem. So now you can think about getting this wall open. The nades are coming over, they're looking to clear out the utility. It is still electrified, so they might have a problem in doing so. Just looking across what utility they've got remaining, nothing to deal with that electrification. Could be a tough one. They're going to have to use the Maverick, and this is the problem with using the Maverick, but Lobin manages to open it up with one onto guards. 45 seconds. Time could become a factor for W7M.
Yeah, super aggressive from guards. I think he just wanted to try and find that kill onto Dots, which, well, a couple of seconds later, Robbie has been able to do. First kill for him inside of the second half. Daylight's going to fall. That gives the advantage back over to W7M, and this Montang continues to get incredibly aggressive over towards top red stairs now, and, well, it's a double stack there as well. Hasham, Dov, both close by. They've lost Robbie. Good little peek from Hasham. Dov with a good kill too, and now all down to him. He's the only one remaining, and he's got the Montang that does need to be dealt with. Lobin as well. Lobin shouldn't get ultra aggressive, but he does anyway. Playing behind the Montang. Goes and gets the kill. I thought for a brief moment if he got overly aggressive there and lost his life, that could have been winnable for Dov in a 1v1. W7M back on top, and they've got match point now here on Clubhouse.
That's the difference that I was talking about. So you can lose a round in 40 seconds, or you can win it in 2.5 minutes. And I think the answer there for W7M is just take your time a little bit more. Get yourself into that position. Bully Falcons. Push them around. Volps did a great job there. I know I've spoken about his entry and, you know, his involvement through the tournament so far. Been a little bit quieter than we might normally expect. But shield play, absolutely fantastic there. Got himself in. Made a real nuisance of himself. Having that Monty pushing top red, it's like playing with a wasp in the room. They just are not going to be able to concentrate.
I thought that was the best round
Brilliant stuff
that we've seen from shield play from a Montang in this match so far, and it really determined the round for W7M. So 2 opportunities. 2 match point opportunities now for W7M to take the map pick of Falcons. Consulate to follow after this. Puts them in a really good position. It's been a bit of a scrap. Like, this has not been probably the best from W7M. I think they can play a little bit better. I also think Falcons can maybe play a little bit better. But there's so much on the line. It's an elimination game. There's those stresses, those nerves for these players. You don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to underperform here, because there are no second chances. There's not a lower bracket. This is not groups anymore. You lose this series, and your time at the 6th Invitational is over. So who's going to stand out now for Falcons? They're on defense club. 2 more rounds to send this to overtime. Delad and Robbie have been great. Can they get more from others? I mean, Guards has been playing that more supportive role. You're probably not expecting him to frag out, but maybe a Hasham, who I think can provide that little bit more firepower.
That's all it takes sometimes, is just that one player to just get that extra little bit. We talk about support players, we talk about IGLs, and obviously we expect less of a contribution from those players. But I think in Modern Siege, for those players, we need to be looking around about a 0.8 KD at least. You know, you need to be having those contributions. So like you say, just a little bit quiet. If Guards could get somewhere closer to that sort of area, it could be the difference maker for Falcons here. As it is, W7M working well already to take away those extensions. I like this use of the Candelas to try and prevent the tricking coming in. It is going to force Guards away, but they haven't got the wall open alongside it. He's very concerned about that gym window. In fact, W7M have just dipped away here. They've no exothermic charges left, so I don't know what's gone on there. Whether they've opened one up on CCTV side, I can only assume that they have been tricked, or they've not cleared it when he's gone to place it. I don't know exactly what's gone on, but they've lost it one way or another, and that's really sent W7M back to the drawing board.
And the kill onto Lobin as well, quite effective. You get rid of the Deimos, those death marks, which can be really annoying on Gym Bedroom, when sometimes you have to play in these more open spaces. You're playing behind weights, you're playing behind the mattress, for example, and that death mark is pinging your location. it's never a great feeling. 60 seconds, Jacuzzi still reinforced. This does feel like it has been a really good round for Falcons so far. Only just now is W7M opening up the main breach of Jacuzzi. They've still got Dash over towards the window outside of Jim, so don't get me wrong, there's still pressure from W7M and still a winnable round, but Falcons really are in a good position. They've just got to hold on, keep these positions, get that next kill, and it should be their round.
Robbie's going to be really important here because they're almost certainly going to try and execute behind the 3 Candelas that they've got left. Volps and his use of those is going to be an important part of what happens in the late round here, and Robbie on the Warden, of course, can prevent that from happening. Guards will be taken down. They've managed with the Maverick, I think it is, or the Ace, to get that wall open so they can start applying a bit of pressure there, but it's just too late in the round. It has taken them so long to deal with that electricity. In goes, there we go, exactly the combination that I said, but Robbie, you needed a better performance than that. 2 versus 1, 9 seconds left to go. It's unlikely Volps could win this, but with time ticking by, Falcons are just going to keep themselves out of trouble here. Last call comes in from Jalad. That's an ace on him. But what is Robbie? Robbie, he's on the Warden. He's the perfect player to deal with that Ying, and he misses his shots.
What was Volps doing in that round, though? I mean, you've got everyone pushing in towards Jim's side, and he's still on the roof before he even drops in towards Logistic with the Candelas. He's not aiding his team. It feels like he's a solo play. And even in the chat right now, it's Falcons that are giving it to Volps. And they're like, what are you doing? What is the Ying doing in that round? It's certainly a factor that goes against W7M, and it keeps Falcons alive and afloat. And for Jalad, an ace. More charity for Jack.
2 today.
2 today. 15 kills for Jalad. You know, the interesting thing is I was trying to spread the load a little bit in the previous round. I'm like, guys like Hashram, can they stand up? Because you've got Jalad and Robbie, they're playing well. If those guys keep playing well and even go to another level, like Jalad, who's 15-6 now, that also does suffice. One more round required for Falcons. On Defense Club, they get to go to Church and Arsenal.
Look, sometimes it's
tough. Could be going to overtime.
Sometimes it's tough for someone to get kills because somebody else on the team is hoovering them all up. And
that's always my problem.
What, I'm still struggling to get them?
Yeah, I can't get the kills. Someone else is always getting them all.
Guards right now, I think he's seeing a little bit of that, like he says. Jalad, Robbie, Dove, all doing fantastically well between them to keep Falcons in this. So we go to round 12. We will see what happens here. W7M, they've tried both. They've tried the rush. They've tried to play it slow. Falcons in both circumstances have been able to find answers. I feel like W7M just took far too long over Jacuzzi Wall last time. So this round, we're looking at them to recognise what are your main problems, what are your areas that you need to clear, and focus on those as a priority. Don't leave it until 20 seconds to be breaching that hatch or ripping that floor up. Make sure that you are preparing. You need a clear picture. What is the execute? Where is the diffuser going down? What do we need to remove to enable us to do that? And you basically work backwards through that list.
I mean, Falcons are taking a very comfortable and safe approach for this round too. It's a 5-stack down below. It doesn't seem like anyone's in a position over towards Secret or wanting to push up top main stairs or anything like that. Maybe guards a little bit. You can kind of just see down below. He's over towards bar now. So he has opted to make that decision to go for a rotate from basement up main, and it works out. And that's diffuser. I don't think that's going to matter too much. You're not going to go and suddenly go play off of diffuser in towards bar, but he does rotate top main rather than bot main. But here comes the response. Dash getting rid of Robbie. That's nice. But Guards has had an incredibly influential 15-20 seconds from someone that was getting basically made fun of before for being 0-5, might just send this game to overtime. Volps on the shield as well isn't exactly bringing firepower that W7 need right now, down 2-4 in this round. Overtime is looking like a sure thing, Tim.
I mean, W7M have got a lack of drones. Fair enough. Falcons have done a great job of that. They've taken 7 of them out, add another one and 8. But they are walking into the map, and Guards is just strolling around main stairs. He's literally just strolling around, finding kill after kill. And the problem with that is, when he gets the first in bar, you can argue, right, they didn't know he was there. He's slipped the net. He gets in and gets a kill. But how can you let him get 2 more? Guards is on for an ace here. He's managed to get 4. He's looking for the last. Can he find him? He's gone to the pistol. He's going to pick his teammate up. This could be back-to-back aces. The first was Jalad. The next could be gone.
Got it!
And it is! Back-to-back aces for Falcons to keep them in this. And you've got to ask questions of W7M there. You've got to ask questions. How have they let him get away with 3 kills in 20 seconds all around bar? The first one you can forgive. The second and third should know that he's there. This one, fine. But how does he get another? They're not even looking at him, Jake.
No. You know why? Because they probably thought he went back down towards basement. The usual approach is you find that kill bar, you rotate back down below. Guards, though, opted for more aggression by going back up. Then they're coming back down again for another strike. 6-6, and it's double OT defense for Falcons. They've really flipped this map around. It was a 5-2 lead in favor of W7M, and Falcons have put themselves certainly in the driver's position, but what an ace from Guards, who was 2-9 going into that round. It's why you should always believe and always have hope and never get too tilted on having a bad game. You never know when it's your moment, Tim. You never know when it's your time to shine.
So true. So true. I think we've probably set a record there as well for the most expensive 2 rounds of Siege that Fresh has ever watched in his life. Charity is laughing today. They are having a great day.
I think W7M, though, won't be laughing with the way that this map has really gotten
they're
to.
on the ropes.
They're up
right
6-4, they're up 5-2. Like, they've been kind of always in control throughout this map. Falcons have been thereabouts, pecking away, but it's been W7M largely in control. They've been getting a lot of opening kills. They've been able to get a lot of spawn peaks. They've been aggressive, and Falcons have just found a way over the last 2 rounds to subvert losing their opening map, and now they get double defense as well on overtime as we get underway in OT.
That's the key factor for Falcons here. Obviously, it's been 4-2 halves in both directions for defense, so we do see the advantage of that coming in. Church, Jim have been the 2 successful sites. For Falcons, it's not been a mixture of the 3, so they can just avoid CCTV essentially here, and they can just go to Jim and Bedroom first, and then Church and Arsenal. They did lose Church and Arsenal back in round 7, their first defense, but other than that, they've looked solid throughout. W7M are doing better work here though. Remember last time they attacked onto this site, it was 20 seconds to go when they were getting Jacuzzi wall open. This time, they haven't messed about. They've got the exothermics on there, they've got a nice big breach that they can work through. There's no real excuses for W7M here. They're making really good early progress. They haven't dealt with cash and construction yet.
No, they haven't.
They may choose to, they may choose not to. They could push from Jacuzzi and Gym window, but there is a risk inherent in that you get hit from the window, and I think that's exactly what's just happened. Dover manages to pick up Lobin on that Gym window.
And it happened last time on this side as well, so 2 times on Gym Bedroom. They don't get the Deimos, they don't get the pressure off the death mark. A good advantage for Falcons for the 2nd time in a row on this particular site, as Jalad has also been really, really good in these more aggressive positions, playing around Bedroom, playing off of these keeper barriers. It's being annoying for W7M to try and find an early pick and open things up, and like you said before, they still haven't dealt with Red. They still haven't dealt with Cash.
W7M have 0 drones left as well. They've all been taken out. Falcons have been doing this consistently, just removing the intel away from them. So for the last 30 seconds now, W7M are going to have to push in blind. Robbie manages to get 1, Dover a 2nd, and this is a great advantage now as they find Volts down as well. Falcons running away with the round guards with a double, and that is Falcons getting themselves into the lead. 7-6, removing that intel game from W7M fantastically well, and W7M having no choice other than to go in, base check, see what's ahead of them.
They couldn't do anything. They were completely caught out of the map. They had no map control. They were obviously focused on main bridge, get Jacuzzi opened up. But ultimately, when it came time to fighting and trying to push in, it was already far too late. They were losing every battle, and again, losing Lobin for the 2nd time in a row on that site. You don't have the Deimos on those death marks, and we saw Guards in the chat actually asking no more words over towards Volps. Volps says no. 7-6 to Falcons, and all that trash talking from W7M and Volps in the chat is coming back to bite them here, as Falcons now have got overtime at match point, and they get 2 opportunities, 1 on attack and 1 on defense if they fail here in this round. Church Arsenal coming forward for W7M. They must win this round, and it's dots onto the clash.
This is it. You know, all the talking is fine. The mental game is a very real thing. But it works in both directions and sometimes can be a distraction. Sometimes you've just got to focus up. So I'm not saying that's the reason why things are happening here. Falcons have actually played some really good Siege over the last few rounds. They've
gotten better as the game's gone on.
They've read into what W7M are doing. It's like they've just needed, you said it yourself perfectly, Jay, it's like this machine learning almost. Like, you know, they're in there, and as each round goes by, they're getting the flavour, they're getting the vibe, they're picking up on exactly how W7M are playing. And right now, it's like they've got the book in front of them. They're just, you know, the Falcons are just reading from the script as to exactly what they're going to do. I love this clash that's been brought along on the side of W7M, but they need to be careful they don't lose it. It's a perfect way of dealing with the Blackbeard and the Monty. The Monty is gone 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3 though, as Hasham starts to bully them from dirt.
They could slow it down a little bit, Tim. There's 2 minutes. They don't have to keep this pace going. You've got the clash that's blocking off the dirt push, so you can rotate back out of that if you want. If you Hasham, you don't need to force the issue here. Yes, Dots is low, but look at the amount of time still remaining. Like, Hasham is acting as if there's like 30 seconds left, and you're desperate. Force yourself back out of this position. Rotate. Move away. Yet Dots having to move around the map as well, but it has allowed the push in towards blue because the clash was towards dirt and deep into dirt and will stay inside of dirt as well because Falcons have swept through the back and taken the site, now getting the plant down, and only Dots does remain. Guess what? Coming out of dirt.
Clash, he's trying to get anything going that he can, but there's absolutely nothing. Guards is in behind, takes him down with a pistol, and that is going to be Falcons grabbing the first map. It was their map pick. They had to fight to hold on to it, but what a turnaround and what a performance we've seen from Falcons over those last few rounds. It leaves W7M with their heads in their hands. There are questions to be asked by the Brazilians in the break. This has been a tough tournament for the Brazilians over the last couple of days, and it looks like it's not getting any easier for W7M.
It felt like Dots had this almost super locked in mindset on dirt, and it's like everything else on site didn't matter, and it was really well played from Falcons because Hasham's like, hey, he's following me out of dirt. You can go through blue, you can come around the backside. They're not even going to be ready for it. The blitz comes through, easy flash onto the Azami, kill, site control, plant down, really well executed from Falcons as they take the opening map here in the lower bracket. W7M, the Montreal Major champions, are on life support. If they lose the next map, they are out of the 6th Invitational. Short break on the other side. We'll see on Consulate if W7M can bounce back.
Ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
So Falcons take the opening map here in the lower bracket matchup against W7M. 8-6 on Clubhouse, and what was a battle of back and forth. You know, W7M, I felt like definitely got out to the better start. They had a 5-2 lead as well, Tim. An early attacking round 2 in the second half, but credit to Falcons. They fought back. They fought back incredibly well, winning 6 of the last 7 rounds. That is how dominant they got towards the end of the map, taking it out.
Yeah, it was a real kind of slow burner of a game to begin with. It was like, you know, we had quite a bit of chat going back and forwards between the players, and it was kind of ambling along, and then all of a sudden the chat kind of stopped a bit, and everybody,
well, from one side,
everybody kind of locked in, and it was like, hang on a minute, we're in a real match here, and it got I mean, we had back-to-back aces. How often do you see that?
Yeah.
Not very often at all. Falcons needed 2 rounds to get to overtime, and Jalad and Guards got an ace in both of them. It was absolutely unbelievable stuff. They take us to overtime and just fight and continue winning against W7M, who, to be honest, had no answers at the end there. And moving on to Consulate, you got to be a little bit concerned for the Brazilians because it's not a map that they normally play. We said this at the beginning. Both of them seem to pick up maps that they just thought the other one didn't like, but that could be a big risk.
Yes, Consulate to come after this. W7M have not won this map at least since September of last year on the record books. So that is something that they will have to overturn against Falcons. Now, admittedly, Consulate for Falcons is a 1-4 record in the same time frame. So again, it goes back to what we were kind of discussing in the pre-show. Like, these are maps that fundamentally neither of these two teams are necessarily amazing on. And in a different series and a different matchup, they might not even want to go to these maps whatsoever. But sometimes you get these like weird like cases where for both teams, they're just in the same situation. They have a very similar map pool. So instead of going to the strengths of the both, they go to the weakness of both of them. So 8-6 club won by Falcons at the very minimum. They will see Skyscraper if they cannot get the job done on Consulate. If W7M though can't find a win on this map for the first time in a good couple of months, they're out of the 6 Invitational, Tim. At this point in the tournament.
And who would have had that on their bingo card coming into this morning, coming into this week, coming into this tournament? We were all shaping up for W7M to potentially have that run and go all the way through to the real big games at the end of things. But right now, they look a little bit weakened. They look a little bit off the pace. And they look a little bit vulnerable at the hands of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say it that way, don't you? But for W7M, as they come into this, still the fans are on their side when it comes to the social prediction. It feels like the start of this first half is going to be oh so important. You know, if W7M find themselves in a bit of a hole, will they have that mentality to get themselves out of it? Into the ban phase we go, and Ying is such a classical ban when it does come to Consulate. It doesn't really matter who the teams are for the matchup. Ying is usually one that's taken off the board really early.
Amos is going to be our next ban coming in. We've spoken, you've spoken very eloquently about the value that can be found out of Demos. Real operator to bully people with, to find that verticality, to make it a living nightmare to stand in one spot. Kaid will be our first defensive ban. These bans are reversed. Falcons on the defensive side, on the blue side, so it means our UI bug kicks in. And they are reversed, so at the minute this will be Falcons' second ban. They have taken out Ying. W7M take Demos and Kaid. And Falcons will bring in our final defender ban, which will be Fenrir. We've got a little bit of an unusual set of bans there, to be honest. We've got Azami still up. We've got Valkyrie still up. We've got Mira still up. All available. The Ying makes perfect sense. We don't see too many Ying bans, but Ying utilised quite a lot here on Consulate, thinking particularly around the window play. But yeah, a little bit of an unusual one there.
Well, these are always my favourite matches, but also my favourite maps, because now it comes down to this. Essentially, 2 best of 1s for W7M. If they want to continue at 6 Invitational. And, you know, I kind of class them as the team. You know, Tim, when I think about, like, oh, who are the teams that can win the whole event? Who can lift the hammer? I'm never someone that likes to just say one team, because I don't think there's ever just one team. There's usually like a group of teams that you might list as like tier A, tier B, etc.
It felt like there was about 10.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where I'm going with this, is like W7M, we're in that conversation.
100%.
They're in that bracket. They just won Montreal. They made the grand final at EWC. They've been building really nicely towards this event and really making a name for themselves under this organizational banner, stepping out of the shadows a little bit, of course, of that former W7M roster, now Furia. To go out like this, I feel like would be such a sour note on the campaign over the last 12 months. To build to this, for it to end in this way, certainly is not something that they would be happy with. So I'm hoping W7M come out swinging here on Consulate, and they will have to do so in the first half as they are attacking, Tim. So they're going to have to be coming out swinging. They were aggressive on Club. You can be even more aggressive on Consulate.
Immediate aggression coming out of Dovahkiin as he manages to pick up the Nitro opener onto Lobin. And I always say this about Nitros. They're a beautiful kill because they're practically risk-free. It's very rare that you're actually exposing yourself. You're not taking a gunfight as such. You're not generally giving an opportunity over to the other party to be able to fight back. So what a beautiful start. And look who they've taken off the board as well. The Dockerby is gone. That's going to be a big part of trying to clear space for W7M here. Get those calls out, force the roamers away, go in there and take control of places like admin. Dash is doing exactly that and manages to cut down Robbie in the process.
Yeah, good response. Needed that one. Poor old Loban. He also was, at the suspect of having lost his life early in the last couple of rounds in Clubhouse. Then to start this map, also losing his life to begin with. Has become a little bit of a trend over the last few rounds between the two maps. But yeah, 4v4, 90 seconds. This is not awful for W7M. Yes, he lost the Dockerby. Don't have those logic bombs, can't call out positions, put the defense under pressure. But you also don't have to deal with these keeper barriers that can really lock down some certain chokeholds on this map. So I think right now it's pretty even between the two teams, and I'm curious to see what Dots wants to do here on the Blitz. And when W7M want to send it in, you've got two shields. You can get rather aggressive hitting the site.
Seems like a little bit of a pause here for W7M, just to have a think, just to get prepped, make sure that everything is ready to go. It's all going to be about timing for this execution. Doda's just walking around underneath, seeing if he can get anything going. But Falcons, they are quite dug in here. They're happy to just hold their positions and wait. At the end of the day, here goes Volt straight in on the Blackbeard, and it's over.
That is the best way for you to phrase, and it's over. To be fair,
well, I was going to go for more, and then I thought, you know what? I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to. Falcons have just shut that down within a heartbeat.
It's a very default-looking attack from W7M that Falcons just largely looked set up for as well. And W7M, I mean, that is just not how you want to attack. And Guards begins the trash talk as well inside of the server, indicating to W7M that they should not be playing shields. That maybe their skill level isn't quite for that particular skill set. And he forgot the... I like... You know what? When banter's good and it's like cheeky like the, I think it's great. I think as long as you never cross the lines or anything, these guys have actually had some really good banter in this series. But for Falcons, you win the opening round, and a lot of that comes off the back of that early Nitro Cell, nice free kill. You get rid of the Dockerby. You don't have to worry about the logic bombs. Yes, you lose Robbie, but W7M just spent far too long stalled out on the roof. They wanted to obviously go for that default hit. You need the blitz to stay alive. But also, you haven't cleared out utility over towards default. It just goes up in flames. You have to push forward. You're then out in the open. You've lost your blitz. You don't have the shield up. It's all just going horribly wrong. And that's why it ended up the way that it did. 4 quick deaths. And Falcons with a quick opening round. And these are the rounds W7M cannot afford to continue to give up.
This is the thing for W7M at the minute, is it becomes a slippery slope as well. Falcons... Given that it's not their map pick, they've been able to choose the sides. So they come in here, and I think, starting on the defense is a really smart play, because they could well go 4-2, 5-1, and then they're just a few rounds away from getting it won. It's a real big one for then W7M to try and overcome. They're going to be fighting from behind almost the whole time here, and that can really take its toll. And we might actually see mistakes start to creep in for W7M if they start feeling fatigued, if they're under the pressure and the strain that they're going to be facing. So for now, they're going to be attacking on to basement, looking at the positions of Falcons. It should be possible for them to challenge in that mid-floor. They've got 3 up there at the minute. 1 drops back. Jalad's just gone back to site, but Hasham and Robbie are still up on that mid-floor. So W7M are not going to be able to just walk in and take control of that. For the time being, it's going to be all rear-sided from W7M. The Monte of Volps has pushed his way through almost to bottom spiral. He's just forced the players back out of archives, so he's going to be looking for more to join him. Nitro goes out, not going to do any damage. They just need to make sure that they get the value out of this Monty. It's something that W7M have failed to do so far.
Yeah, Volps is doing well again. It reminds me of that top red push from Volps on the first map, where he's just really getting into the face of the defense, and this time works out well. Dash playing behind, but it's Loban that does get the kill. Yeah, they've played this really well so far, W7M, really utilizing that Montang perfectly towards bot yellow. Jalad able to keep the round alive, and you've still got Expo in position too for Robbie. So by no means is this over when it comes to the round. Volps is taking the plant down, and if it does not get denied, sure, it's going to make it a lot harder for Falcons, and it looks as if they have no way to actually deny it. They try and push over towards Pillar, but it's being held very nicely, and Robbie's just forced to run out into the open. Logan with a double at the end. W7M with an attacking round on Consulate.
The thing is, for W7M, when they win rounds, it looks really easy. That looked so easy for them. They just completely ignored mid-floor. They just sent Volps through on the Monty with, you're absolutely right, another fantastic Monty player, just like we saw on that CCTV take. It's kind of all or nothing from the shields on the side of W7M at the minute. It either really works out or it really doesn't. There's no in-between for them. They never seem to have like an okay round with the Monty or with the Blackbeard or anything. So this time, yeah, Volps got it just right. He pushed forward aggressively. He took space. He took ground. He enabled his teammates to get kills. It was really, really good from them. So when it looks good for W7M, it looks really good.
Yep.
It's just getting that consistency now for them round to round.
Yeah, I think that's been an issue probably for both teams, and you can even label that throughout the entire tournament, and probably why they're both in this position right now. They've been good, they've had really good signs, and that could even be said throughout the calendar year, but the consistency, it really does feel like the kind of matchup, and I know it's easy to say, but whoever can be more consistent for the remainder of this series is far more likely to come out on top and progress forward and take on Dark Zero later today. Obviously, you want to limit your errors and your mistakes, but I don't think there's been too many crucial ones. It's just, you have Volps on the Montaigne, and he does it really well and you win the round. And then you're immediately like, okay, now Dots goes on the Montaigne. And I understand they have their set plays and things like that, but sometimes you just got to let the guy who's doing really well on that operator continue. Because now, if you come into this round and Dots on the Montang is not as aggressive, is not pushing, putting the pressure onto Falcons, that's going to be easier for Falcons to deal with.
Cubby is going to get opened straight away here with 40 seconds into the round. So again, reasonably quick progress from W7M. I'd go back to what I said on Clubhouse. I think W7M just need to take their time with it. Just like this, march across. You've got roamers, okay, bully them, move them. You don't need to go in and take aggressive 50-50 fights. Use the utility that you've got. Use the shield to get across and just make those positions just unplayable for Falcons. Force them into bad spots. And right now we can see Falcons are just being forced deeper and deeper here. Dots has taken some damage on that Monty, but Dordes gets the opener onto Robbie, and again, it's that slow burner that is building for W7M.
Yeah, Falcons just not able to get on the front foot. They're not the ones being aggressive and taking the fight. They're just getting pushed back and back, and you can't even run down yellow stairs because they've got a sign of Lightem side outside looking in. 5v2, a well-worked and well-constructed round from W7M. Falcons haven't looked even remotely likely in this round, Tim. It's been a total onslaught, and Dots has done a decent job on the Montang to push forward, creating so much space. The amount of map control, space, lines of sight, everything, crossfires. W7M had it all in that round. That might be the most dominant round we've seen from them in the series.
And what was the pace like? It was just middle of the road. There was no rush there. There was no over-the-top aggression. It was just a consistent pressure being applied throughout the round, and Falcons had absolutely no answer to it. And this is the thing. I think, maybe W7M have just been overcomplicating things a little bit. Just do the default, do the fundamentals really well, work through at your own pace, and Falcons will be forced into bad spots. Falcons will lose gunfights to you. These W7M players are top-notch when it comes to being guns up and hitting shots. So just allow that to happen. And I think, maybe they've just been trying to grasp at the game a little bit too tightly when they just need to relax a little bit and just play their game. Just trust the process.
I think, usually when you get to the APAC and the MENA regions and LATAM regions, one thing that's typically said when they go international is, can they deal with the even default nature of these top Brazilians and European teams? Can they deal with that methodical play style where it's so calculated and precise that if W7M want to play that super fast and aggressive style, it probably plays into the hands of Falcons a little bit, who are used to that. So if you do go back and you play this super high level default or Siege, that's something that Falcons might have a more difficult time breaking down. Slow things, slow the pace, control the game, get space, and Falcons start to crumble a little bit because there's less openings, because you're making naturally less mistakes, because you're rushing around and trying to be aggressive and trying to play fast. And again, here in the 4th round, I love this. Dots, yes, you're on the Amaru. You don't need to just send it in straight away. Be patient. Clear things out. You're looking for that default hit. You know what you want to do, but set up for it first.
It's going to be working the angle from the window then. Dots on the Amaru rather than the zip in. He's going to be just working that angle, just get everything opened underneath. Again, this is good from W7M. They are ticking boxes. They just need to make sure that they've got behind desk cleared out.
Well, it's the pressure from Falcons, though, down below.
Yeah, nothing, exactly. And this is what I mean. Falcons, I feel like... W7M have been getting dragged into their game. They've been getting dragged into Falcons' game, whereas W7M just kind of need to almost ignore that there's another team in the server. And if they just go in and say, right, our keys here, our methods for victory here are getting this area, and write themselves a checkbox and just go and tick them off, they will win the rounds.
Big kill, though, onto Loban. That shuts down the butt. No more skeleton key. He did a little bit of work over towards Piano, but Guards finding that kill from Secretary does change the complexion of this round just a little bit. Again, at some point, W7M can certainly go fast. And it may be now off the back of the logic bomb now, the grappling hook in for Dots, and he goes for the fake. Seen this plenty of times before. The power of the Amaru. You go in, force out utility, whether that be a nitrocell, whether that be a gas canister, or both. He then hops back out. There's still 60 seconds because the time management from W7M thus far has been pretty decent. But you can only do this so many more times. At some point, you will have to commit. In fact, so much so, there's only one more hook remaining. A 1-for-1 trade doesn't really benefit anyone. But if anything, no Warden on the board does weaken Falcons a little bit if there's flashes going in, of which there's only one. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I don't know where Dots is going down below with the kit, but that's essentially the round over in my eyes, unless W7M do something absolutely miraculous. They have really fumbled the bag here in the 4th round. Credit to Falcons, though, for their defense up above. W7M, they went for a pivot that just never was on.
I think that's the key here. Is this is about Falcons adapting as well. You know, as I've said, if W7M play their game and just sort of default work their way through them, they get some success from it. But again, we've said how well Falcons have learned along the way, and they've recognised the last round that they lost is W7M were doing exactly that. So what do we shape up for? This time we shape up for a patient default push, and that's exactly what W7M did, and Falcons this time outmaneuvered them. And it was going to be difficult anyway. Like you said, there was only one hook remaining for the Amaru. There was smoke canisters still in hand. The time was running down. But then it was the key factor of recognizing, let's get underneath and get that kill. We're going to have a player down there for W7M. We're going to have somebody making it difficult for us to stay in position. So we go and get it. And it was good response from Falcons. This one continues to be a very close consulate.
Oh, it certainly does. 2-2 scoreline right now, back and forth between these two teams. Again, the one thing that Falcons have, though, is the edge of winning the opening map. So they've got that buffer. Skyscraper, if required, is at least on their side for W7M. You cannot lose this map. Otherwise, your time with the 6 Invitational is up. And so far, it's a very difficult one to call, which is fascinating and great for us. That makes it exciting for us and the viewers. This is a tight one. It's really hard to see who's going to be able to pull away from here. You can make arguments for both teams. It's really just a matter of sit back and enjoy this game, Tim, and see how it's all going to unfold. Now, Falcons... You know, it still feels like, you know, Robbie's 0-3. Like, even on the first map, he was still negative on entries. Like, there's still so much room to grow for him.
The big problem potentially for Falcons here is coming into today, I mentioned their attacking win rate is very, very low. It's down in the 30%. So getting onto this second half is going to be tough on Consulate. They need to make sure that they get in these last 2 rounds, really. Get themselves a bit of an advantage, go 4-2, and then they don't have to worry too much about the attack. They're being pressured by the shields again. We see the impact nade being dumped out, the Vulcan canister. Falcons have the utility at hand, and they're using it well, but the pressure is now mounting. Jalad's going to head himself away. He's being chased down by the Blitz. Surely nothing he can do about it. There won't be. 4 versus 3 as they managed to pick up 2 on the way to W7M. At the minute, it's all about this pillar possession, and Dover just trying to hold on.
Still got 2 shields up as well, so if they want, they can brute force their way through it, and that's exactly what they do. Dash in between the Blitz, and the Blackbeard is able to find 2 kills on sight. Hasham nowhere to be seen. Coming from Bot Spiral, and W7M are able to just waltz their way in towards the site. They were super aggressive again this round, but this time Falcons were not quite as prepared. We're not quite as ready for it, especially the double shield setup. Much better from W7M, and they retake the lead on Consulate.
As I say, I think I'd double down on what I said. I think if W7M just stay default, play their game, don't get dragged into fast-paced siege because that's what Falcons want. If they just do that, they will win more rounds than they will lose. Of course, Falcons will pick 1 or 2 up here and there, but ultimately I think W7M will just grind them down. I'm still expecting to see a map 3, especially after W7M have just won that 3rd attack, because you look at it and you think, do Falcons have 3 attacking wins in them? I'm not sure they do. They didn't really show us a great attacking prowess on Clubhouse. It was mostly defender-sided. Stats for the entire tournament suggest that Falcons have struggled on that side of the thing. So I just think if W7M can get another one here, it kind of almost seals the deal. But even at a 3-3, that's a great foundation for W7M.
Final round of the half. Yeah, I agree. I think Falcons really need the 3rd round here. And if they can find it, I would probably say this is going to be quite an equal scoreline going into the 2nd half. We'll make the arguments regarding, of course, Falcons' inability to attack at the event so far, but there's always going to be, at some point, an opportunity to improve on that and to turn that form around. And it could very well be the 2nd half of Consulate. There's still no kills for Robbie. Again, he was better on Clubhouse in comparison to his previous performances at this event. But by and large, it has been a rough tournament for someone who was like on a supernova level in Montreal, who really made a name for himself as one of the top players and has not so far been able to back it up in 6 Invitational. Fortunately, the likes of Dov and Jalad have been great, but speaking of him and such a talented player, again, he loses his life to begin the round, and the aggression from W7M continues, forthcoming from the previous one. They have that 2-player advantage. Loban trying to put more pressure and pain onto Falcons, taking the battle towards Yellow Stairs. He gets away with his life intact because, of course, he's got a big giant shield that is just not that easy to deal with. In fact, Nitrocell bounces off that shield like it's foam. 1 versus 2 for J-Lad. He's already found 2 kills in the round, full white. And Volts is sticking the plant inside of Piano. Lots of time remaining in the round, and now a 1 versus 1. But credit to Volts. He understands he needs to get off the plant and find the trade imminently, and he does do so. And it's a 4-2 lead for W7M heading into the 2nd half.
It was a perfect time to take on the plant because it's one of 2 things. You either put it down and you leave Falcons in a 1v2, fantastic, or it's bait. You know he's going to try and push your teammate because he's in 1v1 at that point, so you just come off the plant and hold the crossfire. It was worked perfectly by W7M. As soon as the call comes, he's pushing me. Yep, I'm off the plant and I'm there ready to kill him. If the call never comes, then you just stick the plant. No problem. You've got a Blackbeard, you've got a shield to hold it with. You're almost certainly going to win the round. So W7M 4-2 on the attacking half. I feel like W7M have they've woken up, they've found the next gear, and I feel like they've realised that they should be the better team in this matchup.
W7M did lead 4-2 in the 1st half of Clubhouse, but they were on defense. Whereas, of course, they've done so here on attack for Consulate.
I think this is going to be over quickly, if I'm honest.
Well, we'll see if Falcons can prove you wrong, Tim. I kind of hope they do, to be honest. I don't want to see them just get demolished here, like 7-2, 7-3. Even if W7M win this map, at least need to see Falcons do well on the attack of Consulate for their own sake. But I think they've looked you know, if you were to actually look at both maps, like if you were to put it in this big picture, like W7M's probably been slightly the better team, and yet despite that, Falcons actually are the team that has that map, at least in the back pocket, as a safekeep. And Skyscraper, of course, is waiting in the wings as the third and decisive map. We shall see if we do require its presence inside of the server. Robbie on the sand, 0-5 to begin with so far. Fortunately, Jalad and Dov have been playing really well so far in concert, but they need more. Again, Hashram typically the second highest rated player on the roster for Falcons, as Jalad continues to set the example. Gets rid of the Azami, which is great because of positions such as this over towards manager's office. You can lock down certain positions and doorways with those keeper barriers. That's been dealt with. That's a big power operator off the board for W7M.
And they clearly wanted to take admin. That was how they were shaping up. How about that? Nitro over the top.
Robbie couldn't hit the barn door at the moment.
Absolutely not. He had the opportunity to take it out of the air, but didn't manage to find his shots. Loses his life to the Nitro. And all of a sudden, this push into admin seems to be falling apart as W7M. It looked for a second like they might just be losing their footing on that side of the map, but absolutely not. Dash gets taken down, but only once the damage is done realistically. 3 versus 3. They still have the Blackbeard on side, but the big loss here is Robbie on that sense. Obviously going to be a big part of any execute that was due to go down. Now Falcons have to think on the fly. They have to come up with an alternative.
2 shields inside of the server, 1 apiece. You've got the Blackbeard, you've got the Clash. Still 3 gas babes available for Volps too, which is a decent amount of utility if there is going to be a somewhat slow push from Falcons. They can get stalled out by the smoke. Just under a minute has ticked over. And drones still available as well for Falcons if they do require more vision and more information. But it feels like Dots is the final boss. It feels like that Clash is what's going to be standing quite literally in their way.
Almost all of the utility has been used for Falcons as well. They've got nothing else to play behind other than the shield and guns. That is it. Whereas on the side of W7M, they've got smoke canisters left. They've got goo mines potentially to play behind. But talking of guns, guns are all they need. The Clash is the last alive, and somehow they've managed to get this done. They knock the Clash down, get the kill. Falcons there, even with no utility left, managed to find a way, and that for me has been the real story of this Falcons side so far. I didn't expect too much from them on the attack, given what we've seen throughout the tournament. They come in there, they lose the focal point, the tip of the spear for that plant. For that execute, the sense goes. They use all the nades. They use most of the utility. They had 1 impact EMP left, potentially to hinder the Clash. But other than that, they just had to go in and win gunfights. But Falcons just keep finding a way.
They do, Tim, they do. And it was a lot of help from Dov. A 3K at the end. In the late round, you still had the Clash that needed to be dealt with, but they just found a way to kind of play around the Clash. The best thing you can typically do is have the Clash almost be the last one alive, because it means you've been able to find picks elsewhere. 3-4, an early attacking round as well for Falcons. Should put, for the fans at least, a little bit at ease. Maybe the idea that they can't attack here, that it's not going to be possible. Well, now they've shown it is possible, and by no means is this one over. 3-4, it's nothing. It's a 1-round differential. Falcons have shown they've got the ability to attack. Of course, we know W7M can certainly defend a little bit better than that previous round, and they get off of the Clash. And I think at any time the Clash is the last one alive, you have to sit back and say, did we get a lot of impact and value from that Clash? Did it protect people? If it didn't, maybe we shouldn't play it.
If you want to be playing the Clash up on the top floor here of Conceal, I think you really need to go and have a look at SSG's defensive round that they played with Forrest on the Clash. He was playing in at Vending Machine. It was one that Leo fantastically broke down on the telestrator for us. It was just such a good understanding of top floor from SSG. Perfectly positioned. They could hold yellow stairs pushers, they could hold window pushers, they could hold admin pushers, all at the same time. Nobody had to relocate. It was great from them, and I think it's definitely something to be learnt from. A bit of early excitement there as shots rain in towards Dover, but he's on the Blackbeard. The face shield will save him for now. However, some chip damage does come in as he repositions himself on that window.
They brought the Sens again. Didn't get to see the ROUs in action due to Robbie's early death at the hands of that Nitrocell in the previous round. So they can aid with the onside execution, block off some lines of sight along with the entry too. And you think about positions like bending and long desk and the hallway position. The ROUs can be super impactful. You can toggle them on and off now as well. So I'm curious to see what this attack can look like if Robbie stays alive, throws out those ROUs and gets the light screens up to help aid Falcons push towards the site. As Dov makes his way in towards Break Room off of the rappel. But again, did end up taking a little bit of unnecessary damage before when he was on the rappel. You can see the ROU ready to go. The light screen can be very much sent up here by Robbie, along with the bees as well. So they've got a lot of ability, Falcons, to displace these members of W7M, but they're holding strong right now towards Long Desk. As Hashem makes his way up yellow stairs, there is one close by.
Plenty more utility available for Falcons as well. They've got flashes, they've got a nade, they've got impact TMPs that they can use to work their way in, but it's going to be Lobin to pick things up to begin with. The screen does go up and W7M are just trying to hold on here as Falcons look to push through it, and they do fantastically well. 2 versus 3, 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah, but they're so low. I mean, Robbie and Jalad barely have not even half health if you were to combine their health margins. ROU still available for Robbie, but Rolps up close. The shotgun is honestly overkill at that point, considering the health margin of Jalad. Good trade from Robbie, but quite literally on 1 health point now against Dots and Lobin with so little time remaining in the round. There should virtually be an impossibility for Robbie. And right now, for the 2 members of W7M, you can play the hiding game and peek out at the last second if you so choose to. Comfortable round for W7M. Yes, things weren't the cleanest, but it always felt like it was going their way in that round.
It did. They were always on top of things, and this is where I say I think Falcons will struggle overall to get this one done. W7M, they need to grind out 2 more defenses, and they almost certainly will do. They'll adapt as they go, and I think we are heading towards that decider on Skyscraper, which, to be honest, I think is a good thing. As we said, a good map for both of these teams. We've seen them play on maps that they don't usually go to. I'd like to see them go at each other at their best effectively, and Skyscraper might just be able to bring that out of both of them. So W7M will continue things. Round 9. They're on the defense of Piano and Exhibition, so W7M just staying away from that bottom floor for the time being. Having a look at the setup, nothing too wild there. We've got the Mirror, we've got the Malusi. The Malusi probably the most unusual out of the lineup, but just great value there to slow things down, get those Banshees out, and again, just create problems for Falcons. Just try and burn that time down and create situations. They tend to be picking up a lot of kills, W7M, while Falcons are trying to do something else. So give them something else to do and then attack them.
100% conversion rate in rounds as well, where a team who gets the opening kill then goes on and gets the round, of which that's, well, 5 rounds for W7M, of course, and 3 for Falcons with the 100% conversion rate. That does put a little bit of emphasis on the earlier portion of these rounds of Consulate, especially for Falcons, where it feels like if they don't start well in these rounds, they get stalled out, they get slowed down, they can't break down the defense of W7M. If they can make it scrappy, if they can find a pick early, offset that defense a little bit, there's certainly more avenues that they can attack in towards the site. But right now it does feel like W7M 2 rounds away from being able to extend this series to a 3rd map. What can Falcons do to just keep themselves here alive on Consulate? They won the opening attacking round of the second half. They require a lot more, though. And they go to guards on the Montang. No clash employed by W7M this round, so only the 1 shield actually up inside of the server, with no Blackbeard also being taken in. Double Nitro for W7M on the defense as Jalad gets to work, opening up Long Desk.
4 of W7M up on the top floor, only 1 on site here. It feels like it would be a very Falcons thing to do, to look at site and say, nah, we're just going to go direct here. We're not going to play into that top floor game. For the time being, it looks like they will do. They're going to try and get themselves established inside of admin, but just keep an eye on that mid-level. It wouldn't surprise me to see them sort of work their way in there if they feel like there's an opportunity, rather than taking the entirety of the top floor. For the time being, Guards is going to look to push forward and just start to bully those players in meeting. That's the main area, really. If you can start clearing meeting out and get some control of that on Long Desk, you can think about potentially working in from lounge.
And Robbie just adventuring a little bit forward ahead of guards on the Montaigne. Dash opens things up. Another opening kill for W7M. It's the 6th one that they have had now heading into the 9th round. That is an incredibly dominant statistic in their favor. And again, reminding the fact that it's been 100% conversion rate too of opening kill to round win. And with only 50 seconds left, no real map control, no real presence or attack from Falcons. I mean, there's nothing really on W7M that is pressuring them, but maybe now the Montaigne guards in towards meeting. Loban, like Batman, jumps out the window and goes for a rather aggressive rotate back down below and does not get punished for it, while elsewhere his teammate is cleaning up. They are dominating Falcons right now on Consulate. Nothing the Montaigne can do. Right now, not a lot Falcons can do.
I think W7M are realizing that there's not much that they need to do. They just need to set themselves up and let Falcons try to play it into them. On attack, Falcons are kind of their own worst enemy. Like you say, if nobody peeks them, if nobody gives them fights, they really struggle to break down defenses, to create a position to execute, to create that space inside a site. We haven't seen them doing it over and over now. So W7M, they seem to have realized that, and they're just saying, you know what, this is the setup. We're not going to peek you. We're not going to get overly aggressive. Once there's 40 seconds left, yeah, we'll take some fights with you and we'll get a couple of kills, because at that point, you're going to start rushing and you're going to start making mistakes. And Lobin was sat there for 2 minutes just inside a connector window waiting for that Monty to just stray past him. It didn't get him the kill onto the Monty, but it was an easy rotate for him, because at that point he knows majority, he peeks around the corner, he sees that 4 of them are up on the top floor, so it's probably not that big a risk. It's calculated from him. But yeah, W7M realising that actually less is probably more.
So the tactical timeout expires, called by Falcons, down 3-6 on the second map of this series. Of course, they won the opening map 8-6 on Clubhouse. Feels like a lot of the trash talk and banter has subsided a little bit too, hasn't it?
A bit quieter in the chat now, isn't it?
A little bit quiet from guards. 2-7, down 3-6. It looks like that third map is going to be required. Skyscraper, of course, the deciding map for these two teams. And I kind of glance my eyes a little bit, Tim, towards some of those statistics. 2-1 record over the last few months for W7M. It is their best performing map defensively, so the highest defensive win rate on any given map. It is also, though, their second worst attacking map. I think that's pretty normal for a lot of teams. And also for Team Falcons, a pretty decent map for them. Their second best defensive win rate map, ironically only behind Bank, which is their absolute #1 map. They're 6-0, great stats across the board. And unfortunately on Skyscraper, both teams are 2-1. So it should be a good position for us as viewers, less so for the teams, because I feel like it's going to be a genuine toss of the coin if we do go to Skyscraper. 6-3 here on Consulate. W7M on the verge of taking the second map, which of course is their map pick.
Falcons have got to figure this out. They've got to start clearing utility, disrupting W7M and getting themselves into a position to execute. They need to understand, you know, what's the win criteria here and how do we go about getting ourselves into that situation. For the time being, they want to get aggressively into top floor by the looks of things. That's the push they're going to start, is looking to make sure that they've got map clearance. That's going to give the Buck the opportunity inside a piano to open up the verticals and start working to soften sight up. But the question is, can they do it quickly enough? They've got Volps to contend with up there on the top floor. He is alone at the minute. He's got Lobin playing underneath him on Spiral, who could nip up and down, but just gets completely caught out there. Brilliant stuff by Robbie and Falcons. And now is the time to aggress forward and to press that advantage.
The first time we've seen Robbie actually get an opening kill on Consulate so far. The last time he actually got an opening kill in the series was all the way back in the 5th round of Clubhouse. So it's been a little bit of time coming for the player who had the most opening kills over in Montreal. 3-8. And he is a player that if doesn't activate, it's hard to imagine on Skyscraper that Falcons are going to be able to get the job done. They just need a little bit more. And he is that more that is very much there and should be a required piece of the puzzle. Watching the vert angle, hoping that someone from W7M steps into his line of sight.
All of Falcons are stationary at the minute. None of them are moving. And that's a big problem. We go down to yellow and we see Hasham just taking out a little bit of barbed wire, but this is what I've been talking about. W7M don't necessarily need to do much. They can just sit and wait and allow Falcons to falter, allow Falcons to kind of peter out and to not have that ability to get themselves into sight and to be in a position to put the diffuser down. We're going to have a coming together there between Lobin and Guards on yellow stairs. Guards naturally wins it out. And I think that's W7M just slipping a little bit there. They didn't need that aggression onto yellow stairs. It creates a situation where they're 3 versus 5, 30 seconds left to go, not much utility to play behind now, and it's going to be tough to hold on.
It's probably the most map control we've had from Falcons as well. And Dots has forced himself over towards the breach, hoping to maybe catch Guards, or I guess in this case...
Doesn't work anymore, Dots.
Jalad off guard. Jalad does not get caught completely at all. He gets the free kill with this round shaping up for Falcons. It does mean we will continue on Consulate for a little bit longer. Successful plant from Guards. Dodes incredibly low. Needs to find the final 2 kills, and with a shield player still inside of the server, surely it'll be too much of an ask. Dodes, of course, will push and pull his way forward and see if he can just get a little bit fortunate. If he could have found that kill onto Guards, would have made it far more likely that Jalad with the pistol puts an end to the round and just extends things a bit on Consulate.
Falcons keep fighting. They managed to get it done, but it just always feels like it's too much of a gamble for them on the attack. It's always that last 20 or 30 seconds with the explosive push into sight. They don't do quite enough through the round, and W7M, they keep leaning into that, although I think that little bit of extension onto yellow stairs. The Ella trying to get back up above. I get it. Try and take the vertical maybe if it's possible. Get yourself into piano in the late round, but just unnecessary and seemed to be the catalyst for Falcons push forward to really gain some momentum. So heading into round 11, W7M still have the lead. They've had 1 failed opportunity to close this out. They will have 2 more, and this time it's going to be the top floor.
Don't forget, Tim, as well, that we were in this exact position on Clubhouse. It was 4-6 in favor of W7M. They could have won the opening map, and then Falcons, they just kind of went bang, bang, bang in quick succession. They go and win the final 6 out of 7 rounds to claim the map. Surely something like that isn't going to happen again, is it? That would be a devastating way for W7M to get knocked out of 6 Invitational. They must close this map out. 2 opportunities to force us over to Skyscraper for a 3rd and final map of this series. Falcons, they have nothing to lose at this point. They can go for broke. They know full well if they can force OT, that mentally, that would be a big hit to W7M. They'll start to second guess a little bit. They'll start to get a bit nervous. They have an opportunity to then get eliminated. And nothing to lose for Falcons. Double shield set up once again for them. Flash employed by W7M to counteract.
W7M have brought an absolute abundance of barbed wire, as you can see, 3 of their operators with it. So that's going to mean that any push across this top floor is going to be hindered. I would expect from absolutely every direction. There will be barb on yellow with some barb on spiral. It's going to be for the Flores to get the Roteros in and clear that out. I would imagine that there will be barbed wire coming out of manager's office, out of copy, everywhere that they want to push forward and take. There you go, exactly that. There's going to be barbed wire absolutely everywhere. So that's something that Falcons need to think about. They've got 3 nades left, and they've got, of course, a Rotero drone. So they should be able to prep that before they look to make that final push. But W7M, they set up in very good positions here. They've got the vending machine that they can hold the corridor with. They've got the clash to burn that time, and it is Falcons trying to push in from the admin side. They could come up against a major roadblock here.
It's something that Falcons will be absolutely mindful of. The amount of delay operators that W7M have brought into the round. They've got gas babes, Vulcan canisters, Legion goo mines. The clash itself is the very definition of just stalling out the Azami to hold down these positions like vending for just a bit longer. 60 seconds left for Falcons. At some point, you're going to have to play off of the ROUs, and that's exactly what they do. But it's the opening pick for the defense that sets the tone early by getting the kill onto the Blackbeard. That is a huge piece taken off the ball for Falcons. And with that second now, it's all falling the way of W7M. Falcons down to just 2 players remaining, and Robbie's getting lit up over towards Copy Room. Surely this should be the map for W7M to send us the Skyscraper from this point in a 2 versus 5. And with the diffuser at your feet, W7M should be taking this map.
Like a house of cards, it all has come tumbling down in round 11 for Falcons. Like you say, the diffuser down cold, a lack of utility, a lack of hit points, a lack of opportunity as Dordes manages to find Robbie through that drone hole, and they start swarming like sharks around, blood in the water. W7M, they know that the opportunity is theirs, and the Brazilians bite back. They take Consulate, and it is one apiece heading to map 3.
Oh, it's going to come down to a best of one for these two teams. W7M and Falcons fighting tooth and nail here in the lower bracket. For Falcons, they'll feel as if they probably could have played a little bit better there on Consulate, but you've got to give the plaudits and the credit to W7M for bouncing back after losing Clubhouse in the fashion that they did. For all intents and purposes, Tim, you can make an argument, a very easy one, that this could have been a 2-0. That W7M should have won on Clubhouse and be done with this matchup and be booking their ticket against Dark Zero. Alas, though, Falcons, they came back on Club, but they couldn't come back on Consulate. Because of that, we are going to be heading to Skyscraper to determine which of these two teams is going to be taking on Dark Zero.
Well, after that one, I think...
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Well, this lower bracket matchup is certainly not disappointing as Falcons and W7M require all 3 maps. Consulate, very much dominant performance from W7M and some question marks still remaining for Falcons team. We had some questions for them and the answers weren't great about their attack. It's still a work in progress. While there were some decent signs, it was a match that really felt like it was controlled by W7M from start to finish.
Yeah, they had opportunities, did Falcons, throughout it, but ultimately W7M, like you said, just felt in command. The rounds, it's like I said, they were always going to grind them down because they kind of figured out that, look, we just need to slow things down, play at default, and at least in some or most of the rounds, Falcons will falter. They won't be able to break us down. They won't be able to find a way in. And occasionally Falcons managed it, but ultimately, yeah, W7M, they became a stone wall. It was just kind of too much for Falcons to get around.
Well, it's not often that you play 11 rounds of Siege and every single opening kill is converted into a round win, but that is exactly what has happened in the previous one.
See our stats up there.
What are you showing me there, Tim?
I'm showing you the back-to-back aces that have just happened on the other channel.
You're telling me there was back-to-back aces on our match and back-to-back aces on the other match, and Fresh is just sitting there just continuing to deposit money for charity in his break.
Exactly that. What were the chances of a back-to-back ace on ours, let alone a back-to-back ace in 2 games? In that case, though, Falcons, at least, they had back-to-back aces for themselves. On the other stream, it was back-to-back aces in response. FaZe got one and then Liquid got one.
Now, speaking of responses, 7-4 win for W7M is quite the response after losing Clubhouse when they were up at various points by decent margins. They were up 5-2, they were up 6-4, so they had a really good hold on Clubhouse, but ultimately Falcons then brought it back quite dominantly. And they could continue that dominance then into Consulate. A good little circuit breaker from W7M, and it really does reset us now going into Skyscraper. Now, Falcons are defending first, Tim, and it's a good measuring stick for this game because if they only get like 3 defensive rounds, I feel as if they're going to struggle on the attack in the second half. So you think probably like, even as far as 5 defensive rounds as may be required.
4 absolute minimum. Absolute minimum for Falcons. Like I've said a couple of times, their attacking win rate has not been there. They go up against W7M on their best defensive map. W7M are fantastic at defending Skyscraper. And yeah, Falcons are going to struggle to find attacking rounds here, especially if W7M played it like they did on Concert, where they're just forcing them to play into them all the time. So Falcons, minimum 4-2. 5-1 would be ideal to kick things off. Is that possible against W7M here on Skyscraper?
Ooh.
I think it could be a very big ask. Right now, I feel like this has slid heavily in the favour of W7M.
I have to agree with you there. I think that's really the most obvious statement for W7M. Definitely taking that favoritism tag into Skyscraper. Far and away an improved performance on Consulate. They get to attack first as well, which is kind of intriguing that you would usually say, well, maybe you want to start defense. But I think the added benefit of just having that kind of first half where you don't necessarily need to get too much. The pressure's on Falcons. For me, in my mind, it's on Falcons to do well defensively in this first half. So the obligation is more on them than it is, say, on a W7M, who really only need 1 or 2 rounds. Arguably 2 or 3 would be amazing. And so that's something that you can kind of plug away at. Yeah, I've got W7M, but I also wouldn't be shocked. Like, I wouldn't be sitting here bewildered if Falcons do win this map. Like, I think they've shown enough on Clubhouse. They've certainly got room for improvement. If they can find it here within themselves going into this final map, it wouldn't be a total shock. I think this is going to be probably a 60-40 split in favor of W7M. At 66-34. Not too far off, Tim, but I think that's a pretty much spot-on marginal point. 65-35 kind of split.
There's an advantage to W7M.
Exactly.
It's still possible. The dream is alive for Falcons, but it's going to be determined, I think, over the first half of this. If Falcons don't get a significant showing on defense, it's going to be tough. The bans are reversed here, so this will be Falcons kicking off with a blitz ban, and then we will have W7M coming through with the next 2. But looking at the performances overall so far as well, Jalad and Dover doing very, very well in terms of the Falcons players. They really are the 2 driving it forward. But I want to give a shout out to Volps as well at the beginning of this. I picked up that he'd had a quiet tournament so far, can be a talismanic player for W7M. He's having a much better day. 17 and 16, 2 and 2 on the entry, getting himself involved all over the map. Not having a bad one today.
No, he hasn't. He's certainly been influential. For Robbie, who's good in club, and then not so good on Consulate. So what Robbie are we going to get on Skyscraper? Falcons need the good Robbie. They need that extra firepower. It can't just be Dov. It can't just be Dov. It can't just be J-Lad. Those 2 have been incredibly consistent over the 2 maps, heading into now the 3rd map. If you kind of look at the overall statistics, as Fenrir is the last one banned out, there's only 2 players for Falcons that are above 100 EPS, J-Lad and Dov, with +10, +4. The other 3 are like in the 80s for EPS. There are minus negative entries, minus negative KDs, whereas for W7M, it's more of that even load where you've got 4 players, 100 EPS or more. So you can see pretty easily the Falcons, they've got a good top 2, and then it's like the next 4 go to W7M, and you're just not going to win many games of Siege if you've only got 2 players really giving it their all.
Round 1, we head into Skyscraper. Falcons versus W7M. As a reminder of the stakes to everybody, we are in the lower bracket here. So, whoever loses, they pack up their bags and get on a plane and they head home. The tournament will be done for them. It is all or nothing on this, what effectively becomes a best of 1 here. Falcons were able to win Clubhouse in overtime 8-6. W7M a more comfortable win of Consulate 7-4. And we now come down to this decider. It will be Falcons on the defense, and with their attacking win rate being pretty low at the tournament, we feel that Falcons are going to need to get themselves a good start here in the first half. It's going to be tea and karaoke. Nothing too wild in terms of the picks. Robbie on the Tubarão, probably about the most interesting there. I'm thinking of, where are you going to really hold them out of a breach here? There's not too many that are drastically important. Maybe Geisha Wall, you'd argue, could be looking towards. And given that his position is there, I would have thought that it's focusing around keeping them out of Geisha. But as I say that, W7M ahead in there, so could be perfect positioning from Falcons.
You don't even have to, of course, use the Zoto canisters on walls. Could be used as a slowdown tool as well. Robbie, though, has to be mindful of the fact that there is a Montang in, and I guess maybe this is the thought process. The Zoto canister and the Nitrocell combination, but he's doing quite a lot, and there's so much pressure inside of Geisha that Timmy just gets overwhelmed.
I think that's going to be W7M's game plan on the attack here is don't give Falcons a minute to breathe. Just get right up in their faces, get aggressive. 3 kills already inside of the round. Diffuser going down. They are not messing about here. Jalad manages to get 1 onto Volks, but 2 versus 4. Plant confirmed. All up to Jalad now. It's going to be an ace or nothing. We've already seen him. We've already seen him ace once. Is it likely to happen again? I would say no. As the Monty is up in his face, Lobin takes him down. W7M, they take a very comfortable first round, and this is why I say coming into this one, it feels like W7M have a real edge now and could well be the ones pushing on in the tournament at the end of this.
It's only 1 round, Tim. It's only 1 round. We say that trope a lot, but it's the manner. I agree. That's where I was going. We're on the same page. And then that's... Dash in chat was like, who is Tubarao? Bro, ... That
Tubarao.
That was Robbie.
He got overwhelmed
there.
No.
He panicked a little bit. And yeah, it's the manner in how they won that round. It's concerning. We were kind of talking a little bit pre-match about you need to go and get those defensive rounds if you are Falcons, because I just don't trust them on the attack of Skyscraper. And on the first round, on the primary bomb site, W7M just walked through the front door. I mean, it was just far too easy. Far too easy pressure into Geisha. Far too easy to just completely push Falcons' defense apart. And yeah, I mean, that was just... The catalyst to the round was probably Robbie. He wasn't the only one, but it was the catalyst.
This is it. Like, Robbie comes around the corner there, probably thinking, right, maybe I get a Zoto canister on that wall. And he's like, oh, Monty's right in my face. And the wall is then breached. It's in on both sides of him. And it was just downhill from there. W7M, I think, you know, really sending a message there that playtime's over. You know, we're here to move on now.
Well, if they're here to move on, this is the perfect start. An early attacking round on Skyscraper. Again, a reminder, Dark Zero waiting. The winner of this match, which will be played later today, over on the A stream.
Should be, yep. Will be.
Let's slowly cook it up here on the Amari.
He's ready to go.
Yeah,
I think they're just waiting for the pressure to mount at small bar, which is what has happened. And Dodes manages to get the kill on Jalad, and that's going to be the trigger.
Where is everyone?
There's nobody inside the side. W7M have recognized that. They've taken control. Robbie's down. This is 5v2. 5v1 effectively now. This, honestly, I said that this map could be a problem for Falcons, and right now it feels like it's going to be over quickly. The plant goes down, and they are battling back against the tide.
Wave the white flag. Someone throw the towel in. This is a horrible start for Falcons on this map of Skyscraper. W7M, so clinical. I mean, you can ask questions of the defense, rightfully so. There's always room for criticism, but in this case, it's just the plaudits you've got to give to W7M. It, to me, seems like they've got good strategy and a good game plan coming into the attacking half of Skyscraper. It seems as if they've done their homework and they understand and have a clear indication as to what is going to offset Falcons, what's going to bother them the most, and it's that in-your-face aggression. It's when we want to go, we're going to go, and Falcons just don't look ready for it. So much so, they've called a tactical timeout already. You cannot be giving up 2 defensive rounds on Skyscraper to kickstart a 3rd and final map of a series where if you lose, your time at the tournament is over.
And as I've commented already, things are not going to get any easier for Falcons in the second half of this. So this tactical timeout right now is absolutely critical. They need to come back with a couple of rounds after this. This should be their half. And as it stands, inside of 2 rounds, W7M have already hit what will have been, in their minds, I'm sure, their minimum for this. They will want at least 2 attacks or better going into the second half. If they can get 3, that's it. I can tell you now, W7M will be super confident that they get things locked out on Skyscraper, because this is a map that they are great defensively on, and they will be confident that they can get the top 2 floor sites done, get themselves 4 rounds, so 3 in the first half will signal a win at that point. Right now, I'm worried that Falcons
are going to get blown away.
Are going to get any, let alone that they're going to get the 4 that they need.
We see sometimes in this game, Tim, where as much as we love these 3-map series that go the distance and it comes down to the final map and it's an 8-7, you can get these fizzles where the first map, W7M were good. They could have probably won that, or maybe should have won that. Credit to Falcons. They brought it back. They was great 6 of the last 7, yada, yada, yada. But then Consulate, rather one-sided. And then immediately Skyscraper to begin with, rather one-sided. So it's like the only real tussle, the only really war of attrition has been on one map, and that one map was incredibly close. An 8-6 victory. It maybe feels as if we're getting a result that, yes, it's going to end up maybe being a 2-1, that maybe could have been a 2-0, and W7M were just largely the better team, but couldn't quite get it done on one particular map. It's why we don't play best of ones at this point in the tournament.
Exactly. Looking at the numbers as well, you know, they back up what I'm saying. If you look at Team Falcons, since the beginning of November on Skyscraper, they've played it 3 times. Their attacking win rate is down at 35% on this map. Out of 14 rounds, they've only won 5 of them. So this is where I say the defense is so important. They're normally very good. 14 out of 18 rounds defensively they have won on Skyscraper over those 3 games. So, you know, 77% win rate. That is not transferring to what we're seeing today.
And so far at the tournament, it's the most defensive-sided map with also an only 8% plant rate, which is by far and away the lowest, and it's not even close. In fact, the next one that's lower is on Clubhouse at 19%. A massive discrepancy, and again highlighting how difficult it is and has been to attack on this map at this tournament. Yet for W7M with that kill from Volbs, they're making it look too easy. They're making it look as if all of these statistics are wrong. As Robbie makes his way up Black Stairs, he's only met by bullets to the face from Volbs, who's now 5-1. And I remember I just said the 8% plant rate.
So difficult to plant.
And there's a plant for W7M as they clean house above. Far too easy for W7M. The Montreal Major Champions are starting to find that consistency, Tim, that we spoke about at the start of this series, that we talked about. There wasn't a lot of consistency from these two teams. They're starting to find it, and they're starting to find some momentum that at this point they could very well take up against against Dark Zero.
It just looks like men against boys at the minute, in reality. They're just not operating on the same level right now. You know, you quite rightly pick up on that stat, 8% plant rate over the tournament for Skyscraper. W7M at the minute have got 100% plant rate. They are just walking in, putting the case down. There is very little resistance coming out of Falcons, and it must be weighing on them now. It will become, you know, a self-fulfilling prophecy in itself, in that they will start surely believing that they're not going to get any rounds. You start worrying about that. It must creep into the minds of the players that that's how it's going to go.
0-3, 0-3, 0-3, 0-3. There were no errors in there. 4 players for Falcons that are 0-3. J-Lad, the only one with a kill, and it's only the 2 kills, and even he's still at a negative. This is a demolition job.
At the minute,
we're watching a wrecking crew go through an old building that needs knocking down, and it's Falcons that's playing the role of the old building that's getting knocked down. Which is disappointing, but it's good for W7M to take into the next series if this is how this match is going to finish.
They're going to have a tough match next round against Dark Zero. There's no 2 ways about it. We'll be covering that one ourselves later on. And they need, after the first 2 maps they've had, I think it just goes to show, you know, exactly what we said about those first 2 maps was right. These were 2 maps that these teams don't play, and they were just kind of happy to say, right, okay, we'll just go with it if that's what you want to do. But coming in here to a map that W7M are obviously more comfortable with, this has just been an absolute slaughter so far. They know that there's one up above, going to get the kill. It's just so casual.
How is Robbie
so casual using the deployable shield now? They might have just a little bit more of a chance to get something going up at the top there. Guards does take down Lobin, and they continue battling from drum stairs. Dots is low health. Dodes has taken a little bit of damage, and some onto Volps as well. W7M certainly not able to run away with this in quite the same fashion that they have so far.
They've got to win this round. They've got to capitalize on J-Lad's performance so far on Skyscraper as he finds another one. He's the one that may be good. Just set a fire under their bellies. Finally, Falcons are on the board here on the 3rd and final map of this lower bracket elimination game. But is it far too late, Tim? That's the issue. They've already given up far too many rounds to W7M.
That leaves us now J-Lad 1, W7M 3. And I think that's the real key for Falcons here, is they need some other people getting themselves online. We've spoken about Robbie. It's been up and down at the tournament. It's been up and down today, and they really need an up right now. They really need a big performance. Dover, I came in and I said, you know, how it was all Jalad and Dover, particularly today. They were doing really, really well. And now 0 kills in 4 rounds. It's just not enough for Falcons to be able to challenge W7M here. So we continue on. We continue on the defense. Falcons, it is, in my mind, essential that they get the next 2. As I said, since November, they've played this map 3 times. They've got a 37% win rate on the attack. So it's already going to have to be a better performance than they would normally deliver on Skyscraper Attack for them to be able to continue here at the 6th Invitational 2025. Every round they lose now on the defense just makes that a bigger and bigger challenge.
Yeah, it's not as if Falcons don't have the capabilities of bringing it back from a rather uneven deficit. We say these things as really just to set the tone and sort of set the idea of the difficulty level. You know, if it's a 4-2 half in favor of W7M from here, that is a win for them. That doesn't mean it's impossible for Falcons to get back and still win the map, but they find themselves at a rather large deficit, and that's really all we're kind of displaying. The Falcons, if they can at least get it to that 3-3, that's making the most of a rather bad situation to begin 0-3 on your defensive sky. If you can at least then find 3 in a row, maybe you can do something later on in the second half to offset what has been a rather difficult start. But W7M, I don't imagine they're suddenly going to take the foot off of the accelerator. They will probably go and double down on this pace, look to continue to put the pressure onto Falcons, as Guards is already down to half health as well to begin this 5th round.
That's just going to be sending the drones in, have a little look across that top floor, see if there's any ground that they can get themselves on into to start working across on the clearance. As it is pressure towards, I would imagine, Geisha and Terrace, and then try to get the breach off and try to work themselves into a position to put the diffuser down. They've been able to do that in 3 out of 4 rounds so far of W7M, far surpassing the plant statistics that we've seen so far here on Skyscraper. They've got all the utility they need. They've got the flashes. They've still got an impact EMP if there's any mute jammers that need clearing, and they've got themselves an opening kill as well. Working in from Geisha. Dash picks up on Jalad, and that is going to force Falcons here to find something from somebody else.
All good fight back from Dov. He's found 2. First 2 kills for him, and a 3rd as well in this single round from 0-3 to 3-3, and certainly in a timely fashion with Volts now on the 1 versus 2. There is plenty of time. He doesn't have to rush forward. He's got 50 seconds to navigate through this situation. Knows where they both are, but it's a 4 from Dov in this round. Falcons are fighting.
I feel like that couldn't have maybe happened better. Jalad getting taken out on the entry there, kind of, like I said at the time, forced everybody else to step up and to close the round out, and that's what they needed. They needed people to be getting these kills to get them into the game. I said coming into it, Dov was on 0 kills. He's just picked up a 4K. That's absolutely massive. It just might well get who has been the 2nd rated player overall for Falcons in this matchup firing again, and just give them something to work from. W7M, they're going to be looking for 1 more successful attack. They'll be happy with the 3 they've got. If they can get this one, they will feel supremely confident coming into the second half. It's going to be Karaoke and T. They've won this site twice on the attack. It's been a failure for Falcons to hold on to this. I think they just need to fight them at the boundaries a little bit more. W7M have been able to get inside of the map, get themselves established, and to work forward from those positions far too easily. I want to see Falcons present over in Office and Exhibition. They're setting it up now. Keep yourself dug in over there, because it prevents them just walking into Geisha, just walking into Terrace, for example, and taking the ground from there. Keep yourself over here. Don't overcommit to the fights. Burn as much time as you can.
Heading into the 6th round, it's been 5 opening kills straight for W7M. Despite that, and despite the lead, Falcons still have 2 rounds on the board, and a huge round from Dov getting the 4K. It's kind of like holding on to the sinking ship. They're not quite ready to let go and just fully capitulate. They're just holding on for dear life. They need this third round. We said it when they were down 0-3. Can you get to 3-3? Then you can reevaluate a little bit going into the second half. Then you can try and get a couple of attacking rounds of your own. I think they're still a long way back. They're still in a really bad position, but it could have been much worse. And it can still be, but it could still be a little bit better if you can get this third round, offset things a little bit. And there you go. First time, opening pick. Advantage Falcons for the first time in this entire half where they actually have the 5-on-4 to kickstart this 6th round. Getting rid of Dash, getting rid of the Capitao. That's a lot of utility that you have removed from the attacking team.
Yeah, Falcons have done an amazing job to stand up to the onslaught, to the pressure that W7M were bringing along. They've done a good job here of keeping themselves in positions extended out towards that other side of the map so that W7M haven't been able to just take full map control. Hasham does get taken down on the dock despite trying to get himself back up. They were there ready and waiting to pounce. W7M 4v4 now, but still not established inside of the map. You can see 2 players still outside of the map, still yet to join their teammates, and that is a key factor for Falcons. And as you can see, W7M just start walking into trouble. I think it was the Capcan traps.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, the EDDs. There was an explosion, I'm pretty sure I heard go off, and that's a big mistake from W7M for Falcons. You know, don't interrupt your enemy when they're busy making mistakes.
That's true. 60 seconds left, 4 versus 4. One of the closer rounds that we've had in the first half, as Dodes will get finished off, and Loban at the same time as well. Just as Dots wanted to set up with the Kawan Hive launcher with the Grimbees to try and clear out some positions of Falcons. Now Dots just has to force his way up Blackstairs, play alongside Volps. They do have the diffuser, but they find themselves a long way back in this round. Well, there is a frost map this time, and Volps will go down at the hands of it. Robbie finally on the board as well with his first kill. It's taken a while, but Falcons have got themselves back into this map from 0-3 down to 3-3 tied up. We are even on the final map of this elimination game. 3 apiece.
It's been such a crazy game because the amount of times that you feel like the momentum is shifting in the direction of one team, and generally it's W7M that it feels like it's shifting in their direction, and then all of a sudden we're forced to eat our words.
Yep.
We come in saying how W7M might cruise away with this. They're probably going to just lock it down from here, and then Falcons say, nah, you know what? We've got something to say about that. They come back with a little flourish of their own. 3-3, and these next 2 rounds for me are going to be so critical. W7M start on exhibition. I have spoken at length. 37% attacking win rate for Falcons on Skyscraper the last 3 times they've played it. They struggle on the attack of this map. All W7M have got to do is lock down these 2 top floor sites.
Yeah, you've set the stakes really nicely, Tim, and that was going back to the start coming into this map as well, and why it was such a disaster for W7M to win the first 3 rounds for Falcons. Now that they've at least got themselves back into a 3-3 position, if you can go and find some attacking rounds early, not only do you get those attacking rounds, but you've coupled that with the momentum of bringing back the first half. So if you go and win, say, the first 2 attacking rounds of this half, that's 5 rounds in a row. That's already 2 attacking rounds. You're only 1 round away then from potentially OT. So Falcons are not as far away from this as you may think, despite their inability to attack, you know, on this map. There's every possibility. W7M need to still be perfect. You make mistakes, Falcons can punish that. You don't want to give them a look in. But W7M, this is where they need to be clinical. They don't need to go heavy roam. They don't need to do any, you know, innocuous flanks. You can play rather default on Skyscraper and force Falcons to attack into you. You want to force Falcons to attack, not you attacking them.
Just holding the vertical down onto the window here. W7M making it very difficult for Falcons to get on inside of the building. We're a minute in. They don't have boots on the ground yet anywhere inside of the map. We're going to see the Bandit battery go back onto the wall. That's going to keep them from breaching VIP. Looks like Falcons are going to be rotating around, looking to get themselves into T and Karaoke side instead and work their way across. But W7M, they are prepped and ready for that as well. Can Falcons get the value they need out of this Monty? Looking across their lineup, that's going to be a big part of the push. And Guards has just taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think that's almost probably worse for Falcons than even losing Robbie. Yep. The fact that Guards is now quite... vulnerable moving forward. Dodes making the run across through T. Does escape.
3 nitros on side as well for W7M. When you look at Guards' health, he's going to be so easily dealt with by just one of those utility pieces, one of those explosives
Didn't even need it.
across. Didn't even need it.
Is there a world in which they can get him back up, though? It looks like they will. Inside a T room, triple stack here for Falcons. So pretty much where he was. Yeah. Nothing's really changed when it comes to Guards' health points moving forward for the remainder of this round. 4 versus 4, yes, but the Montaigne quite low. And as pointed out to him, those Nitro Souls are lined up and ready to go for W7M. And while Falcons still have got a bit of work to do in clearing out site utility.
There's 40 seconds left to go, and they haven't been anywhere near the site yet. They haven't got any control whatsoever. There's utility stack there to play behind in the shape of 3 nitros. This is going to be a huge problem. Zoto canister as well, preventing Falcons from doing what they want to do, from breaching what they want to breach. 20 seconds left to go. They need to get moving. First nitro takes down the shield and surely breaks the back of this.
Yeah, and still 2 nitros remaining if required, but honestly, I don't even think that it will be with so little time remaining. Falcons will just have to rush into the side of which W7M then have the numbers and are certainly in better positions with utility still up. It is a slaughter. There was never any chance from Falcons in that round, and surely showcasing the difficult nature of them attacking in this half to open up 4-3 lead for W7M, and does not spell good news for Falcons moving forward. They will need to be so much better.
If you're a Falcons fan, you're going to be worried seeing that first attack. This is exactly what I was speaking about. I don't want to labour the point, but that low attacker win rate suggests that a performance like that might come in the second half, and that is why the defence wasn't good enough to begin with. They haven't got themselves enough leeway. They haven't got themselves enough safety. W7M, they just need to find 2 sites they can lock down. Falcons never got near Exhibition and Office then. They never got near disrupting the defenders. I speak about it so often. The defenders will set themselves up in their prime positions. As attackers, you have to do things to force them out of those spots, to force them to play somewhere that they don't want to play, to force them away from utility that they are reliant upon. And Falcons didn't do any of that. And that is a big problem for them. It's something they need to focus on here. So, you ask me, how are they going to do that? Well, Falcons, you got to go in and take top floor. Get Geisha, get Karaoke, get that floor opened up, and that's what's going to move the defenders. That's what's going to force them onto the back foot. Get those entries, get those top floor kills, get them cleared out, and then start forcing them away from sight. Make it uncomfortable.
Easier said than done, though, Tim. And while they do need them, they've been struggling in that department quite significantly. -7 on the entry for Robbie, -3 on the entry for Hashem. JLad, though, he's been good. At least now has positive entry, and so does Dov. Again, it's just JLad and Dov in every single round for Falcons.
And they've taken the Warden down. That's really big. Again, it plays into what I'm saying. The defenders set themselves up in their prime spots with the utility they want.
Misdrawn.
Completely misdrawn. They want that Warden utility. They want to be able to use those glasses to play behind smokes, to be able to play behind flashes and still be in the prime spot. And they can't do that anymore. So Falcons can start to build from there. They can start to take ground. They can start to pressure them out of there. Dots is taking a lot of damage as well. Gordes is falling back. This is good from Falcons on the attack.
This is better. But there's still more to do. That's the issue. It's not a super comfortable position to be in right now. All it takes is one little off-angle position or getting stalled out from keyword barriers and gas babes and the Vulcan canisters. Valcam's still in play. You've still got impacts. 90 seconds, then it becomes the time factor. So all of these things Falcons need to manage.
I don't think they're using the Deimos effectively enough here either. 2 scans are available from Robbie. You can get those Deathmark trackers out. Find players on the top floor. You've seen the Azami up there. Get a track on him. Force Gordes away or force him to take the fight. Lose his life because you've got every advantage. We see the track come in. Can they do anything with it? That's the next question.
He has the 2 options available, either Volbs or Loban. 1 minute remaining, and they lose JLad. They don't need the ace, but they do want J-Lad. They want the player alive. And with that, they also lose their advantage. And now they're starting to lose time.
They still haven't got top floor. That's the big problem. 45 seconds left to go. They're still battling people up here. W7M have now taken the choice to drop away, but Dordes manages to find another before they can cut him down. 2 versus 3. And what utility do they really have now to affect sight? They can use the Deathmark tracker, but that's about all. They don't have a Dorka call. They don't have any soft breach or anything else. They're going to have to find kills. Robbie manages to take down Volps. 20 seconds. Can Dots hold on?
Well, it's going to be a difficult ask now, especially with the Montaigne. Guards will look to get the plant down. As you mentioned, low on time remaining in this round. Dots trying to play very much with the fact that he's getting shot at, but then needs to deny the plants. Too much to do cooking inside of the kitchen. He was at the end with the flames up, and it is Falcons that find an attacking round and just gives them and their fans that little bit of hope that maybe they could do something special in this second half. All tied up, 4-4, Tim.
They've done what they needed to do. They've forced, they weren't necessarily maybe aggressive enough with it or quick enough with it. In some cases, they might have found themselves struggling to get things done on site because it was left so late in the round, but they got enough kills to counteract that, to allow for that. So it wasn't the end of the world for them, but they went in, and again, those defenders were not allowed to play in the spots that they chose. They were forced away. We saw that. We saw this army having to back off and back off and back off. Dordes was forced all the way from small bar right the way across the top of the map over to Geisha. We saw the Valkyrie having to drop down from drum into restaurant because they were being forced away. They were being disrupted, and that's what Falcons need to do on the attack. They need to disrupt W7M.
In fairness, I don't want to take away from the pleasantries for Falcons, but it was the tertiary site, barbecue and kitchen, right? So if you're going to win a site as the attacking team on Skyscraper, it's typically that one. It's the primary sites, though, at some point that will need to be won by Falcons. Tea Room Karaoke offers an exhibition, and away we go over towards Tea Room and Karaoke now for the 9th round. All tied up, 4-4. You win this one, I will start to believe.
Yes, this is the big key. And look at what they brought along. Dots is on the clash. They've recognised that the Monty has been causing them significant problems, particularly in the last round. They didn't really have an answer to that march across the top floor. And then in the 1v3 with a Monty in sight, it's practically unwinnable at that point for the defenders. So this time they bring along the clash. You want to play the Monty? That's absolutely fine by us. We will just get clash up in your face. For anybody who doesn't know, the electricity works through Monty's shield. So clash is the perfect counter. If those two face up to each other, the clash will almost always win. But Monty is going in underneath. The clash is at top black at the minute. It just depends. They've got somebody on both sides of them.
That's what I was going to say.
Where do they focus here?
Can you pinch the clash? Can you get someone out in the balcony while the Montagne's pushing in from Black Stairs? But you can see the positioning of Dots back into the corner so that he can't get shot from either side. And he knows full well as well the Montagne's not as much of a threat.
He needed support there, and he gets it as the player comes across. It's going to be Volps looking to help him, but he's going to be cut down, and this is the problem with this position, and Falcons have created this crossfire brilliantly.
They felt like the clash was in danger, so they sent Volps over, but then all that meant was Volps was in danger, and he loses his life, and Dots almost has to start to give this up now, because you can't send someone else over who's already died. This is Black Stairs control for Falcons, plus the player advantage.
Dots needs to be really careful trying to come in to do something about the Monty here. He can move in and play here, but the soft floor underneath, you saw immediately Gillard moving underneath to try and be able to challenge him. There's one on the window as well. Robbie does get taken down by a Nitro. 4 versus 4, but there are crossfires everywhere for W7M to be cautious of here.
Dots just trying to maintain as much control towards the side, and in the blink of an eye, just like that, despite a round in which Falcons seemed like they were getting some semblance of control, they lose 2. Knife killed though from Guards onto Dots. The clash is done. The Monty wins the battle, but winning the war is W7M. As Guards falls, it's down to Dov, who needs the 1 versus 3. But he can't find even a single kill as W7M hold on the primary site and go 5-4 up.
I feel for Falcons after that one. They did everything right. They recognised where the clash was. They created a brilliant pinch. They also had the player on karaoke window as well, so the clash's movement was so heavily restricted. They tried to get themselves into the default plant spot to face up to the Monty, but immediately Jalad was moving underneath. Yeah, you want to do that? I'm going to get underneath. I'm going to shoot you through that soft floor. And W7M just didn't. It was like they were playing on hot coals. There was just, the floor was lava. There was nowhere that they could stand safely. Volps was cut down when he tried to assist, but for Falcons, they were just unfortunate that as they tried to push in for those final positions, for that stage 3, for that execute to get the plant down, the backline of W7M stepped up and they had the long angles held where they didn't need to play into those crossfires, and they were able to get their picks, to get their kills, and to cut Falcons down as they moved into that final stage of the round. It was a tough one for Falcons to take. It was so close. Like you say, the top 2 floors are going to be the key areas. We move back across to Office and Exhibition. W7M, they won it very comfortably last time. Falcons pushed across from Karaoke T, didn't ever really get anywhere near sight. So W7M are sure come in with a reasonable amount of confidence.
And they are now 2 rounds away from progressing forward here at the 6th Invitational and sending Falcons home. Then that scoreboard pressure now becomes a mental feature for both of the 2 teams. W7M, you win this next round. Now you have the safety blanket of overtime, so maybe you can be a little bit more aggressive. For Falcons, now you're stressing a little bit. You look up and you think, geez, we could be going home in 5-10 minutes. We have to be perfect. We can't make mistakes. When you start to think like that, you hesitate a little bit. You don't want to make those mistakes, so you start to question. You can't be losing. J-Lad, he needs to win this battle or at least stay alive, but so low health now, and while it's not an opening kill, it's a good start to the round for W7M.
Yeah, the problem is there's so little now that Jalad can really do through the round, but the same could be said of Lobin as he takes damage from the repelled player, looking to get the Goo-Mine onto the balcony just to do anything they can to try and stop this push from Falcons. But again, this is Falcons doing what I was speaking about. By getting that breach open, it starts to disrupt the players inside. They can't hold the initial positions that they were looking to. The air jabs will do the same. It's forcing them deeper. You can see no silhouettes on the left of your screen there. They've all been pushed back. Dove manages to pick up Volps. That's a good entry as well. 5 versus 4. The Azami gone. Kiba barricades will not be deployed anymore. This is winnable for Falcons.
Lost the Monty though. That's not ideal for Falcons. You know, if it had been J-Lad, you can understand that. Low health doesn't matter. But now you've lost an aid in your entry towards the site, of which the Montaigne can, of course, really push forward. Tries to go VIP, dies, hit in a bad spot. So suddenly, with a minute left, you've got to salvage the round. Big kill from Robbie, still has 2 Candelas. And J-Lad, despite so low health, is able to make such a big impact. And with that, Falcons go on and take this round.
This is so much closer than we expected it to be. But Dordes, you've got questions to answer there. Just overly aggressive. He doesn't need to run into VIP breach like that. He's got a player back in Dragon who's watching it. That's an angle heist. And it's not worked out for him. He's decided to get himself involved in a fight to try and stop them getting the diffuser, which he can hold from the position that he is in anyway. He doesn't need to go into the breach. And as soon as he does, they start falling one after another. Falcons get themselves a really important site win. It's not just about the round, it's about the site. Getting the win in Exhibition Office on the attack is a big one for them.
Well, so much about that 33% attacker win rate. Suddenly they've gone and found 2
Falcons
attacking
don't
rounds.
care about the numbers.
They only need 1 more, and it's OT minimum, and suddenly pressure on for both teams for 2 very different reasons. All tied up. 3rd and final map. One of these 2 teams, Tim, is getting ready to pack their bags and probably head to the airport tomorrow in about 10-15 minutes. There's not a lot of time left for one of these 2 at the tournament. And yeah, I don't think right now we are closer to understanding who it will be. Falcons have shown just enough on the attack that I start to believe they could very well find at least the 6th round required for overtime. For W7M, it would be a disaster if the Montreal Major champions are eliminated this early at 6 Invitational.
It's a similar setup, or almost an identical setup, coming out of W7M. shows that they've obviously got some confidence in what they were doing. This time they've got the Tubarão rather than the Oryx. That's one of the major differences, and they were going to bandit over the Goyo. So they're going to have a little bit less in terms of denial when it comes to area denial with those Vulcan canisters, but instead they may have a little bit more breach denial this time. However, hasn't really slowed down Falcons at all as they get straight on to that geisha wall and get it open.
You can see Norris in the background. He's just looking on. That's all you can really do at the moment. A stressful situation for both sets of fans. Falcons, you have to honestly start to give them a bit of credit for the way they fought back. It was a 3-0 start. Things were looking awful, but the job's nowhere near done. And with Loban finding the pick onto Hashem, no Dockerby for the remainder of this 11th round. You lose a little bit of that entry help. And with that pick, W7M find themselves in the advantageous position. But Robbie's starting to make far more of an impact here on Skyscraper. He's starting to get involved in comparison to Consul. It is Guard pushing through T-Room on the Montang. Bot's losing his life. Robbie starting to activate, and Dov, who's already been activated for the whole series. The one caveat to this, though, Tim, is Robbie and Dov are very low on health, but as it stands, Falcons with an ever so slight advantage.
They have the Monty as well, still with the case in hand. That could create a real power move opportunity for them, for Guards to be able to go in and bully these remaining defenders. They need to get him delivered to the right location here. They've got a minute left to go. He's out in Shrine. He's going to work his way across the VIP and apply some pressure. The Tubarão will meet him head-to-head out there. Dordes is going to have to hold back this push, and he does. He takes down the low HP Dov. And that leaves the Monty alone, isolated. W7M, if they recognize this, they could push him aggressively, potentially. It would be a big risk, but it's an option.
Oh, a chance, and Loban just goes wandering through the doorway for no reason whatsoever. You can hold sight. Gives the chance to Falcons, and they certainly take it with no qualms. Robbie's low, so he plays exterior, he plays outside, trying to maybe offer that crossfire into the last 10 seconds now in a 3-on-2. Who can get match point?
They're just going to have to try and work something here, Falcons. They've got to get aggressive with this Monty. Guards has got to go in. But before he does, Jalad and Robbie find a kill apiece. And W7M unexpectedly find themselves one round away, Jake. Just one round away from exiting the 6th Invitational 2025.
Tactical timeout for W7M. The Montreal major champions of only a couple of short months ago are on the verge of being eliminated from 6 Invitational at such an early point in the lower bracket, round 1. You can't surely be having a major champion get dispelled from the tournament this early. They are down 6-5. Tactical timeout. Falcons will get one opportunity. Otherwise, of course, overtime will be waiting. And I have just double-checked as well, Tim, for the sake of confirmation. W7M double defense in OT. If you're Falcons, this is your best chance to wrap this series up. You don't probably want this to go to overtime because you don't have double defense, but admittedly, they've won 3 rounds on attack and 3 rounds on defense anyway. I don't think it matters to Falcons.
Look, I'll hold my hands up. I was a Falcons doubter coming into this. I really thought, given the way that Consulate finished and that W7M really felt like they'd figured them out, really felt like they'd just settled into a groove that the Falcons were just struggling to dance with. I thought they would struggle here on Skyscraper, but no. On the attacking half, they have overcome the odds. 37% across the last 3 times they have played this map. They now play one of the best defensive teams in the world on it. And what happens? They find a way.
It's staggering. Absolutely staggering the way this is playing out. This is also the first time on Skyscraper that Falcons are leading in the match itself. Tim, I remind you, this map for W7M over the last 4 or 5 months is statistically their best map at defending, with basically an 80% defensive win rate, and they have allowed Falcons already 3 attacking rounds. Yeah. At this juncture of the tournament, that is staggering. But it's by no means over 6-5, one chance for Falcons here in regulation to send the Montreal Major champions home. We shall see if they can do just that or if overtime is required. And if I'm correct, Tim, I don't think you've had a 3-map OT.
Not with Des.
Not with Des. Be a bit like cheating on him.
We'll have to see how Generous Fresh is feeling on his bingo card. W7M have got approximately 2 minutes to save themselves here at the 6th Invitational. After winning the Montreal Major, many will have expected them to be in the live finals as an absolute minimum. Maybe even heading for a grand final. Maybe even heading for the title itself. But right now, all that matters is this round. Once again, Guards is on the Monty. Falcons have had some real value out of that operator over the last couple of rounds. W7M have tried the clash to deal with it previously. They tried it on the Karaoke T defense. It didn't work out.
It's only 90 seconds. Where is this round gone in terms of time? I mean, Falcons need to probably pick up the pace a little bit here. Certainly being no trash talk on Skyscraper in comparison to the opening 2 maps. Everyone's a bit more quiet, locked in, focused in. They know what is at stake. Falcons have just cooled things down a little bit in this one and only match point round. They have never led here on Skyscraper until this moment now. This is the first round in which this team actually leads on the scoreboard, and it's the most important time to do it.
Could all come down to this as they try to rush on into sight. 55 seconds. They're not worried about the clock. They're worried about the kills. The double nitro from Vox is huge. Sham, he fights back. He takes him down with the trade 4 versus 3. W7M just trying to cling on at the minute. But Guards find stored as they find more value out of the Monty. Jalad again. He has been the hero so many times. It leaves Lobin in a tough spot and taken down. Falcons get the win. And W7M are sent packing.
I can't believe that ace. 7-5, and Falcons found the attacking power required seemingly out of nowhere. The statistics that Jesse's always harping on about has been broken here as Falcons defeat W7M in a 3-map long-standing series, and the Montreal Major champions are heading home.
It's the emotion of the moment for W7M there. Hearts
from the highs to the lows.
Exactly
in
that.
2-3 months, Tim.
Yeah. Hearts have been broken today. All across Brazil, I am certain, a well-supported team. Falcons come around with commiserations, of course.
Devastation for W7M, and you just can't help but have that choked up feeling for them, watching them.
Well, this spells out exactly what we're here for. This spells out how much it means to these players. Falcons, an unexpected victory. Fantastic result for them, and they really did have to earn it. It wasn't easy for them.
All right, Falcons, you can see the jubilation from their perspective. Unfortunately, on the other side for W7M, it's time to head home for the Montreal Major champions. Their time is done. For Falcons, they move forward to take on Dark Zero later today. For our short break, we'll come back, break things down, but a huge win for Falcons.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening, and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback. So when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players basically in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand.
8-6, 7-4, 7-5. 3 maps were required in this matchup for Falcons and W7M. And the Montreal Major Champions couldn't get it done, Tim. They fell short. Falcons able to surprise us is maybe the best way I can actually frame it, because they were 0-3 down on Skyscraper. Yeah. Their defense was shonking. It was awful. And they brought it back.
You got to call it as you see it. And the fact is, going into round 4, Falcons looked like they were done. Like you say, they just weren't winning anything. W7M were quite literally walking over them at that point. But it just shows great resilience. They dug deep. They got the job done. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Falcons. And, there's a bit of me that really loves it, because we're starting to see these different regions all getting represented. CAG have gone through. Falcons continue. We've got a bit of everything in there. Falcons road to the live finals. We were just having a look, and you better believe it's tough. W7M is just the start of it. They've got Dark Zero later today. If they win that, they will then play one of either Virtus Pro, FaZe, or Liquid.
The other part of it as well is, and I stand by your point wholeheartedly, but it's also the other end of the spectrum, which is you've just had a major champion get eliminated this early into the tournament. The gap...
Anybody can beat anybody.
Exactly. The gap isn't not that close. We've seen PSG Talent beat BDS. They should have 2-0'd them. The gaps here at this SI are probably the smallest gaps we've ever seen. If you have one bad day, any remaining team can beat you. And for Falcons, for me, it's the manner in how they won. Yeah. They had to do it the hard way. You're 0-3 down Skyscraper. Your defense is looking awful. They not only win 3 defensive rounds in a row, they then go and find all of the attacking rounds necessary in regulations for attacking rounds, despite a 33% attacker win rate, typically.
That'll have fixed their attacker win rate.
Straight up.
Gilad and Dov, we just see having a great game between the two of them there. They really did carry their team forward. That's something they maybe need to think about going forward. If they want to beat Dark Zero and they want to beat these bigger teams, they need to get everybody firing. They need to get everybody involved. We can see how things are shaping up there. Falcons move along to Dark Zero, and you can see, as I was saying, on that bottom line there, Team Liquid FaZe currently 1 apiece. Whoever goes through plays against VP, and then the winner of that will play the winner of Falcons versus Dark Zero, and the winner of that is the one that goes into the live stage final.
The FaZe Liquid game live at the moment on the A stream seems like that's going down to the wire. Of course, 2 heavy hitters when it comes to the Siege landscape. It's going to be honestly disappointing to see one of those go home. But what a game that is turning out to also be on the A stream. We've had some incredible matches already so far today. Shocking upsets, some of the minor regions continuing to get results. It's been great.
Look, it's a little bit, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit mean of me, but these are the days that I really start enjoying at the tournaments. Decisions are being made. It's like, yeah, there's a weight of getting dropped out of the upper bracket and things like that.
Yeah.
But this is where we start seeing teams go home. Everything's on the line. The games really mean the whole 9 yards. It's, you know, and yeah, for me, it's definitely a fun part of the tournament.
It certainly is. I mean, it's not so fun for the teams, of course, that do get eliminated. Unfortunately, we do bid farewell to W7M. The Montreal Major champions will have to sit the rest of 6 Invitational out. I think we're done with the A-stream today, Tim. For me and you, of course, there's going to be a break. When we do come back, there will be a 3rd game and then a 4th game. Plenty of Siege still today. They're all elimination games. They're
Plenty
all
of teams
fun.
to go home.
Plenty of teams still to go home. Don't go too far, of course. Short break, more games on the other side.
Cyber and for Souls and Parlu. Looked like he wanted to open the engagement, but he has been left alone, out to dry. Yeah, he gets Cyber, but they obviously knew where he was. Another 5-1 half for FaZe.
It's not looking good for Liquid and their fans. The copium must have been running high after they just won that previous map. Like, we are so back, only to be in its Jover FaZe potentially to come through now. 2 rounds again, FaZe, they're 2 away from progressing and sending Liquid back home on a plane to Brazil. And as it was a very convincing round to come through as well, that definitely doesn't send you with the highest of moods into your second half if you're a Liquid.
They have the benefit of being on their defense. They have that in their pocket, in their favor. But as I said before, that is all that they have right now. They have to try and rally as the roster. One of the longest standing, longest fighting, and most regarded rosters that have been close to winning it before. They have to try and find that special something, but Nesk, Lagones unable to get themselves into a sort of kill game, where on the other hand, all 5 players of FaZe, helped by being on their defense, have been able to sort of lock down positions, lock down cover for each other, most importantly.
The last time Liquid played FaZe on this map, they won 2 rounds on the attack and 3 rounds on the attack. So they have definitely been underperforming if we are continuing that kind of statement to go through. It was in Manchester. That was in the Phase 2 playoffs for their regional league. And now onto the defense. Well, they're gonna have to make the difference. And Vita King almost opening up with a clean take. It was a shoulder to be shown, but Reset's not deciding to go for it in the end, falling back, not taking that fight, not wanting to give away the body that early on. As the RC Roteros are spooling up to take out the utility to allow FaZe to go quick whenever they need to. There's first of all the long desk to be removed. It's a popular position to play in if it's not being challenged. It is hardwood. It gives you so much cover. With the barbed wire now removed and the top of Spiral as well, it's opened up a second avenue for the side of FaZe to try and utilize. Now the top of Yellow being cleared as well. And these don't all have to be utilized by FaZe, but it's pressure that Liquid needs to pay attention to as the round goes on. Lagonis took a bit of damage in a bit of a scrap that might have been handy, trying to go for a bit of a chase. And with 1:20 left, and then basically stacked up on Copy, soon Maya is going to be receiving a bit of pressure here on Soda.
It is the power position, the crossfight. As KDS, though, gets resets, gets blinded, and gets themselves moving. Cyber, huge amount of damage, but KDS gets Lagonis, gets the second. And they're about to get a face full of bullets. Maya's blinded, and Souls tears through, but there goes Souls, and it is just Parlu. In a 1 versus 4, gets his second, gets the track in return. They know where he is, they're behind him, they're around him. They've got a crossfire, he's trying to isolate a fight, and he's blind on this corner and swing, he survives, and he gets crossed out. FaZe, 6-1 again, 1 round away again, but can they try and lock this out? Can they confirm themselves to continue on the lower bracket to rematch, re-meet Virtus Pro after they beat them in the upper bracket final last SI? Can they send their countrymen home?
They have 5 rounds to try and lock it off, and after that they have an overtime to potentially do it, and FaZe have all the cards in their hands right now. Liquid need a miracle to push on through. KDS from the top row, finding one, realizing one was coming up. A beautiful flash onto Maya, followed up by a double from Souls. And Palu, he almost managed to bring it back. Fought 2, found 3, got himself in the right position, but the one flashbang stopped him from taking the 4 fight and allowed him to be wallbanged slightly later. FaZe, 1 round is all they need to continue their win streak against Liquid and to continue the lower bracket.
Liquid, for all their history, for all their worth, for all the talent this roster possesses, and for the fight they had on the previous map, maybe the best that they've played the entire tournament, they have just not been able to get themselves over the struggles they've suffered. FaZe, they took a knock, they took another, but they also took a lot of big games in the group stage. And they're looking set and ready to get some revenge for being knocked down to the lower bracket and scream their way back towards a final, something that they've probably been thinking about since the last time and how it went away from them. Souls moves in towards admin, gets the first test of control, the first taste. Finding ourselves onto Expo and Piano. You want this verticality, and that's what they're going for as quick as they can, but this opening engagement could be that big deciding factor.
Yeah, and the long desk to be removed. The player behind it forced off once more. Nesk is looking to take the fight over towards the admin side. There's 3 players of FaZe as he's tucking himself in close behind the soda machine, but he's been spotted, and this will force the fall back. Handy trying to lean into the fight, but the Fenrir FNAT is slowing him down slightly. And with 1:30 and Vita King now making the phone call, he knows that resets is around the corner. Has the challenge, but it's a shotgun on the other side as well as Handy gets the opening kill.
Nesk fights back, but KDS and Cyber set us up on the end, but Maya driving for a double. Lagonis and Maya holding on, brings themselves into the 2 versus 1. Maya, Cyber and Handy ahead of him. They have a minute, they have time. He has all the pressure, all the weight in the world upon his shoulders. Sets himself on the side of seeding, and the spray through gives the game away that we know where you are. So we're gonna plant behind Piano where you cannot reach us. The blinds against that man won't stop. The grenade forces him away, but he knows the risk. He's got a challenge and he can't. FaZe confirm themselves to face VP later, confirm themselves to keep going in the tournament with a strong, strong showing. Liquid freeze up and get dried out here at SI 2025. Their run is over, and although the roster broke some massive, massive records and scores and put in a great fight, it is just not the year of Liquid.
It is not. And indeed, after a rough group stage that Liquid had, going in as 4th, They're now being sent home in the first round of the lower bracket. They managed to win a map against a team that they struggled winning against all year. It's a victory in and of itself, but it's not the one they were looking for.
Well, one of these legends had to send another home, but you cannot argue that they are fitting of that title. We'll go to a break before we're back to break it down.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer, and it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir.
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have, so it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow, Carrie's Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou para mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou para mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei para ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu estava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, a gente estava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu estava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame, porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? E hoje eu até me arrependo, porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que já possuem títulos mundiais, como o Canadian, o Bolo.
It's G2 versus W7M!
Uno tentou desativar, tomou a bala, Neide garante, Uno, somente ele vivo!
A experiência presencialmente é incomparável. É incomparável. Você ouve a plateia, você ouve os tiros varando a parede, você ouve o grito dos jogadores.
Chegando com calma, Casey com mais uma, o Ibirapuera incendeia, é 4v1 agora, olha a pressão, beija, Master, acabou!
São pessoas que jogam esse jogo. Cada um tem uma vida. Às vezes tem uma pessoa muito bem sucedida que está ganhando todos os campeonatos, que está ganhando milhares de dinheiro, mas também tem outras pessoas que estão iniciando nesse rumo, pode ter entrado por causa de uma depressão, pode ter perdido o pai. Milhares de pessoas jogam e todas elas acabam se conectando dentro do jogo.
G'day guys and welcome back to the 6 Invitational. We're here on the B stream for yet another elimination game here in the playoffs. Pengu, a lot of upsets we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and they can continue because CAG Unwanted has a potential for it, but no, you're correct. So far today, it's been another one of those what is going on kind of days.
Yeah, that's right. And I could not believe it, but watching the stream just before this, we saw in that lower bracket, W7M get knocked out by Falcons. Unreal. Like, honestly, unreal. You know, Shopify, Rebellion is out.
Yeah.
M80 is now out. Team Liquid, I guess we weren't crazy surprised about that going up against FaZe. But they went out as well. W7M going out to Falcons. I think the only match today that maybe hasn't been an upset was probably FaZe taking out Team Liquid.
Yeah, I guess you're correct. I mean, everything has been a big surprise. And also, not even 2-1s for half of them. M80 CAG, OXG Shopify, both 2-0s. It's like, how does that occur?
That's right. And so we have 4 more elimination matches to go here in the lower bracket today to finish off Play Day 2 of the playoffs. Then we got tomorrow to determine which top 6 teams will go to the finals. Falcons versus Dark Zero is going to be a crazy one. FaZe VP, impossible to imagine that one of those is going down. But of course, here on the stream right now, Cyclops Athlete Gaming versus Unwanted. It's Japan's last hope and one of the up-and-comers from North America. I don't know what to say about this game outside of this is going to be a banger. CAG already took down M80 today in a 2-0 fashion. And we've already seen W7M, one of the major champions from 2024, go out from the Montreal Major. The Manchester Major champions, Unwanted. Could they go out as well? Is that a realistic possibility that we're talking about here?
It very well is. It's a weird matchup because the way that CAG were beating M80 earlier today was by finding or creating gaps, you know, on the attacking side. Unwanted, they play such a tight ship on defense. I feel like for CAG, they need to bring a different kind of strategy in towards this best of 3 series. And because they've already played earlier today, if it goes, you know, a long distance, can we start talking about CAG running out of steam, for example? Are they tired? Are they spent, for example?
Yeah, in a way, Unwanted does have the advantage, having dropped down from the upper bracket. It means that this is their first game of today. Maybe they're not warmed up, though. They've had a pretty solid Invitational so far. In their opening game, they beat Liquid, which now with context, maybe it wasn't as impressive as we originally thought.
But back then it was.
It was back then. They took down Joel, which again, not super impressive considering how Joel ended up faring, not winning a map. But then Unwanted lost the grudge match against M80, the old roster versus the new roster. They lost as well to G2 without picking up a map. I think the big win, the big moment where we started to get convinced for Unwanted was when they beat W7M and then got pretty close to beating BDS.
Yeah, that was the big surprise. That's where we saw the full potential, I think, of the roster. A lot of question marks about Dream as an individual. Is he too much of like an old school support type operator? No. He was fragging out, clutching out, getting active, getting so much value on Twitch on the attacking side, then becoming an entry backstabber, and just always finding value. And then the other question was, well, you know, that Manchester run from the Beast Coast roster, was it a fluke? Can they actually hang at a high level? It looks like that trio, that spearhead that is still here, yes, they can.
Yeah, I think that it's clear Unwanted can hang at an Invitational. They've already made it to the top 16. Can they get further than that? It seems like they may indeed. And CAG are their opponents here as well. What a performance it's been throughout this event for the Japanese. They kicked off their tournament by 2-0ing the world champions Inferior. In their next match, they took a map off of FaZe Clan. The other finalist from last year's 6 Invitational. They had some rough moments. They were in the group of death. Let's not forget that, of course. They got 2-0'd by Shopify Rebellion, who've now been eliminated from the tournament. And they did end up beating Secret, which was the important match, right, to keep themselves in the tournament. Since entering the playoffs, of course, this morning they played against M80.
Yep.
We were all very impressed and very surprised that CAG managed to win that, much less in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, the very final round, it came down to that, like, you know, classic round, CAG should be winning this, but then they went out of nowhere, and M80, they just shook.
That's right. Of course, Unwanted of themselves lost to M80 throughout this tournament, so perhaps there's something in it for CAG here. Perhaps maybe we're not giving them as much credit as they deserve. We'll see what we go to for the map. Vito, of course, we're playing BO3s all throughout SI up until that grand final that we'll play next Sunday. To kick it off, it looks like CAG have picked Nighthaven Labs, where we've already seen them play once today and take down M80.
I don't think it's all too concerning for Unwanted, because when you and I are watching CAG, it looked like there were a couple of massive errors from the side of both the defense and the attack of Nighthaven Labs. If Unwanted watch that matchup, they can go, okay guys, I know they beat M80 here, but what they did wasn't all that impressive. We can take them on it.
All right, I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
I'm going to simp for CAG for a second.
Okay, let's go.
All right. CAG are on a 10-match win streak
okay, fair.
on Nighthaven Labs. What's more, they beat M80 on Nighthaven Labs. Guess who lost to M80 on Nighthaven Labs?
Not
Unwanted did. Yeah,
no,
that's right. In their matchup in the group stage, Unwanted lost to M80. So I actually have a feeling here that even if Unwanted have had the time and the ability to counter-strat after CAG's match this morning, I'm still going to favor the Japanese on map number 1.
Fair. I mean, Unwanted did ban Skyscraper and Chalet, so they may just be forced into this. Consulate being picked up actually by Unwanted. I'm a big fan of that. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think this is quite a good pick for them. Unwanted actually beat BDS on this map. It's been a really solid map for them in the past. Even though they did lose it to Liquid, I think the win against BDS is a pretty big marker of how good they are. On the flip side, this is not a map that CAG like. They actually got 7-1 on it by Secret. And they've actually on a bit of a 2-match loss streak at the moment on Consulate. So I'd probably, I'm starting to see, I think it's going to be...
map, is that it?
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to go to the third map. I think this is going to be CAG winning their map. And then Unwanted winning their map. But what do we get to on the final one? There's one ban left. Yes!
Oh,
thank God!
We get Lair.
Inject this into my veins.
You're such a sim for Lair,
It's so good. And man, we got 15 rounds out of CAG versus M80 this morning on Lair. It was so good. I know that Unwanted played as well. We saw them beat Liquid here. This is such a good battleground for this matchup.
And I mean, Unwanted again, they have 2 out of 3 maps where they just witnessed CAG play on. So again, the prep work, the counter strats, just like against BDS, that's where Mink comes into play. We can tell these guys, hey, this is going to be the game strat. Just follow through on this, and you're going to be okay. Oh, man. We see Unwanted. They're all in the circle. They're talking it through. CAG, they're chilling in the chairs.
Yeah,
they're ready.
Very chill.
They want to go right now.
Yeah, very ready to go. Of course, it's been quite a break this morning. I don't know, was it been 3 hours or something since their match ended?
3-4 hours.
The match started at 10 a.m. local time. It's now 4 p.m. So 6 hours ago, they started their game. It was a pretty short game.
Yeah.
It probably only went for about 2 hours. I reckon it's been, about a 4-hour break. I went up for like a lie down. I was listening to music. I was chilling out. I've had some lunch. It's hard to like keep your energy up.
Yeah.
After all of that break time, you get high with your like adrenaline pumping, you're in the zone, and then you have to go chill. I really hope that CAG have had like a good routine, a good time to chill out and let that energy then reset coming into this, because they need to be on as soon as this game starts.
Do you reckon Anderton went to the gym between series or no?
Probably, dude. Like, he is so jacked.
He went before, he went in between, and he's gonna go after.
If you've
3
seen
times.
the size of that guy's biceps and quads, you gotta expect he's going 3 times a day. He's like, dude, he's nuts.
Yeah, he uses forearms.
They need to, honestly, CAG need to have like a singlet jersey just so he can show off the guns. I want to see him roll them up.
Yeah, no one's doing sleeveless jerseys, are they?
They
What's
should.
up with that?
They should. Yeah, I feel like that's a good idea for SSG. The
Oh,
odds
yeah.
is actually just asked in the chat. We can see this off screen. The observers actually asked Anaton, how much do you bench? And I think Annie is typing right now.
He's typing something.
140.
Damn.
Concon says 500. All right, mate. All right. And then he says 10,000. Nice.
Now we're just trolling.
This was the guy bringing the energy for CAG earlier today. Shuri, he was all for it this morning, getting so energetic during that Lair matchup, so loud and proud against M80. Not much of a response.
You know, I saw, I think it was Anaton's piece of paper. It said the operator bends they're expecting on the back of it.
What did it say?
There was something about
can we see it?
BB/Asami, I think I saw. So I think it's, you know, expectations from opponents and then what they want to go into. Or maybe it's like a, if they bend this, we bend that type scenario.
I thought for a second I saw if this, then this, but I didn't see what operators were.
Something like that.
Mint's bringing the drip today, by the way.
He always brings the drip.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Mint wasn't one of those players that always suited up. Like, he was a Jersey boy. But now, not the place, as in wearing a jersey.
Oh, okay, that's your
Now
type.
he's got the suit. I do like, it's really only the North American teams that do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Call Out
Super,
started
Call
it.
Out,
Super
Mint.
now, Mint is doing it. Bodega was not doing it.
Bet
at
Manchester Major.
That was always the best job.
Yeah.
Of course, the old coach for this roster.
John Wick look.
I think Fet's probably going to be co-streaming this. If
He's
you're
not busy
co-streaming-
working.
Is he?
Yeah, this guy, if he's not, he's got
okay.
homework and work. But if he's not, he will be coaching.
Well, shout out if he is. And that was a lot of fun. Talk about energy from the coaches. We've seen a lot of that this event, for better and for worse. Fet was certainly one of the big players behind the roster that we expected a lot out of. A lot of fun, a lot of energy. Game is beginning now. We're going to Night Haven Labs. 50-50? Nah. From you guys at home between CAG and Unwanted. Wow.
That's actually crazy.
I sure hope so. I sure hope that's an indicator of what we get. I want the full 3 maps. I want 8-7. Give me more. That's what I want.
Give me
CAG,
chaos.
we know what they're capable of. And Unwanted, well, they have impressed here at 6 Invitational. They have exceeded expectations. Same story for both teams. Elimination on the line. Let's dig into CAG's map pick. It's Night Haven Labs.
Oh boy, here we go. Unwanted on defense, CAG on the attack indeed. And it's going to be one of those. Unwanted, they love feeling out their opponents first and then making the adaptation. So I think starting on defense is always a good look for them above many other teams because that's when you can just sit back, play out your defaults. There it is, no big surprise, but Blackbeard being banned away. It's one of those, either you will ban it or you have to face it every single round.
It's something that we talked briefly about off air before this match started, but both of these teams are infamous for their shield play. So it's a bit of a game of chicken, right? On the Unwanted side, you've got Spirits, who you said the other day, you described as the best shield player in the world right now, which and you said he's probably been that way for a while.
Yeah.
Big call coming from you, being a notorious shield player back in the day as well. But for CAG, like, we saw them so good with shields this morning that it was banned against them. Unwanted are going to ban the Clash. Of course, Anaton, unbelievable on that. He's great on the Blackbeard as well. And M80 didn't want anything to do with it.
It's funny because, as you said, it's one of the few matchups where both teams have one of the recognized greatest shield players in the lobby. Normally, it's one team has it, the other one doesn't, and it's a very one-sided situation. But this is very much a 50-50. And the craziest thing is, even with both the Blackbeard and Clash ban, there is such a high chance you'll see both the Blitz and the Munty within the first handful of rounds. So, this could get exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't be surprised to see CAG bring it out, but the Blackbeard has tended to be their favorite of all the shields in recent times. Spirits, I feel like we've seen him on Blitz a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Blitz is his main shield operator, maybe tied with Blackbeard depending on the map.
We were having a chat about this in the green room between games, but Blackbeard is so pickable right now.
Yeah.
Because he's got that gun. Monty is always the safest and easiest shield to play. Blitz tends to be, at the moment, especially with the guard break changes, the hardest shield to play. And yet Spirits is the best Blitz that we've seen in a hell of a long time. He is so good and so consistent on that operator.
He surprised me, especially mind you, when you play on LAN and an international tournament, you play on 0 ping. That means that hit reg and gun damage is like 100% true. You die in 2 shots from a DMR. You die from 4 bullets of a UMP. You die so incredibly fast. The fact that Spirits can find themselves surviving as long and often as he is on Blitz is a testament to how good he's at positioning and avoiding that damage being done. For CAG in the opening round, no shields in play, but Finga actually makes a debut already. Not to buff any of the shield operators, just to Anyton have some fun. You know, heal himself up, his teammates, go for those revives. Unwanted, they're sitting pretty. If you watch the CAG game earlier, they struggle at getting the right steps done, getting all the breaches, and then attacking from all sorts of different areas. You are funneling through 1 or 2 doorways against M80 and still somehow won the round. Unwanted's playstyle is a lot tighter than that of M80. A lot less roaming, a lot more play near each other, play by the bomb site. They should need even less gaps CAG to abuse.
And this good usage of util from Unwanted has left CAG with very minimal hard breach. As the Ace Selma does detonate, open up a crouch hole into sight. Unfortunately for CAG, one of those Selmas was actually thrown into the wall before the EMP detonated, and a second Selma was destroyed by a C4. So it does leave very limited hard breach for CAG. They need to focus up and kill Gavin here on the rafters. Oh, it's a nasty angle though. Shuri, the fire starts to try and corner him. Shiraneko down elsewhere, but Shuri has just walked straight up the stairs and found his pick.
At least it's a 1-for-1. Could be better, could be worse. Gavin's so good in those play to die positions. I mean, you're playing Fenrir. It's okay if you die early. It's not the huge loss inside of utility. CAG to spend both their fires on Capital. 1 grenade from the Finka. I mean, you're playing Capital below right now. You wish you were a bug, but Shiraneko is dead, unfortunately. So CAG again forced to funnel through simple doorways and taking 50-50 gunfights. Spirits, though, very isolated. He's very alone.
Kag is suspicious of this position, though. They seem to be aware of it. Anyton is just going to double check if there's anyone supporting. I think they already know Spirits is there. Spotted! The timing is not there, though. Shuri, I don't know why he didn't wait for Anyton.
That's a missed time. I mean, what is that?
Bro, this is rough. CAG made a few critical mistakes after getting an early foothold into the round. A couple of mistakes may mean that this round is nigh impossible. Spirits holding on, but does lose his ground, his head, and the diffuser. Blackray can start to make his way forward. Shibisu also has a solid crossfire. Blackray wins this fight. It could unlock the round, but Hot and Cold on an off angle wins his. Shibisu in a 1 versus 2, caught between the 2 remaining defenders. He hasn't seen him. Ooh. Where are you looking? Hot and Cold is right around that corner. Shotgun will get the job done, and Unwanted start Nighthaven on the defense, looking pretty solid.
And again, you can already tell Unwanted's playstyle. They are just believing that, hey, we don't gotta make any of the first moves. We just sit in our, pre-placed positions, wait for something to happen from CAG, and just establish those crossfires. It was one fun trade early on. Massively favors Unwanted. As long as they can keep even man counts, so at 3v3, 4v4, 5v5, they should have no issues on the defensive side of things. As long as they can keep just locking CAG out. I mean, this one he was a misplay. Shuri gone 6 is the door, sprints on in, while the Goyo Fire was still alive on the door behind him, so there's no trade to be happening. Hot and Cold got a 4K in that round.
Yeah.
yeah, he knows.
He knows exactly what went down. Yeah, I do feel like that was the moment when the round started to slip away from CAG. If Shuri had just waited a few seconds to 1-2-3 it with his teammate Blackray from outside of the blue door, then that would have been very different. They would have found Spirits with no trade, and Hot and Cold wouldn't have been able to play as aggressively. He would have been going up against 2 players, peeking from both sides of his doorway. Very different story. Unwanted, though, starting strong. Looking good on their defense as they go down to the basement, and this is where the big question is, okay, how much of a roam, how much of an anchor-centric setup is this for Unwanted? And does CAG want to go more direct? They want to try and hard roam clear? Do they want to half roam clear and cover flanks? We were really impressed by how they handled this against M80, but Unwanted have been looking a lot more solid than M80.
No real hard breach outside the EMP can open a duo on the recruit. Shiraneko can solo breach this perhaps. As Adam goes for a trick. Guess it's wrong, the 50-50. You might get this actually fine. Yep. Wow. So, this is the thing that bothers me. CAG pick a single hard breacher, which is a recruit, so not like a self-charge or anything like that. They try and get the breach, which of course isn't going to work against the bandit, and then they waste 40 seconds of the round just to go back to step 1, which is going to be roam clearing. Very risky catch reinforcement here from Spirits.
God. What?
Well, he's just shotgun Shuri to the floor?
Wow.
Okay.
That was the read of his life from Spirits.
Should have C4'd it, man.
Yeah, true, I guess.
I don't think he knew he was
Would have been
there.
a free kill. Oh, there's info on that player's position. He's at the top of the exo stairs. Still, this roam looking very solid. The Spirits has been in peak form, even though he's taking a bit of damage. Gav does find an opening kill before being traded. That Blitz and Chibisu together, flushing that position out, but Gav's still happy with the progress he made, taking down the Ram, the primary vert operator. We still have that sledge on the board, but that's a lot of damage done to the util of CAG, considering they don't have any hard breach.
I'm curious if Adam called out that the roamer should try and stay for as long as possible, because when you trick, just one hard breacher outside, you should go for a roam clear. That's Ram and Sledge dead. Now there's a world where Unwanted can make the call. Let's fall back towards the bomb site. We've killed all their self-destruction players. They shouldn't be able to pick this apart. Hot and Cold is still upstairs on the roam, but he does have a safe passage back to site if he wants to go for it.
The Blitz attempt fate here. Here's that slug shotty on the other side. Chironeko needs to have some support on the vert. Big C4 from Spirits. He's doing everything today. The Spirits will take off his head while Anderton looks to try and shoot the C4 coming his way. Chironeko, desperately looking for something, has now breached the wall onto the site, and that's all he's got in a 1v4. Kind of bit of info. He knows the Valkyrie is above. 40 seconds to play. Even if he can find Hot and Cold, he doesn't have Diffuser.
It's the same problem for CG as against M80. Their strat on paper from the beginning is a little bit lackluster, leaves a lot to be desired. Single hard breach, iffy roam clear. I mean, they don't really get a proper foot in the door, besides the bit skills out of kitchen, which is a trade after all. And now it's Nico outside the building with 20 seconds left, looking for an exit kill. That's the best he can do.
Yeah. This round is done. Spirits is being a little bit silly.
What's the 4K, man?
Yeah, I respect it. Spirits is already in this map. Looked so good. Both the rounds we've had so far. Credit to CAG. They had some good pre-placed drones. We can even see that now with Hot and Cold getting pinged on out. But like you said, the strat from the get-go was not perfect. I feel like sometimes CAG bring lineups where the strat can work, but only if it works exactly to plan.
Yeah.
Or if they just cag it out.
Yeah.
And just frag like crazy. But they don't have much redundancy for their hard breach. They don't have much redundancy of util should an immediate plan go wrong.
Yeah, sometimes they do a double vert setup, like the Ram and the Sledge, but they have no roam clearing operators. It's great that you can do the vert, but if you can't reach the floor that you gotta destroy, then what's the point?
And what's your redundancy for hard breach?
Yeah, exactly.
2 can openers, there's 3 hatches and 2 walls on the side.
Yeah, against the bandit.
Yeah.
Good luck, have fun. CAG called their tactical timeout. I like this early approach because things are not going well. And the difference, again, from Unwanted and M80 is that Unwanted, they move around a lot less. And that just means there's less openings for CAG to just hold an angle, and where M80 would walk into it and die. Unwanted, they stand still. So CAG are not being given anything for free, and they need to problem solve every step of the way. They need better orbiter lineups, and they gotta have a better structure.
That's right. The impulsivity from Unwanted, much harder to deal with for CAG compared to the over-aggression of M80. It's just a play style. The nature of that interaction, CAG much prefer playing against teams that will throw bodies at them. It's a lot of the way that CAG attacks is they just talk up pressure. More and more. Wait for you to squirm. Wait for you to get antsy. Wait for you to do something. Unwanted are so disciplined. They don't give in to that mind game that CAG likes to play.
They need to actually apply real pressure for anything to change. They can smell when it's not quite the real deal. Yeah. One thing that saved CAG on Lair, though, was the Ying. And it's in shotgun Ying, should I specify. And, they tried without the shield, tried with the shield. Third round, try the Ying, see if it works.
Yeah.
Shotgun, baby.
He does actually have it.
He does.
This is such a different map to Lair, though. Like, you think about jumping in the top floor, you're swinging really tight hallways.
Yeah.
Where that shotty, you're going to be in the perfect range for it. Nighthaven, a lot more long angles. I'm just struggling to imagine this being as successful as we saw in the first map today.
Say this and just watch.
I'm so ready for it. I mean, I've just been hoping for a good game out of these teams. Like, I've been really won over by the storyline for both of these rosters. But, yeah, I just want a good competitive series. And maybe when I saw the map veto for CAG, I thought this would be a little bit too hot for them. But Unwanted looking good out of the start. Dream in the juggle and get away with his electric wall, which is nice. You juggle that onto the other wall.
GG doing a good job. This is classic like Thermite Thatcher, one of the best counters to the Kite Claws, but as you can just tank a little bit of damage on the Thermite, put down the exothermic, EMP goes out, that's it. Very good trade-off. They got both of those walls opened up now.
Ooh, hello.
Oh, good value on
Can
the
he get
Twitch.
both?
Can he...
No
for
way!
the legs. No!
Oh, that's massive from Shuri. Unfortunately, Gav completely exposed. If a player had been in the right position, they might have been able to shoot Gav's feet through that drone hole as well. Regardless, CAG have dismantled a lot of that setup unwanted now to figure out how they want to play around it.
And this time they got redundancy. They used the Twitch drones first to the mirror windows, and if it didn't work out, they got ass breaches onto Chibisu as well. So now they had two different ways to deal with one operator. Candela's being split very early, but no real value as of yet. This might be a pressure from everywhere. They got upstairs control, they got Chibisu in the backstab, and Yin can fly in the bombs out window with that shotgun inside a stock room and just take control.
Smoke's going out. What are CAG teasing? There's still a player in the bomb site. It is hot and cold. Now he's smoked up that window, gassed it, so that nobody from CAG can get inside. Oh, Shuri caught looking the wrong direction. This is aggressive from Aniton with a shotgun. It's what we love to see from him. And he's whipped out the pistol for another one too. Another kill for Aniton.
Oh my god.
Unreal from Annie, but unwanted elsewhere. Shut everybody from CAG down. Certainly, Aniton knows how to give us a show, but unwanted care more about the bottom line.
Oh man, it's a Montaz clip, but it's not a round victory for CAG. It looked good until it didn't, and then once more, unwanted, they didn't really move. Adam was stuck in the corner, Hot and Cold stuck in the corner, and they always cover every single position. The first death that happened was a player bottom garage that doesn't check the corner by the window and dies to Adam for free. It's unwanted closing the net, not leaving those gaps, and it's not even with operators. They haven't been spamming like Melusi, Fenrir, Ella, that kind of stuff. They're just very communicative and saying, hey, my responsibility is going to be this position. You guys need to worry about that position. Hey, guys, any gaps, any concerns right now? No? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, Unwanted looking extremely solid here on their defense. 3 in a row, CAG having taken their tactical timeout. It's gone for this map. They have to get back into it, just the 5 players without DD, the coach, jumping in. A full rotation of 3 different bomb sites as well.
It's a very good read by Aniton. He actually stuck the Maverick as the first operator before they got to join out the defending lineup. And it's such a good read because we're up against the Kaid and the Two-Brow. This is exactly where you want the Maverick. So Aniton showing CAG, they have the right read on what Unwanted wants to accomplish in these rounds, but they're just unable to pick it apart correctly as of yet.
Yeah.
A little bit curious about the Thatcher being stuck here because I guess with the Selma charges, I guess you can do it that way.
My concern though, like this Maverick is great, but the counter to Maverick in this lineup is the mirror. Because that external IT wall has a mirror window on it, and if it gets opened up, which it now has been, now that Maverick is going to be very vulnerable to C4s toss through that mirror window, which if there are 4 on the lineup for Unwanted.
So now they're gonna EMP Selma it, and if there's gonna be a Two-Bravo response, they're gonna buck below, but then they're gonna counter buck below with C4 below, and it's a triple counter shot from both teams.
Oh my god.
That's insane.
That's so beautiful. They're layers. Hot and Cold finds his kill. C4 used to perfection. Shiraneko, Buck, one of the pivotal operators, taken it out, and yeah, I can't believe the layers.
It's absolutely crazy. So Aniton was expecting the Two-Brow Kaid. So Adam picks up the mirror to counter the Maverick. Then to counter the Two-Brow, they go Buck below to kill the solo canisters. But then he pulls from the basement to kill the Buck downstairs. It's literally playing through all 3 floors of the map, and most of this was premeditated in the prep phase.
That's crazy reads. Like reads upon reads. The layers. CAG have at least made some progress by breaching external con, but it's been read here. Reinforcement over the wall, and now the mirror window to be protected by these Zoto canisters for a little bit.
Yeah, they can't quite stop that, I don't think. High Claw not in pocket. It's both replaced. I think dispatch stuff. Yep, there it is. They got 2 C4s. They can do more damage with those. Had 4 total, actually. 2 left.
Yeah. Did we get a successful juggle, did we? With the electric law?
Not on the connector wall, no. This is settled up. Got Two-Brow frozen a couple of times.
This is awkward because they can't actually enter through this breach. It's just lines of sight. And this is the key position, though, from Adam, as Gav does find Black Ray. I'm not sure where that duel happened. GBC looking to get aggressive here from Electrical. He needs to find a little bit of an impact. Unwanted. holding back their positions. Adam looking hot on his shot. Anaton will trade one. Not enough as of yet, and still cannot walk through that breach. Shurip in IT, spotted and vulnerable as that dread mine close to his position. This C4, I think, threatened, but not much for Anaton as he does find another pick, but not before he's left all alone. In a 1 versus 2, Adam on the floor and finished. This plant surely can't work out. Should be an angle here for Hot and Cold. No, apparently not, but he knows exactly where Anaton is. As soon as the plant is confirmed, his head pops up.
Oh my god.
4 rounds straight for Unwanted.
I mean, this is business as usual right now. They look calm, they look composed, and Unwanted are in absolutely full control. CIG, sadly, a little bit what I was fearing from them. They couldn't break apart Imedi strategically, but Imedi, they just made a bunch of mistakes, exposing themselves in those player positions, so the CIG got the gun kills. Unwanted are not making any of those mistakes at all, and CIG, they are completely locked out strategically. It goes back to the beginning. Anaton, great read, but he got counter-read.
Yeah.
Before the round started.
Yeah. And now we go down to the basement, which is a bomb site that I think CAG just naturally struggle at because there's so much to do in a round like this. Like, if you want a hard breach, you got to do the hard yards. You got to counter a Bandit Juggler or a Two-Brow Kai Juggler, whatever Unwanted are bringing to the table.
Yeah.
If you want to go for a roam clear, there are so many rooms on this bloody map. It's so much Nighthaven, lads.
It's like Villa if the basement mattered.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But basement Villa doesn't exist.
Villa actually doesn't feel like a big map because the basement is so useless.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, Nighthaven, like the top floor is huge.
Yeah.
The ground floor is massive. And the basement is surprisingly large as well.
Yeah.
And it just means there's layers upon layers. And the vertical play has really been dominated by Unwanted as well. Even though they're not bringing anything like a Valkyrie or a Pulse this round to go for vertical C4s, they can still do it either by audio or potentially by a hacked Mozzie drone.
Fun fact, did you know there's supposed to be bomb sites in the basement of Villa?
I did hear that once as a rumor. I didn't know it was
That's confirmed.
HLTV confirmed.
It's HLTV confirmed. But because of the curved ceilings, Yoga drones and other cameras or gadgets couldn't stick to the ceiling.
Really?
They thought it would break certain operators, so they didn't want to have it. That's what I was told.
Wow, that's some lore.
My teammate Junas way back then beta tested bomb site in a pro player feedback.
Oh, here we go. Anaton looking to get pacey on the top floor, setting purple sectors all around, but he hasn't met anyone. Just a qualifying matchup. Adam on the ground floor spotted.
I mean, they get in, no one's dead, but now they're slowing down the top floor. They whip the shot, the freebie. Adam survives.
Unfortunately, Shiraneko wasn't playing that angle as aggressively as he could have been. If he had a wider berth, he probably would have landed that shot, but I think he was worried maybe about getting swung from Adam down below.
One of the issues if you're CAG as well is if you are a team that thrives off chaos and getting kills and feeling confident, when you're being locked out 4 rounds in a row, you might see some of those individual players maybe not take the same risk as they would usually or feel as comfortable doing so. And when you are CAG, when you want to go, you know, let's invest everything into this push, you need to believe in yourself. They play Anaton made on Ying, shotgun in, pistol whip, get 2 kills. We see that from all the players together.
Yeah.
Having those trades, having those crossfires, and everyone believing in the system in front of you.
Yeah, we need the timing from CAG and the synchronicity. That's a word.
Gotta be
right?
synchronized, yeah.
That's right.
Evan, though, again, loves to play, to die in those spots, doesn't fall back ever. Hot and Cold, though, low on HP, he fell back earlier towards the bomb side. And again, Unwanted now, they're in the same phase as before. They're waiting for CIG to make the first move, then they'll have the answers.
Yeah, and these Unwanted roamers are still active as well. They've just peeled back. They've given up storage to CAG, but the players down in the basement have also given up a lot of this ground as well. C4 looking to be played from audio, doesn't find anything as of yet. Meanwhile, Spirits is rotated all the way to the top floor.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a devilish dance here. Unwanted, though, lose a player. The first blood drawn. And the plant surely going to be activated fairly shortly. Anaton decides to go deep. He's looking to support against the Kai. Does he check the corner? He does. Pistol comes out. It's a little bit difficult to find the kill. Eventually, it will be confirmed by Shiraneko. Deep into the bomb site, CAG have gone. As Spirits has to make a retreat back to the bomb site. Adam, the lone man here, supported by no one. But Shuri finds one. Spirits has denied the plans and found another with the shotgun. This Canadian is insane. Black Ray finds his first. Spirits is low HP, but Black Ray can't find him in time. I can't believe it. Unwanted are unreal.
How do they do that? 2v4? Bomb site retake? No information? 2 players getting killed through a smoke wall bang. Spirits, shotgun in hand, prone to the floor, gets the second as well to confirm. And CAG, I loved what they were doing there. It wasn't a boring default plan. Let's gamble. They wouldn't concede foot. No, let's push deep. Let's take the bomb side. Let's get the kills. Let's go for a safe plan. Only for then it to also fall apart because Unwanted have one of those rare moments where it becomes a 2v4 and the players just step it up. Spirits 8-3, Hot and Cold 5-2. Those guys both getting so much done that round.
Oh, he's going to be kicking himself and losing that.
Look at this. Whoop.
This next moment here, Spirits, that shot right there. Wow. That was my reaction too, Gav.
We won the round?
I can't believe that. Dude, that is... That's almost unrecoverable for CAG.
That's a tilter.
That's such a tilter. I mean, CAG played everything right. Late round 5v5, Unwanted. I feel like they got beat strategically that round in the end of it.
They did. It was a quick roam clear, and CHG said, okay, we recognize you guys have a person flanking top floor. They had the yellow ping on the guy by the tank. They got the window wall, and like, it was great. They were quick. They were decisive. They had time to work with. But clutch factor. Spirit said, I don't need no shield. I got SMG 11 and a shotgun instead.
Dude, he's gassed in this game. Shurit, again, finding one of the mirror windows with that twitch nice and early. Last chance here for CAG to find anything on their attacking side. Either way, it's hard to imagine they've done enough to win on this map, but they need to give it everything they've got. This is CAG's map pick after all.
See here, we saw the Sophia soft reach and stun being utilized. Who's going to affirm that Gavin wasn't going to banish trick. Gotta pay respect to the vendor, of course. Step 1 on Night Even Labs, always breach those exterior walls. Open some of those windows, the barricades, apply phantom pressure, try and box in the defenders as much as possible. Once you've done that, you need to either go directly to the bomb site, downstairs and stock, or, of course, pick it apart upstairs and do a bit of vertical soft destruction.
Unwanted have been so good at that vertical game, though, and they have 4 C4s again. Even if there's no Valkyrie or Pulse, I expect to see a lot of audio or game sense based C4s. We've also seen Unwanted continuously contesting Vert. They've actually got the confidence game over CAG, which not a lot of teams are capable of doing. M80 didn't.
No.
M80 was scared of CAG. CAG has so much confidence, and now they've been put back into their shells.
The good old defense start. Unwanted, I mean, it favors him so badly. Let's look at this, Gavin. Again, as I say, he always sticks around.
Wow.
Oh, he's just dead.
Did they know? They must have known. Good read. There's another roamer upstairs there. Spirits. He's found the first kill of the round. He seems to be finding everything these days for Unwanted. Meanwhile, is that a bit of a flank on the other side as well?
Adam also looking for it. And CAG, they have a read, but do they know that he's pushed past the point? No, I don't think they do.
Oh, Chibasu's trying to go hunting. The timing here might be perfect for Adam. Depends who peeks first. Him and Spirits together. They're trying to get this read. Oh no, Spirits has found one!
Oh,
and that means Chibasu looks away! Oh no, calamitous for CAG. As Unwanted have the advantage. Shuri feeling desperate, tries to find something inside, but he gets completely baited. Dream has found him. Black Ray against 3.
What?
Dream carves his head into. And Unwanted finish off an unbelievable half. 6-0 on CAG's map.
That only works as well as it did because Dream doesn't die as the bombs at anchor. He was proning, he was staying alive, and basically what that means is he's allowing his other 2 teammates of Adam and Spirits to get that really risky, aggressive upstairs flank going. And the moment they get those 2 kills, of course CAG, they push the bomb side, it's 2 against 1, but then Dream gets supported by the roamers upstairs. This is the floor bang. It makes you look away and buys Dream 1 second, maybe half a second, but that's enough at this level of play, and he gets both kills himself with the help of his teammates.
I want to just have the read on everything. Like, every last thing they got that read. And the way that Unwanted find a pick, like Spirits finding that pick on his flank, immediately Chibasu looks the other direction, distracted, Adam times his pick. Like, it could not be more picture perfect for Unwanted. They are so in CAG's heads right now. They're 6-0 up on Nighthaven, and CAG's 10-map win streak here on this map is about to be broken.
mean, I did voice my concern for this map because I was looking at CAG against M80, and I'm like, unless CAG can flip that 180 degrees, I just see Unwanted beating them here because of the issues CAG were facing. It was the exact same point, but even worse here because the playstyle differences. Consulate.
Bro.
Oh, that's so. Wall just got finished being reinforced, and it broke the kite claw as it was tossed.
That's rough.
Consulate plays out kind of similar. Like, if you're struggling with these fundamentals on Night Haven Labs, you'll be faced with similar consequences on Consulate because it plays out, as I said, very similar.
Yeah, Consulate, CAG will start on the defensive side, thankfully.
Yeah.
The copium here that I'm going to try and spin is that CAG just need a couple of solid defense rounds so that Unwanted don't have too much attacking confidence. Because, yeah, Unwanted know they have a lot of defensive confidence. We've just seen 6 in a row. Attack is a different beast. CAG just need to get a few defense under their belt, even if this map they lose. Moving into Consulate, they'll be on the defense as well.
See if they can do it. Of course, the Blitz, the Demos, Maverick for the power breaching off the walls. Again, respecting and playing around the Kai 2-bro abandoned situation. C4 Ripped, primed ready, gets tossed out, misses. Hot and Cold dukes it out well, but going to his right-hand side. Wall is now soft from CAG. Step by step. Again, this is not even laps. Get the walls, get a bit of map control, and take your point up.
Yeah, time to peel back here for CAG. They got another fortified position. Shuri. That Blitz, they get the better of him. He is the Warden, so he's kind of a counter to Blitz, but I mean, it's not perfect.
He can see at least.
Yeah.
Might as well die.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he's not going to get knocked over by him and shot in the face. Lurk below from the Deimos as well of Adam. We saw CAG running Buck on this bomb site for Vert. Unwanted going for a different choice operator, one that's in some cases a bit more deadly.
Let's hope they got some good mute jammers on the side to stop the death tracker from...
Ooh, that's damage. The C4 goes out. It's exactly what he needs. Lacray's found the advantage for CAG. Spirits is down. The guy himself on double digits already. If there's anybody you want to take out, that's him.
This thing, the Warden on this shield is going to be impossible to deal with. The Nate player, Adam, Deimos downstairs. Actually, Warden falling off the position. Might be okay. Perhaps the air jab forced the movement. You gotta see Adam get some value now, but again, the mute jammers are on the bomb side. So the death trackers, they are failing constantly. He finds one.
Oh, okay.
There's a second and a third right above him.
Yeah, I mean, Chibisu and Shurip are so close to that position. Shurip, though, gets that vertical angle he's been waiting for. Gav's about to peek him, takes his head off. Chibisu gasses it up, but he's been left pretty much alone in this tough position on the bomb site with multiple players surrounding him, and he peeks into Dream.
What?
A second for Dream.
Why?
Anaton with it all to do, and he can't squat it. He can't swat it, and he can't find Unwanted. 7-0 as a North American squad dismiss CAG on the first map. They don't care about any win streaks. They're going to map number 2, and they want to keep staying alive here in the playoffs.
Hot and Cold typed one thing in the chapter at the end. GM, good morning. It's afternoon, we're approaching evening, and for CAG, they need to wake up because they were not fighting back. That 0-7 scoreline absolutely shows it.
Absolutely the case. Unwanted with probably their best map of Rainbow Six that we have seen from them at the SI so far. It's not done yet, but it's starting to feel like it may be all over. CAG look to come back on Consulate up next.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up.
there are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man.
I don't know what happened to the Cyclops that we saw this morning, but they did not show up later today on Nighthaven against Unwanted. 7-0 for the Manchester Major champions as they are flying through this lower bracket. CAG, what are you doing, man? What was that, Tengu? I don't have words to describe how pitiful that showing was from CAG.
I'm just waiting for the final round in the replays and say, what are you doing? So it's going to happen here in a second. You're in this right here. 3v3, 20 seconds left. Hibishu swings the breach. Shirnigo dies to the exact same angle. Why?
Yeah.
Why are you swinging?
Dream's barely hyped because it was just too easy.
He's like,
hold down right click. Oh, he's like,
it's over.
He didn't know the game was over.
Keep going.
He kept his headphones on for another round. So the opposite of what we saw from Hot and Cold the other day, where he clutched a 1v1 and he's like, and took his headset off. He's like, oh shit, this
and it was
game's not over yet.
3-3 when it happened. Halfway through the map at most.
I love how unhinged these Unwanted guys are. They're just they are so in the zone. They always say 0-0 guys, reset, doesn't matter the score. Unwanted, you don't hear them yelling that at each other, but they are actually embodying it. Dream didn't realize game was over.
Of course, we got to talk about Spirits. He's highlighted for a good reason. I mean, yes, one thing is the EPS and the KD, but the value that he got in the rounds by some rounds simply staying alive, other rounds getting a 4K or a 3K, And so, of course, same with Adam and Dream. I mean, honestly, I think that's out of Unwanted, every single player was MVP or EVP worthy, versus CAG, I can't recall any like massively positive outliers. It's kind of a full team effort of not doing good enough.
Yeah. Pengu, I don't understand, why do their sheets of paper say CEO when they don't even have an organization, let alone a CEO at all?
By the way, if you're an org looking for a team, Unwanted are currently on the lookout for some financial support. Probably can't do it for this event, but after the event finishes, based on their placements, you guys can negotiate nice little contract with some salary and some good supportive terms, and please be nice to these people because they'll be nice to you.
Man, they're on the verge of making top 8 at 6 Invitational. They won a major. 3/5 of the players of this roster won the Manchester Major 9 months ago. These guys are unreal, and they're just one more game away from top 6 in a main stage performance. Should they win today and tomorrow again, they'll be at the top 6. Foxay just walked over to us and he was saying top 6. Is he predicting? Is that his prediction?
And then he did something else afterwards.
He's nodding. That's his prediction, yeah.
There's even more on the line. Dream as an individual player considering retirement if they don't get that support of the org, if this thing doesn't really play out. So for Dream, keep him in the scene for longer. He's had such a huge tournament. Even if it's not an org wanting to join and pick up Unwanted, any existing already there organization, you need a player in North America, I'll tell you something about this guy, Dream, okay?
Oh, yeah?
He's clutch.
Oh, yeah?
He does the supportive work.
Oh, yeah?
He looks handsome on the player cameras.
Does he?
And he has a nice smile.
He does, doesn't he?
He does.
He's also been playing for over 6 years.
That doesn't matter.
He's been playing since 2018, and he's only now reaching his peak. That's how good this guy is.
Peaking.
He's peaking. Unwanted be peaking. They're peaking everybody. CAG are on the verge of elimination here at the 6 Invitational, and it's at the hands of the Mismatch Misfits. Unwanted. Well, they've stolen your hearts at home as well. 60% of you thinking North America is going to take out this one and eliminate Japan and APAC from the tournament. Consulate is Unwanted's map pick, and it's up now.
CAG. Nogaby and Blackbeard banned, so some things will stay the same.
So to clarify again, because CAG are on blue team defense start, it's actually Unwanted currently banning, even though it says CAG banning.
Flip it.
CAG banned Blackbeard, and they get the last defense. Unwanted banning out the Dokkaebi, and Clash. No surprises here. You gotta do the Anaton counter.
It's such a good Clash map, Consulate that is. Plus, Unwanted starting on the attacking side. They want to build up as many attacking rounds as possible. If they get 2, if they get 3, great. More is more. And then when they go defense, that's when you just lock it in and finish off this game. Asami follows through. Is this the exact same operator bands? It is. Exact same
as the first
operator
map?
bands. Yeah. 1-to-1.
I can't believe you can read your own handwriting, Nick. That is
I'll be
terrible.
honest, it's half guessing and half assuming because like other operators that starts with A. Hit me. Hit me. Asami, that's it. Okay, there we go.
Aruni,
Aruni's not gonna get banned. Amaru is not gonna get banned. Yeah, exactly.
Affogato.
What did you just
Anaton. Aquamarine.
Okay, I like that.
Aquamarine's a kind of sick color, by the way.
It's like, isn't it kind of like is it
aqua,
turquoise or
but like
turquoise?
Turquoise? It's turquoise, yeah.
Yeah, so in Danish it's turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah,
that's so cute.
That's a Danish word for it.
Damn.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget which one is Danish. and
What's Danish for 7-0?
7-0.
7-0.
7-0. Yeah. That's it, 7-0.
Well, it's a shame there's only 2 Danish Rainbow Six players that have ever been relevant in this game.
3.
Sorry, 3.
Thank you. We've been
well,
over this.
2 have won hammers.
1 has gone to a final.
Yeah.
And then 1 got 0-10 in EUL.
Oh, yeah.
Thompson. We don't talk about Thompson, okay?
Yeah, poor
he
guy.
makes the average standing of a Danish player. He really drags down the expectations. But he was there.
Well, we have a largely Danish production team here with the
That's
Blast R6 team.
I'm not the double agent for you guys. We can translate everything.
Yeah. Shurif's getting aggressive here on this spawn peak. Very rare do we see lobby spawn peaks on Consulate. What was once the spawn peaking map has now become far more balanced, very hard to spawn peak on. But I respect Shurif for giving it a go.
Yeah, I mean, after you got down 0-7 and still having some laughs and some confidence, I mean, you said yourself, you saw Anaton smiling and laughing after that first map ended.
He was like, dude, 7-0, what? I think he can say about 20 English words.
Okay.
And he used as many as he could just to express his confusion and then laugh it off. It's
brilliant. Is this going to be a blitz? Rappling in through a window or covering with the pistol? Like, what are we doing? Is Spirit's going to rappel on in? Armor goes into admin. CEO, they're going to strike every single window possible.
Is it a bait? Oh, so the bait is coming through and still no successful plant. Spirits has had to fake it. He's very low HP now. Surely the plant will be denied. The player will die. And immediately Spirits jumping outside, gets downed. I believe the diffuser is dropped inside.
Yeah.
Adam might be able to find his shot here on a Shurip, who decides to slink back downstairs. Spirits picked back up again. Unwanted, though, looking a little bit worse for wear, to say the least.
Curious what happened, but it looked like the impact grenade from Chibisu stopped Spirits from planting, because when you break the floor below the planter, the diffuser has to be on an unmovable surface, essentially.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Doesn't get the kill. Not gonna matter all that much, though. They got the 2 first ones, so of course they got the diffuser inside. Wait, Spirit survived? I thought he died.
He
jumped out?
He got downed jumping out, and then he got picked up again.
Okay, I thought he was done for.
Nope, he's on 20 HP. I mean, he surely is. Kag just need to land one bullet on him. There's Anaton. Why is he looking at the roof? He's looking down again. Takes out Adam. All up the dream.
Nice.
Oh, this is easy. There you go. You would have thought these guys just won the 6 Invitational Grand Final. That's the first round Kag have won in the series. And it's coming in the second map. That is a reaction and a half.
I love it. I love it. Perhaps this best of 3 has just begun, James.
Oh, God, I hope so.
I'm even Kevin's like, what did I just hear?
Unwanted are going to be like, yeah, what? Was that for our game? Was that really it? Like, that was for us?
Oh boy.
Damn.
Now, I respect what Unwanted was trying to do, because it's a strat that we don't really see ever. CEO Repel Capital goes on in. Blackbeard. The blitz on connector window goes on in with diffuser. Armor flies into admin. Like, they're just going in different windows. 1v1, v1, v1.
Yeah.
It almost worked. Almost got planted. If it went down, you can safely place my ass at the building and probably get a round victory. But I'm pretty sure that, as I said, the impact grenade stopped the plant from going down because it broke all the floor beneath Spirits, and you can't plant down the diffuser if that's the case.
Yeah, it's a cool idea, the bait and switch. You see a lot of teams trying to bait with their plants on console these days. So, nice idea from Unwanted. Maybe a bit of a risk. Kag managed to deal with it pretty easily.
Now seeing a lot of utility on Intel game. Echo and the Maestro.
Maestro.
Maestro's win rate is pretty damn good at this event last I checked, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, one, he's never played. Only Maestro-oriented teams would play it, of course.
Well, can I jump in there with a few stats from you?
Oh, you got stats just on the
shout out to Desertu. I saw his tweet earlier, and when I saw this Maestro pick, I just had to bring it up. So, Maestro actually has the highest pick rate of any operator in the 6th Invitational. So, the highest win rate.
Okay, that makes sense.
67%. So 2/3 of the rounds that he plays, he's winning. And that's across...
Jesus.
There's action going on. I'm trying to make stats happen, guys.
They're just swinging everything.
You had 7 rounds on Nighthaven to do something. Now I'm just trying to talk about stats and try and gas up Anaton for playing Maestro, and you're going to come out swinging. What's this about?
We're going to see the Evil Eyes this round.
I'm just going to throw my phone away. Who cares about the numbers? CAG are that good.
Bottom line is Maestro's pretty damn good. Not played all that often, and this round won't matter at all.
No,
like Maestro won't matter
completely
at all.
nullified.
Well, the first death there from Dream was a C4 above the breach outside. Took him down. Hate when that happens. Second death.
Tilting.
Yellow door swing outside. Again, CAG looking for fights, looking for aggression.
Free kill. Surely free kill for Adam here. You saw that play. I mean, is he on hard floor, Maestro? Oh, he is.
He's way down.
Okay.
He's been chilling.
I do like that IQ pick, though. I don't know why Shurip is flanking Yellow Stairs on the smoke with over a minute left to play, but it probably isn't going to matter. The Spirits has been taken out. Anaton, the Maestro, of course, having a big impact, as we want to expect. Shiraneko's gone down on the spiral stairs. It's a 2v3. I don't know, this is kind of winnable here.
Yeah, but the closer they get to sight, the more Yoga drones, the more Evil Eyes. There we go. Gavin down to the verticality of Chibisu. So now it's a 1v3 for Adam. But again,
there's
all
the
this
Yokas.
utility, the intel, the yellow pings, good luck, my friend.
This is just a go, go, go round for Kag. Nade goes out, putting the pressure on Chibisu in the corner. Doesn't seemingly damage him
Missed it.
at all. Adam spotted out. There's Annie. Good swing. Refrag from Chibisu. I wish that we could understand what the hell Sharif is yelling.
It just sounds like gibberish the way he talks, no?
Oh,
like,
dude, you can't say that.
No, but like, when Anakin speaks, I feel like it's pretty...
I know, you can hear it. He's like proper yelling.
Yeah.
Sharif is. No, it's crazy. It's also hilarious to me because like, these players, for the most part, are very quiet and reserved. If you see them around the place,
Very shy, yeah.
very shy. It's a cultural thing as well. Get them in the server and you cannot shut them up. Especially because it's mostly just Anaton and Sharif. Everyone else on this team, very introverted, very quiet. But those two are loud enough for the rest of them.
Now, for Unwanted, what can you do to get back into this? Well, we know once they go on defense, they're going to be fine. That's the assumption at least. But you got to get there with a couple of rounds. 2-4 half favoring defense, not the end of all. Pretty expected outcome, I would say so myself. But Unwanted are not really picking up the pace and figuring out, like, what's the approach for us? They're getting spawn picked, they're getting C4, they're being shut out from entering the building. So perhaps they gotta slow things down. Say, guys, #1 priority, let's all into the building. Go like 4 or 5 guys in the same area of the map. Let's drone, follow the drones, and just kind of get stable inside the map. Then we can start taking risks.
Thank you. After map 1, we had really set an expectation of what we would be seeing on this map.
Yeah.
Considering it's Unwanted's pick, they're really good at it. Last time Kag played it against Secret, they got 7-1. What was your score prediction for this map?
7-3 for Unwanted.
Yeah.
7-4, so I was going to be like, not optimistic.
I was thinking 7-2, like based on how poorly that first map transpired. Now CAG already have 2 rounds, and my prediction's looking pretty silly. I feel like my expectations have kind of reset here. CAG are looking a lot better.
Yeah. That could be a good C4.
Oh my god!
He opened the window for him! Gavin with the 3rd punch broke the window, therefore the C4 went outside. Otherwise, it's going to get caught by the barricade.
I didn't know you could get headshots with C4s, but that's exactly what Sharif just did.
So, I was saying how they got to get in the building without dying. That didn't happen. Now Adam is inside, getting shot back. Can't quite take that 50-50. Spirits top floor. Again, Unwanted, very spread out in their positions right now. They can't really help each other. And at CAG, they are spread across the map looking for a fight. Look at this yellow ping and advancement here from Yuri.
Trying to do damage. Spirits is taking a little bit of it. Adams found Annie. Good start for Unwanted to try and get something back. Adams taking a hell of a lot of damage, though. And look at how actively CAG are playing this.
You can see Spirits and Blitz taking every corner. Fearing for an enemy. Only 4 drones left for Unwanted. They burned so many drones. The C4 goes out. It's so free. It was pre-placed a while ago.
Yeah, was there information? There must have been from the Valkyrie or perhaps some hacked Mozzie cam.
Default Mozzie. Yeah, so many options.
There is a hacked Mozzie cam somewhere on this map.
Had a Valk cam as well.
Yeah, beautiful. Here's the hacked Mozzie cam. Sharif's going to scout for a little bit of information and then go for a kill. He wants to keep contesting this. I love the energy out of Kag. Not something we saw on the first map, but the gusto to keep pushing for these kills. Keeping in mind, Adam is low, hot and cold, taken very low himself, but does recompose and find a kill. Adam's worried about people hiding behind desks.
Yeah, you know, CG, they're a little bit in your head checking all those corners, but again, the drone game being very lackluster here from Unwanted. They have no intel to work off of. F-Mark going out, the last one, Valkyrie, bottom yellow stairs, can't do anything with that information. 20 seconds on the clock, Dream's inside of lobby, like, Dream surely has to make a hero play here.
2 players are 1 HP. And hot and cold does go down. Dream is the one that has to have a big impact here. He does start to push into sight, and he takes down Chibisu. It's all up to Shiraneko now. Comes down to him versus Dream with 1 HP. He spots them both. 3 on the trot for Kag. Unwanted are yet to appear in the server on Consulate.
Not many teams can recover as well from a 0-7 as CAG, especially since they lost their own map pick. But here they are, forcing Unwanted's timeout in a classic 0-3 fashion.
Yeah. We've seen quite a few 0-3 tag timeouts, and we know that this can flip. Mint's got to get in, try and reset these unwanted players. But I mean, we're spectating Unwanted right now. We can hear the energy from CAG on the other side. They're looking so chilled out. They've made a rotation of 3 different bomb sites. They could go to a 4th if they wanted, or just go with the tried and true. Unwanted are the ones, onus on their shoulders to step up here.
You know, I have an idea, James. What if they just hotwired my headset and Mint's microphone so I could hear what he said and I can relay that information to the stream and I can censor out any of the strategy? Why don't we do that? 'Cause I'm really curious what he was saying.
Why don't you tell me and our dear viewers at home what you would be saying if you had Mint's microphone in that moment?
So, if I was Mint, I would say, guys, right now, we're falling apart outside the building. We're not getting our first step done. We can't get to our second step. We need to just take a chill pill, reset, focus the first objective first before we start doing our own things. If you see Spirits on the entry who can't progress the splits, ask him, do you need help? Do you want the drone in front of you? Because if he's thriving, you're thriving. Right now, nobody's happy, so help each other get to your objectives.
Damn, that's so wholesome. You should be a relationship counselor with advice like that.
We took this from a 5v5 FPS team-oriented game I have 20,000 hours plus experience to a relationship advisor. I am a child in this world, James. I can't advise other people in their real-life situations. I can barely manage my own.
Pretty damn good advice for life, though. I tell you what. You're saying, help enable your teammates to enable you. Be selfless. That's great advice. And you're right. Like, I can imagine Unwanted taking that on board, supporting each other to take ground together. It's absolutely right.
We are one team.
Ask for help from your teammates. Spirit sees a gap. Ask for help. If Adam sees a gap, ask for help.
It's a small thing, but this happens a lot in pro play where simple concepts that seem obvious aren't actually always perfect. Like asking for help, asking for resources. Good C4 to come out, punish Adam. No, does not. It's on a chase.
Yikes. Oh, nice
last
shot.
one on the corner.
Hard
with entry.
It's hard to chase down a player like that when you're on the blitz. Don't have a pistol, slow ADS time. Very slow operator as well. But it was a good, just immediate commitment there. And it was a team effort as well, like you said. Adam and Spirits together.
Very important that Adam didn't like run inside of Visa trying to go for the play with the Spirits in the blitz because the C4 would have killed him. Instead, it was a person behind the Spirits downstairs that helped him progress. But Adam swings the hatch without the rest of his team in position upstairs first. C4 goes out. That might be a freebie as well.
Shot
He
out
got
of the
shot
air.
out. Wow.
And Gav just jumps on top of one of the desks in the office. Anaton says, "No, mate, you can take the day off."
There is a window in that hallway. Not opened up. Nobody there on the rappel. So Unwanted once more get punished on the entries. Now CAG, they've actually fallen back and said, you know what? We've played aggressive. We've been swinging. We've been taking risks. Let's try and play out this round more fundamentally safe. Play in those strong positions. Up spiral, soda machine, meeting bomb site. And let's make Unwanted problem solve this 3v4.
And so what will they do? Spirits can scout for information by peeking with the blitz, but he's already taken a bit of damage. Chibisu's now rotated deep into the vending position. He's also got one magnet still remaining. Are they aware? I don't think they know. Spirits is not looking that direction.
Smoke and blitz push. Let's see it, Spirits. Can you make this happen? There's a crossfire. There's 2 players.
The bait, though. Anaton can continue firing and just wait. Chibisu's here. He's found one. Traded back by Dream. Hot and Cold is left all alone. The 1 versus 3. And CAG know they don't have to contest this. They have a massive advantage and 30 seconds left to dismiss Unwanted's tactical timeout. 2 players together from CAG are stacked inside of this little nook. They're playing top and bottom, prone and standing together. Tempted to peek, and they can't even find it. Dream eliminated, and Shiraneko finding the kill. Shuri fired up. 4 straight for the Japanese. I don't know what Unwanted can do about it. They have been completely dismissed in Consulate.
The big surprise how these rounds are playing out. I mean, I would never have guessed that Unwanted would be struggling the way they are and simply entering the building. They get opening pick, they have Visa, they have admin control, but then again, Adam steps too far forward before his team is ready, dies in the hatch. They wrap one in, okay, C4 gets shot midair, but then you go on the desk, which opens up an angle for Anaton to take you down. So they keep exposing themselves to these unnecessary risks, essentially. I mean, the Monty from Honey Cold could be a solution, of course, but if the Monty is safe, but everyone dies around him, then that doesn't matter either. So a full change up here, I expect from Unwanted. I don't know. Are we going to see back-to-back 7-0s, different teams? Like,
Dude,
what is this?
We've seen 11 rounds of Rainbow Six in this series across 2 maps. CAG has not won a map on their map pick. Won a round on their map pick. Unwanted has not won a round on their map pick. It's
Are we
so
sure
crazy.
CAG picked Nighthawk at this point on?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Also, like, they were on a 10-map win streak. I don't blame them.
No,
Last
not
time
at all.
CAG played Consulate, they got 7-1 by Secret. Last time Unwanted played Consulate, they beat BDS. It's like, this is so backward. It's opposite day today, apparently.
Let's see it.
2 more
Hard
shots.
reach. Munty's blocking the window angle here in case somebody were to try and take down the Selma charge with a window wallbang or impact grenade. One of those small things that you should do them if you're aware of it. No reason to risk it. Munty is just sitting there anyway, waiting around. Scouting for Black Ray, sees that the back is being breached open, but no entries has been made as of yet. And this is better for Unwanted. We're all doing the first step before entering and getting risky. Yellow door, careful dream. C4 above the breach. He died to this previously. It's pretty. It's gonna be touched out. Run away!
Oh, wow! Loses a Selma and a bit of HP, though.
But he's alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how close he was to dying there, despite knowing exactly that trick that CAG did to him the first time around. That's part of the reason why he decided to play Ace, was he's a bit safer than the Thermite?
Yeah, I reckon so. Only issue with the Ace is, again, the wall not quite opened up, no flashbang, no smokes and pockets. So on the breach, I mean, he's going to be completely useless. The impact grenade of Enitin took down the last Selma charge. So there's no way in. Sharif getting very aggro here on yellow door.
This aggression is crazy. As if you re-peek that.
He's a smoke bite. Dude. It's working out. Not going to judge it. But under normal circumstances, this would be a troll play.
Is he going to cross back again? He is. And he's going to get back to side safely. Meanwhile, Unwanted have made headway on the opposite side of the map, looking for a horizontal clear from Archives across. Hibana coming through. Nice redundancy in the hard breach here. EMP as well. Opens up this wall. Starts to poise for a rear push from Unwanted.
So Dream on main breach gonna cut off a bit of the bomb side pressure. Monty with, 3 peel behind him. Gonna try to work the back portion. But CAG for once, I mean, yeah, they're swinging out yellow door, but they're playing very sheltered positions right now by the bomb sites. Hot and Cold gotta do a lot of work on now in communication and calling, guys, where do we push? How do we get there? Because they need this opening kill to go their way. As I say that, they fall apart.
Trying to find Chibisu here. Gav peeking from behind that Monty. I think Gav's about to walk into a player. There was one on spiral stairs at Shiraneko. Doesn't want to move and reveal his position. Oh, got timed. Gav still doesn't know about it, so Shiraneko's going to keep pushing for it.
Oh!
He gets turned on! Shiraneko deleted by Gav. It might not matter, though, for Unwanted, as they are losing these engagements. Adam traded back after he finds his. It's all up to Dream now. But he has made it a 1 versus 1. It's Dream versus Shurip. After the calamity we saw outside Yellow at the start, Shurip gets the last laugh. And 5 rounds in a row for CAG have brought them back to life. Shurip is so enthusiastic he's lost his bloody headset.
How does that happen?
Did he turn his computer off
I
or
think
something?
he might have turned off the whole thing. He's on the floor. He's looking for something.
Black Ray is like, oh my god, my
Like-
teammates are such children.
Oh my
Anakin and
God.
Shurip are just having the time of their life.
Admin's like, are you destroying property?
The admin's checking on them. Oh, dude. Hot and Cold does not look happy, man.
I mean, they're completely locked out right now. They have 2 separate 1v1s now. Both are Dream is last alive. But again, there's no intel. They're walking around. He's on their lonesome. I mean, Gavin had a huge flick. The 180 turnaround kill. I'm like, oh my god, maybe they got this. But then no. CAG, such a good job playing on the bomb side. What? What?
I think
He took them out. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. What's
What a
happened.
replay. What a replay. I think that when he celebrated, one of
Knocked
his
it out?
in-ears fell out.
Okay. It looked very complicated.
It
That's
did.
what
And
happened.
he was trying to find it underneath the desk for some reason. anyway.
But no, it's CAG actually falling back and just showing us that they're not just a one-way super aggro team win gunfights. It was crossfires. It was playing together. It was playing the corners.
It was perfect. The way they played that was so good. They're not relying on cheese like that C4 out the breach that killed Dream the first time round. Yeah. They did it again. It didn't work. That's not the be-all, end-all.
Exactly.
Just one of many little tricks up their sleeve.
It's great when it works, but you can't rely on that being your whole strategy and identity. And for a long time, that was the case for CAG. You know, this aggro, unpredictable, munchy craziness, and without that, they're not worth all that much. But they have changed in the last 6 to 8 months. They've been working on this new playstyle. You and I cast them in stage 2 and both praised them, saying this might be the best iteration of CAG we have ever seen domestically.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not going to beat out Scars and be the big dog of Japan necessarily, except they kind of were. And now in international grounds, they are looking very strong. They just got 7-0, but not about a 7-0 unwanted, so it's fair. It's fair.
If anything, I'm a little bit surprised by how quickly they went out in Montreal after stage 2 looking so good for them, the regular stage within Japan. They got knocked out by Chiefs, the Australian roster, funnily enough, who were making their first appearance at an international event in Montreal. Keg didn't look so good at that event. They got knocked out in the second round. Here they're looking like a whole new team, and Shroom's taking down Spirits. Like, if there's anyone on Unwanted you want to take down early, it's Spirits. The dude is 1-6. He got 10 kills on the first map. He's got 1 here in the first 6 rounds. Dream has at least landed his nade against Chibisu, who cannot escape. So things are, in theory, even, but Dream's taken a lot of damage, and Unwanted have not made the headway they want on this map.
Dream tossed out a grenade, got injured, then they killed the guy that injured him, and then he got revived by Adam's finger across the map. That's a sequence right there. Of course, Dream on 20 HP, CAG staying around, killing drones. Aggro on yellow stairs is Shurip. He hears the rappel, maybe. Surely you don't... Oh my god.
They're just playing with no fear whatsoever.
What is this?
Shreep wants to jump out. Oh, he heard him jump on the camera. Can you jump out of this window? Maybe you can't. I think Shreep...
I don't think you can.
Has anyone ever tried to jump out this window?
I've never needed to. But I feel like he would have just sent it because it's a freebie.
Yeah, I mean, he heard him get on cameras, so it would have been essentially a confirmed kill. Now he's trapped into a corner. Adam's going to toss a nade out. He has to try and escape. Doesn't even expose himself to the window down below. So he's playing this really perfectly. Unwanted are wasting so much time.
Lair downstairs, though, as well. Isn't there? Yep, 3 making his way up. Got him so much health back.
No way.
He's owning them on the yellow stairs right now, single-handedly.
Yeah, elsewhere, though, there is some headway made by Unwanted. Anaton, I believe he's on site. Sounds like he's opening some vert somewhere. Hot and Cold is still just holding Shuri. Yeah, Anaton's actually above the bomb site. Gav is now making his way forward as Shurip has gone up and now retreated back down. Gav and Hot and Cold, Diffuser, in tandem. They look to make things work onto the bomb site, but guess what? Anaton's above, and Shurip's come for a flank. Is he going to find him inside the smoke? He's just desperately flailing, trying to find him. Dude, he's underneath you! Anaton finally confirms the kill. The defuse is counted by Kag. And 6 rounds straight for the Japanese puts them on map point on Consulate. I have to be honest with you, Pengu. Have we ever in history seen 2 back-to-back 7-0s in a BO3? Have we ever seen that at 6 Invitational?
On your opponent's map pick, no less.
I just don't think this has ever happened before.
It seems like it should be impossible. Like, the amount of things that would have to happen for this to be the reality is ridiculous. And it's CAG Unwanted. It's a match where you go, well, either team could win, either team could 7-0 the opponent, but they're 7-0ing each other. Look, he's looking at the wall. He's shooting at the wall. Thank God Anton was there.
Gotta fix the in-ears, dude.
Okay, now I just want the 7-0. I don't care. I do not care.
For the story.
Yeah. And then we go third map. It's a best of 1 on Lair. It's about to get crazy.
And I'm loving Lair right now.
I know.
It was so good this morning between Kag and M80. 8-7. Like, dude, I have a feeling maybe... Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Map 1, 7-0 Unwanted. Map 2, 7-0 Kag. Map 3, Lair, maximum overtime, 1v1, Anaton versus Spirits. That's what I want.
Oh, that's what
I want.
Oh,
I want it to be a Clash versus Blackbeard final round.
Not the clash, James. Not the clash. Anything but that.
They won't slip it through. Don't worry. If we go into a third map, I don't think Clash or Blackbeard will make it
No, they've been banned the first two. The third, surely. Look at this. Dream spawn peek in a smoke. This is so abnormal for him. So you're down 0-6. It's time for abnormalities.
Dude's like, time to give CAG a taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, run out, peek left.
So tempted.
Run out,
if he
peek
hears
left.
that repel, he might go for it. And this is a
Here it is.
hard shot to
The
land.
weapon.
Bit of a spray. Doesn't get even a single point of damage. Not a single bullet of the 17 lands. Shuri, what is this? Just waiting on this lurk.
Rat.
Ratting, hoping. Hot and
That
cold,
is
hot and cold is on.
What?
What is this rat position?
On a jammer in the corner, in piano, playing a good old tune, waiting for him to walk nearby. Could be Shuri, still on yellow stairs.
Such an off angle, dude. Who plays there?
So now the question is, who's going to move first?
Game of chicken.
Game of chicken. CAG, they might actually be so nervous right now because they want the 7-0 as well. Lock it in. They got this odd lineup, right? They got soft destruction, they got the beast, they got the lurking on the nerf, they got the injured armor. Like, their lineup is so contradicting to each other. They can do anything and nothing all at once.
Unwanted have a solid setup though. I like seeing the vending position. Hot and Cold's now making his
Don't go
move.
yellow, Hodden. Don't do it.
Do it.
Don't. No.
Do it.
If you do it.
Do it.
Oh, no, he's doing it.
Do it.
This is dangerous.
Creeping towards Shuri. He's holding with that
He's
shotgun.
been there for over a minute and 30 seconds.
And he's not making a single peep. He's not making any sound. He's not even shuffling his feet. He's not even looking left or right. He's just holding.
Should hear Hot and Cold is in the area.
Laser not exposing him as well. Hot and Cold. All he's got to do is take 3 wrong steps. The drone spots him, I believe. He hasn't seen that drone, but it has seen him. Shuri, is he still standing? He's making his way forward. Shotgun in hand!
Oh.
Finally! His patience is rewarded as he makes a move and takes down Hot and Cold. Now Unwanted have no idea. What is the plan from CAG? Are they going to execute? Are they going to avert us to death?
Uses the fire and see a window. Touch as well. They're going to go in the midst of the smoke. You're going to take a lot of damage here.
Repel from
timed
Anderson.
it.
But he timed it to perfection.
He can stick this.
And he continues to stick it. Spirits, though, going for this
works.
flank. Is Black Ray going to watch it? Plank goes down. But Spirits from below is now in position. And Adams found Shuri. So it's a post plant for the map from Shureneko and Anderson. Spirits still down below. Unwanted have no choice but to jump out windows.
This is dangerous. You got to time it. One yellow door, one piano window. Send it out. Get at least 1 kill here.
Claymore down, has to find the
That's
shot.
one.
Anderson goes down, traded by Shureneko, and Spirits has won it. Adam sticking the diffuser finally puts Unwanted on the board on Consulate.
What is going on? I mean, they sent it in, they get the bomb down, they gas at the building, but we see Unwanted synergy. It finally works where they play together, communication is clear, it's piano window, it's yellow door, and a counter defuse with plenty of time to spare. But it's gonna be a long road back just to enter overtime if you're Unwanted.
That's right, a hell of a long way back. The fact that CAG got so close on their first attack round. It does not bode well for Unwanted, but they're finally on the board. And I'm so gutted that we're not seeing that record of 2 7-0s for opposite teams being won. I don't think that's ever happened. Maybe it's never happened like this ever. I don't think we've even seen a 7-0 and then a 7-1 before. But yeah. We don't need to break records to guarantee that this has been a wild matchup. A wild day for us as well, by the way.
Yeah, it's been a wild day. We tend to have quick games. When I saw the 7-0 in the first one, I thought, yeah, we're going to keep that streak going.
It's the running meme that we have at SI so far that Des and Ace, every single match that they get is a banger. I think Emmy and Jake, Fluke and Xenox, they had the longest matches of group stage. They almost casted 100 more rounds than us.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
More than us?
Yeah, I think it was about 80 to 90 more rounds than we did in the group stage.
And we did the same amount of games.
We did the same amount of BO3s, yeah, but
BO3s.
rounds. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course we tend to cast quick ones. Maybe that won't be the case. If this goes the distance to a third map, I have a feeling that Lair will be the closest of these maps yet.
So CAG, I mean, they can keep throwing anything at the problem. Just if one thing works, one clutch, 5 kills in a round, that's it. This time, we got the sense to protect the walls, to cut off rotations or lines of sight rather on this top 4 or lobby, should I say, defense. Yeah. The question is, can they speed up? Last round, they were very slow. They almost lost to Goyo Fire and Tony Waves from Unwanted. This time, Goyo is being played once more. A lot of traps, actually, in general from Unwanted. Just wanted to slow down CAG, make them more vulnerable in gunfights.
We saw a little bit of a tease of that in the first round of defense from Unwanted, where they were playing a lot of rat positions. Looking to try and capitalize upon any mistakes that CAG may make. We're going to try and tilt them, get in their heads a little bit. CAG look very chill, though. They drone up towards the site. These mute jammers are making things difficult.
Unwanted are just sitting back. They got what they want. They got the verticality upstairs, CEO meeting room. They have no reason to worry about the bomb site right now until CAG start applying some actual pressure, like getting that wall opened up. Force Adam back. So the thing is with CAG, though, well, actually, with the sense, if they can just get as many of those protector walls down across the bomb site and somewhat hide from the verticality with it. Oh, the vertical works against them.
That's what's happening.
Okay, cheeky from Hot and Cold.
I thought they breached this external meeting wall. How did that get denied?
I thought they did too. I think
was it C4'd from the window or something? Can you do that?
I generally think it might have been bugged. Because the first layer is broken perfectly like an exofamic charge.
Oh, you're right.
I'm not sure it is, but it looks like it.
Well, still away in this round for CAG. And this is it. The Sens going straight for it. Anaton looking to try and get this plant down as the rest of CAG look to cover. Adam goes down. Chibisu has to make good with the R4C. And that is beautiful usage of the Sens from Anaton. The projectors deactivate and Shoe is there with cover. A line of sight deep into the bomb site as well will work in the Japanese advantage as Unwanted look to hold on. Chibisu on the top floor claims another one. Spirits, he's been the man of the hour for Unwanted. He has to find something, but Anaton shuts him out of it. Dream in a 1v3, quickly becoming a 1 versus 2, but there is simply no time on the board to find both of these players and get the defuse. From Rags on map 1 to Riches on map 2, Cyclops have pushed us the distance.
Oh, what a big surprise that is. I never would have seen this coming. But this Sense in that final round especially, it just goes to show how strong Arbiter can be after a small buff and or a rework, and how underutilized Sense currently is in the meta. CAG there from APAC, and they just made that Arbiter look broken in that round.
Oh, unbelievable showing from CAG after getting 7-0'd on their map pick of Nighthaven Labs. They've just replied with a 7-1 on Consulate. Next up is Lair to settle this. We'll be back after the break.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see like why things are being done, you know, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak. So being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. Like the new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of like apparent drive of like, yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
From very dominant Nighthaven Labs to an almost equally dominant Concert and on to Lair. To close out this series, an elimination match for CAG and Unwanted. It's been a crazy game so far, and I'm just glad that we hit the third map because clearly these teams deserve to go to the distance.
There's only two ways this plays out. Either Unwanted to win back-to-back 7-0s, or we gotta see a third map, right? And of course, because we gotta go third map, it's only right that CAG almost 7-0s them back. I've been having a hard time dissecting what's been going on as a color commentator in this series because what has been going on, teams? It's been crazy, it's been unpredictable, it hasn't made a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, don't ask me. I'm not a world champion. I don't know. I can only speculate. All I know for sure is that CAG were so asleep on Nighthaven.
Yeah.
Unwanted had the read unbelievably.
Yeah.
And I think CAG just step by step brought themselves back into it. The first round, it was close. Unwanted went for a little bit of an unorthodox rush, and it didn't pan out, right?
Yeah.
Amaroing from this window, repelling in here, fake planting in 3 different places.
Yeah.
And CAG just, I don't know whether it was skill or luck or a combination of the two, had the right read. They denied the plant, and then Unwanted, slowly it started slipping away from them. CAG brought up that momentum. Massive credit to Shureep, not just for having an insane performance, but even the first round that they won, he was treating it like they just won the SI final.
Yeah, he was.
And as much as we can meme that, like seriously, the energy CAG needed came from Shurip and Anaton just gassing themselves up, gassing each other up.
Turn that bad ship around, you know. I mean, if you're going to sit there and be all quiet and timid and go, oh, you know, we just lost 7-0, man, what the... No. They were happy right out the gates, looking good, playing very aggressive. I mean, we saw Spawn peek in the first round being attempted. We've seen them swing out on Yellow Staircase, etc. And it just seemed like, I don't know, it seemed like they didn't know how to play Nighthaven Labs. It was more of a map issue than like a team issue. Because, I mean, I don't know. They did all the things on Consulate that we wanted to see from them on Nighthaven Labs. So maybe it's this classic CAG thing where when backs are against the wall and there is quote-unquote nothing to lose because now you're playing for, you know, if you lose the following map, you're going home. You might as well give it a draw without any fear.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go on to Lair to settle this. CAG played this map this morning already against M80, and man, that was an insane series and an insane map. 8-7 went the distance. We saw all sorts out of CAG. We saw Shield play. We saw the Ying with the shoddy and what Anaton was able to achieve on that. Unwanted would have been watching that match knowing they're going to either play CAG or M80. Maybe wouldn't have expected it would be CAG after that first map, but they certainly have had some time to prepare, get themselves in the zone. They'll know exactly what to expect. Both teams have been counter-banning all day. Unwanted have been banning the Clash against Anaton. CAG have been banning the Blackbeard against Spirits. And I wonder, maybe Unwanted might actually bring a Ying ban into the play.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, because they want to keep the Blitz, so they're probably not going to get rid of that. It remains to be seen once we get into the map. One thing I know for Lair, for Unwanted, they are pretty solid on this. We've already seen them play it at SI. They beat Liquid on it, but we know CAG are really good here too.
There are a couple of things here. Unwanted are starting defense. That's massive for their playstyle and massive for their statistics because those attacks on Consulate did not look very promising. But what I want to see from them, keep their players alive and win those inter-engagements for both defense and attack. Don't throw away free bodies and struggle into the building. That's the first thing. Secondly, Unwanted are a team that once things don't really go their way, they seem very reliant on Mint calling a tactical timeout to get the team back into the saddle. If they go down early, like a 0-3, a 1-4 scoreline, Mint is practically forced to call a timeout to get them back to even scoreline, but then they don't have Mint for later on. If what we're expecting is true, that this will go the distance on Lair, they need to hold on to this so Mint can come in at the perfect moment to get them over that crossing line.
Yeah, absolutely. We're moments away from getting into Lair now. And it's funny because in the first map, it felt like Unwanted were just so chill, so unfazed at the pressure of potentially losing to a really on-fire CAG. And in map 2, it was quite the opposite. Like, CAG had just been absolutely killed on their best map of Nighthaven Labs, and yet they came into Consulate with no fear whatsoever, ended up with a 7-1 in their favor. Map 3, I just feel like the tensions are going to rise for both teams. As much as you want to be chill, suddenly you see, oh, there is actually a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
But there's also
some
serious cracks in the armor. Which way is it going to fall? Our tournament depends on it. One of these teams is going to be eliminated in the next hour.
And I think this is going to benefit Unwanted more than CAT because when they can play as loose, roaming around as much as they were on Consulate, that's when we see the Japanese roster really pop off in their favor now. Has shifted. I mean, this is a ping pong back and forth.
That's right. Going into map number 1, you guys at home thought it was a dead 50-50 between CAG and Unwanted. Come map 2 after the 7-0, Unwanted stole your favor. And now CAG have it. Recency bias, perhaps. We'll get into the map, and immediately, Unwanted have taken away Anaton's Ying.
I mean, you called it, James. You quite literally called it yourself. And I mean, it's a big question. Yeah, there's the Blackbeard, so teams respecting each other's strengths. Defense, though, we can talk about the Valkyrie, the Mira, the Bandit 2-Bro Kaid. We can talk about, we saw one round of Maestro. It got a victory. It wasn't relevant at all, though. Didn't matter in the slightest. CAG doing a fair bit of thinking on this one. Beep, beep, beep. Asami actually falling. Okay, so nothing out of the norm. Seen the first 2 maps as well. That just leaves us for Unwanted. What do they think is going to be their biggest adversary in this situation? No surprise.
Yeah, okay. So it's 3 out of 4 of these operators are counter bans.
Yeah.
That's kind of where we've landed here. Like, neither team is banning quote-unquote meta ops. They're banning to specifically target players. And I gotta say, Anaton, he's got to be used to it by now because he's so iconic on so many operators, but he's been banned twice against in this map. Both the Ying and the Clash are target bans to him. Spirits, of course, also familiar with getting banned against him. It's just the Blackbeard. His defense is wide open. And that is Army for CAG, just their decision, I guess. Maybe something they don't want to play, maybe something that they're frustrated at dealing with. What it has left in, right? Monty Blitz. We know that we're going to see those.
We are.
Potentially both, but definitely the Blitz from Spirits. Immediately from CAG, I'm just wondering, like, okay, well, we saw them play this morning. They played a lot of Ying. They occasionally played the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
But we don't know what else they're going to bring on the attack. Now we're being teased with this Glaz. Is this going to be stuck? And if so, what is the idea from Annie?
I mean, so the thing is, CAG didn't play any Glaz themselves, but M80, they tried it. This could take some inspiration from that.
It wasn't very successful, though, if I recall.
No, I think they played it, I want to say 3 rounds, worked 1, failed twice, but also the way that M80 played, I mean, they got sent home. They didn't play all that great.
Yeah.
We never really got to see the Glaz being fully enabled in an execute, whereas CAG, they're playing 2 separate sets of smoke grenades, so 4 smokes, and they can use this Glaz for anything. If you're in a roam clear room, toss out a smoke, walk in, who can challenge you back? There's no warden, right? You get to the bomb site, even better. You can toss down the smokes, cover the whole bomb site off it, and the plan should be free on a C4, you know, from below, something like that. What CAG they need here? They need map control. Wherever they're going to be attacking, they need a drone or a player in the room downstairs, so a vertical C4 won't just kill Anderson outright.
Well, if you watched the match earlier today between CAG and M80, you should have a pretty strong grasp of how CAG like to attack this bomb site. And we immediately know it's not going to be that, because there's no Buck on the board. There's no Ying, of course, as that's been banned out. And so it means that Unwanted have to be ready for CAG to bring us something new. They have to be ready to respond in the round to something unpredictable. It looks like CAG are focusing up on ops where they barely put pressure the previous time they played this map.
I mean, they can advance forward and deal with the Kite Claw on the wall, and they can breach the wall to the bomb site. And then we can talk about the glass covering, a bomb can go down. I mean, it could be that simple. Unwanted, they're playing around just the Tuberu and Kai. So the final Twitch drone can find the Claw, or Flourish drone. Few, like, pretty limited options here, actually, from CAG. They can't quite get this wall open up. They'll be stuck in the spot for a while.
That's a bit strange.
Or just walk on in with the glass.
He's got the diffuser as well. He's now killed the Tuberau. And Anton has the diffuser. He's used all his smokes. There's still 2 on Shuri, perhaps for later in the round. Anaton has advanced extremely deep onto the mezzanine. Not much of a response from Unwanted so far. You have the read, though. The Twitch drone goes in.
Yep.
It looks to be a default plant. Yep. Anaton needs to give someone else the diffuser so he can cover. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, we need Shuri now to rotate over. He's got 2 smokes in pocket. He's outside the building right now. Those smoke grenades go down. They're just gonna plant it. They don't even care, actually. And Unwanted, they have no idea.
There's the plant denial. 2 gas babes in pocket for Spirits. They still haven't gone down. The plan is going down. The plan is confirmed. Hot and cold from below is far too late. The impact grenades will not have the impact that he was hoping. And CAG has stolen the show in the first round of Lair. Their attack, fresh. A new look from what we saw this morning. And already they have a read on the response from Unwanted. Hot and cold. Hunted down and killed downstairs. Chibisi, the only player who has fallen in this round for CAG, as they look untouchable in this opening round. Spirits, who's been instrumental for Unwanted, is taken out. And the energy of CAG will continue into Lair.
And we see how easy that was. I mean, CAG are actually outperforming Unwanted strategically right now. That's a strat they cooked up either between series or kept hidden in that first matchup. And it's so simple and clean. Unwanted didn't see it coming. First, the glass entry. Walk down the hallway in a smoke grenade, kills the Tuberau. This right here opened things up. Then we're thinking, okay, CAG now need to do utility. Twitch drone has to find the Kite Claw so we can breach the wall open. They do that perfectly as well. And instead of waiting and getting the Twitch to rotate over and use the second set of smoke grenades to enable the glass, because that's what Unwanted were waiting for. They were going to say when the smoke comes out, that's when they're going to go for a plant. That's when glass can cover and we have less counters. They go for a plant immediately, and Unwanted, they have no idea. They had impact grenades, they had hot and cold downstairs, and they had 2 toxic babes in pockets for an easy plant deny. But there's no intel here. They didn't have space in their lineup to play anything like an Echo or a Valkyrie or a Maestro, and that's one of the things that playing wall deny is going to take away from you. 2 of your 5 operators is Kai Tuberau to play around the hatches and walls. And then we see Unwanted, they almost play smoke every single round. you have very few operators you can flex around for information game. So Unwanted, if this doesn't work for them, again, if they got down 0-2, 0-3, they're forcing Mint's hand to tell the guys they gotta change it up.
Yeah. It's a constant game of read. I'm just impressed that CAG are bringing us new stuff that we didn't see earlier today. It just goes to show how much versatility they have. And the thing is, a lot of people would say, oh, they have a deep strat book. I don't think this is necessarily preset strats from CAG. I just think they're such a versatile team.
Yeah.
They can be dynamic. Yeah, especially Anderson. Like, he's like, okay, I know this. There is something tricky that we have to do this round, and CAG love to do that. If it's not going to be the Ying, I have this idea with Glaz.
Yeah.
I have this idea with Montaigne.
The thing about banning the Ying that can actually be a downside is, at least with the Ying, you knew what you're going to be up against. When you ban the Ying, you don't know what CAG and Anderson are going to do as a backup. If it's the Glass, if it's the Monty, if it's something, you know, a whole third option. And that's often a big debate when you're a pro player. Hey, we can either keep things the way that we know what they're going to do, but we know it's going to be difficult, or we can go into the unknown and see, hey, CAG, it might just fall apart. But no, they have a much deeper strat pool these days than you'd imagine, but the ability, like you said, to make them up on the fly.
Yeah. And at the moment, they're split pushing. You got roam clearers, you got vertical, and you've got this pressure on the bomb site spearheaded by Anderson on that Montaigne. He's going to spot Gav here, who's now trapped. Gav knows there's a player behind him, and 2 players from CAG forfeit their lives. That's a huge mistake from Blackray and Anderson, and probably the round done.
That could just be the most CAG round we have seen, where they look so sharp, they got a clear plan, and now they do that? Gav had no backup, he was completely alone.
It's so easy to read now as well, because like, Gavin knows full well exactly what CAG have to do, which is funnel him. He's got the diffuser, and a third player will die in the exact same position. This would be the most CAG thing ever, to win 8 of the last 9 rounds, and then just throw against 1 player in a weird position.
Anderson with Monty gonna walk closer for a melee pressure. I mean, you can do so much against Gavin. He's
get one taps. It's a bit ballsy of Gavin to try and contest that.
You gotta. He's playing for the ace right there.
Yeah, well.
Any ace is 50 pounds to a charity, by the way.
Thank you, Jack. Fresh.
Yep.
He's been absolutely strapped broke this event, which is great. He's been going for a lot of different charities as well, which I have a lot of respect for.
Now for CAG, they could use surely not.
Is this going to be a charity plant here? Sharif's taken very low, finished off by Adam, who should be able to claim the last kill as well. Unwanted, for the first time in a hell of a long time, have found a round of defense.
Oh, this is the thing though, the pressure, this third map, this is the classic, guys. 0-0, doesn't matter, don't worry about it. As this series goes on, the reality is going to start kicking in. For one team is, oh, we're going to survive another day. We're going to play tomorrow. For the loser, it's, oh boy, one more round and we're going home. And our dreams of SI will be ruined.
That's right.
That will change how players they think, their risk assessment, what they want to do in the server. The pressure to perform is only going to get bigger and bigger with every round passing.
That's right. As we get deeper into this map, I think the reality starts to set in. It's about being top 8 at the 6 Invitational or going home. CAG have never made it out of groups at SI, let alone top 8. Unwanted, well, 3 of these players know what it's like to win a major. How about an SI? How about main stage at 6 Invitational in their home country, at least for Gavin and Hot and Cold, and for Dream and Adam as well. NA's actually performed pretty well this event. There are still 4 NA teams remaining, though more are being knocked out by the day. And CAG have a chance to send 1 more home here in Unwanted. But we're back even. 1-1 is the score. Unwanted flexing their defensive muscles as they take us to a new bomb site.
Meanwhile, CAG, a bit of problem solving. Mavitol takes up the jammer. Extra charge goes off. Jibisu on the Nerk for a backstab later on. And this is again to CAG, even Unwanted on their toes. Different operators, different approaches, different win conditions. This time in the form of a backstab. The only downside for playing Nerk right now, there aren't a whole lot of cameras you can kind of try and hide underneath and, you know, play your trickery tricks.
Yeah. To get the maximum value out of that Nook, you want to try and be somewhere where
Unwanted have a Valve cam on you being like, yo, bro, this is clear.
Exactly, yeah. You want Unwanted to think something is clear because they have info. If you can get into sight, maybe.
You know, fun fact, you can plant with Nuke while the gadget is active, and all defenders sees a briefcase on the ground. They don't see the character.
Oh, do they see the briefcase?
Yeah, they see the briefcase.
Oh, okay.
It's
well,
super
I guess
funny
they
looking.
can. I guess that means that they do have the info then.
Yeah.
In a way.
If you have sharp eyes, you'll be like, something's not right
Why
here.
is there a floating ghost planting the diffuser? Has
EMP?
Casper joined the roster of Team Rainbow?
Not Casper the Ghost, the friendly ghost, I believe. They're planting
what? Anaton is planting the diffuser somehow. Gassed out. Adam does find Shurip as well. The Warden making quick work of these CAG players through the smoke. The vertical dominance by Unwanted, making it impossible to go for the plant. What was that ping?
They're not respecting this setup here. They got bulletproof cameras, and I know they tried to EMP them with Thatcher, but they got Warden above, so many guns looking down. There's no pressure anywhere on the map. If they're rushing upstairs while trying to plant, maybe it could work, but this is falling flat extremely quickly. That's 2 for 2 now. The last 2 rounds, same kind of failures on the side of CAG.
At least this time there was an idea from CAG. It wasn't just 2 players dying to 1 guy in a position that they ruled out.
I mean, this could very well be CAG saying, we know Unwanted watched our game early against them 80. We gotta do different things. And when you're doing new things, it might not work out as well because, well, they're new. They're less practiced. You're less prepared for them. But this right here is brutal. Toxic Babe damaging both players on the side of this forward. Seems like, flawless.
Oh, valiant effort from CAG, but they didn't have much of a plan to attack that bomb site. It was an easy lockout for Unwanted. The second very dominant round in a row now for the defensive side. CAG, they don't have as many tricksy ideas as they did this morning. Like you said, perhaps a bit scared to try things that they've already shown, and so they're trying new, underbaked ideas.
Meanwhile, Unwanted Valkyrie for the first time, perhaps looking for a C4. The bandits to the Kai. Oh, as I say, that last second on the frame there.
Is there no bandit?
It was a bandit. And then the very last second, as I said it was a Kaid instead.
Oh, okay. Top 4, no bandit, but I guess you got the Kaid too, Burrell.
Yeah,
what I'd love to see, and I know we've harped on about this so much on Lair,
Okay.
Maverick. Just play Maverick. Play Maverick, breach this external wall. We're looking at it right now. External wall near the A-bomb.
Gotta breach it.
Top and bottom with Maverick. Easy peasy. Couple of cheese holes, Swiss cheese, on the left side, so you can peek it.
Yeah.
And then you go take ops. You breach into the mezzanine. You breach into site. And then you fake plants. Again, and again, and again.
It's kind of like Bank Basement. Like, it is that simple in theory. If you can get there, stop burning down the C4, the Toxic Babes.
Meanwhile, have someone go below.
Yeah.
Ideally, it would have been Shiraneko if he'd stuck the Deimos, but now he's gone for a Grim. Oh, Anaton's on the shotgun Hibana, so even though he's not playing an unusual operator, he still has to be a little bit special somehow.
He's supposed to stand out so bad.
He does. I do like the shotgun pick, though. If he continues to play from that bathroom window like we saw him do on the Ying this morning.
Rocket stairs.
There's a lot of good places to be a shotgun player. I'm not sure if I have confidence in the Supernova shotgun.
It's LAN, it's fine.
Okay.
It's LAN.
I would trust you on this.
Does a lot of damage on LAN as does any gun. It's a lot worse on LAN, that's for sure. But no. But going back to your Maverick point, instead of playing Ace, Hibana, and Twitch, you could literally play just Maverick and get the exact same outcome, but the Twitch drone finds one. Looking for a second. Kaitlor's in pocket right now for Dream. Just got him tossed out as I said that. There's the camera.
That's good value.
But yeah, good value right now. And that already there is going to speed up the round for CAG.
Dude, they're seeing this Twitch drone, but haven't been able to take it down yet. I still don't think they're going to be able to take it down. The Hot and Cold's drone, camera, rather, is still unseen. He's also all the way in the basement right now, by the way.
He's going to be a C4 player late round. I mean, he's going to vibe downstairs, and then at the right moment, go for a flank somewhere, try and go for a freebie, or just deny the plant single-handedly. And once they're trying to invite and welcome in CAG.
Oh, no. Anaton. He tried to time it with his Hibana. Excarius detonating on the other wall, but it was ill-advised. He didn't really have an angle as he went on in. That's why you bring the Ying to flash out those players and sound cover. He didn't have that this time around. Again, a bit of an underbaked strat from CAG.
The other issue is that while that single play might actually not be all that bad because it's timed with the Hibana X Kairos, no one is making a play around it. So even if he got one kill and died, that's just a one-for-one trade. They're not walking up the staircase, they're not breaching the bombs at walls. They were just standing still, waiting to see what would happen from Anaton. And all that happened, well, he's dead. Now they're playing 4v5. Kubrow is freezing those walls, further stalling out CAG's attack, and they look just as locked out as in the last 2 rounds.
And Adam here with the DMR is in a great position to deny this plan or deny entries in the long angle. Wow, that's quite a throw from the Tuberau, still freezing up that position. A smoke goes out. Still hasn't covered off this position as of yet. Gav has finished off Chibisu. I don't know where that went down. Shiraneko has to back outside again. All the gas now used by Spirits. 35 seconds to play. This wall will be breached in a brief moment. Oh, there's still info from this bloody Valkyrie camera.
Goes downstairs.
There's
the
no
second
way.
they plant, the C4 comes out.
I mean, there's no way that this gets one here by Kag. Hot and Cold still covering himself with that camera. There's 2 drones, 2 cameras on his position. A C4 will make it easy. He goes deep, and Gavin will find him anyway. Unwanted. Building this momentum up on Lair. 3 defenses in a row, and no response from the Japanese roster.
And they're doing it well. They're just setting up different win conditions, right? The first one is going to be Waltonized, slowing things down. If that doesn't work out, you got the Valkyrie cameras, the C4s vertically. And to make things even better for Unwanted, CAG is calling their tactical timeout, which will also give time for Mint to talk to his boys about what changes they actually could be making. This is, again, one of those backs against the walls. I guess I'm going to call it now because CAG, they're on the attack. They need at least one more round for the half.
And to their credit, I think this is the perfect time to take the tactical timeout.
Yeah.
Unwanted have just won 3 defenses. You know what that means?
I'll rotate.
2 of those bomb sites are locked. You have to go back, in theory, to the first bomb site, which will be basement lab support.
Yeah.
And honestly, like Kag, last time they attacked that bomb site, they just threw against Gavin. If they actually have a baked strategy, which now they've had a little bit of extra time to talk about, I wouldn't put it past them to get back into it. But they do need to have a little bit more than just Anakin trying to cheese an idea that he knows works with a different operator solo. We need to see a little bit more than just someone swinging Gav from behind the Monty and then the Monty ADSing to take a fight. Like, we need to see a proper take here from Kag. And I don't care if it's not a map clear. I don't care if it's not directly clearing everything that Unwanted has, but it needs to have a little bit more conviction, a little bit more merit than what we've seen from Kag in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's very valid. Also, I'm looking at Unwanted right now. I mean, their lineup is screaming, we're ready for cheese. I mean, they can stop so many different things, right?
There's no rush happening here.
Echo drones, Walton Knight, Toxic Babes, C4s. Like, this is like, in case of a rush, in case of a glass, in case of a shield operator. Like, they're actually trying to just figure out what can CAG do with cheese operators in their tactical timeout. And the funniest part is CAG have 0 cheese right now. This screams full roam clear, vertical control, breach the hatches, and then hit the bomb site after.
Funnily enough, that is like the perfect read for Unwanted setup right now. Because Unwanted don't have any really solid roaming operators, aside from just like operators with good guns that can have flexibility, like Gav, for example.
Yeah, Gav and Go is like maybe the sole roamer here, if anything.
You could roam with other operators, but it's not ideal.
Yeah.
Unwanted are playing counter rush and counter late push. So if CAG go for a map clear and go for vert and methodically clear a lot of this util, they'll be in good stead. The one thing that I feel is missing from this lineup from Kag is a twitch. How are you going to clear those Vulcan canisters? That's my question.
I guess you pray for a good job here from Bog of Shuri, finding those vertically, placed in those kind of findable positions.
Oh, this is very aggressive from the Echo.
Helping out Gavin. So yeah, it's going to be Gavin solo roaming with the Yokais, 4 players downstairs, 3 of them holding angles and hot and cold on cams. So Unwanted, they are spread a little bit thin. I mean, if Gavin even finds a single kill and then dies, I'll say it's worth for him to do the roaming job. But if he just falls without getting a kill, that's how CG can buy themselves so much more time and space in this round.
There's a Yokai on the top floor also. And that's
He's being guided.
Yeah, interesting. There's nobody watching cams except for Shiraneko right now. He should be aware that that drone was just taken out as well. Dokubi call rings. Gav answered his immediately to try and protect him from being heard.
He's still upstairs looking for that flank.
We are going to have to keep an eye on Gav. Keep him in the back of your mind at all times. Chibisu seems to be aware of it.
All the way top floor. Because Fury is watching, Chibisu is watching. They know something is up, but they don't quite know where or what it is.
They don't have to hunt him. I think it would be a waste of time to hunt him.
The thing is, I don't think they know that he's actually roaming top floor.
It's just a suspicion, is it?
Yeah. They've only cleared like 75% of the map, so they know there's a gap potential somewhere. But you can sit there and look for that fur because, again, Bog has to do verticality. Dokubi has to try and, progress the map as well.
Oh, he's down on the ground floor as well, again. At least Shiraneko is continually flicking these cams. Another Vulcan canister has been burnt.
That's good.
We do need to see Black Ray open up these hatches, though, onto site and start leveraging a little bit of a push to actually look for an execute. Because Kag have not found picks on this vert.
But the issue is Black Ray's downstairs, so do you need Anaton and Maverick to do it? It's going to take so much time. CAT,
forget about it.
Their biggest obstacle might just be the clock. They got a roamer upstairs, Yokai drones, Kai Tubarao, 40 seconds left. Chibisu finds Animal. That's a good start.
Chibisu does get traded, though, by Spirits. He's taking a bit of damage. Black Ray has found the gap, though. Might be able to go deep in for it. Gavin making his way to reception, looking for a flank down the stairs, but he's been taken down. Suddenly, CAG have the advantage. They have the site wide open, and Hot and Cold cannot afford to be on his camera to deny the plant. It's all up to Dream. He looks to get aggressive, try to retake, but CAG have vacated the premises, and they found him as well. Exactly what CAG needed to get themselves into the game. The best attack we've seen from them yet.
It is. It comes a little bit on the back of good timing there. Spirits looking away when he had a free kill. Gavin getting shot down the flank. And I will say, CAG, they understand the timings pretty well in that round. They knew when they could do the verticality and when they should be watching the flank. Gavin had such a good chance at getting 1 or 2 kills upstairs, but he was getting caught at the exact right moment. So CAG's IGLing, it was sharp in that round. Can they do it once more, though? They got the 2-3. If they can tie it on the attacking side, I mean, that would be doing some good numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, that they would. Unwanted still have a chance to win this half outright as we go. Oh, this is Bunks, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
okay,
Bunks.
I thought we were going back top floor, but top floor is still locked. Bunks was quite embarrassing from CAG last time they tried to attack it. They didn't clear the top floor at all.
No.
They tried to smoke and plant. Warden killed them from above.
Yeah. It was really that simple previously.
Are they going to clear again? That's like, I'm wondering, CAG, they cleared a map that was basically free, and they eventually executed onto site last round.
Yeah.
Are they going to try and clear against a really tough to clear setup on the top floor?
You kind of have to.
Hot and Cold's got mirror windows. Like, we've got mute jams, we've got smoke. This is going to be massively challenging.
But this is the thing. This bomb site is the exact same as like Border Ventilation Workshop, where as long as defenders own the top portion of the map, they own the bomb site.
And CAG know that because they did that against M80. It was actually one of the winning rounds of that map earlier this morning.
So, like, they should know what they need to get done. And I know people are going to say, oh, but clearing top floor is so difficult. They got all this set up, but that's the whole point of the strat. It is that if CAG, they get top floor, they win the round. If I want to maintain top floor control, they win the round. So it's not about the bomb site. It's about the floor right above it, because that will give you everything else.
2 baby MPs have been used, 1 exothermic to breach this wall. Ace comes out, and there's no EMPs left to try and open that up. And there's a mirror window facing it too. It feels like CAG need to clear from ops side across. There's quite a bit of map to take here. But that, again, like, CAG can clear the top floor on a top floor attack, right? Why couldn't they do it on this side?
That's the thing. I don't know if they think it's too much work or it's not worth the effort or something like that, but look at the player outlines right now. They are applying pressure with all the timing, many different angles right now. Ops hallway, by the backside, bathroom window. The issue is they can't really deal with the mirror windows here, can they? There's no ace on the Ash on the board, so there's some charges.
They have the ace though, yeah.
Yeah, but he's got to run around the entire map here. They're in 2 very different positions on the map. There he is. You can get the first one.
Might be able to toss it.
Going.
There you go. A C4 tried to toss out to get that kill. Oh, it lands! Kobe from Hot and Cold. And now Anaton looking to get desperate. Spots that player on the mirror window. He might have distracted enough for Black Ray. No, he hasn't. But he's found one. It was a trade actually from Black Ray onto Adam. And that might have made it winnable here for CAG, as they have seemingly got control of that top floor. Spirits on that staircase, and Dream loitering around the hallways on the ground floor.
This is one of my favorite situations. A 2v2 a minute to go. Both teams have a good shot at this. There's, 1 phone call left from Anaton. That's going to be one big win condition as he drops down right now.
This is so winnable. But is there enough info for CAG on these flanks? Diffuser still not been reclaimed. If Anaton had it, he'd be on the verge of planting. Instead, the logic bomb comes through. He's got the read on the position from Dream. And he could hear him as well. That call ringing out. Spots him for a second. Ran in that corner. Dream's gotten through. Anaton doesn't want to overcommit. He gets sprayed down from above by Spirits. And now Shiraneko thinks he might be able to get a plant down inside of the smoke. He knows both operators remaining. There's no Warden. And now it's up to Anaton to cover. Spirits from above has got him. And there's information on the side. The bulletproof cameras in abundance for Unwanted. Shiraneko cannot force this plant down. And he can't find these kills either. Spirits with vertical dominance finds both of the remaining kills for Unwanted.
And there it is. If you want to win this bomb side, whoever has top floor control, they tend to win it. And this time, it's Unwanted, it's Spirits. And I feel like Anaton might have been a little bit too quick there. You're playing Togepi. We know you're up against so many bulletproof cameras. They could have hacked one of the phones upstairs. Because there are 3 just laying around in different corners of this. areas which the attackers, they did control for a good portion of that round. Instead, Engine instantly drops down, Spirits then retakes, and they got all the cameras on the side of defense, and Engine simply just didn't know.
It's so unfortunate for CAG.
Small things.
So winnable. That said, Unwanted, they had a really strong defense of that top floor. Massive Nitro Cell as well from, I believe it was Hot and Cold on that
Cold, yeah.
mirror up above. Eventually he was traded back and his position was eliminated as well. But that Nitro meant the world for Unwanted. Now CHE flex onto their own defensive side. Nick, we did see them win 6 rounds of it on Consulate. Lair is a very different beast though.
Yeah. I expect Unwanted to play this as a very usual standard EU North America round. And it's actually not all that different from how we played in ranked either. It's kind of like you said, you will take ops room, breach the wall, breach the bomb set wall, and of course breach the exterior wall.
Path
and you go
of
for
least
a plan.
resistance, right?
Path of least resistance. And it's very ABC oriented. It's very logical. Every single person on the attack is relatively close together. So you have help, you have support. There are a few ways though for CIG to make life a little bit miserable. One of those, of course, is the 2-barrel Kai, just to make the breaching that much more complicated. It's going to take a lot of time. There's no Maverick, there's no Twitch. That could be a big issue for Unwanted. And other than that, there are 4 C4s to deal with Hot and Cold's Monty. So if Unwanted, they want to make sure that he can stay alive, whenever they take something upstairs, they have to have a drone or a player on the room downstairs as well to ensure that no C4s will be tossed out. Because if they lose Hot and Cold, that's their one kind of niche operator for this attack.
Where are these mirror windows? I saw one was inside of the site. Didn't see the second one.
It's in the...
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's
facing.
here,
Yeah, so it's an R6 room. And one in this pretty safe corner here covering that. So there's a lot of places to play to cover the plant spot with C4s. We've got 4 C4s up on the board. It feels like Unwanted actually haven't made as much headway on that operation side as I expected. Now poising towards an R6 room execute as well for Hot and Cold.
It's totally possible. I mean, either side works. The only issue is, I mean, this is a great flank. And he knows Gavin's is downstairs, so he's right. He heard his gun before.
Gavin looks so unaware. As I say that, he peeks the angle. The Monty coming from behind. He has to try and take the fight. The timing was perfect there. Gavin suspicious of another one. Chibisu looking for something. Hot and Cold really had his teammates back there.
The verticality could pay off, but on the wrong side of the wall. IQ downstairs is great. You get those soda canisters, the Kai Claws, etc. That's going to really free up the round here for Unwanted. And yes, they've been slow, but slow and steady right now. It's good. They are making progress. There's the mirror window. Kai Claw kind of relevant now. Can get cleared out to if they want to.
He's going to trick this.
Oh, the EMP comes out. Soda canister. I want to see Gavin rotate back downstairs. The IQ's going to try and take this out. But he's not. He's gone. He's going to go elsewhere.
Pop that second mirror window, though. This is now really difficult.
He just walk in?
The CAG to play on site. Hot and Cold tempted to just walk in. The gas does bounce off him. Lock him out of the side a little bit longer. 40 seconds. Still 2 gas left.
Yeah. Time's going to be very low. 3 C4s, 2 toxic babes. I mean, this could get very bloody or explosive very quickly, rather.
Finger boost goes out and deep into sight. Hot and Cold goes. A C4 takes him low, but still not finished off as of yet. Continually healed up. And the coverage here from the player outside the window will prevent Chibisu from taking this fight. But he does find one and denies the plant. The hero of the hour for CAG. But Unwanted still have a way back into it. Not if Black Ray Prone's on side and saves it. It's a 1 versus 1 for Chibisu versus Spirits. But he's got the PMM. That bloody little pistol gets it for Spirits. Good shit, says Hot and Cold. Unwanted have stretched their lead. 2 rounds from putting this game to bed.
You know, Finger isn't the strongest operator in the game. But for that particular 1v1, the Finger stim might have saved the round that quicker ADS speed in the 1v1 with the pistol.
He got downed, right? Did he self-res with Finger?
I don't recall that.
I think
it was Grim outside who got injured.
Oh, it was
Chibisu finished it off. Finger rotated
okay.
around instead because I think the Finger was somewhat full HP. But no, they tried to rest the Grim earlier, but Chibisu confirmed the kill before it could happen.
Well, let's see a few of the replays.
Yeah, he was
so that was Grim. Yeah, you are right. A rotate outside from Spirits. Wow. So close to a win there for Chibisu. Big round from him. But CAG, their first defense goes begging. 2-4 split on their attack is not enough if that's how their defenses are going to look. Unwanted are so damn close.
Sorry, just hearing some A-stream banter right now. What seemed pretty intense.
Who's playing on the A-stream?
G2 OXG.
Oh!
And spoiler alert, I know for a fact OXG won the first map 7-5.
Wow.
The G2, they are currently down in map count. I don't know the round count.
5-4 for G2
Oh, it's close.
now. Wow.
Okay, I mean, this scoreline right now for Oz is 5-2, but it's unwanted on attack. CG can easily turn these rounds very quickly on its head and start closing down that gap.
In theory.
In theory. Statistically.
In reality.
Yeah.
Hard to say. This bomb site was really hard for CAG to attack. I wonder if they'll struggle to defend it as well. Or if this is... Hot and Cold is just trying to do the top and bottom of the wall, but he's doing the middle bits.
I think he's always going to do the middle wall. I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You can do the whole line or a partial line. The issue is if you don't get it right, and it's kind of finicky.
It's annoying, isn't it?
You end up with this, where it's like, okay, the wall is not soft, and the second it will be, the C4 is going to get tossed out. So Hot and Cold playing with fire on this wall. I'm not sure if he's giving up on it. It's going to try and drone it out, but they're not quite getting it done.
I like the idea from CAG to go for the C4s here. A lot of info on that drone as well on site. Good audio calls, hearing multiple players. Hot and Cold brings his other drone around to the other side, trying to get a little bit more information on what's happening on the site, what's happening on that main wall. He knows that Kaid is nearby that wall. He's going to go for it again.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to get this done. This is step one. If you don't get this wall softened up...
Dude, what's happening here?
You got to get the top part. I think he's got to... Oh, this is coughed down. The feet is going to be exposed.
He's cooked it.
Yeah, he's completely cooked this wall. And meanwhile, Spirit's going to get choked upstairs by that gas.
Oh, this
Black Ray, one more in pocket as well.
This is such a stall out. Oh, no!
Boy.
Adam almost dies as well, just to some feed shots from that DMR.
They're not going to get this wall.
This is a really bad look now. Unwanted still have a lot of angles into sight. It wouldn't take much to change things.
No.
In comes the blitz upstairs.
Oh, wait.
Finds a good flash, and Black Ray goes down. He managed to flash both of them. Shurip eventually does trade. Spirits cannot keep his feet protected. Dream, who's been holding an angle into sight for the longest time, now decides to get active. 40 seconds to play. And still top floor control in the hands of CAG. But Shurip needs to win this fight or at least stay alive. Gav, too scared, slinks back, tail between his legs. The Dream's found the pick he's looking for on site, and now an entrance, perhaps open for Hot and Cold.
There's the door. Made a small map line, got a kill, but that's it. Nate's going out. They know the half wall is clipped. They're gonna make their way into the actual site right now. They're completely locked out.
Dude, there's still no time. Hot and Cold, though, does find the kill he needed. And they're looking to plant shallow. Shurip can cover this. Gavin needs to flank at the right time. Shurip gets him. And now Shurip's going to go for a big flank. What? And he finds another one. Dream is down. The Maverick holds him aside. Quad for Shurip. Hot and Cold lying there. But Shurip's got him. An ace for Shurip on the retake. Fresh, say goodbye to your 50 quid. Another ace here at SI. And CAG have found their first defense.
I think every single one of those kills with Shurip was a montage clip worthy moment. I mean, the second one on the door, he just snaps, boom, practically hip firing the player, using the Mavericks holes against the attackers with the retake as well. So many aces at this event. Such a quick one in that round. And CAG, it might not be the prettiest, it might not be the cleanest, but they get it done.
Yeah, far out.
Let's see them. Right, I mean, this flash here,
yeah,
I don't know how he planted the Warden, or the rather. This right, oh.
Every single one of these shots, so quick and so nuts.
It's like he had the red boxes enabled there.
So fired up. So in the zone. We need the energy from Shurip and Anaton. It's what got CAG over the line when they just got 7-0'd on Nighthaven. It's what got them back into it on Consulate. Now they're on Lair, and let's be honest, it's been a bit of a rough start. 5-2 lead for Unwanted. CAG looked like it was slipping. How many times have we seen CAG promise something and then fall to the wayside? How many times have we seen them beat some of the best teams in the tournament? Like they've beaten Furia, by the way. Took a map off of FaZe. How many times have we seen that happen? And then they just get grouped.
I know. I mean, they survived the group, right? So that's at least.
Yeah, but we got to be a little bit less modest than that.
Yeah.
CAG can't just be satisfied going to these events and making gradual progress. Like, they should be gunning for serious scalps and serious depth into the tournament. You win this, you get to top 8 at 6 Invitational after never making it out of groups before. That would be unreal for CAG. And for Unwanted, it would be such a statement for all the prospective orgs out there to pick up one of the best teams in Rainbow Six.
An unproven roster. Sure, the trio from Beast Coast is still around, but Adam and Dream joining recently. What can they make happen so far? A whole lot. Big surprises. Hot and Cold back in the Monty for supportive work. Binka on the board to boost him up. Get some more health on the board if he takes any chip damage. The entries, though, that's kind of what we're looking for. This opening kill is going to be oh so important as always, because if CAG can lock Unwanted out, I mean, that's going to be it. They're just going to keep stalling.
Vert's being watched here. Hot and Cold is still trying to push these players back into the Vert from Gav. But he's no Buck. He can't open up nearly as much Vert as he would have liked. And CAG are still holding their positions. They're not overcommitting here. That's so nice, though. The Finger Boost comes out at the perfect moment. Spirit's just saving Hot and Cold. Skin of his teeth. Anaton goes down. The Vert from Gavin finally finds something. And now looking for a mirror window as well. Hot and Cold may be low, but Unwanted have found the opening pick and are keeping that pressure on CAG.
He has, oh my god, through the floor, through the wall. Cheapers will find one as well. Gavin shot down, and Hot and Cold finally
oh, the gas will kill him!
The gas, the double damage from Finger. He's 1 HP.
How is this guy still alive? The Finger Boost somehow saving him again.
Now there's no C4s, there's no gas, there's no impact grenades. Hot and Cold should be fine to escort Diffuser into the side with these 45 seconds, but Shroom says no. He finds Spirits too. CAG, they keep fighting back.
Finally, a breach perhaps on the wall. Enabled. On the back of those baby EMPs, the Selmas can detonate, but the Tubarão is there. It's going to delay this even more. There's not a lot of time left for Unwanted to waste.
Adam's got to step up now. He's got Beast in pocket, full HP, a good gun to go. We got Red Pings, they got information, but they act upon it. That's one good one. Back to a 3-on-3.
That's what he needed. Hot and Cold is still so low, but Dreams come into action. Now Hot and Cold looks for something as well. He spots out one of the players. Has to walk through the Tubarão. Desperate to find this kill. Shiraneko looks for the feed. He can't land the shots needed. Hot and Cold can't cross, but Dreams got his back. Shiraneko fallen. Leaves just Chimisu. And Adam finds the final kill. Unwanted are on the verge of greatness. On the verge of top 8 at 6 Invitational. One more round. One more round.
Unwanted had a very simple plan. Walk in, make it happen. It did not work. Plan B, divide and conquer. 3 attackers alive, so far apart on the map, and each individual found a kill or found some value in that round. Adam got one. Dream with the backstep. Hot and Cold walks on up with 1 HP on Monty, and you saw the play from CAG. They knew he had Diffuser. If you sprint at the Monty and take him down, you can win on time. But Hot and Cold played that perfectly. He got into the bomb site, and his teammates showed up, and they saved the day together. 6-3 now, 1 round away for Unwanted. CNG, they were so mentally strong on Consulate. They brought it back with so much fire, but it's been a couple of freezing rounds from them in recent time.
What could be the final round with Tees with a double shield? Okay, switched off of.
Let's not do that, guys.
Let's just chill out a little bit, guys. It's 0-0, reset. My heart's not pumping like crazy. Your heart's pumping like crazy. Take a chill pill, guys. CAG can still make this work. Unwanted.
Imagine you're mint, bro.
Dude.
He hasn't called his timeout, but of course they got CAG so they could talk to the team.
Did he not take the timeout?
No, I believe. So CAG called it after round number 3.
Very true.
If they called it, I missed it.
No, I think you're right. I do remember CAG.
Even if you did call it, right? You're standing on the players. You're like, one more round, guys. Like, come on. And you see how close, how intense it is. And all you can do is watch and pray you make the right decisions. Not everyone's made out to be a coach. Some say it's harder than to be a player for the heart.
That sounds like some Fabian propaganda.
Fabian did say that.
Oh. Gnarly angle from Shuri, but have a look at this. Spirits is in the building.
Oh, they're fast.
The roam clear is coming through very quickly. on that top floor, just forcing these CAG players further back towards the basement bomb site.
Oh my god, there's so much different pressure. The calls, the blitz, you hear them sprinting up above you, forcing back the defenders of CAG, and they got a tough call to make. Do they fight this out in gunfights? Do they want to see it by the bomb site? Because they can try and match with these yokai drones, but Spirits finds one actually. That's half the echo utility done. The roamers, they're still present on the staircase, so they're waiting for the right amount of time to be burned or drones to be killed. But so far, Unwanted have been so efficient, only losing 4 drones. Only a minute into the round, they've pushed back the roamers. They basically have full map control. The only thing Unwanted they don't have is a ton of self-destruction. Yes, they have the buck, but it's risky against the C4 Chibisu. If that C4 connects, then they will have nothing. Doesn't go for it, so falls back towards the side instead. This is CAG saying, we want the 5v5 execute. We believe in the bombs. Oh, we believe in the bomb site.
Way too close. Good impact. Oh, that's a hell of a lot of damage. The guard break activates for a brief moment. The slowdown on that shield. Juripso out of nade, so he can't keep damaging Spirits, and now he's trapped. He's just going to try and take as much as he can with him. He's about to get pushed by Spirits here. A player behind him as well. This should be a free kill. Beautiful, but Dream Team kills Spirits.
Oh no.
Another player has fallen for Unwanted.
Just gotta say, nice try. My bad, unlucky. Go next, because this round is not over. 50 seconds. Hack those cameras, get a bit of bomb site information. The yokai and the blue of cameras as well. The Twitch drone can sap this away. And if it doesn't, though, you can see it through. Now the issue comes. Time, pressure, 35 seconds. Toxic Babes and Pockets, C4 as well. Unwanted, they have a door to walk through. And a wall about to be opened up. But behind that wall is a deployable shield, which they cannot clear with their current lineup.
Still holding the position. Chibistu will be instrumental. 20 seconds. Logic Bomb. None available. Dream just holding on with his DMR. The Dokkaebi has hacked. Hot and Cold is in the site. Concussed. The Sonic Boom from the Echo. Shirin Echo holds on. Dream can't find anything. Neither can Adam. Still alive. They are still alive.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they're in this predicament. They've won one of the strongest bomb sites on the map. That's great. They got 4 rounds. Let's say they go top floor, they win that as well. Then they got 5 rounds. They need to win a tertiary bomb site defense to guarantee overtime, James. And tertiary bomb sites on this map, it's a coin flip. 50-50. It comes down to playing it perfectly out, because those tertiary bomb sites, again, verticality. It's about execution, playing tight together. It's not what CAG are known for, but they've been trying to get better at it. What better final test than to succeed at just that?
It's going to have to be back-to-back match points staved off. 3 in a row. They've already done it once. 2 more to go. And like you said, these tertiary ground floor bomb sites are not to be trifled with. CAG isn't even going back up to Master, which, by the way, is unlocked both times. They've tried to defend it. They have failed. Unwanted have really worked out that top floor. Now, CAG, if there's anything going for them, they have played this bomb site before, and they did win it. It came down to that big flank at the end of it, and, of course, the ace out of Shuri.
Just get an ace again.
I mean, dude, you did it once. It's not that hard. Come on.
You already done it, man.
Just do what you did last time, right?
Unwanted, of course, are struggling a bit around the Maverick breaching. They don't have the Maverick this time around. The thing is, that's really good for them. There's no real wall denied. Yeah, sure, there's mute jammers, but let's be honest right now. They're not going to be a problem. Secondary MPs, 4 in pocket. Hot and Cold 2, Adam 2 as well. So for Unwanted, this goes back to basic fundamentals. Step A, accomplish it. Then you relax for a moment. You achieve step 2. Of course, step 1 is the hard reaching, the map control. Step 2 is going to be the setup. And step 3 is execute. Right now, very quick in the building, right now on top floor. There could be a defender around any of these corners, but there's such good drone intel work here from Unwanted. They know everything.
They're making really quick progress.
Fast.
Yeah, already 45 seconds, 50 seconds into the round. Clearing castle barricades using the Flores. Reaching into quite aggressively. I mean, already in mask room, right? Like putting that pressure on our 6 room. Shurip's trying to figure out how aggressively does he play here. He sees that Ella actually does a hell of a lot of damage to Spirits.
He's alone. He's got no gun behind him. Grace is such a good shield player. He's going to make it work.
Sting. Dream has found his good opening as Unwanted continue to push on this top floor. Getting closer to our 6 room now. CAG look to retreat. The hatch reinforced.
Once they know that Spirit, or not Spirit, rather Shurip is around Spirit's position, but he's got the flank covered as the Blitz player on very low HP. If Shurip wants to get aggressive, there's a very good chance that Spirits will die, but 1 or 2 bullets in his toes will be enough.
Again, a lot of damage done. The flash utilized. Spirit's going to have to wait for that to recharge. Fenrir, FNAT, Dreadmine as well goes out. Chernenko's looking for a flank. It's going to be really hard to kill this Blitz while he hides behind that deployable shield in the hallway, though.
Gotta try and trade it out. I mean, I love this, but you can flash through the shield, by the way, the deployable one. But look at the bait again. Spirits, he's so good at calling what the enemy's gonna do and punish them. In CAG, it was not a bad play, but they do go punished. 3v4, Spirits low on HP, caps of fire and smoke. They're gonna try and go for a plant.
That's a lot of damage.
Just get swung.
That's a very aggressive swing from Black Ray. Now the danger flips. Unwanted still have their shield player on very low HP, and the last two with their rifles are shaping up in the same direction. Gav is now rotating. This is looking desperate. Fire goes out, doesn't find what it's needed. Nice shot, though, from Hot and Cold. And now it's just him and Spirits. Now it's just him in a 1v2. But this one is winnable. They're both low.
Injured.
They're down. It's up to Aniton now. As Hot and Cold looks for a swing. He doesn't have the ability to plan. Aniton hiding in the corner. Hot and Cold just has to land a few devastating shots. But Aniton will not let it slide. One more round. One more is what it takes to hit overtime.
They have 2 options for bomb sites. They have bad and they have worse. And they have to overcome that obstacle. It's getting closer because there it is. I said early on, if Unwanted can hold on to the tactical timeout until the perfect moment for Min to come in, they can tailor this attack. They know there's only 2 possible bomb sites. They can have 60 seconds to make 2 strats, 1 for each, and be on the exact same page and close it out right here.
The question is, like, do you change it? And... oh, well, actually, was that Bonks? That was Bonks.
That was Bonks bomb side.
So we do have...
Armory and top floor.
We have Armory maintenance. Yeah, okay. So there is an option of going to the other ground floor bomb site. I just don't know whether CAG have prepared for that or if they're just going to go to the top floor, which they've failed at twice. Like, this is a really hard decision for CAG.
Ooh.
And even to some degree for Unwanted. Like, do they... right now, are they talking about top floor or are they talking about Armory?
I genuinely think you talk about both and you're gonna go, there's like a 90% chance this will be the case, so let's talk mostly about that. The way that we look at Unwanted the last couple of days, they seem like a team... oh, he was shaking the whole desk there. I mean, they are tensed up and for good reason.
Oh my god.
But it does look like to me Unwanted, they are a team that does rely pretty heavily on counter-stratting and prep work of their opponents. Because we've seen them just have the perfect read time and time against various enemies. When you have Mint have a full 60 seconds to log in on one single round, I don't want to say I expect perfection, because that's a tall ask, but I do expect a clear vision for what they want to do in this round. There should be no massive blunders. There should be oh, we can't get the wall opened up, because they need to have step 1 figured out first.
Yeah. Is it going to be a set play, or is it going to be a thorough breach and execute? Like, clear this, clear this, clear this. Yeah, we see the sets.
I think, actually, they went off the hard breach at the very end there.
Sens is the only hard breaching operator.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so they could make this work by getting exterior wall, go ops room, get the bomb site wall, but this means that you do need to be perfect, because there's no backup hard breach, there's no proper hard breach, and you need everything to work out perfectly. Not sure what Spirit is taking with the pizzas there. Yeah, and of course, it will get spawn peeked, right? This is classic tactical timeout, match point. You're like, oh, I'm going to do my strat. Pfft, you get spawn peeked and it's over.
Yeah, no, I credit to Unwanted for being cautious of spawn peeks, especially Spirit's like... he knows better than anyone, especially on LAN, how easy it is to die quick as a shield. Just do a few stray bullets to your leg.
So, of course, a lot of pressure on Hot and Cold and Spirits, but to be honest, when it comes to operator flexibility, it's these two always doing the heavy lifting and playing those important operators. Hot and Cold and Sense, all about the bomb site, execute, getting down that diffuser. Spirits, the complete opposite. It's about the entry, creating space and chaos. Dream, Gavin, and Adam, they're just guns for hire. They're here to hit the shots, cut the crosses, and assist Hot and Cold and Spirits in accomplishing their goal.
You are right, it is an ops room clear. One of those 2 very valuable breaching secondary hard breach charges. is used here on the ops room. So we have one into Scythe. That means we won't get an external breach at all.
I was going to say, they're going to skip the external. I do think there is one softball leading to the bomb site, if I'm not mistaken. Unless they reinforce it mid-round, which is possible. Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's a softball. So they could flourish drone the softball in theory and rotate the last hard breach outside the building. The only issue
did
is...
Hugglecock just drop?
He dropped. I'm not sure it was
that was
on purpose. I think it was unless they're going to hit the stairs instead.
You don't make this work. They are looking to shape up downstairs.
What?
Adam finds his. Big kill.
Okay, they wanted the flank kill. I thought they were going to hit Shiro and Nico here on the staircase, but no. They saw a freebie downstairs. They said, you know what? 3 people. Let's just get the trade. 5v4 best case, 4v4 worst case. Now go back to the first plan with a man advantage.
Well, they know that Shironeko is here on the stairs.
That's the last gas.
It looks like Spirit is the one to try and clear it. This nade is going to force him back, and so he does retreat, but Black Ray has gone down. And still tempting fate. Here he comes. Hot and Cold's died. But it doesn't matter because Spirits has cleared the position nonetheless with the blitz. And now Chibisu low HP, leaving Anaton the man who has to do everything for Kag as he spots Spirits. And the blitz poises, makes his way towards menacingly on the site. Chibisu's found a kill. Anaton trying to get aggressive. The plant begins to go down. It all collapses in a second. Kag is done. You can kick them down, but never count them out. Unbeaten, unleashed, unwanted, through to the top 8.
Huge surprise. I don't want to see an upset, but I want it. They keep impressing, they keep surprising us, and they've earned their spot among some of the best teams in the world without an org, with a misfit of players, and they make it work. They don't look like a new roster. They got synergy, they got trust, and they got the strats figured out.
The team that is always more than the sum of its parts, Unwanted, are peaking right now. And 3 of these guys won a major 9 months ago. What are they capable of at Six Invitational? I can only imagine. On the other side of the blinds, it's utter heartbreak for a team that has done what they have failed to do time and time again, make it out of groups. They could not make it to the main stage.
And I will say CAG, they played a very good tournament right now. I still believe this is the best iteration of the roster, not just in terms of players, but how they're playing the game strategically, the meta, being innovative, and again, they're fun to watch.
That they are. Kag never disappoints us in that facet, but Unwanted, they've made a statement here and they look to continue their run in the lower bracket. They will continue playing tomorrow for a chance to play on stage, but we'll break it all down after this quick break. we say goodbye to one of the fan favorites in CHE.
Yeah.
Japan is out of the tournament. 8-back is finished, and Unwanted have risen above. They're in the top 8, looking for a top 6 spot tomorrow. And what a series it was. It went the full 3 maps, though those were some pretty precarious maps. Like, we started at 7-0 for Unwanted, 7-1 for CAG. We didn't know what to expect come Lair.
We played 3 maps, and it took the duration of playing 2 maps. We had an ace here as well from Shuri, but a phenomenal 5k in the round, finding every single kill. All headshots, by the way. We had so many individual moments, 1v1s, 2v2s, mind games back and forth. They were reading each other very well from a round-to-round basis. Min's face in the background there. Oh my god, a sigh of relief. And of course, celebration.
Yeah, well-earned celebration for Hot and Cold and the boys on Unwanted. It's been a pretty crazy tournament for these guys so far. Yes. Fighting through this lower bracket after being knocked down there by BDS, which they did even get close to beating. Of course, now they will continue forward in this lower bracket. I can't believe seeing players like Dream.
100% cost?
100%
75
cost.
scoreline?
That's unreal. Over 12 rounds, 100% cost. I don't know if I've ever seen that cost that high.
Without getting like a 20-0 kill death ratio, you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's value elsewhere.
Great from a support player as well, exactly what you want. Here's how the series transpired. Shurip, actually the MVP of the series. He technically had tied EPS with Dream, but man, I already knew Shurip was good, but I feel like I didn't really put enough respect on the name until today.
I feel like what's changed is that he showed us. Like, generally speaking, like with the plays, the decision-making, the consistency as well, he deserves to be known as a great player, but you know, you can be a great player. Like, I also think Anderson has been excellent, but he's excellent for different reasons. He flicks around, he IGLs, he does different kind of work. Shurip's just a monster.
Yeah, and you do want people to be good at different things
Yes.
on your roster, right? And we see that from both of these teams. Unwanted in particular, like, we've really talked about Dream a lot, but he's the last player on this roster I expected to be talking about in such a positive light. He's been phenomenal throughout the tournament so far, and Unwanted has stayed alive in the lower bracket. And spoiler alert, if you haven't seen what's gone on the A stream, but G2 is out. That's right. LCQ team out of NA.
2-0.
Oxygen 2-0'd them. And that means where we land now is Unwanted and Oxygen. We'll be playing for a spot on the main stage tomorrow.
Crazy.
Of course, we already know that BDS, SSG, and Raza versus Furia through the upper bracket, they will all qualify for the main stage, regardless of whether they win or lose their matches. They will drop down into the lower bracket and play on the main stage. And of course, we still have 2 games today. Falcons DZ, FaZe VP. Just crazy to think that we're also going to be knocking out one of Falcons DZ and one of FaZe VP by the end of today as well.
It feels like there are so many good teams. Well, no, there are so many good teams in the lower bracket, and only half of them will obviously survive. It's crazy to me what's happening. Also, yeah, I don't know, man.
Dude, it's been wild. It's been a wild tournament so far. And this day, playoffs day 2 of SI, is always the most crazy day because we knock the most teams out today than of any day at the tournament, right? Like, we started knocking out teams on the end of the group stage, and here we just get ruthless. We knock everybody out. Half the remaining teams in the tournament say goodbye today. We've already said goodbye to 6 teams today, and we're about to say goodbye to 2 more. I personally just think it's crazy to think that either FaZe, last year's major, or rather 6 invitational finalists, or Virtus Pro, who have been looking so good, are going to get eliminated.
I genuinely thought before we came here that this was going to be an incredibly hard to call SI, the top 4, the top 8, the grand finals. If FaZe go home, I have only Fury and BDS left from like my top 6 prediction, basically.
There's no way FaZe go home. Or is there? Find out after the break.
It might happen.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players basically in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan, Fernando, e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu estava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, a gente estava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu estava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame, porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? E hoje eu até me arrependo, porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que já possuem títulos mundiais, como o Canadian, o Bolo.
It's G2 versus W7M!
Desativar, tomou a bala, Neide garante, Uno, somente ele vivo!
A experiência presencialmente é incomparável, Você ouve a plateia, você ouve os tiros varando a parede, você ouve o grito dos jogadores.
Calma, Casey com mais uma! O Ibirapuera incendeia! É 4v1 agora! Olha a pressão! Beija!
são pessoas que jogam esse jogo. Cada um tem uma vida. Às vezes tem uma pessoa muito bem sucedida que está ganhando todos os campeonatos, que está ganhando milhares de dinheiro, mas também tem outras pessoas que estão iniciando nesse rumo, pode ter entrado por causa de uma depressão, pode ter perdido o pai. Milhares de pessoas jogam e todas elas acabam se conectando dentro do jogo.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, amigo, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse EVE aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser difícil,
né?
né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá é um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, o cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, Tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only three-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go, they know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Clan.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Rocha consegue eliminação, mas o Vita atrás. No escudo. De um lado, pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando. De um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus Pro, mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7, chama pra sambar, chama pra bailar. O Brasil está na final do Six Invitational.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque realmente é a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
O Rainbow Six foi o que uniu a gente, né? A nossa primeira conversa que a gente teve foi relacionado a falar sobre o Rainbow Six, sobre os times.
Bom, foi no aplicativo de relacionamento, né? Que eu fui lá, fui olhar o perfil e lá estava descrito. Eu gosto de filme, gosto de música, gosto muito de videogame e o meu jogo preferido é o Rainbow Six Siege. Não teve outra, eu dei match na hora.
E o nosso sonho sempre foi ver um Invitational. E agora, nessa oportunidade, eu quero muito, sabe, fazer ela feliz. Então, hoje eu quero pedir a minha namorada em casamento.
E eu tô aqui no meio da torcida com o Cláudio e a Lorena. Vocês vão torcer pra quem? FaZe W7M? Como que tem sido a experiência de vocês? Como que tá o coração pra essa grande final de hoje?
W7M, como sempre, pra mim vai ser a campeã, com certeza.
Vocês estão solteiros, ó, tem que chorar, filho. Aqui é casalzão do Rainbow Six. Tá curtindo o Six Invitational?
Eu tô curtindo muito, é uma experiência assim que nunca na vida que eu achava que eu iria ter. Sei lá, meu rosto já deve estar muito inchado de tanto que eu já chorei.
Lorena, e se eu te falar que você já chorou muito e você vai chorar muito mais?
Ai, eu imagino que eu vou chorar, porque só de estar aqui, né, é uma emoção muito grande.
Mas você não vai chorar pelo jogo não, né, Cláudio?
Com certeza. Lorena, você aceita casar comigo?
Our day of knockouts continues, and this is technically the very last match of the day. There's one going on over on the A stream as well. We've got two juggernauts about to do battle here, and we have to say goodbye to one of them. Virtus Pro versus FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan got here by beating Team Liquid earlier today, Jesse.
That they did, Parker. This has been a knockout-filled day. As you can see the bracket in front of you now, we are just there in the middle of the bottom lower bracket as these two teams have been going up against one another throughout the day. FaZe Clan, as you said, beating Team Liquid to get here earlier, and then Virtus Pro late last night in the most important competition that was going on at the time, lost to Raza Company Academy in an incredible 2-1. I believe that was the longest game so far at the Six Invitational.
The only event, or the only match at this event that has gone over 42 rounds, and it was a grueling contest. And yeah, it was Raza Company Academy, who now will play up against the defending world champions of Furia tomorrow. They, and then BDS and SSG, both have a great chance of making it to the finals. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, M80, Shopify Rebellion, Team Liquid, W7M, Cyclops Gaming, and G2 have all gone home today, and it's been a pretty lopsided day. Lots of 2-0s, and even in the 2-1s, lots of one-sided maps.
Certainly, and we've had some great teams going home already, but that's the nature of the Six Invitational, right? We get to see the best of the best. And that means that if we whittle things down, sometimes those best teams are going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, OXG and Unwanted will play tomorrow, so one more NA team will make a deeper run. We know that much is true. Falcons and Dark Zero will be fighting on the A stream. One of those teams will go home. We said goodbye to our last APAC team today. We might say goodbye to our last MENA team today as well, which would just leave the three historical regions of NA, EU, and Brazil.
You can't deny, though, it's been a great run from these minor regions. I mean, CAG Osaka, a team that has been grouped 11 tournaments in a row, making a deep run. That's awfully wonderful to see. But it's time to talk about the big dogs, Parker. FaZe Clan VP. We'll start with FaZe Clan, a team that were at the grand finals so close to winning the Hammer just a year ago, now find themselves in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit surprising of a run, but there will be good teams down here, right? Only 4 teams can sit atop that upper bracket at the moment. You've got BDS, a team that came very close to being major champions twice this past year. You've got Space Station Gaming, which admittedly is a bit of a surprise when you look at all of the North America teams. You've got Furia, the defending world champions. They're no surprise. And then you've got Raza Company Academy, which is the biggest surprise so far of this event. But even if you consider the favorites, Jesse, 2 teams in that top 4 should be there. BDS should be there. They finished 2nd in Manchester. They finished 2nd in Montreal. Furia should be there. They are the defending world champions, so you only have 2 more spots. Do you give it to G2? Do you give it to VP? Do you give it to FaZe? Do you give it to Liquid? Who do you give it to? Incidentally, we gave it to Space Station and Raza Company Academy, but we didn't give anything. They fought to get there.
Of course, and VP going to be fighting hard to make their way to the main stage as well. This was the 3rd and 2nd place teams actually at the last 6 Invitational. Both of these squads made deep runs through the upper brackets. It is a rematch of SI24's upper bracket finals. Of course, that was a tight win. It was a close game. FaZe Clan ended up coming up on top, and then Virtus Pro also fell in a ridiculously close match to W7M in the lower bracket finals. They know what it takes to go deep at a tournament. They've been to many of these events throughout the years. This Russian squad has been together for so long at the top of Europe and at the top of the world. It always feels like when they show up to an event, they go on deep runs, and we're expecting no less here at SI.
Well, we have to know where we're going to play, Jesse, so let's look at the maps these teams chose to ban and chose to do battle on. We will start on Bank. Now, Bank and Virtus Pro is an interesting matchup, Jesse. You are making a face that the good people of the internet cannot see. Explain that face and explain the map choice.
Well, Parker, this is going to be a rematch, not a rematch for FaZe, but for Virtus Pro. They're headed back to the map that they chose last night against Raza Company Academy, where they lost 8-6. That was a redemption map that they're looking to try to claw back. And of course, if they'd won in that overtime, they wouldn't be here today. It's a map the VirtusPro do love. I'll say they've been dominant on it throughout their history, including earlier in SI group stage as well, beating SSG 7-1 a few days ago. So it's going to be a tall task for FaZe to answer map number 1, and then we'll head straight over to Skyscraper, the most defender-sided map in the entire pool. And the map that, if you'll recall, they got a ridiculous comeback on, a 5-1 comeback up against W7M in the previous SI Grand Finals. So far through this event, it's been up in 2 separate series. It was the decider against Secret, it was not played, and against Furia, it was played. That was a 7-3 loss, though. So hoping to turn back the clock on that one. Consulate taken out of the pool, which leaves us with just 2 maps.
Oregon.
Good guess, Parker. Close.
Still haven't seen Oregon at this entire event.
Instead, we'll go to the newest most default map. It's no longer Oregon for some strange reason. Instead, it is Clubhouse, which these 2 teams are going to do battle on. And I got to say, watching FaZe versus VP on Clubhouse sounds like a treat. These are 2 teams that are fundamentally extremely strong. You see them doing battle on the tightest of map pools sometimes. VirtusPro often criticized for not having the deepest of map pools. But on a map like Clubhouse, everybody knows it, everybody loves it, and it's going to be no different in this game here.
There's been a lot of chatter on social media about VirtusPro's map pool at this particular event. They do not look as strong as they have in the past. VP are great when they only need to worry about 3 to 4 maps. These social polls, by the way, have been bananas. 50-50.
Doesn't get closer than that, does it, Parker? Let's load into Bank and get straight into the operator bans as we set the stage for this great matchup between VirtusPro and FaZe Clan, 2 top teams from top regions, and we do have a little bit of a HUD bug. So, flip the names. VirtusPro, they're going to be banning out the Monty up against FaZe Clan, which makes a lot of sense. VP have never found much success in the shield meta. They've always strayed away from it. I will say, this event, they've been bringing in a bit more shields compared to what people have been used to. So I was thinking that we might see some, and given that there's still 2 very strong shields left on the board, VirtusPro absolutely might be bringing those out through the first 6.
Absolutely might be, Jesse. They absolutely might be.
All right, just make fun of me live on the broadcast then.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
That's a little far. They banned the Valkyrie as well, and then the Kaid, the last ban taken out from FaZe Clan. They also banned the Ace, which is a weird ban, but less weird on Bank. We do see Ace get banned out every now and again on this map, and usually it's because it's so strong at opening up the Kanto wall, opening up the main wall down inside of server as well. You can use Ace in a lot of strong ways. Going to force some more Hibana play, some more Thermite play, and it'll probably be repicked away from, but immediately both those ops being picked up by VirtusPro.
Only 1 shield ban. There was some another little bit of chatter on social media today about the prevalence of these shield operators to get banned out. Monte is the most banned attacker. Doesn't even come close to Azami, by the way. Azami is the most banned character, period.
Yes, of course.
She's removed more than 50% of the time. But Monty is next in line with 42%. Blitz then follows with 30%, tied with Blackbeard at 30% as well. So Monty, Blackbeard, and Blitz being banned nonstop. The only non-shield operator on attack with a high ban rate is Deimos. Well, would you look? He's being picked. Whoa, he was being picked.
You got baited.
Dan swaps off to Ash at the last second.
All right, I mean, it's 2 very strong frag-focused operators, right? Ash, obviously, slightly better gun, faster, very comfortable for a lot of people. But Deimos, of course, has that utility to track down players specifically. Good if you're expecting a heavy roam game. In this very first round of Bank, we're not seeing much of a roam game. 3 players are starting this round on the main floor rather than the basement, but they're all in positions where they could fall off really early. Handy inside the elevators will have a hatch open right next to him. Cyber and KDS in open area as well will have those hatches. And as Shepard gets on these lobby windows, his goal is going to be to punish anybody who tries to make a rotate through that hallway. Doubt we'll see any. FaZe Clan probably going to play this relatively cautiously. VirtusPro aware of the fact that FaZe are unlikely to be heavily roaming up on this top floor, so they're going to do some good work starting off on the roam clear, going quickly up above. Buck, DMR, by the way.
DMR's real hurt real bad online. DMR's real hurt bad there, brother.
Actually, is it a shotgun, technically?
The cameras, it's the CMRS, it's a DMR.
Okay, making sure.
Virtus Pro have deployed 7 drones. They have 8 available. This is honestly very good drone economy for this team. VP like to dot their I's, cross their T's, or whatever the equivalent is in Cyrillic. I'm not sure.
There you go, yeah.
Different language. But
Cyrillic, yeah, good job. That's the script.
That is. But they're very thorough, and having this much intel at their disposal with so much time left surely should work well. Now, mind you, there is a mute on the board, so I suspect things will get maybe a little bit trickier. Some of those drones were afflicted by the jammer, and now they've been fixed by Dan. Dan dropping, I think it was 50 kills in that Raza Company Academy match. He just walks into the middle of the site, ashes the mirror window, and then gets out of there. Goyo canisters will go off, and there's a minute left for VP to figure out how to tackle this defense.
This is important work by Always. He needs to make a clean hole that he can now walk through with the rest of his teammates, and I think he's done just that. Perfectly done. Same point in time, Shepard will find an opening pick playing up above. Catches Cyber on the hatch, so that's a Nitro Cell that will be removed from play, leaving only Vidaking with one of those C4s to stop the plant, plus 3 Toxic Babes from Souls.
Dan will fire away. There go the Babes, always toughing through it, and he gets alive with a tiny point of HP. Vidaking somehow blowing himself up.
Okay.
Well, that's a head scratcher. And Cyber off of the board. Cyber breaking 1,000 kills earlier today, just as Palu and Nesk have done. Palu was actually the last one to join. Nobody right now getting on the board for FaZe Clan, because how about a flawless start to the round? Did he get somebody right as he died? By my eyes, it looked like everybody lived on the side of VP. A pretty good start to Bank.
I'm so confused what happened with Vidaking. I am praying we have that. I don't think we do have it on replay, to be honest, because we are B-stream. I think based on, yeah, we won't have it. Based on where he died, I imagine he tossed the Nitro and it got caught on the pillar. Like he didn't move to the right far enough, and so it got caught, and then instinctually he just blew it up anyways. That's tough. That's a tough way to start your lower bracket game here up against Virtus Pro, but you know, it happens, and there's a reason why we play BO3s, and each map is 1st to 7, barring an overtime, so plenty of time to make a comeback if you're FaZe Clan. I think for VP, really clean. You know, didn't want to engage with that roam game, didn't have to rush, didn't have to play aggressive. The classic VP style where they clear the whole map, they take their time with it, they bring exactly the right util that they wanted, they deal with the enemy util. Mirrors getting popped by the Clash, the wall being opened up by the Maverick. And then they just hold F inside the site. And, you know, Soul's a little late on that Toxic Babe. Always read into that really nicely. Always has been fantastic for VP all event. And got that kit down before he went down to the smoke, which was hugely important.
VP is a very methodical team. And, I mean, you said it perfectly. This is a team that is going to clear incredibly well, line up every part of their attack, and then follow through. I said dotting the I's and crossing the T's earlier. What you said is literally the perfect companion piece to that. And that was a flawless round, by the way. Not a single member died on the side of Virtus Pro. We might be getting a peak Shepard Bank match here, Jesse, which is always wonderful to see. Unlike most teams, Shepard, he frags, baby. He frags really, really well. As a defender and an attacker, the man is able to influence the scoreboard an awful lot. He's already got 3 kills in round number 1. Most supports finish a first map with like 5, 6, 7 kills. He's already halfway there.
Cyber and Shepard exchanging pleasantries on the drones.
It's a love story.
It's like Romeo and Juliet. They're not allowed to be friends, but they'd like to be.
Cyber knocked off of the drone, and I think they've got a read on it. There it goes. His little gadget will find no more success. The pests from Cyber scattered around, but no more have taken control of the attacker's gadgetry. Again, almost the halfway mark of this round, and VP, good numbers for drones.
Bottom floor now controlled by Dan on that buck as well. Going to try to be doing some good soft breach work. Joystick deals with the castle barricades. Both castle and Azami left unbanned on this bank matchup, so expect to see a lot of both operators up here on the top floor, including in this very round. Dan works his way up square too, aware that there's somebody playing by stock. I believe that's KDS. He peeks the angle. It could be a tight one. KDS ready to take it.
Continuing to poke away. You debating why they bring this gun anymore, Jesse?
No, hey, they're great with it.
Handy's been dropped. Cyber now will fall as well. Handy is still retrievable, and he is in the middle of the bomb site, so you can possibly go get him, but trying to isolate him with those Bs. Now it's Vidaking. harassed over by Long Desk. Everybody from Virtus Pro wanting a piece of FaZe Clan, always sprinting in. King had a good read on that. Still being antagonized by those Bs. KDS dies. Handy still bleeding out. Almost dead. That leaves just Souls and Vidaking as last two standing. Down goes Souls. Virtus Pro are so effective at flushing out these FaZe players. Vidaking with 1 kill to his name. Long range dispatches Dan. Now over towards main stairs. Are there magnets on these bullets?
No way.
Vidaking now on a single point of HP. Joystick and Shepard last two remain. Shepard on 4 kills. He's picked up 1 in this round. Only 10 seconds left, and Vidaking looked stuck for a moment. Worried about losing control of that Evil Eye. He sprays away, and Joystick gets the job done with the pistol. Virtus Pro sprinting off to a 2-0 start.
I think winnable in the 2v5 is they didn't have the defuse kit, but unfortunately with the cameras being hacked really early in that round, it was going to be a tough one no matter what, even though Vidaking has gotten those done before, an extremely talented young player on FaZe Clan. I think it really does come down to that opening pick, though. I mean, getting the hack off. It was Cyber, I believe, who went down, playing the Mozzie on those main stairs. Going down early, allowing the Dokkaebi to hack those cameras, gave the information to the players in sight. Also some beauty long-range shots being thrown out by Virtus Pro. You can tell how ready they are to play this late-round matchup up against FaZe Clan. The sun is setting here in Boston, Parker. It's starting to get late here on the East Coast, but VP don't look tired at all. They should have gotten plenty of rest after their late night last night, too.
Yeah, I mean, you got the last game yesterday. You got the last game today. And I don't know if they know their schedule for tomorrow. I don't think they're the very last game, if memory serves correctly. But tomorrow is also not a late day period.
The day starts a little bit later. If you've been tuning into our broadcast at the very start of the day.
I have been tuning in. Yeah.
I hope that you have.
I've been tuning in. I have.
Well, we're starting a little bit later, and I think we're ending a little bit later tomorrow because we only have 4 games split across the A and B streams.
Ooh. Are we casting one of them?
We are casting one of them, Parker. We'll be on B stream Unwanted OXG.
That is crazy.
But be sure you check out the socials for the exact start times on those, and we'll honestly probably have them at the end of the show today as well.
I suspect as much. All jokes aside, we are on a rolling schedule, so these matches will start at different times. Tomorrow's matches will be played under the same system. So
just watch the whole day, and then it's...
Exactly. And get your drops. Make sure you type ! drops. That's really important. Oh, my. Pasha walking up those spiral stairs in main lobby. Down goes KDS. KDS unable to find a kill so far. Now it's Vidaking under fire over towards Conference. Pasha has another play as he hears those logic bombs. FaZe running for their lives at this point. And he goes for a shoulder peek just to get some intel, and Pasha will give himself away. Now the wall will explode as the Fenrir goes to loop around. Vidaking watched on drone as Handy goes towards those top stairs. We are at the 1.5 minute mark, or close to, and again, great drone economy for Virtus Pro. They dominate the kill feed. Cyber so far the only player from FaZe on the board this round. Very few kills have come out from FaZe through this bit of action. Virtus Pro have been fully in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and now Cyber and Souls put in a really tough position, both on the main floors. They've got to make something work here because they know they're being hunted down. Positions are aware. Cyber caught on a cam. Dan clears them up. It leaves just Souls alone in the 1v4.
Souls really is a terrific player, but when Virtus Pro is on their game, they do not give you isolated 1v1s. Souls will hear one player drop inside of small office. Never mind! They try to double up, but Souls does what Souls does best. The Blackbeard of Always now planting the diffuser as a drone inside of open area catches Souls' position. And Always will now scramble into a post plant. Scramble may be the wrong word. They're quite confident about this. Always had taken some damage to his shield. None to him, the person. Souls fighting spirits inside a small office, but there's nothing there but the shadows cast by the lamps on the desk. 3 in a row by VP. FaZe Clan, timeout. When are they going to call this? They're in free fall at the moment.
No, I was just thinking the exact same thing, Parker, but Rafael, the man behind FaZe Clan, will agree with you and I and call the TAC timeout. It feels like we're not getting many trades out of FaZe Clan. These early round gunfights, when they're being taken by VP, and that's not all the time, But when they're going for this roam clear, when they're going to get into gunfights early in the round, it feels like they are being caught off guard time and time again. VP are reading FaZe like a book, always expecting what will be free, what will not be free. And they're capitalizing on that free space while fighting with guns up that non-free space. And you even saw it with that Nook play right at the end there, you know, coming up the spiral stairs on the Nook, catching off players off guard. I mean, that's going to be a huge difference maker in that early round. And it sets up your teammates perfectly for that late round in the 4v2. Obviously, nobody doubted Souls' mechanical ability in that 1v4 clutch, but it doesn't matter when there's a Blackbeard on the other side of things and you have no information as to where the other two are at. So, yeah, they need to be able to find an answer to this at some point. I think on that roam game, if they can get a little bit more aggressive on the side of FaZe Clan, we know they're capable of it. Brazil often talked about it as a more aggro region, but FaZe are usually kind of the opposite. They can be a bit more restrained. In this game against Virtus Pro, you kind of have to test them a little bit. You're letting VP get in setup every single time. At some point, they've got to be a bit disruptive, and we've loaded into round number 4 with a Mozzie and a Vigil. It feels like they might be feeling the same way.
Yeah. I don't know how much the Mozzie and the Vigil were able to influence the previous round that we have seen them be used on, but, I mean, if you're worried about the information that VP is going to get, Mute, Vigil, Mozzie, those are the operators you bring, right?
For sure.
To your point.
And, I mean, having both on the board this time is going to make a big difference, too, right? Like, being able to deny all that drone economy and playing together with strong guns as well.
Problem with this lineup is that you can't bring all three, right? There's no room for a third. You can sub out the Mozzie and maybe bring a Mute. You can sub out the Vigil and maybe bring the Mute in place of him, but you're probably going to have the Vigil and Mozzie roaming. The Goyo might roam as well. You're going to keep Handy in a position where he can influence the late round down in the midst of the bomb site. Souls will likely be playing over towards blue stairs. That's where we see Warden most commonly. It's not on blue. Instead, he'll look inside a server. By my count, that means there's nobody actively watching Garage, which is perfect for a Nook to sneak in. They've got one bulletproof camera.
Oh, no. He even checked the BP.
Do they spy Pasha? They didn't know. Vidiking tries with his own eyes to face check, as now they'll stack up 2 players. That's a missed opportunity by Pasha. That should have been a kill. They will continue onwards. 3 players to shut down Pasha.
Wow.
If Pasha had a bit more confidence, I think he could have got more than one. He did botch that first engagement, which allowed Vidiking to survive longer than he needed to.
What a commitment, though. And I mean, FaZe, already, all their roamers are pretty close to back to site. They lost Vidiking for that. It was a 1-for-1 trade on VP's side. They didn't lose any util. They lost a Nook. Like, who cares? This execute util is still more than ready to come through. You've got flashbangs on Shepard and Joystick. You've got nades on the other 2 operators. A shield ready to get that plant down and be protected by nitros. I mean, they have all the resources in the world. Demo's track will force this smoke down the hatch most likely, unless Handy is really feeling confident about taking these swings, but I can't imagine he sticks for long, Parker.
Oh, that read as well that we got on him, but got the safety of those elevator doors and will crash down to the floor below him. No worse for wear. At the 1 minute mark, and the job that FaZe Clan wanted to do that you talked about has been very successful. Virtus Pro seems starved of information more than previous rounds. They only have 4 drones left too. That's well below what we've seen through rounds 1, 2, and 3. Can FaZe Clan withstand this storm? Can Virtus Pro get some information now, as all of the Goyo canisters and the delay will come in? 3 Toxic Babes still in pocket for Handy as well with 40 seconds left. That's perfect time to cover.
They need a clean kill onto Souls. He's still on the server stairs. Do they even know? They think he's back at the server rack, but he's still on the staircase. At the same time, his teammate Cybers able to clean up that player deep inside of the site. This is so awkward. The Goyo canister stalls for a lot of time.
Dan is there. Souls is indomitable from the previous round to now. Collecting his namesake as if he himself is the Undertaker. Handy will get the final kill. FaZe Clan use their timeout. They immediately convert it to a 1 round, and they're on the board on VP's map.
Yeah, nice play from Souls. He's often been one of those top players on the defense. He likes to sit still. He likes to hold down a site. Likes to make sure that he can take one area of the map and really dominate on it. Coming into today, he was +9 KD on defense. It's always been a strong point, but he's actually been one of the weaker members of FaZe Clan so far. -17 on the offense. When that half swap hits, that's going to be where we need to see Souls turning things around a little bit. But beautifully done for this first half on those main stairs. Almost got that clutch in the previous round too. This is his element. This is his comfort zone. And finally it results in a round for FaZe Clan. Whether that was off the back of an attack timeout or Souls or a little bit of both. That's going to be good enough for FaZe Clan to bring things back and start this comeback. 3-1 now sits the scoreline as we've got 2 more rounds in this half. I got to think in that previous round, they had a lot of time, it felt like. It felt like with the Goyos being popped by the grenades, full top control of 4v4, VP were in the money with the sole exception of not knowing where Souls was at. They dropped and they just ran straight to back server, thinking that's where he was. Maybe that drone economy, as you brought up, being a bit of an issue.
I think that really is it, right? I mean, at the 90-second mark of a round, in the first 3 rounds, VP had 7 drones still available. Then I think it was 6. Then it was back up to 7. That round they had 4. And it's not just that they had 4, it's that there was still a Vigil on the board who was playing actively. There was Mozzie Pest denying intel over towards server and blue.
Yep.
So you've got an awful lot of things that you need to deal with. Gone is that first round where Dan just marched into the bomb site, ashed a Black Mirror, and walked out. That's not going to fly this time.
Well, top floor, it's a very different game, I'll tell you that. Castle barricades all over this window area as we see them start to get popped by the Hibana. Already, this is going to make a bit of a fortress. You put Handy in there on the Azami as well, and it's going to be really tough to find any angles into players that are in that B bomb site. Means that VP are going to have to find some other way to work picks, and hey, maybe going down below is the right call.
2 big changes as well, right? Number 1, try to stop them from getting information, and number 2, take the fight to them. FaZe Clan looked a little toothless through those 3 rounds. They were not active in the way that they were playing these bomb sites. You saw Vidaking get a little bit courageous. Take an engagement over towards Square Stairs, or at least want to. Of course, there's nobody from VP over in that area, but still, the thought is there. And if FaZe Clan can play with confidence, then they can completely turn this map around. As it stands, Virtus.pro still with quite an advantage, and this is a top floor bomb site. Despite all the FaZe Clan players going down to the middle floor, this is, at the moment, still an upstairs site, and I don't think that's going to change midway through the round, Jesse.
I mean, it's been a drone derby in the site so far, Parker. Brava drones hacking those Evil Eyes, the Twitch drones from Pasha. They've gotten so much value. This has been insane with everything they've cleared out.
And what is absent on the side of FaZe, Jesse?
There's no mute.
There's no mute, there's no Mozzie, there's no Vigil this time. You've gone back to allowing Virtus.pro to set themselves up in a way that burned you the first 3 rounds. With that said, you can have all the information in the world. 2 players from Virtus.pro go down. Now it's Pasha to watch as the diffuser goes off, and right under their noses always hops out of the window. He'll go into the post plant with the Twitch of Pasha not far removed. Shepard has a longer angle over towards lobby, because when you've got 5 defenders still alive, one of those players will go towards lobby to try to cut down the players on the window. Souls winning the fight against Shepard. This is going to put Pasha always in an impossible situation. Cyber will go for the long arm defuse, but it doesn't seem like there's much information. Cyber still sticking this in. Virtus.pro have far too many bodies to stare at. They're flying out of windows, they're running at you in lobby, and all the while Cyber's sitting there going, I think I got this, guys. Don't worry about me, guys. I think I got this. And Cyber did indeed get it. I love that round for both of these teams. Virtus.pro went right back to all reliable, droning well. Those Kludge drones, stealing utility, Twitch drones, picking away at the gadgetry that had been strewn about the site by FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan getting active, wanting to slow VP down, saying, if you try to push into the site, we're going to punish you for it. We're itching for a battle. VP throws a couple bodies at the problem. They dogpile in. The diffuser gets planted, and FaZe, because it's a 5v3 at that point, play the post plant flawlessly.
No, certainly. That was a wonderful round from FaZe Clan. And VP, you know, sometimes plant focus can be a good thing. For a lot of teams, focusing that diffuse kit is the backbone of their offense, but it can also be easy at tunnel vision. I think that really did come through from VP. Yes, they got that diffuse kit down, but losing 2 bodies immediately in that set them up for a really rough post plant. It's going to happen sometimes. That plant position as well, very susceptible to being disabled, just as we saw through that bookshelf. If you're newer to the game, haven't seen that before, definitely try to work it into your ranked games because it can be so effective in winning the post plant on the defense. We'll load into the final round here on Bank for the first half. always once again jumping on the shield, as he has been throughout this game and throughout this event. He's been loving the Blackbeard, loving the Blitz. We see it quite a bit from him, and it's not going to change in the final round on offense. Open areas, the bomb sites. There's a shield on the other side as well. Vidiking top floor on the Clash, being supported by Handy on the Azami and KDS on the Castle.
What's at stake in this matchup, Jesse, is a top 8 finish at minimum for these teams. Right now, both FaZe and Virtus.pro have made their way into the top 12. The winner of this match will play the winner of our game that is going on the A stream right now, which is the North American team of Dark Zero battling the Middle Eastern team of Team Falcons. Falcons, the last team here from MENA, still standing. Said at the top of the show that we've bid adieu to all of our APAC teams. There are only 4 regions that remain. The loser of this match, Jesse, they go home.
Uh-oh.
It's very sad. I don't know if the teams are aware yet.
Vidiking hoping that won't be him. He's watching this aggression as Virtus.pro explode to the top floor, but they need to find picks.
Pasha's looking for an opening. He'll get it in a sec! Pasha's had a couple scary encounters here, Jesse, where his aim has been much sloppier than we're used to. He still secures the kill on the KDS, who will go the entire first half without getting on the board. Shepard eliminates Cyber, who right now, along with Vidiking, are very integral utility ops. It's Souls, though, who's led the way in the killing department, and on his role, he should not be the guy leading your team. He's a support player. Gets kills in the moment when he needs them, but you should be relying on the others to do it first.
And that's right back to the fundamentals for Virtus.pro. That top floor roam clear worked so well for them in round 3. They just repeat it. The Clash makes no difference. Now they've got 50 seconds, a 2-man advantage. All the hope in the world. Getting past Vidiking will be a challenge, especially with this Blackbeard. But if they can just get a crossfire, get behind that Clash player, it is absolutely doable. All players from FaZe Clan sit in the site.
Top right corner of your screen, Jesse. Only 2 remain for drones. That's it. So Virtus.pro will have to play on instinct and just assume that these defenders are playing in default spots. Souls almost lighting up Vidiking. I don't know what Dan was doing there, expecting another player over towards break room door. Those 2 players from FaZe Clan, arm in arm. Handy is all by his lonesome. Hell of a time for an Adrenal Surge to come in, and the Blackbeard will take an opportunity to get the diffuser down. Handy eliminating Joystick. The advantage VP had is gone. Flashes rain in. The Clash stepping up. Diffuser not down. Always cannot go for it, and they run out of time.
Oh my god, he had to get off it right at the last second, Parker. With the Clash right next to him, that was so awkward. He had to pull off.
Very poor coverage from Virtus.pro, and it all started with Dan not expecting a second player over by break room door. That follow-up, an immediate pivot over towards Beepers, allowed FaZe Clan to recenter themselves, and Handy playing tucked into Copier, not being droned out, again because VP had lost most of their drones. Worked out perfectly for FaZe Clan. They lost all their drones very early, by the way. VP had 3 drones, Jesse.
Dude, watch this. Dude, that clip from Vidiking was ridiculous. 360 on the Clash to go back and forth. Didn't even kill the Blackbeard as he was planting. Just did enough to scare him off of it. And, I mean, that's exactly what he had to do. That was huge stepping up in the 3v5 clutch from Vidiking. Big stuff coming out from the captain.
Pretty surprised with how good the entry was for VP there. I was starting to say when the replay went, VP was down to 3 drones with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. That means in prep phase plus 45 seconds, you've lost 7 drones. That's a lot.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, for VP, rare not to be converting those. On offense, they've been the best opening pick conversion team at this entire event, winning 78% of their attacks when they get the opening gunfight. So to not see that now in round number 6, that could be a big difference maker. If this game ends 7-5 or if we go to overtime, that's going to be one that at the end of the day, VP are looking back saying, man, we should have had that. Can't be thinking that now, though. It's a new day. It's a new game. We're back on the second half.
Jesse, we should have had that. Is the rallying cry of Virtus.pro in their matchup against Raza Company Academy yesterday.
Yeah, that was a tough game, unfortunately. Another one that they expected to win. A lot of the community thought they'd walk away with it too.
I mean, Raza Company Academy is a team that almost nobody who plays or who watches this game has heard of, right? Unless you watch Brazil, you probably don't know much about T1. You might not know the history of these players. And you certainly wouldn't know. A lot of English-speaking viewers might not even know who Raza is, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I will say, though, a lot of the teams I talked to and a lot of the talent that worked Brazil coming into this event were high on that team. And they were saying, no, watch out. This team is going to be scary. I don't know if anybody expected them to go on to quite the explosive start. You did? You did? No, you had a bold prediction for them.
Fresh came by at the start of this event when we were in rehearsals and took all of our winner picks down, and I said Raza Company Academy. I did. It's literally on camera.
Yeah, people should go review that clip.
Admittedly, I was not being serious, but I was caught off guard, and I went with the brazen choice. They have impressed so far, and it is them and them alone as to why VP is now down in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives against another Brazilian team, as you pointed out, is a rematch from SI last year in Brazil.
On-site being opened up. FaZe Clan have done the same that VP were able to do in rounds 1 and 4, and that's clear the top 4 without too much of an issue. It'll be a 5v5 execute with the wall being opened. On the defensive side, we still have 3 Toxic Babes from Always and a Nitro from Pasha.
Oh, that Goyo canister's not placed well enough.
No
Souls
way.
manages to pull this off, and there's nothing you do.
Dude.
No smokes from Always. A Nitro cell in back pocket of Pasha. They must have thought he got off of the plant. All 10 players are still alive, and there's been 15 seconds now off of the defuse. Virtus Pro needs to step up at this point. Souls with 1 kill immediately traded out. Now it's Dan to retake, but the time so benefits FaZe Clan. It's going to be a wild scramble from Virtus Pro as none of them are in position to hop onto that defuse kit. Coverage from FaZe Clan must be good. His numbers go back to even, but you've got 3 seconds to hop on this. You are running out of time. Shepard, the only opportunity. Outdueled by Handy. This is a round going into the history books. Doesn't matter how many kills you do or don't get. The round is over. FaZe Clan are putting together quite the body of work here, Jesse. That's 4 in a row for the Brazilians, and they take the lead.
I mean, the 5v5 plant is certainly a rarity in Rainbow Six Siege, but it gets done, and it's all because they absolutely thought that Goyo canister was going to deny the plant. They thought for sure there's no way he's sticking it with the Goyo, but it wasn't hitting him. That Goyo canister did nothing as Souls was putting the defuse kit on the ground. I think it must have been misplaced coming in from the Goyo player of Dan. That is unfortunate because they surely have the utility to clear that out. There was 40 seconds or so when that defuse kit went down. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket, a Nitro cell in pocket. That is not how that bomb site's supposed to go. And that's a rare misplay of utility from VP. Usually this is the team that, you said it, dots their T's and crosses their I's.
I did say that.
But they're not doing it here today, Parker.
Well, I mean, it's harder to do that as defenders than on attack. I mean, when you think about VP, to me, the hallmark of this team, when they went all the way back to Team Empire, is how lethal they were as attackers, doing the same thing, accounting for the micro adjustments the defenders are making, and then just playing their own game and being almost unstoppable on attack. As defenders, it's a lot more challenging.
You're not even going to mention that I said dot the T's and cross the I's? I thought that was so quirky.
No, Jesse, because I don't know if in Cyrillic they have those characters. Why would you say that when they speak another language?
Good point.
I know how upset you are. See, now when I make jokes and you ignore the things that I say, now you know how I feel.
Joystick jumping on the Jaeger
Just
for
like
round
that.
number 8, and he's played a ton of this operator. I mean, obviously, Joystick reaching his prime kind of back in the days where Jaeger used to be good. He might have forgotten that Jaeger's been nerfed a couple of times and isn't quite the same op he used to be, but he's been throwing it back. He currently leads the tournament in Jaeger plays, more than doubling the amount of picks from anybody else on this operator. I believe he accounts personally for 24% of all Jaeger picks at this event, which is absolutely ridiculous. But he's kind of been putting up good numbers with it. I mean, it's tough sometimes. VP haven't had the greatest of defensive halves in general, but of the players on defense, I mean, he's been showing up sometimes.
Jaeger is not in the top 20 most played defenders, but Wamai is. And given the way that the magnets function, and especially acting as a way to stop operators like Gridlock and Capitao, Wamai provides a little bit more value, especially given Capitao becoming a very solid flex option for a lot of teams.
Before the games today, it was 85 picks for Jaeger, 153 for Wamai, and of those 85 picks for Jaeger, I think 20 of them were just joystick.
How do you have those numbers?
Because that's what I do.
Where did you get those numbers?
You don't need to worry about where I get my numbers.
It really sounds like you crossed your I's and dotted your T's there.
No, I speak it. No, we don't have that in English.
I already beat you to it. You can't turn that around.
Once again, the bomb site's open. It's 5v5. Can they stop a 5v5 plant this time on the side of Virtus Pro? Surely they're more diligent this time around with 3 toxic babes in pocket.
It is quite, I mean, with all the things we've been talking about, it is quite rare, Jesse, to see a team go right back to a bomb site that they got completely destroyed on.
I mean, they knew they messed up last time.
Well, yeah, that was a huge blunder.
Yeah.
You don't allow a bank bottom floor plant to go down with everybody still alive.
I go to those ADSs, by the way. Second Candela, it might have gotten zapped as well.
It did get that one, indeed. Shepard is a target dummy at this point. KDS trying to get through it. He will do so, taking some damage from that razor wire. Joystick with 1 kill. Dan traded out. Diffuser going down. KDS is losing his allies. Handy and Souls are doing their damnedest to try to keep this one close, as now the Twitch of Handy is inside of gold. Always following up to secure the kill, and now what a turnaround it's been. Instead of 5 players from FaZe in the post plant, it's just 1. KDS was successful to get into the bomb site. Souls has been superb, but he'll have his work cut out for him.
It's winnable.
There's hesitation, though, from VP. They're sitting on the diffuser. He'll be compelled to action. Souls, hello. Souls. Hey, Souls? Hey, buddy.
Tough.
So they were on it. Just for the next round, could we just maybe get you pay attention? That'd be really helpful. I know that Cyber did it to them, but now it was your turn. That's kind of embarrassing. So if you
It was a straight reverse. It was just a return of the
favor. It was an Uno reverse card thrust into the middle of the match.
No reaction to the plant going down in round number 7, and no reaction to the plant getting disabled in round 8. I wonder what's going to happen to the fuse kit in round 9. VP just far more ready for that, right? And yes, they let the plant go down, but they kill the planter after he gets off of it. All 3 toxic babes were tossed out and used from VP, so they used all of their utility, and they managed to find those frags as the kit was going down and a little bit afterwards as well. Obviously for Souls, tough one at the end there. Clearly just didn't hear the disable going on, and not sure exactly why, if he wasn't able to hear that. Maybe just too far away, and maybe thought he wasn't too far away. Not exactly sure. Maybe didn't know where the plant actually had gone down. Whatever the case, both teams have made some blunders today, and that's okay. Because there's a reason Siege is a best of 3, and maps are played 1st to 7. But as this game goes on, we are slowly starting to approach the end point of this first map. It is now 4-4. We're definitely past the halfway mark. This just feels like one of those games that's destined to go 3 maps in overtime.
We are definitely past the halfway mark, Jesse. That's round 6. So excellent arithmetic.
No.
Definitely I don't know
past,
where.
No. I'm not having this. Definitely past the halfway mark is going to be round 8, because that implies that even if we go all 15, we are definitely past the halfway mark.
I think it depends on how specific you want to be.
Well, when I say definitely, I mean 100% specific.
Okay.
If I say we're just past the halfway mark, then that could be round 6, but definitely implies that we're past round 8.
Well, we are also definitely past the halfway mark of regulation.
Sure.
There you go.
It's implied by my statement, but sure.
Open interpretation.
No.
Half of FaZe's drones have been removed in the first minute of action. Handy walking up, but that drone work, the E1D, not effective to find Kasha, who's tucked inside of an elevator. Dan with 1, and he could have had a double swing as well, as FaZe clan wanted to get in the building, wanted to take up space. Now Dan will gamble what remains of his life on a long-range engagement over towards Square. KDS decides, why not? That window might as well be a clown car, as more people emerge from it than you would have thought. Vidaking on that long-range window in lobby, miles away from the bomb site, will pick up 1 kill, and Dan's defense upstairs is very successful.
Yeah, but I mean, Vidaking, he trades Dan. He should have been holding the angle so that Dan couldn't get away with that second frag.
You tell him.
He knows.
We talked to Souls in the post round before. I don't know if Vidaking gets the comms from us piped right into his headset, but he's aware now.
He obviously just got bad timing on that cross, and Dan gets away with murder. Now it's a 2v4, and if you're FaZe Clan, I don't know what the answer is supposed to be here. Soul's hunting for a pick down in the basement. There's nobody down there, nobody to find. Could rotate up main stairs and maybe catch somebody like Pasha off guard, but it's not going to be easy. Vidaking is over that direction as well, taking the 1v1. Oh, this is smart, actually. He's going to force him to drop.
He's done just that, right into the waiting arms of Souls now with those 4 drones remaining from FaZe Clan. It's uncertain how many are active. We know 1 can be used, so not all hope is lost. This is the exact same spot that Virtus Pro had established a drone in the past. Good news, there are 2 drones now here from Vidaking, and they've got a read on the Azami, who's crouched behind the cubicle next to a soft wall.
Beautifully done. The intel from Vidaking.
Souls is going to kill from above. Watch this. Let's watch.
This is going to be 2 free picks.
There's only 10 seconds left. Never mind, he goes for the rotate. Why? Because he's got to get to the bomb site. It's a 2v2 now. Virtus Pro killing the defuse planter. Souls looking for another miracle. He almost clutched in this spot before, but he runs out of time. Warden's breakdancing behind the counter of Break Room. Staff area, whatever you'd like to call it. Virtus Pro pick up another round and they regain the lead.
You add 5 seconds to that round, and that is the cleanest 2v4 that you've watched all week. Now, unfortunately, the time gets away from them, but notice how they isolated players in the 2v4. They had amazing information thanks to the drone work, mostly off Vidaking, but the whole team, of course. They knew 1 was in elevator, so they push 1 horizontally, and 1 guy holds him dropping down to the basement. Then they know that 1 is open area, so what do? They keep an active drone on him while the other guy moves to printer window so that he can get the wall bang. I mean, that was 2 free picks, and then we saw the entry from Souls getting a 3rd one inside the site, too. It was perfectly set up from Vidaking to feed those kills to his teammate. It's unfortunate, though, they just had to go on a world tour around the map to find them, and it took so long. Because if they had, again, 5 more seconds, that would have been a beautiful way to turn a horrible situation into a freebie.
Souls had to go from the basement all the way up to the top floor and then back down and go for the vault because he didn't have time for the vertical play because they didn't know where the other 2 players were. They couldn't have dropped through the hatch inside of stock because in an open area, there would have crossfire held. Shepard's one of those positions playing by the bomb chassis, and he would have killed you the moment that you dropped through the hatch. End my analysis.
It would have been bad.
To sum up my comments, it would not have been good.
Handy gonna jump onto the 0, which is one of the rarest operators we see in Rainbow Six Siege.
We have not casted a 0.
We have not.
So far at the 6 Invitational.
I know there have been some 0s played. Let me go check this one out, Parker.
Back to the numbers to tell exactly how many players have been. This is Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell.
Before today, 0 was played 10 times and had a horrible 30% win rate, which is, that might be the lowest win rate of any op at the 6 Invitational. It is. So congratulations to 0.
I guess he's about as useful as his name.
That was good. That was good. Someone write that down.
Someone write, please write it down. I need accolades.
I feel like a lot of kind of casual players think that 0 is very good because cameras are great, right? It's nice seeing these cameras, but obviously it doesn't see a lot of play because, well, every op in the game gets 2 cameras for free. So information on an attacking operator's primary gadget isn't the most valuable in the current meta. Same reason why Yana is pretty much never picked.
We have not casted a Yana as well.
I lied, actually. She's the exact same win rate as 0, 30%.
It's not good.
No.
It's really not good.
But on this map, often you can make it work.
One thing that the SAM cams had changed, the Argus cams, is that they no longer immediately stick out. You can activate them on the other side, so you can keep them in a position where they're concealed from the defenders and activate them at the right time and place. We saw that Handy wasn't doing that. He was actively using them. Gain information right now, why don't you? FaZe maybe going for a swing as there goes the Lion scan. Handy dies. Joystick dies as well. That's the experiment for 0 is as good as gone. Pasha and Dan colliding with these FaZe players, and now a swing in as, my God, Pasha gets them both. Dropped from the same spot on the window where he was just looking. Vidaking has the unfortunate circumstance in front of him where he needs to rappel into the bomb site. 3 remaining players from Virtus Pro don't need to move a muscle. There's actually a castle barricade in pocket for Dan. How funny would it be if he put one down? He doesn't have time. Why? Because he's frying with the UMP in hand. Virtus Pro, yet another round. And they're on map point.
I know FaZe Clan are low on potassium because players in Banana have been absolutely destroying them on these attacks. That's 2 separate rounds where one person in Bananas having a pop-off moment to close things out and completely catch FaZe Clan off guard. This time, of course, it was Pasha who made that move, found the back of the Blackbeard, and then catches Souls on a late repel in. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Some energy coming out of the VP squad. That's good to see. You don't get it out of them too often. If it's going to be anybody, though, popping off, of course, it's going to be Pasha. Most fiery player on this roster, and that is to be certain. That's going to be map point on their own pick, Parker. You'd expect VP to win this map. They've been so good on Bank in the past, and of course, continuing this on such an important BO3. One more is all it'll take to lock this down.
It's looking like a really nice FaZe sandwich. FaZe is the meat of the sandwich, and Virtus.pro is the bread. Why do I say that?
Yeah, why do you say that? I was about to ask.
Because the first 3 rounds were won by Virtus.pro. Then the 4 rounds in the middle, which is 4 is bigger than 3.
Yep.
Were won by FaZe Clan, and then the next 3 were won by Virtus.pro. So we got a sandwich right now, and sometimes you like to garnish a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
If Virtus.pro wins the round, I'll be a little garnish on top. Could be an olive, could be a pickle.
Wouldn't it just be more bread if VP is the bread? Surely FaZe winning the next round would be a garnish because they're like the filling. They're the non-bread elements of the sandwich.
No, because then they would be a piece of meat.
Okay. Well, I mean...
It'd be like a bacon.
Honestly, I think like a piece of salami is a better garnish than like another piece of bread.
I think my point still stands. Okay. It is currently a sandwich, though, in regards to the round count. 3 rounds for Virtus.pro, 4 for FaZe in the middle, 3 for VP. Point that I made. I was just trying to be a bit more theatrical.
Joystick back on his favorite operator, the Jaeger. Truly, it got good value, catching multiple Ying Candelas in the basement the last time they played this site, and he's got the setup just as he did before, so hoping to get that same value out of this operator, but of course, it didn't result in a round win last time they came to this bomb site, so they're hoping to get a little bit more done on this offense. They're hoping to be able to get some kills and they get that defuse gun on the ground. And part of that game plan might be trying to hit the back a bit. Open some more of these hatches. Apply some more of that pressure. Dropping gold, dropping elevator. These are kind of weird surprise plays that often will catch defending teams off guard.
Nice entry by KDS as Dan did not expect the Blackbeard through that window. Was there even an opening there, or did he just blind fire through it? It was so quick that I actually missed it entirely.
It's some kind of opening, surely.
I mean, if Dan got killed to the Blackbeard just shooting at a barricade, I would be fuming at that point.
Which play from Candy starts to clear out one of those ADSs and the Zoto canister from the Tuberow as well. The drone work has been excellent this game, Parker.
Drone's flying! You see how fast that thing was?
It was zooming.
So, Handy looks like he got 1 gadget with the first Switch drone, 2 gadgets with the second. That's not great value. I mean, obviously...
2 with the first, because he got the ADS and the Zoto.
Did he get the Zoto?
I thought so.
That's not terrible.
No.
Typically, you want to get more than that. A drop will come in over towards red. Vidiking, the very first one. Candelas go off. Virtus.pro not moving a muscle.
Hello.
They've got a read on 1. Joystick will have to fight his way out of this position. He sees the Blackbeard, but they double up. 1 by elevator, 1 by stairs. Now 1 inside of red. As down goes Souls, firing back, always attempting to put up a good effort. But now it's always to die to KDS, and I guess FaZe Clan are the garnish on top of the sandwich. So we will not see VP take it just yet. We will need 1 more round of regulation. All 12 needed. You speculated earlier in this map. It feels like it's going to be a late one, and I agree with you.
Yeah, beauty push coming out from phase 2, though. I mean, going through the back hatches, dropping through gold, dropping through elevator, that's what I said they might have to do to add some spice to this matchup, and that's exactly what worked for FaZe Clan. This swing from Dan, to be a little critical, yeah, he was firing it early, but there was a small sight line. Maybe Dan extending like that wasn't the smartest of plays, of course. Was just trying to check out what was going on in server. Got the intel that there was 1 guy there, but the brunt of that push all coming in through the backside. The gold hatch so important as Vidiking dropped down with the defuse kit. They were able to rack up the kills following that pickup. The Blackbeard coming down elevator as well. Really that multi-dimensional push from FaZe Clan. It's going to be enough to overwhelm Virtus.pro. Roll that man advantage into a round win. Now they're within striking distance. We said that overtime is looking likely. We said that these two teams, these two titans of the game, deserved it. And of course, this is, as we said, two top 3 teams from the last 6 Invitational. It would be a shame not to get a long, drawn-out match between these two teams. One round will determine if we head there or if Virtus Pro will take their own pick 7-5.
Depending on the siege that's being played, there are times where you approach a match and you're okay with it being a 2-0. It depends on the teams playing. It depends on the game. It depends on the map. So there are times where you're midway through a 2-0 and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I don't think we need a third of this.
Sure.
And I'm not talking as a caster. I'm talking specifically from a gameplay perspective. As casters, we always want the best story, and that usually means we are hungry for a third map.
Yes.
So far through much of SI, I've been very happy with the amount of third maps we have received. This is one of those games, Jesse, where I will be upset based on storyline and the gameplay up to this point if we only get 2. I want to end this on Clubhouse. I want to end it on Clubhouse specifically for one reason and one reason alone. One of the most historic matches played at the Raleigh Major was between the old FaZe Clan and Team Empire, and Clubhouse was known as Dubhouse, the best map for Team Empire, the spiritual successor to Virtus Pro. FaZe Clan had never played that map on an international stage, and not only did they pull it out of nowhere, they dominated Team Empire and held them to a single round. FaZe Clan did ultimately end up losing the matchup, but it is one of the most memorable clubhouses we've ever had. The saga between these two teams will continue onwards, but what a map for this to end on at this event.
Throwback. FaZe Clan have played Clubhouse a few times since that event. Be more prepped for it this time around. Both these teams have shown quite a few VODs at this event as they've had to make that run through the lower bracket. Another slow one as it burns on the basement.
Shepard, there's nobody there.
Not currently, but you never know when a rotation might be made. But it's going to be a default server plan. As we've seen time and time again, the last round being the sole exception, Souls wants to get this defuse kit down, and he wants to try to dodge those nitro cells and toxic babes.
The first babe will go off. Souls does not have the HP to suffer through it, so this dive, this dance, this rhythm that we see between these teams will continue. No damage at the moment has been done to Virtus Pro. Honestly, it seems like Souls is the only player on FaZe Clan at this point. Where is the supporting coverage? Cyber is pointed, staring at the stairs, waiting for a flank. They're controlling the hatches in open area, but they gotta get more active.
Just waiting for those toxic babes, and they're gone now.
And slaughters 2 of them. Souls and KDS will die. The drop through the hatch in the midst of the site will occur, always with a pick. As Vidaking drops, it's Cyber in a 1v5. It started with a flawless round. It won't end with one, but it's as close as you can get. Cyber gets 1 kill on the way out, but Virtus Pro says, thanks for the memories. 7-5 the scoreline on Bank, and VP will take a 1-0 lead.
Strong start, hunting for revenge against the team that knocked them to lowers last time around. Virtus Pro take their own map pick, and didn't always look dominant, didn't always look easy. There was some midpoint in that game that things were looking like they would slip the way of FaZe Clan, but in the end, some big movement on the defense was able to pull things back, and Virtus Pro looking clean on their map pick.
And FaZe Clan are not usually upset when they lose a map, but those were some long faces. I think this was one, Jesse, that they thought was winnable. Alas, it did not come to that. A great effort from both teams, and all 12 were needed, but nothing more. VP will now look towards map number 2, up 1-0. We'll throw to a break, and we'll come right back.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté le temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra! When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback. So when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new...
Map 1 was picked by Virtus Pro, and while there were some scary moments, especially in the middle of this map, they ended up persevering and winning in the end. But if you followed VP in this tournament so far, Jesse, you know that no win comes easy. This was their map. It still took all 12 rounds, and there were a couple times where, it didn't look like it was going to go their way.
Certainly not, but I mean, we had some heroics. This play from Dan up towards Banana was huge. We saw another big play in Banana from Pasha, so we saw some big plays from VP, which really helped close things out. shenanigans, you could say, down on the bottom floor from both teams when it came to working with that defuse kit. But at the end of the day, it was enough for Virtus.pro to hold on to their pick. Now we're going to swap the script a little bit, though, Parker. Now we move to a map that was hand-selected by FaZe Clan to make things a little bit more difficult. And Skyscraper's going to be tough. We saw some good players on FaZe Clan, Souls in particular, in map number 1, had some great clutches, some great moments, and some great potential clutches as well. If they can continue that momentum with some big pop-off late rounds like they did at the start of this map, they could be off to a really strong second game here and, of course, force that club to finish things.
I really wish I could listen in to what they're saying because, well, be enlightening, but I don't speak Portuguese.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we've got a game here where both teams are not English-speaking teams, so we don't get insights in this one.
A couple players on the side of FaZe Clan speak English. Everybody except for Always speaks fluent English on the side of Virtus.pro. If you see any of them at an event, you try to speak English to them, and they say no English. They're lying to you, by the way. I've referenced this a couple times before. Back when 6 on 6, the podcast that we did, Canadian and I, was going strong, after the whole drama with Team Empire.
Are you no longer going strong?
We haven't done it in a while. Anyway. So you got Fresh and Friends now. Go watch that.
Okay.
We kept wanting to get this Team Empire team on the show, and every single time I'd go to an event and I'd have a fluent conversation with Shepard, and then I'd say, so like, you're okay to come on 6 on 6, and he'd just give me a blank stare and go, no English. And I'd be like, I know you speak it.
Yeah.
We are talking to it right now. There was one time we were at the bar, I think it was the SI that we had in Stockholm, and he starts talking to me fully in English. And I was like, wait, you speak English? And he just stared at me, and he just walked away. And I was like, okay, well, that's terrific. I guess you know. Shepard is a very big Lynx enjoyer, by the way. Shepard is very high on Lynx as a caster, and I will take some time. At Lynx, I don't know if you're watching Virtus.pro, because I know you like them as a team. I know that you did not make this event. We are sad that you are not here. We miss you. We will see you hopefully soon, and we're hoping that you just have a good time with these games.
Lynx has you muted, bro. Let's be real.
I know. I'm not under any illusions here.
You are not... A stream has volume. Let's be honest with ourselves. They are not listening to you and I yap on the broadcast, B stream wise.
Link sent me a beautiful picture of a chopped cheese that was devoured earlier today. It made me very hungry, and I rewarded myself by eating the catering.
I often get pictures of Lynx's cat sent straight to my phone. Yes, Bobo, which is excellent, and I really appreciate that.
Bobo's a real rapscallion.
Yes, I'm
well
aware.
That cat is a menace. No Spawny, though.
No Spawn. Spawny's not much of a menace, I'll be honest. She's a lounger. FaZe Clan are going to have to not be loungers in map number 2 because they are up against the brink. Elimination looms heavy over their head. Both of these teams would be extremely disappointed finishing outside of the top 8 after the tournament they had last year and after the year that both of them have had. I mean, they haven't always had high points. FaZe Clan, I think, towards the end of the year, maybe had some games they wanted to take back. Virtus.pro, of course, missing Stage 1's major entirely, not even going to Manchester, I know is a sore spot. But both have had really successful seasons when you look at it as a whole. And to fall so short at the biggest events is honestly unfortunate. They've had to come up to one another and face in a manner like this. But, I mean, it's going to happen eventually, and so we'll enjoy the game whenever we get it. Also nice sometimes to see some fresh faces, some newer teams up in the top 8, top 6 that makes main stage, but I know for both these teams, they're going to have a lot of fans that'll be hurting if they don't make it all the way.
We are losing huge teams here in this second phase of the 6 Invitational. We will go from 16 teams at the start of the day down to 8. You were not here for the very first map. We ran through the teams that we've already said goodbye to. Just today alone, we said goodbye to W7M. We said goodbye to Team Liquid. We said goodbye to Shopify Rebellion. We said goodbye to M80. We said goodbye to G2. And we said goodbye to KAG Osaka, a.k.a. Cyclops. 2 more teams will go home. Right now, it's FaZe Clan on the wrong side of a 1-0 scoreline favoring Virtus.pro. And over on A-Stream, Dark Zero and Falcons are fighting And I believe they've already finished their first map, but I'm not going to spoil it for you. You can go check yourself.
All elimination games, the winner of this plays the winner of DZ Falcons tomorrow in the lower bracket. That'll be one to watch out for. But for now, as the person who controls when the game starts, I've decided it's time to go forward with it. Skyscraper, the map choice of FaZe Clan, is coming up next. The community leaning more towards the map of 1 victors. That is to be expected. But I think most people who believed in FaZe Clan initially knew that this one would take all 3 maps. So it's not a surprise to be heading to their map pick. This is a must-win as we load into the operator ban phase. It'll be a Monty from Virtus Pro that gets banned out first, just like on Bank, where they wanted to ban out those shields. This is very, very typical. They perma-ban Monty, and a zombie would be the previous ban, or the next ban from Virtus Pro.
Whoa!
FaZe with a Sens ban. I don't believe the first Sens ban that we've had at this event, but a very rare ban to see through in Rainbow Six Siege. One of those operators that got buffed very recently, and honestly, the fact that Warden can no longer see through those Sens walls is massive to upping the ban rate and the pick rate as well of Sens. So nice to see that coming through. VP, no surprises. You know him. You love him. It's Monty, a zombie ban on Skyscraper. Let's get things underway. Talk about Tuberau quickly as well from FaZe Clan being removed. This is the same operator they banned in their last play on Skyscraper and their only other game that they played at the 6th Invitational, taking it out in their 7-3 loss against Furia.
This is the 3rd Sens ban, according to the official event statistics.
Wonderful.
Operators that have been banned 1 to 2 times are Ram, Nook, Twitch, Ace. Saw an Ace ban.
You did?
Hibana, Flores, Nomad, Thermite, and Sens. There you go. Elite company at the bottom. There have been a lot of defenders that have been banned 1 time. I'm not going to run through all of them because there's 8 of them.
And you can't, remember that many names.
I can't count that high. You know I can't count that high.
Fair enough.
Thank you. It's too much for me. I'm like Valve. I get to 2 and I don't know where to go next. 1, 2. Ah, shoot. There's no more numbers. Where do I go? Skyscraper is going to play out very differently from what we saw on Bank. In fact, all 3 of these maps have major stylistic differences. Bank is a huge map that enables a lot of roaming, but can be played quite conservatively, as we saw from honestly both of these teams. Skyscraper is a bit more condensed, and it's a lot harder to rotate around on because it's easy to hold the stairs and tight angles back to the bomb sites, but there is an unpredictability factor on both Bank and Skyscraper that makes them a little bit more comparable than you'd think.
Virtus Pro starting on the defense, you're going to expect them to win on these top floor bomb sites. They have yet to lose a top floor defense on Skyscraper since the tournament started, playing this map just once earlier at SI. That was up against W7M in a 7-3 domination earlier on. So if they can repeat a success like that, of course, they'll be continuing on through the tournament. It's going to be an extension from Dan over here inside of Exhibition. Got Joystick not too far behind him as well. The Candelas start to push him back, but hasn't gotten into a direct gunfight. Watch out for Pasha 2 playing by Minibar, as they are refusing to give up this side of the map. FaZe Clan at a minute 30 need to start making some decisions. Are we really going to commit to taking these gunfights, to clearing up these players? Well, at least find Joystick.
Nice start for FaZe Clan to draw first blood in round number 1. It was really even between these teams on Bank, to the point where I think VP had the advantage by a single round, which would be 7-5 technically. But, I mean, first blood was not a huge factor in that matchup. Now it's Pasha with a kill, and he's on the run inside of Terrace over towards Drum to get out of harm's way. Down goes Always as FaZe Clan's right now roam clear, proving to be much more successful than an awful lot of their attacks on Bank.
Yeah, this has been clean so far. You can tell this is their pick. Not an easy map to go for the roam clears, but they've done it pretty successfully. Just 3 players remain on Virtus Pro. They're all back towards the site, but Pasha a little bit aggressive. I say that. Dan down below, too. Finds a freebie as Handy crouch walks his way right into his crosshair, and Pasha missed by these bees.
Give him confidence. Pasha almost missing. He's aiming above their head. I don't know if he thinks that the models have shrunk or not. Now it's Souls in a clutch or kick scenario. He was in 3 of these exact same positions. on bank, and, well, his way down back stairs will be cut off for the next 20 seconds. That would have left him with 10 seconds on the clock. So he has to go around. Does not have access to that diffuser, and the 3 players from BP still upright are going to make his life living hell. He'll go for a kitchen drop and is immediately punished by Dan. Virtus Pro 6 rounds away from a victory, but this is, as you've pointed out time and time again, the most defender-sided map. This is a long, long road for FaZe Clan.
Even still, though, that's one of those rounds that was looking quite winnable from FaZe with that 4v3 advantage. The big issue there was the information. You talked about Drone Economy a lot on bank, and it was a real boogeyman for FaZe Clan in this matchup. You can see through the majority of this round, they had just one drone. I'm trying to find when they lost that 9th drone, and it was very far back in this round. It was about the minute 30, minute 20 mark when they went down to just a single drone left alive. And you saw that lack of information. The handy, crouch walking through restaurant, shot in the back by Dan, dropped the defuse kit. That meant that VP didn't have to hold the site anymore. They could drop down through the staircase, and of course through the drop down as well, to hold on to that defuse kit instead, which put them into an even more powerful position in the 3vx. Played that expertly well, and then of course, just unfortunately the missed Grim play coming through too, allowing another freebie for Virtus Pro. Pasha was able to collect that one. So a lack of information punishing FaZe Clan despite getting that man advantage over on the roam clear. And that's the issue with Skyscraper, right? The early round is so punishing because even if you walk away with that advantage, if you don't have a ton of resources left for the execute, you're still going to be out of luck.
If you're playing on Skyscraper, it's got to mean that you have some level of understanding and proficiency on this map. I say that because Skyscraper is the least played of the 9 maps at the 6 Invitational. In fact, the next closest map is Border, and it's been played over twice as many rounds as Skyscraper has. Skyscraper's been played on 62 rounds. Border's next at 138. Skyscraper is the most defender-sided map, 58% of all rounds won by the defenders, so you're in a very good shape if you're going to try to defend this bomb site and this map in particular. Virtus Pro will use that to their advantage.
Dan under a lot of pressure. He's facing a ton of different angles. KDS on the rappel upside down. Another one standing outside this breach. Dragon Window's got a player too. Here comes the swing, but always hits the shot. Nicely done.
That looks so effortless. KDS almost getting one. He was at the bottom of the standings back in map number 1. A good performance from him would be quite the boost, but he's not usually on that role where he needs to be very strong. There's a frost, by the way. You want to take a look down there, Handy. Maybe you'll see it. He's going to have that debuff, and he's caught as Shepard, Always, and Joystick all get on the board. Pasha, the only player standing that will have no kills up to this point. Do they give it to him and get a belated team ace, given that Dan is dead? While he was dead, though, his frost mat was the thing that was on the ground, Jesse, and it was mighty instrumental in slowing down FaZe Clan. Always who gets the kill. 3K from Always in that round. Excellently played by VP. They pick up a second, and those early stumbles that were present on bank seem to be repeating themselves here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, some beautiful shots from Always in that round. Of course, playing in a tough position. He had a lot of pressure down onto him, but was able to fight his way out of it. FaZe Clan, a little bit less successful than the first round on Skyscraper, where they just couldn't quite enter the building. They didn't go for the roam clear. They wanted to go direct, and that single panel at the top of house stairs was really their primary focus, and it never went anywhere. The frost mat thing didn't help either. Obviously didn't quite result in the kill, but eventually was punished as that last player tried to jump out the building, so didn't quite go their way. It's a bad start if you're a FaZe Clan fan, but I will remind the viewers at home that Virtus Pro are undefeated on defending that top floor through the 6th Invitational. That'll be their 6th round that they play on the top floor defense. Now they'll go down to Barbecue Kitchen. And unlike the top floor defenses, Virtus Pro have yet to win even a single bottom floor defense. This will be their 3rd attempt since SI started.
Those 2 upstairs bomb sites lead the way in pick rates on Skyscraper, and they, believe it or not, are not both defender-sided, Jesse. T Karaoke actually has a negative rate for the defenders. It is a positive win rate for the attackers. Office and Exhibition, though, is on the other side of the coin. And you could go so far as to say that Office and Exhibition is the most defender-sided map that has more than 15 plays on it. been played 17 times and has been won by the defenders 76% of the time. That is really quite the number. Kitchen and Barbecue is the third bomb site. It's the tertiary site. You don't often see Master and Bathroom. It's only been played one time so far. And this Kitchen Barbecue bomb site, Jesse, is also defender favored. Virtus Pro, based on the numbers alone, are in pretty good shape to start off 3-0, just as they did on Bank.
Shepard, the lone anchor, is a 4-man roam, tries to hold the top floor from VP. See him here now. Won't be pressured by FaZe Clan until very late in the round, most likely. He's going to be on cams to support his teammates, and Pasha will be on the Clash, as we see from above. He's going to be holding down Drum and hoping to influence some of his teammates to go for those swings around him and make that action happen. I said how VP are not as comfortable holding that bottom floor. Well, why don't you just hold the top floor instead? On Barbecue Kitchen, that can be just as effective. Shepard, actually, I said he was going to sit on site all around, but he's starting to make a bit of a move. Keep an eye on that going late into the round.
Another Frost
Again?
bat. He was obscured, admittedly, by the F-Naught, so he did not know that somebody was there. Always swinging out. Dan with 1 kill, always traded out immediately, as it seems like FaZe want to reposition very fast. They're looking for an opening onto the backside of the Clash. Down goes Joystick, as finally FaZe Clan are able to sink their teeth into this Virtus Pro defense. On the flank, though, is Shepard. Is there a set of eyes from FaZe staring in this direction, or can Shepard have a disproportionate impact on the ebb and flow of this round? Cyber is on a drone, completely oblivious. Shepard with 1 kill because of that. Dan dies, and now even more on the Clash. And Shepard is the last 2 standing for Virtus Pro.
Shepard's got to get back to site, surely. He is still top floor, but Pasha's in a world of hurt. Shepard says, I want to keep going. This is uncharacteristic from the support player of VP, but he's just not done.
He's fearless, and he might get rewarded for it. Down goes the Grim of KDS. 2 more players in close proximity. 1 now down below Handy, standing sentinel from above. Pasha in a 1v1 against Souls. Pasha taking some damage. He'll go for broke. Harassed by those bees, swung on, and it's Handy to win the duel. He did have the information, and some would say a much better gun. A 3-0 start will not happen for Virtus Pro, but they're going to take a 2-1. They don't win that bottom floor bomb site. You said it, Jesse. They don't need to go to it again, as now these top floor sites will open back up.
And Shepard, empowered by the fact that there was a Valkyrie camera inside of Geisha that was giving him those yellow pings, that's why he chose to stick around. You don't see Shepard going for aggressive moves very often, but when he does, he tries to get good value out of it. Fortunately, the rest of his team just crumbled on that top floor. I mean, the collapse from FaZe Clan was beautiful. So, I liked the flank from Shepard, and we really don't see it too often. Didn't amount to a round win. FaZe Clan, in the end, holding strong on their offense of that bottom floor. So it's a 2-1 first quarter split, and VP are going to look to repeat that and go up at least 4-1 here on these next couple of top floor bomb sites. Feels like a standard clear through from FaZe Clan on that last round too. I mean, not having any problems with the Clash, finding good angles in and around despite the fact they were walking into a couple of Frost mats now, and the Frost main himself will swap off 1 trap operator straight onto another. Dan goes to Captain.
I think Shepard's flank really did paper over a lot of defense issues from Virtus Pro. He was that lone bright spot, and strategically they padded the area inside of Dragon, moving over towards Tea and Karaoke upstairs. Didn't really do much with it, though. I mean, maybe it's just one of those historical things where, we never win the bottom floor bomb site. You know what? If we can take a 4-2 half, that's excellent.
He got good value out of it. The problem is the whole team died, right? So you can only do so much.
That Dan uses this reticle. Drives me insane.
Yeah, VP
derisively referred to as the Cybertruck site.
One of your favorite vehicles.
It's so ugly.
We just walked past the Cybertruck actually the other night, and you were like, it's kind of cool. You were like, I might buy one, personally.
None of those things escaped my mouth.
You were like, I own 2 already, but 3rd.
Wow. I didn't know Blast paid me that well. Dan sustaining some damage now with that cursed reticle on his gun, and it seems like everybody on the side of VP is aiming a little bit above their targets. Dan just had some issues with the drone, and Pasha's eliminated by Cyber, who is unrelenting in his approach towards these VP players. Halfway point of the round, and FaZe Clan have found first blood.
You might just be happy with that if you're VP, to be honest. You've delayed 90 seconds. It's still a 4v5. This is a very defendable bomb site for Virtus Pro, so they can sit on this. And the util's a little scary, but only one Candela left in the pocket of Handy. Some Bs still from KDS, but those weren't too effective last time. No more flashes from Vidaking. No more nades. Only one flashbang on Souls. They did have to use a lot of resources and 2 drones as well. So VP leave, not with a man advantage, but after wasting a lot of the util in the pockets of FaZe.
Just wait out the time at this point. Joystick will go down below as KDS eliminates Always. The situation for Virtus Pro will go from bad to worse as KDS is taking no prisoners. He's eliminating everybody inside of the server. He heard us talking about his performance on Bank. And now all they need to do is stop Dan as he ascends those back stairs. Down goes Vidaking. Diffuser in the hands of Souls. FaZe Clan will successfully get the objective down. And Dan will have to contend with 4 Brazilians. Is that KDS to get the kill again? My God. A 4K as FaZe Clan will tie things up. 2 rounds on attack already on Skyscraper. That's a great position to be in.
KDS, wonderful work in the 4th round of Skyscraper. The single best Brazilian player at the Montreal Major, by the way, despite losing the event to a Brazilian team. His individual statistics topped all of the players on that championship-winning roster that have fortunately struggled here at the 6th Invitational, but KDS was phenomenal at their last event. Despite that fact, he entered this game with a negative KDR, -6 on the tournament so far. But of course, he can step up in the biggest moments, and we saw that here again for FaZe. Found that gap over towards Geisha and exploited it. Managed to make the moves and capitalize on all of that space that he was getting for himself. They break through that top floor that has been unbeatable for Virtus Pro, and they will force them over to Office Exhibition. I imagine we'll see a repeat of T Karaoke round 6 when we get to it, but for now, the top floor remains the home of VP. Shutting down KDS needs to be a top priority for round 5.
Yeah. I don't know how forward he will be, though, in this execute on that Maverick. I mean, his job will be to poke holes into Geisha and open up a greater way into the map. And never mind, Geisha's already open, so KDS did an excellent job. Superb work.
You're that guy in the rank stack who calls mine after somebody gets a TK on the other team.
That is so painfully accurate, and it really hurts when you're playing and somebody disconnects and you're like, oh, I got my kill.
Yeah.
Let me have my frags in peace, man. Take what I can get. It's hard out here. We got 2 Cybertrucks.
VP on this setup, really giving up Geisha in this side of the map. You can tell with their barricades that they have created kind of a line through this map where they want to hold on to Drum, they want to hold on to Dragon, but no farther. They will not be playing inside of T or Karaoke, but they probably have some sight lines. 1 barricade, 2 barricades, they break through them. It's a 3rd barricade that follows up Handy. He shoots this one as he knows it would be a little dumb to punch it. Here comes the Mav plane now. Does he have any teammates with him to shoot this? I don't think he does. But after some aggression.
Typically, you want to open that up and have somebody there to deal with it. Joystick controlling Carbine of Jaeger so effectively. Down goes Handy. KDS still searching for a kill. He was terrific in the previous round. Souls had his great moments on Bank, but has been relatively quiet so far here. Down goes KDS. Again to Joystick inside a Drum. Everything is a Drum, including Joystick, but they just can't beat him, baby. Always gets taken down by Vidaking as FaZe Clan are keeping these numbers very, very close. Now Cyber sustaining some damage inside the site. It's all up to Dan. The supporting cast so effective, and Dan is finished off by Souls. FaZe Clan trading back very effectively in that round.
It's honestly a great call from FaZe Clan, making the decision that, hey, what if we just hit the site? They dealt so much of their time with Joystick. He did so much damage to them playing inside a Drum, as you mentioned, some beauty shots being hit by the Cyborg, but at the end of the day, somebody on FaZe Clan made the call. I guess it was Vidaking who said, guys, let's just go hit site. We don't need to mess with Joystick. The other two players went over to the bomb site, managed to clean up on those anchors. Shepard went down. Eventually, Joystick fell too. It was a good refocus halfway through that push from FaZe Clan where they just said, you know what, we don't need to be so concerned about this. Let's not feed all 5 bodies to this guy and let him send another 50 pounds out from Fresh. Instead, let's just focus that site. You know, let's make it simple.
But for people who don't know, by the way, when Jesse says 50 pounds, he's not referring to weight.
No, that is what the British call money.
Yes.
Because they're goofy.
Pound sterling. Jack is donating 50 Great Britain pounds for every ace that we see, and I think we're up to 12 at this point.
There's
maybe.
been so many aces this event.
There were back-to-back
crazy.
aces in the Falcons match earlier today.
Yes.
And obviously Fresh can't cover all of it, so we in our talent group chat have been messaging him. And I just remember seeing Jack, there's an ace, and he's like, oh, who was it? And then 3 minutes later, Jack, you're never going to believe this.
Yeah.
Jack just said, I'm aware. It's for a good cause, though. He's donating to mental health programs, if memory serves correctly. People should not have to suffer in silence. In a perfect world, those support systems would be fully funded, but we do not live in a perfect world. So kudos to Jack for taking an opportunity to highlight mental health issues while also celebrating a player in this game getting a monumental achievement, which is an ace, all 5 kills.
It's a win-win.
Win-win-win. It's when you win, I win, and we all win.
Virtus Pro desperately need a win in round 6 because they are otherwise losing their defensive half on Skyscraper, something that should never be happening on such a defender-sided map. FaZe Clan posted outside the building and his Joystick back in his regular post. Hit some beauty shots. The exact same setup, by the way, from VP. They looked at that last round and thought, we did nothing wrong. We're just going to run it back. This time we're going to win our shots and we're going to walk away with the victory. Dan's been setting up with that shield over by Dragon. Joystick still in drum. That crossfire onto the hallway is going to be the main power position that FaZe Clan need to address. If this goes the way of VP, they'll be put in another difficult situation where they got to decide, do we just go for sight?
Nice shot on the KDS to try and keep this close. It was a 3-3 scoreline on Bank. Joystick doing his damnedest to ensure it is repeated, but I fear at this point the numbers do not benefit Virtus Pro. If you're playing on the most defender-sided map, you got to take at least 3 rounds. 4 is the goal. 3 is as best you're going to get, and right now 3 looks unobtainable for Virtus Pro as they've lost 2 players in very quick order. Kill King, though.
And Dan's still in a really powerful position, too, playing on this shield. He is refusing to leave as he sits on his post. He's going to prop some more rotations from FaZe Clan. Not as aggressive as last time, but slowly working their way around the bomb site. Handy goes over towards the exhibition window. Pasha in sight might need to respond to that at some point. If he hears him jump in, the Candels would make that awkward.
Completely blind for Pasha, so he'll stop firing. Why give yourself away at that point? Cyber's there for backup as the Goo Mine is hit by Souls. Damage is being done. Dan shooting away, always losing that engagement, and Handy and Souls have both been dropped. Things were going so well for FaZe, but Virtus Pro just holds on and fires back. They land their shots first. They get the round, and Jesse, it's 3-3.
It's 3-3. They give the bare minimum on the side of Virtus Pro, and I think a lot of that has to go into Pasha. Playing just inside of Office, they tossed all of their utility at him. Those Candelas were rolling one after another after another, and did he let up? Not once. Holding down the bomb site no matter what. Wasn't going for aggressive swings. He was full blind. How could he? But he stayed tucked in behind that counter and made sure he did not give up the space. And was rewarded with a Goo Mine kill right at the end of the round anyways. So still got his one. That was perfect play coming out from VP. Joystick not as successful in the roam. He tried to go 2 for 2, the back-to-back 2K. From the same position, couldn't quite get it done. But with Dan not letting go of Dragon, and of course Pasha not letting go of Office, FaZe Clan just were not able to find an opening. And that's going to happen sometimes on Sky. The fact that they even got 3 attacks should be thought of as a victory for FaZe Clan. VP will need to dig deep. Now, I've got to say, VP so far at this event have actually been quite successful on Skyscraper when they've been on the offense. When they played this map against W7M just a few days ago, they won 3 out of their 4 offense rounds. They started off with a great 4-2 split on defense, and then won 3 of the 4 attacking rounds that they had to pull off. So this team knows what it takes to attack onto the most defender-sided map. Of course, at the end of the day, FaZe Clan are not the same team as W7M, and this will be a bit harder.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, because sometimes people think like, oh, maybe it's the same team. They just all swapped jerseys and logos and got 2 shots at the tournament, but that's actually not what happened here.
Lots of plastic surgery, completely different names and identities. They're actually all in witness protection. I've said too much. Their cover is blown.
Not again.
It's the first time. Don't say anything. Don't blow the cover. EMP will go off, and they have missed that Electric Claw. They missed it again.
Did the same spot?
It sure looked
it?
like it. Yeah, where? Let's take a
Claw.
look. Is it over to the right?
Might be on the roof somewhere, too.
Oh.
Sneaky. Sneaky in the pot.
Very good.
Yeah. And that's why, honestly, pocket EMPs kind of suck sometimes. If you are up against Electric Claw, oh boy, and you don't have an IQ, that's tough.
KDS with the pistol out. How on earth does he win that duel? Pasha ends up getting the kill before traded back immediately. Joystick on that Finka. Russian player, Russian op. Why not? He's got 2 adrenal surges. That won't do much for Pasha, who's in the grave. But Virtus Pro with the advantage right now as Cyber and Souls are both gone.
A rare double shield play, by the way. Stunted for the meantime, but they've still got Dan up on the Blackbeard.
Honestly, so bizarre seeing Virtus Pro on shields. It's just, it's so striking.
Welcome to the new era.
I know. Down the Electric Claw.
There's 2 there, wow.
There was.
That's
so
tough.
They might have actually got the first one. They might not have accounted for the one that was inside of the pot. 4v3 now, just a little bit under a minute to go. Joystick picking up the diffuser and will likely use an adrenal surge before he tries to get the case down. There is some anti-plant denial. Wherever those Goyo canisters set up by KDS will slow down the advance from VP, and there's a nitro cell in pocket for Handy.
Yeah, it was good clear of the bottom floor, but they're taking a long time now to reset. It's going to be a chaotic finish. One rotating over towards Black. That'll be Joystick with the fuse kit. Gives them some good plant positions, but as you mentioned, Goyo canisters and, of course, the nitro from Handy as well.
Always and Dan now ascending these back stairs. Flames running out in front of them, looking for a line of sight deep into Geisha. There's soft walls right staring them in the face. Is that Handy in the hallway? Firing through, but that's a hard wall. They trade out. Advantage right now for FaZe Clan. Running out of time if you're Virtus Pro. Where are Joystick and Always going? Joystick needs to get into the site. He has 1 second. Always in Handy in a 1v1. Down he goes, and Handy with that 6 shooter will get the final kill. Virtus Pro love to take their time. It's a bit self-indulgent from time to time, and this round is a great example of that. They had the numbers advantage. They didn't know where the defenders were, and instead of being proactive, they just waited a bit too long before ultimately deciding, we gotta go, and it did not work out for them.
I mean, I like the idea. You know, you got that man advantage down on the bottom floor. You then rotate over towards Black to go for a plant inside of Karaoke. That's textbook. That's brilliant siege play. Unfortunately, the Goyo canisters and the Black door slowed them down a lot. That was a real big problem for them. And then, of course, just not having the drones either in that late round. The real problem was they had no clue where Handy was at in the late round chaos. He got in a pick. I believe he was known at some point. But just in the chaos, the Capitao had no clue where he was supposed to be firing, and obviously with the utmost importance to protect the planter, time was on 000, so he had to get that kill. Couldn't quite find it in the end. And you're right, that time really escaping from Virtus Pro there, despite the fact that it was a well-constructed push.
I will say this much. They are losing, but I don't feel like Virtus Pro are fully out of this match just yet. I mean, you are making a face. You were grimacing.
I mean, they're attacking on Skyscraper, Parker, and I know I just hyped up how good they've been attacking this map so far, but, like, you're up against FaZe Clan.
Issuing a correction here, disregard everything I just said.
One of the best teams on Skyscraper in the entire world. They've proven that time and time again. If there's anybody who's going to be consistent on a map like this, it's going to be FaZe. So maybe let's try something different. The Nook from Joystick being pulled out to try to sneak something under the nose of FaZe Clan. This is honestly a good play. I like a Nook walking up house stairs. Two default cameras you can walk right past. can be a really sneaky play if anybody happens to be playing over towards that part of the map. I'm not sure anybody is from FaZe Clan, though. Seems at this moment that they're all more focused on the Geisha side of things. This is where a lot of pressure is.
Pasha's looking at that terrace window. There could be a jump out. Just was a bit too early and could have actually aided Virtus Pro, frankly. If he'd waited about half a second, it would open up the wall for them. That's terrific stuff. He wouldn't have even needed to waste the skeleton key ammunition. KDS tries to get out of there with his life intact. He succeeds, but he takes some damage in the process. All the while, attention has been over towards Geisha. Joystick looks over towards Dragon. Vidiking thinks somebody is coming, and he's prepared and waiting for it. Cyber eliminating Shepard on the jump out. That was the window on Terrace that was being watched by VP earlier on. Joystick looked like he was on a collision course with Vidiking on those stairs. Instead, now he'll go over towards house side. Back to the main stairs he goes. Grenade will go off. Vidiking maneuvered away from that position, and down will go. No! How did the grenade not even get the mute jammer? What did it get at all? Things go from bad to worse for Virtus Pro here. But Pasha finds one, almost finds another over towards the stairs. A flash will go out to buy him some time, but with this bomb site being on the other side of the map, Handy can do so much damage. He lets the Blackbeard go by. 9 kills for Handy. 10 kills for Handy. Almost 11, but Vidiking will get the job done instead. Maybe I spoke too soon about Virtus Pro. Another round for FaZe Clan as they're 2 away from sending us to map 3.
Beautiful positioning coming out from the youngest player in the server. Handy stepping up big time in that round to hold things down for FaZe. Honestly, just some really solid play off that on that aggression, countering the Nook wonderfully. I never would want to go up against the Vidiking with a shotgun, and unfortunately Joystick learned that one the hard way. They just seemed to read VP like a book. They knew exactly how they wanted to take that push. Coming in through Geisha, they were set up perfectly for it. And on the opposite side, it wasn't true. They did not know what was going on with that roam game. Obviously, that just a bit of aggression from Handy caught them off guard completely. So wonderfully done by FaZe Clan. This map slipping away from Virtus Pro. We said we wanted all 3, Parker, and when VP won their own map pick and we looked at Skyscraper, it sure feels likely, I'll tell you that.
Only thing really worth noting when teams win their own maps is how well their opponents are able to do on them. FaZe Clan came a couple gunfights away from winning bank themselves.
Yes.
Virtus Pro now at danger of falling off of Skyscraper.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of a classic VP best of 3, right? The first map pick, very close. Obviously, FaZe Clan, they're a good bank team. They did their best. Wasn't quite enough. VP a little bit more prepared. FaZe Clan's map pick, VP have been looking a little more limp. Unfortunately, it's only a 5-3. That's not the greatest of scorelines, but again, just the circumstances, it's going to be tough for Virtus Pro to pull this one back. Now, they'll get their best opportunity here. Kitchen and Barbecue, one of the weakest sites that we see on the map. The main opportunity for attackers to get round wins. It's where FaZe Clan got their first round of the map. Joystick through the top floor, and it's Barricade City once again.
I remember casting a qualifier one time with one of those goofy all-pro quals we did, and it was Oregon, and one of the teams reinforced and barricaded every single way to the actual bomb site down on the bottom floor. They had to go through like 6 doorways just to get to the site. It was really quite absurd. It will slow them down. It's funny because in our matchup earlier today, I said, you don't want to barricade everything.
And sometimes you don't, but sometimes it's good for information. So it's situational, for sure. Joystick hunting for another one up here on the top floor. 90 seconds elapsed, but it's Vidiking the first to fall to Dan.
This is a very critical round here for Virtus Pro and for their mental. You know that VP can get very down on themselves. They fail here, knowing that this is the most defender-sided map. That might be curtains, but they're putting up much more of a fight than we saw in the previous round. They had a good opportunity in the first round of the second half, but fell just short because of the clock. There's some trepidation on the side of Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, that speed, that sluggishness, it cost them. They've got Pasha down. Virtus.pro might be able to retrieve him.
The rat is ratting again. He just did this last round, Parker. They don't know he's here.
Andy struck from behind inside of gold. Vault in now. Where is Andy?
They check it with the Blackbeard, they might survive.
He's playing this rotate from Geisha into Karaoke. Oh my. Pulls trigger a little bit too soon, so he's giving himself away. Always adorns the walls with the blood of Handy. Very graphic imagery, but a moment befitting of it. 2 remain, KDS and Souls with 15 seconds to go. Virtus.pro doubled up in numbers. Souls could easily catch one here. The greater issue for VP is going to be that diffuser. Again, maybe a bit too slow. Shepard afflicted by the goo mine. He's got to stop and pause for a second. But it's a straight slap fight from VP. They come to blows, and Virtus.pro only needed the 2 kills to win the round. They get the job done. And instead of it being FaZe on map point, Virtus.pro has brought it within 1.
I don't think it's fair to show up to Skyscraper in a 6v5. The clock might have been the biggest enemy of Virtus.pro so far through this series. In that round, though, they managed to beat it, and they did get that defuse kit on the ground in time. They got the kill as well, so it wouldn't have mattered in the end. VP taking their time with it, but they managed to check all their corners. They didn't get caught up by the rat plays being pulled out from FaZe Clan, so they get past it. Andy held to 0 kills last round. They clear through that top floor, and much like FaZe Clan on round number 3, they have a lot more success working those picks with the different angles that you can get. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes when, you know, the defense has to play 1 or 2 players down below. It just limits their numbers up top, and it makes it more difficult to go for that roam game, more difficult to hold down the top floor. Thankfully for FaZe Clan, they never need to defend the bottom floor again, because they just need to win 2 more rounds, which means 1 on each top floor bomb site. And I expect we will stay on the top floor for the rest of this map, including if we go overtime.
Would love to know what's going on the other stream, by the way. There's our other elimination match occurring on the A stream. If you're here on the B stream, you probably know about the A stream already, but Falcons and Dark Zero are in a fight for their lives. Xenox and Ace are doing an excellent job with it. I can hear them over here, and Falcons did take map number 1. The game is still going, so it hasn't come to a conclusion just yet.
Sounds like things are going really poorly for Dark Zero, though.
Yeah, they're losing right now, but they're starting to mount a comeback, apparently, according to our producer in our ear.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that's a great game. VP hoping to.
You sounded so insincere.
No, I do hope it's a great game.
Wow, I hope that's a good game.
No, I hope it's a great game. Oh, this game is good too, though, Parker. I mean,
this game is good. I'm enjoying this.
It's been good. This second map, I want to see more out of Virtus.pro. I won't lie to you, though. These attacks need to be better on the top floor, and now is their last chance to prove it.
This is a very, very slow Skyscraper. Even by Skyscraper standards, this is quite slow. And you're not going to get the angle on that. You are too experienced. So
the nade will.
Yes.
There you go. Never mind.
That nade also didn't get the mute jammer.
Oh, boy. Nades are hard, man. I mean, without being able to cook them, it's tricky to clear out util. You should see a pro player trying to nade a castle.
Nice kill from Dan to start off this round. Virtus.pro have an opportunity to end this in 2 maps, but they've got to be better on attack than what we've seen so far. They almost get Vidiking in this position as he's forced to back up, staring at that balcony door on the top of back stairs. It is very challenging for FaZe Clan to deal with this Blackbeard. They've had some struggles against this op, quite pronounced, in fact, over the last couple rounds. And why not? I mean, Virtus.pro is going to continue to use this operator very effectively. And almost gets siege timing there as KDS goes for the swing. It could have been another pick for Virtus.pro. And instead now the cross is being held as the Blackbeard walks right up. KDS is on the board. Handy is as well. Virtus.pro seemingly learning from the last time they attacked this bomb site that we've got to go in a hurry. They take 2, they lose 2. No team closer, but Souls is here on the flank. Nitro Cell will go off. He should be able to catch Joystick off guard as he's looking the wrong way. Nice flick from Souls. Diffuser was going down. Pasha peels off of it. It's him and Shepard. As now the Blitz will be in hot pursuit down below to find Souls. Pistol out, but a scary predicament. Pasha with 10 seconds left needs to get that diffuser back up there. Down goes the Goyo, and he secures it. A swing now in from Shepard, who stays alive for the time being. 2 seconds left. Pasha very vulnerable. A swing from Geisha, and FaZe will do it again. The defuse does go down, but the kill comes out anyway, and an easy counter disable for FaZe to move to map point.
Nicely done there, excuse me. Virtus.pro not able to get in cleanly. That flank from Black Stairs really threw a wrench into their plan, and already it had been disrupted with those early points of contact going the way of FaZe Clan. Yes, maybe they had a man advantage, but often on T Karaoke, that is not going to be enough. We get attack timeout, and often we want to listen to the coaches. It sounds like there might be another team in that room who is being a little bit louder. Sometimes the players have talked about, and coaches have talked about, how it is distracting sometimes if a lot is going on the other stream.
Now, usually we'd fill this time listening to the coaches speak, but on one side of the bench, you've got Russian-speaking players and a Russian-speaking coach, even though Karsheka is technically from Estonia. On the other side, it's a Portuguese-speaking team from the land of Brazil. So what we'll do is we'll tell you a bit of a spoiler. We're now the last gig in town. Falcons defeating Dark Zero 2-0. DZ will go home. DZ did not exactly have the strongest set of games to get to this point. They did take part in probably the most memorable game at SI, but not for gameplay reasons. Fortunately, NA will say goodbye to another team. There have been a few that have gone home today. M80, Shopify Rebellion, and now DZ will all be on flights across the country as we're here already in America. That means that a team that's not in the main big three regions, as they were referred to as for a long period of time, there's still a team remaining. Middle East, North Africa, Falcons from Saudi Arabia, surviving to the top 8.
Rough day for North America. Spoit, Bolo, and Canadian all fall in the lower bracket. Gaveni continues to carry the torch for NA, along with SSG and, of course, Oxygen.
You are a silly person.
I like him. I like Gaveni.
I know you like Gavin, but out of all the players you could have referenced,
I was looking at the list. I was like, who am I gonna single out?
I mean, SSG still has a world champion on it, and Fultz could have maybe talked about him. You know, you've got some major champions on Unwanted, of which Gavin is admittedly one.
Yeah.
You got Hot and Cold, it's quite tenured.
Gavin's a great player. Why wouldn't I pick Gavin?
I don't have any problems with Gavin. Do you
hate Gavin?
I don't hate Gavin. Don't put in the newspaper that I hate Gavin.
I might let him know.
I like Gavin plenty, but I just think he's a bit of an odd choice for when you're talking about all the teams left in North America. He's the one that jumps to mind.
Virtus.pro must win the next 2 rounds, or we are headed to Clubhouse for a third map in this series. Aggressive mirror windows set up on the Geisha wall. This is not going to be counterable, or this is going to be easily countered, I should say, by the ace of Shepard, which is now coming out. The pressure is mounting. A Blackbeard and a Clash both meet the server.
Hate this reticle.
Dan loves it.
I know Dan loves it, and it works for him. Saw some people on Reddit being like, "Oh, I should try it."
You should.
Go ahead. Try it.
Give her a go. Cybertruck it up.
No. Slowly but surely, Virtus.pro is picking away at this bomb site, or rather over top of these defenders, as the bomb site is on the other side of the map. They're picking away at Geisha, pushing these defenders out of their spot, and as it stands right now, the big focal point is going to be Cyber on the Clash, Jesse. This Joystick wanting this engagement on Davidiking. This happened before, if you recall. Joystick opted not to go for this position. Flashbangs galore have gone up those main stairs, and right now, neither of these teams have really lost or wagered much.
FaZe Clan, make the call. Guys, we've wasted more than enough time. Let's get out of here in a 5v5. We like our chances on Skyscraper, and I can't say I disagree. Pushing 5v5 into this site with a Clash on the board, plus Gersmont mines coming through from the Ella. You're going to be walking into frost mats if you're not careful. Mirror window insights. You'll get the man advantage thanks to KDS so kindly donating his body to science. But even still, the util will be heavily favoring FaZe Clan in our final execute.
Joystick, a man of culture, looking towards the future. with KDS's body, they might be able to win 2 rounds, and the future might hold a victory for Virtus Pro. You wear those frost mats, though. That is the #1 thing. You got to look down. Andy's just been ratting it up. You talked about this before. He's just sitting in corners and forcing VP to drone it out. VP, very little information and very little time. Joystick now punished from down below. As Vidaking is lurking, and well, guess what? He's got a Nitro Cell in back pocket. This might be an explosive conclusion. FaZe Clan racking it up on the score sheet. That's got to be it for Skyscraper as FaZe Clan sweep through the final 4 players and send us to Clubhouse. Jesse, we wanted a 3rd map, and boy, oh boy, did we get it. Both teams win their own maps. FaZe Clan does so a bit more decisively than what we saw from Virtus Pro on VP's map of Bay.
Was there ever any doubt we'd be going to Club? I don't think so. Beautifully done by FaZe. Getting 3 attacks on Skyscraper, all but guaranteed it. They played so well, both the first half and the second. VP couldn't mount the comeback, and because of that, they will have to play a 3rd to end the night in Boston. Only one of these teams can survive.
2 Giants will go head-to-head in a best-of-1 on a historical map between these teams. Who will prevail? The showdown on Clubhouse up in just a couple minutes.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods, and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Baixa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
We wanted a third map, and Jesse, FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro have given us it. Well, they will give it to us. We don't have it just yet. FaZe Clan beating VP on FaZe's map of Skyscraper means both of these teams succeeded with the maps that they picked. That means that the map ban phase has gone quite well for both of them. Bank, about an hour and a half ago, went in favor of Virtus Pro. We just saw Skyscraper go towards FaZe Clan, and it did so with a bigger margin between the two teams, meaning, in terms of pure rounds, FaZe Clan is ahead. What was your main takeaway from the defender-sided Skyscraper?
I think I was honestly, it was defender-sided. I was most impressed by FaZe Clan's attacks. You know, being able to consistently lock down that top floor. They got 2 successful pushes up on the top floor bomb sites. That is very difficult to do, especially against a team like Virtus Pro. So I think FaZe really earned that map win. Of course, they chose it. They came extremely prepared for those setups, and I think we saw a lot of that. You see the stats on your screen now. Handy was a big player specifically on defense. He had a couple of really aggressive plays that he went for, some rat spots as I called them. And listen, they weren't always successful, but when they were, he had massive impact to win the round. A couple of good plays from VP as well. Joystick had some big moments playing on the Jaeger over towards a drum roam, but just was not quite enough for VP to walk away with the win here today. Instead, it'll be Handy that pushes this all the way to a third as our MVP.
And Handy really took off when FaZe became the defense. When they went on as defenders, Handy round after round after round punished this Virtus Pro attack. It was just an issue with drone work that wasn't really present for VP on Bank. We complimented Virtus Pro on their ability to take map control based on a lot of intel on Bank, and VP did indeed keep many of those drones alive in time for the execute to unfold. It's very opposite from what happened on Skyscraper. Now, granted, Skyscraper is a bit more claustrophobic. It's a bit more narrow of a map, but VP seemed starved of information on almost every single execute, and not just Handy, but all of FaZe punished them.
No, certainly, and I think for FaZe Clan, bouncing back a little bit on attack is really important. Yes, they only got like a 3-3 split, and that's not the most insane attacking win rate, but for a map like Skyscraper, that's very good. And FaZe have struggled on their offense here at the 6th Invitational. Coming into this day, they had just a 38% win rate on the offense, which is one of the lowest in the tournament. In fact, the only team ahead of today that is still in tournament with a lower attacking win rate were the Falcons, who have managed to stay alive. Over on the A stream, of course, still existing after they just played a tight series against Dark Zero. Can FaZe Clan replicate that? And just as Falcons did, pull back their attacking win rate because it is currently in the dumpster, and they need to be able to push successfully if they're going to win here on Clubhouse.
I mean, it's a great question to ask. I said this, I think it was in map number 1, that this is a very historic map between these two teams. Back when they were competing under Team Empire on the road to winning the Raleigh Major, which is the only major championship that Virtus Pro has won still to this day. Technically, it was Team Empire who won it, but the org does not exist anymore. The team went over to Virtus Pro, and you know what? I'm going to give the legacy of the actual players to the players. I don't care what org they play for. The players earned it.
I agree.
So if you consider that this is the team that, for the most part, won the Raleigh Major, then the history and destiny is theirs. FaZe Clan obviously is a very different lineup today, and they are the same org, but just different players, and the big part of that is that FaZe Clan of that day does not exist anymore. A lot of those players have retired or moved on. They're not active competitors, but that clubhouse between the two is really a sight to behold. If you are ever bored and looking to fill a good 3 hours of your day, go back and watch FaZe versus Team Empire at the Raleigh Major.
And if you're bored right now, then get ready to watch it again in live time. The players are just wrapping up discussions with their support staff. You saw a couple of the analysts talking to their teams, both here now, and then also Zeka made an appearance on the camera just briefly in front of the players, gave them a couple of fist bumps before they locked in. If you have been watching this team for a while, you'll know Zeka as the guy that was standing behind the team for so many of their tournament runs.
But you know what they did?
What did they do?
Virtus Pro bought a car.
What?
Car Zeka.
Oh!
Zeka was their coach, and then their former teammate back on Team Empire, Car Zeka, is now behind them. He's not Russian. He speaks Russian. He's from Estonia. He's also got a pretty rad tattoo that I'm sure many of you have seen. He was for a long period of time, the IGL and leader of this squad, and he played that Zofia and was an absolute terror. So Virtus Pro making a potential upgrade on coaching staff. We assume it was an upgrade. I mean, if it wasn't, why would you do it?
I just made a crazy discovery. Was on Liquipedia, my favorite website. Karzeka and Zeka share the same first name. They are both first named Eugene.
Wow.
I wonder if there's some relation, Zeka to Eugene in the Russian language, and that's why they both have very similar in-game names and out-game names.
To our Russian friends, if you'd like to reach out to us and tell us if that has any bearing on it, that would be greatly appreciated. A lot of people did not seem to know that Filipox is named like that because his name is Philippe.
Yeah.
The more you know.
And not because he's a huge fan of Pox on Locks. Although I am a huge fan of Pox on Locks. Filipox, I don't think, knows Pox on Locks exists, which is okay. They are continuing their run in the upper bracket, of course, Furia. They'll be in action tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, playing through the bracket to see if they can make it to the grand finals via the upper bracket, which they couldn't do last year. Of course, had to go on that ridiculous lower bracket run. It is worth noting that over the last 2 years, the team who has won the 6th Invitational has come from the lower bracket, and they have run the gauntlet, which means that if FaZe Clan were to win out here and run that same gauntlet, they will be repeating history. But one game at a time, and this next game is going to be oh so important. It's Map 3, Clubhouse, the decider between FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro. Let's get into it. Winner moves on to face Falcons tomorrow. The loser will go home, and we'll start with a Capitao ban from FaZe Clan.
That is correct. The HUD, unfortunately, has not been fixed. We don't know if it will be in time for the grand finals. The team with the Rook, the castle, right next to their name, which is a little confusing, I guess, if you don't follow chess, because there's two operators named Rook and Castle, but just bear with me here for a second here. A Rook is a chess piece, and it looks like a castle. The team that defends first bans first. Now, the HUD auto bans, or shows that the ban is happening for the orange team, because traditionally, the defenders always start on the orange side, but with the land build, it can be custom inputted so that the defenders are a different side. In this case, FaZe Clan will be blue. They get Capitao banned, and then they get Kaid banned. Virtus Pro in the middle takes out Montaigne and Mira.
That was perfectly explained, Parker. Well done. It's not often you explain something complex and you get it 100% correct, but that was wonderful. So,
you know, your praise means all the world to me.
VP banning out the shields, as they have been throughout this series. They do not want to see Vidaking on the Monty, and that makes sense because Vidaking has been one of the best shield players in the entire world. He's one of those guys that I don't think really took to the new shield mechanics. He wasn't the greatest aggressive shield player, but when you go back to that old school classic style of Montaigne, there's almost nobody in the world who can top Vidaking on that operator. So they've been removing that op from his hands every single chance that they could get. He's not been able to play it since the series began. Still has had some moments on shields. He's not really one to pick up the Blackbeard or the Blitz, but he will pick up the Clash on defense, and you've seen that from him a couple of times, including back on Skyscraper. Don't know if we'll get it in our map 3 of Clubhouse, but through the first round, he's going to jump on the mute instead, and it looks like it's going to be a basement roam game coming out from FaZe Clan in this oh-so-important decider game.
Sens was banned in the previous matchup, and I'm curious as to how that influenced Skyscraper. It's something that if we had a desk, they could ponder on. There's just too much for us to talk about as the game is transpiring. This time, Sens will remain unbanned, and Joystick will be very quick onto the operator. Concealment that comes from those 4 smoke walls that are sent out can be oh-so effective, and keep the defenders in a position where Wardens, bulletproof cameras, and Maestros can't see through it. None of these gadgets that used to be able to see through smoke work any longer. It's a huge buff, and it's a reason why we see Sens more frequently.
Glaz also can't see through it, just in case you're wondering on the attack, which is good because Glaz needed a nerf desperately.
Talking earlier today with the OXG guys, if memory serves correctly, about how no, it was actually the Shot Fire Rebellion guys. But when Glaz used to be able to shoot through the castle barricades.
Oh, yeah.
Just to leave those little bullet holes through it. That was fun. That was fun. That was very fun. I liked that a lot. We should definitely bring that back.
Yeah, let's re-add bullet holes. Great take, Mark.
No, just castle barricades.
Dan staying alive thanks to these to the shield in front of his face here on the Blackbeard. Viking not so lucky, taken down. He was trying to make it back to the site or at least help his teammates get back through Secret, but instead on the rappel, Shepard will cut him off. A rare entry frag from the hard support player of Virtus Pro. That's going to be a very successful roam clear. 90 seconds it took you. You got a pick. You're going to have good utils still for the execute with a lot of hard breachers up, and of course those Sens walls. You're going to have to be a little bit worried about the Goyo canisters, and this Solus might throw a wrench into the plans too, but for now, I think they're looking pretty.
They're definitely in a very good spot at the moment, and they're doing all right on the time. If you look at Virtus Pro's clock management, very similar to what we saw at the early rounds of VP on attack on Bank. Drone economy is pretty good. 1 minute to go and 5 drones still upright means Virtus Pro can maneuver them into position. The real damage that's been done here is to Dan and Always is a lot of explosions on the kitchen, but they get those X-Kairos, Jesse.
6 more from Pasha, so he can open if he wants to, but it's going to take a lot of time. Cyber with the shotgun main stairs manages to escape. How? Not punished as he gets all the way back, and the Goyo canister covers his escape.
An opportunity lost at the moment for Virtus Pro. Still, they are in control. Dan is searching for any kill at the bottom of main stairs. 20 seconds left, and you've got to get into the bomb site. VP's attacks, slow as ever. And for a team like FaZe Clan, they will punish you for that. Andy with the very first pick. Viking in the ground, Always in the ground, a 4v4. And now it's time for FaZe Clan to pop up and greet every single one of these players from VP. Pasha and Dan miles away from being able to get this objective down. Pasha wasn't even in the bomb site when the clock hit 0. FaZe Clan are present, but VP's greatest adversary through this series and through much of this event, Jesse, has been in their mind. And as you put it, it's a 6v5. FaZe in the clock against Virtus Pro. They lose the first round. FaZe Clan technically wins the first round, though they didn't do very much.
No, and I mean, obviously that was VP struggling with that clock. They really did take a long time, despite successfully clearing the roam at about 1:30. I didn't think they were going to have many problems with the execute, but had some struggles over by main stairs. I think you do got to give good credit to the Solus player on FaZe for stalling things out a little bit longer. They didn't have the greatest of soft breach. They didn't really know where they wanted to go. The Sens walls ended up coming through blue. There is obviously credit to be given for FaZe Clan for stalling that out, right? I mean, obviously in that roam game, they did deny a good bit of time, and from inside the site, their ability to apply pressure, especially around main stairs, was impactful. But I mean, if you're VP, you've got to be faster than that. There's no other way around it. They had full top floor control for 90 seconds and couldn't even get to the bomb site with the defuse kit. That is a problem. That's an issue with the timer. Thankfully, it's only the first round, and so they will have the opportunity to wake up. But it's map 3. It's do or die. Those chances are running out.
This is a bit of a sobering stat line for Virtus Pro, Jesse. After that round, Joystick is now the lowest rated player on Virtus Pro with the stat tracking that we do. For a player of his caliber and a player on his particular role, that is just terrible. He is an entry player. He, along with Dan, are 2 of the best at making space for their teammates. Dan is having an excellent tournament so far. He's got the most kills on the side of VP through these 2 maps at 20. He's 1 kill back of Souls, who's in second, and 3 kills back of Handy, who's in first. Handy having a 14-kill game on Skyscraper, but Joystick simply has to be better. 11 kills for Joystick as he sits at the bottom. The only player in the lobby that's currently doing worse than Joystick is KDS. And again, KDS plays on a completely different role.
Joystick, once upon a time, known as maybe the greatest player in the world, but obviously, long career. Yeah, drone hole plus the Mav. You got to watch out for that. Long career, he's not really been that star fragger that he's been in the past. Getting up there, 26 already, close to one of the oldest players at this tournament.
Absurd, by the way. 26 years of age, and he's basically in the senior zone. We already did this bit where we're like the oldest creature humanly alive. It's a wonder that they can walk.
I mean, listen, he is, for esports, he's getting up there. So, obviously would love to walk home with a hammer. Currently, he holds the record for the most SI Grand Finals losses in history from at least any team.
It's 2?
It's 2. Still, though,
not very much.
That's crazy it happened twice. If I had a nickel,
You'd have 2 of them. Of course, the loss for Virtus Pro came when they were on Team Empire way back in the day in that first best of 5 that we had at Place Bell. G2 won. That was the 22-round coastline, if memory serves correctly. One of the most memorable maps that we've had in the history of this game. The actual best of 5 is not particularly memorable. G2 plowed right through them. And then the next SI was one of the ones that happened during COVID, where it was TSM who beat Virtus Pro in Sweden.
Here comes the execute now with 35 seconds. The clock again going to be an issue, but they've got pings, and a 2-man advantage is better than 1.
They might have another, as now the Fenrir of KDS realizes that when you are down these numbers, you got to fire back. Goodbye, Vidaking, always with one handy on the board. First person for FaZe. He and KDS can strike even, but Joystick steps up big in that round. And Virtus Pro get on the board. It's a third map between these 2 enormous teams. I want us going deep into the night.
Listen, we were discussing the history of it. I got to say, that was a great cache extension clear from Virtus Pro. They had the Maverick over on the main wall, which opened things up, and they found the opening pick off of that utility play. You just kept forcing FaZe Clan back. They had to rotate out of CCTV, out of cache, out of construction, straight into the bomb site, where then Virtus Pro were able to surround them, and from the windows and from construction, work those angles. Excellent intel as well inside the bomb site, making sure they always knew where those players were at. Like some good drones inside the site that were able to help out with that. So beautiful work coming through from VP. That's, I think, going to be the trend for Virtus Pro, right? If they don't have too much map to clear, it's not the entire top 2 floors, it's just the cache side. They can handle that. They can get through it. It's going to be when they go back to that bottom floor, they've got to full clear the map. Things are going to get a little bit more awkward for them. Thankfully, in round 3, they can stay on CCTV cache, and this is going to be a more direct hit from VP for sure, so the clock will be less of an issue, but it's going to be a focus, I think, through the rest of this series, Parker. How long are Virtus Pro taking on these tacks? Because ever since map 2, I didn't see it as much on Bank, but map 2, especially and at the start of map 3 here, they've been quite slow.
No, on attack, they definitely hit a lot more moxie and pep in their step, and again, I think a lot of that really does come down to intel. We joked about the dotting the I's and crossing the T's and crossing the I's and dotting the T's bit, but in all reality, Virtus Pro are a very information-reliant team, and if they cannot keep enough drones up, that same confidence that they had in the past, where drones be damned, they would just charge into the bomb site and take no prisoners, well, that team is not here anymore. They just simply either they don't have the gun skill to pull it off, or their opponents have improved, or the game has gotten away from them. VP have 6 drones still remaining with 2 minutes on the board, so they can gain some information if they so choose, but who has those drones? That's the question.
This is a cool play from Dan, so they don't have a buck or anything, so they will preemptively destroy the soft part of this wall, and then that allows the Maverick to fully open this. This leaves Dan with the DMR able to just watch the angles, protect Shepard as he goes for the opening of the wall.
It's all gone.
It just pops right open, Parker. No problems whatsoever.
Vanished. A disappearing wall. What a thing.
And then Dan, still from platform, can start working with these Brava drones. Now, it will get stunned, and this camera can permanently stun that drone. Just keep it locked down, although he missed the timing, so that's going to be gone.
They still hold control of that camera, by the way. The clutch drone has not been able to take it over just yet. How will they tackle KDS up on rafters? It looked like Always was the one dispatched to do just that, as the smoke will linger. I beg teams to just sit and wait, by the way. It is immensely frustrating that they don't let the gadget recharge. We finally see it happen at the hands of Always, and KDS is punished. Cyber down below in oil pit. He thinks he's slick, but no, he's cleaned up very effectively by Pasha. Souls was extending outwards on the clash, but the problem is that because you've lost these 2 players holding Garage, you now need to get a bit more forward-facing inside of the B-bomb site, lest you get run over.
Only 2 guns up as the fuse kit goes down.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful smoke tossed out, by the way. It perfectly lands.
Joystick walking up red could be a big distraction play. They're going to pinch this guy.
Always is there as well. They coordinate so effectively. Always gets the kill, and Vidaking goes for 2. Knocked on over. Souls is the last man standing. He puts the shield away. on his shoulders like he's carried the team many times before. Target prioritization over towards red, having to care about where the diffuser goes, working his way towards the breach, but Pasha sets the diffuser down, gets the kill, and gives VP the lead.
Souls has had some clutches in this series so far, but not to be done again. Nice little execute onto the bomb site coming forward from Virtus Pro. They didn't need to clear any of the map that time. Again, we're going to keep coming back to it, but the Rafters clear was really nice. Obviously, with the glass down below, you can see through the smoke. They cannot. It was a beauty shot straight to the head of KDS from the glass. That really started things off nicely. Let's watch it again. It was so beauty. Ooh, always gets it done with no problems. And then in the end there, of course, just able to close things out with the big man advantage that they had. Pushing into that site, 3v5, decent enough time on the clock. That clash, usually an advantage, but I feel when you're in such a low man count situation and you're up against 5 players coming to the site like that, it's kind of difficult without a third gun to be up and holding the angles. Reverse Pro in advantage will close that one. And that's going to be now a 2-1 lead, but we go back to the bottom floor. And this is where VP really struggled. If they win this, we're starting to get very worried for FaZe that VP might run away with it.
Clubhouse right now skews towards the attackers, but every time we mention it, we have to say that this is a 50-50 map. 51% of the rounds won by